Chapter 1681 Monsters Fight. Sizzle. A large amount of electric current suddenly released from Yisha's body, rushing in all directions. The flying beasts were almost instantly annihilated by the electric current. Then Yisha stretched out his hand and directly grasped the sword of the apostles walking. No blood. The sword tip collided with the destroyer, constantly spreading golden sparks. And then Yisha grasped the sword in his palm with force. A trifle. Yisha, let me teach you how to use a sword. Yisha held the twin serrated swords in one hand, and suddenly stabbed them. Not at the apostle, but at his own wrist. After drawing a stream of blood, he raised the sword high. Blood boundary sword slash. Accompanied by Yisha's light shout. Blood lingered around the twin serrated swords. And then a huge sword light emerged. And a sword fell forward. Puff! Blood flew. And the apostle's chest was completely cut open. Blood sprayed out like a spring. And blood continued to flow out from under the apostle's mask. The mask shattered with a snap. The apostle turned around and ran without hesitation. But just after taking 2 steps, the twin serrated swords flew out of Yisha's hand, and were thrown out by Yisha with force. Puff! The twin serrated swords pierced through the back of the apostle's head, and penetrated his head. You killed the apostle. The cumulative number. Yisha stepped forward and pulled out the twin serrated swords. At this time, Yisha heard a noise, which seemed to be the sound of fighting. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Although there were many people coming to the forest sea, the area of the forest sea was also very large. Even if so many people came, they would only cause waves in the forest. I had walked less than 1,000 meters, and kept running into people. Was I thrown into a dense area? Or was it a fusion beast? Yisha thought while looking for the sound of fighting. When he arrived at the place, he saw that it was indeed a fusion beast. However, the opponent of the fusion beast was not the apostles, or the people on the Doomsday train, but a saber-toothed dragon. Yisha suddenly realized that he had almost forgotten that in addition to them, there were also fusion beasts created by Noah's apostles. The forest was also an area where ancient species roamed densely. Ancient forests with good ecological environment like this have always been frequent places for ancient species to awaken. However, the ancient species were not mentioned in the mission. But it did not mean that the ancient species did not exist. It was just that there was no related hunting mission this time. Yisha hid behind the tree, took out the kettle and poured water into his mouth, waiting quietly. Since we have encountered it, whether it is a fusion beast or an ancient species, we should kill it easily. But Yisha is not interested in a 3-way battle. Just wait for the 2 guys to decide the winner. At the moment, the saber-toothed dragon is at a disadvantage, and the outcome is about to be decided. Dinosaurs are a relatively common type of ancient species, but there are many types of dinosaurs themselves. So this is the first time Yisha has seen a saber-toothed dragon. In the Jurassic period, saber-toothed dragons were also considered dominant dinosaurs. But saber-toothed dragons were herbivorous dinosaurs, relatively docile, and not as fierce as carnivorous dinosaurs. Generally, the level of saber-toothed dragon is from peak platinum to below the king, which is a big span, mainly depending on the physique and mutation. At present, this saber-toothed dragon is not bad. Very ferocious, constantly knocking the fusion beast to the ground, with strong attack power. Unfortunately, the saber-toothed dragon is still going to be killed. The problem is regeneration ability. The fusion beast has a strong regeneration ability, but this saber-toothed dragon has no mutation and no regeneration ability. Roar! The saber-toothed dragon finally roared unwillingly, and then the whole body fell to the ground and stopped moving. The fusion beast won. But at this moment, sizzle! A burst of electricity suddenly appeared and hit the back of the fusion beast fiercely, sending it flying. The fusion beast rolled twice on the ground, and after stabilizing its body, it immediately roared loudly. The fusion beast was different from the corpse egg, but in human form, with 6 legs and 6 arms. The palms had long disappeared, and instead, there were bone spurs piercing through. Sticky saliva dripped from the corner of the fusion beast's mouth, and then it found Yisha behind the tree, and immediately ran quickly and rushed towards Yisha. Zila! Electric currents shot continuously. Electric currents continuously appeared in Yisha's palm, each of which was only the length and thickness of a finger, and kept shooting forward, continuously hitting the body of the fusion beast, knocking the body of the fusion beast back. Yisha smiled coldly, and then swung the sword forward. Blood calls the Red Lotus. Under the feet of the fusion beast, blood light condensed into swords one by one, and then exploded in all directions like broken glass. In an instant, the blood-colored sword light splashed, and the fusion beast was stagnant in place, and then fell to the ground with a thump. You killed the fusion beasts. Cumulative number. Yi Sha stepped over the corpses. 2 fusion beasts in a row did not bring anything to Yi Sha, so Yi Sha continued to move forward. After encountering battles one after another, it was much quieter. Yi Sha did not encounter any more battles until the evening, when he saw 2 fusion beasts again. After killing them, Yi Sha decided to rest for a while. Sitting down under a big tree, Yi Sha took out some food, and then released the ice and snow god, letting the ice and snow god be responsible for monitoring the surroundings. It is very easy to get lost in the forest. It is said that tens of thousands of people committed suicide here, but there are actually some people who strayed into it and eventually got lost in the forest, unable to leave, and died. Yi Sha took out the compass and looked at it, but the needle was spinning like crazy. Yi Sha could only put the compass back helplessly. This thing was produced by Doomsday train, but it was useless. In this case, Yi Sha can only rely on fate. However, along the way, Yi Sha carved marks on the trees, and he has not seen those marks again. So at least it proves that he has not encountered the ghost wall thing. If the direction was correct, Yi Sha could be sure that he was heading deep into the forest. After eating something, Yi Sha leaned against a tree and took a nap. Although the ice and snow god was on guard, Yi Sha was as cautious as ever. No words that night. Perhaps because he was still outside the forest, Yi Sha did not encounter any troubles that night. After dawn, Yi Sha climbed up the tree and came to the top of the tree. In the absence of a compass, he could only use his eyes to confirm the direction. After climbing to the top of the tree, Yi Sha spread his paper wings, looked around, and quickly confirmed his position and direction. Chapter 1682 The Apostle Walks. Boom! A loud noise suddenly sounded in the distance, attracting Yi Sha's attention. Then a cloud of dust rushed out of the forest, and a huge tree fell down. Obviously, someone was fighting there. There were battles everywhere in the forest. Other people's battles were other people's battles, and Yi Sha didn't care much. After confirming the direction, Yi Sha returned to the ground and continued to move forward. Yi Sha could fly over, but he had no idea where the thing that Apostle Noah was looking for was. The information provided by the proprietress was only the 4 words deep in the forest. Theoretically, if the forest is drawn as a circle, the depth should refer to the center point. But the range is still large, and it does not mean that things are definitely in the center. So Yi Sha decided to save some energy and walk in slowly. Walking forward, I don't know how long I walked. Yi Sha suddenly stopped, looked at the ground, then bent down, stretched out his hand to pinch some soil, and rubbed it. The soil is very moist. The weather is very good. The sun is shining, and it is even a little hot. However, the soil is very moist, as if it had rained not long ago. The most interesting thing is that when Yi Sha turned around, the soil was very dry about 10 meters away, but it was moist 10 meters away, forming 2 very conspicuous colors, which was a bit weird. Yi Sha smiled, and then looked around. Since you are here, then show up. What are you waiting for? Or if you want to sneak attack, don't make such an obvious flaw. The moment Yi Sha finished speaking, the soil not far ahead suddenly squirmed, and then the soil slowly rose, and then scattered around. An apostle rose from the ground. It was a female apostle, wearing a white painted mask, with long hair that almost dragged to the ground. Yi Sha closed his eyes, tilted his head, felt the other person's breath, and suddenly opened his eyes. It seems that someone who can fight a little bit has come. I hope you are not as weak as the previous one, who was so vulnerable that he was killed at will. The apostle's body trembled slightly. Yi Sha was provoking, angering, and making the other party lose his composure. It was a very simple trick, but it was undeniably effective. The apostle in front of him was emotionally fluctuating and seemed to be angry. Anger can be a driving force for fighting, but it can also be a weapon to destroy reason. Suddenly, the apostle raised his arm and pointed at Yi Sha, and then countless bubbles appeared in the air, and then more than a dozen streams of water rushed out towards Yi Sha at the same time. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes. The ability to manipulate the water in the air? Yi Sha did not move, and let the water fly towards him. The opponent was just trying out his skills. So Yisha was naturally not in a hurry, and tried the opponent's attack strength. Bang, bang, bang. When the water flow came to Yisha, the crystallized flame also rose suddenly, forming a defense in front of Yisha. The water kept hitting the crystallized flame, breaking the surface of the crystallized flame into cracks. But it could not penetrate the crystallized flame and was completely intercepted. The face of the apostle walking under the mask twisted slightly, and then he stretched out his hand and grasped the void. The next moment, the scattered water flow condensed again, turned into a long sword, and stabbed towards the crystallized flame again. This time, the crystallized flame in front of Yisha was shattered, and the water sword came towards Yisha. Boom! Yisha immediately punched out, and the water sword shattered with a bang. The azure electric current not only shattered the water sword, but also rebounded towards the apostle. The apostle stretched out his fingers and kept drawing circles in the air. As circles appeared one after another, a large water curtain appeared in front of the apostle. With a bang, the water curtain exploded, but Yisha's electric current was also shattered. Interesting. Yisha moved his shoulders. I know what you are capable of. So, the real battle begins now. Go step. Yisha suddenly came to the front of the apostle. His 5 fingers formed into claws, and 5 electric currents appeared at the fingertips of Yisha. Grabbing forward. Sizzle! Yisha struck forward, and a large amount of water appeared in front of the apostle again. It was shattered by the blast, and the apostle's body sank into the ground, and then reappeared 10 meters away. It seems that she is not hurt. But, crack! A crack suddenly appeared on the painted mask, and then the mask split into 2 halves, revealing a pretty face. A kind of lady's feeling. Huh? Yisha whistled and laughed. Pretty. But it's a pity that she is about to die. Yisha opened his hands, and 2 thunder balls were quickly condensed and thrown out. The apostle wanted to dive back into the ground, but at this moment, the thunder ball fell to the ground. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The ground was shattered. Mud was flying, and the apostle who had just dived into the ground was blown out again. Yisha chuckled, then jumped up, came to the front of the apostle, and raised his palm to form a knife. Zila! Electricity appeared on Yisha's body again, surging wildly, and then with Yisha's palm falling forward, a lightning blade suddenly appeared and slashed forward. The woman shouted softly and quickly condensed the water in the air to resist. But the water flying from all around could not stop the invasion of the lightning blade at all, and was chopped into pieces almost instantly. Yisha said fiercely, "Go to hell." Just as the lightning blade was about to fall on the apostle, Yisha suddenly felt a strong wind coming towards him. Yisha looked to the side with a cold look, and then saw a silver metal arrow coming towards him. The crystallized flame suddenly appeared, slightly blocking the arrow, and then Yisha stretched out his hand and grabbed the arrow. But at this moment, crack! The arrowhead of the metal arrow suddenly made a crisp sound, then cracked, and a small silver needle suddenly ejected. This was beyond Yisha's expectation. He tilted his head sharply and avoided the silver needle. Boom! At the same time, the lightning blade fell to the ground. Because of the sudden attack, the lightning blade escaped from Yisha's control and fell directly to the ground. There was a roar on the ground, and under the loud noise, a crack appeared on the ground, which was 5 or 6 meters long, right beside the apostle. Humph! Yisha threw the metal arrow on the ground, looked at the apostles running away, and sneered, "I didn't expect there would be 2 of them. Let me have some fun with you guys." The moment Yisha finished speaking, his body rushed forward, stretched out his hand, and made a virtual fist in front of him, visualizing the infinite bow. Chapter 1683 Continuous Killing. Yisha grabbed the bow and moved forward, constantly looking around. The female apostle was walking, and her main ability was to manipulate the water in the air. It seemed that she could also dive into the ground, but I didn't know how deep she was. There was another person using a bow. If nothing unexpected happened, he should also be an apostle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved the woman. Suddenly, the sound of strong wind rang out in the air again. Countless fallen leaves fell, and a silver metal arrow flew towards Yisha again. Yisha stretched out his hand to hold the bowstring, and imagined an explosive arrow while running, shooting it forward. Boom! The explosive arrow hit the arrow accurately, and then a fireball suddenly exploded in the air, and countless broken flames drifted downward. At an angle, Yisha looked up, hiding in the tree. The trees in the forest are dense, and grow very densely. If the jumping ability is enough, it can indeed jump continuously between the treetops. Okay, I have a way to find you. Yisha suddenly raised his lips, and then said, "Go." Force that woman out first. A corpse flower vine sprang out from the shadow behind Yisha, like a wave, constantly piercing the ground, forming an inverted U shape. In front of Yisha, the sound of the ground cracking continued to be heard. Boom! Suddenly, after a loud bang, a big hole suddenly broke out in the ground, and the apostle was forced out from the ground by the corpse flower vine. Then the corpse flower vine swept towards the apostle fiercely, hitting the apostle's body and knocking the apostle down from the air. The silver arrow appeared again, heading towards the direction of the corpse flower vine, trying to stop the corpse flower vine from continuing to attack. "I found you." Yisha smiled grimly, with the corpse flower vine attracting the other party. Yisha accurately found the other party's hiding position this time, pulled the bowstring, and put on a piercing arrow. Puff! The piercing arrow flew diagonally upward, and the two arrows passed each other in the air, stirring up sparks. The next moment, with a puff, the corpse flower vine was hit by an arrow, and a large hole was pierced through it, and it hit the ground fiercely, hitting the side of the apostle walking. But at this moment, a figure suddenly fell from the treetops and fell heavily to the ground. The second apostle walked. The apostle was holding a large black bow in his hand, with a quiver on his back. There was a wound on his waist, which was bleeding continuously. Although the arrow did not hit directly, it obviously caused considerable damage to the opponent. "Bug," Yisha said disdainfully, "finally dared to show up?" The apostle gritted his teeth, endured the pain from the wound, and opened the bow again. 5 stars in a row. The apostle continued to draw arrows from his quiver, and those silver arrows followed the same trajectory, one after another, flying towards Yisha. Yisha chuckled, but the apostle's expression suddenly changed. Yisha conjured up a handful of piercing arrows, and then pinched his fingers, and the piercing arrows turned into a fan shape. No more, no less. Just one more arrow than the apostle. Just a string of arrows. Yisha, nothing difficult. 6 consecutive arrows. Yisha's hand speed was extremely fast. He continuously pulled the bowstring and shot out the piercing arrows one after another. Clang! Clang! The crisp sound of impact continued to ring out, and the silver arrows of the apostle were shot down one by one. For every arrow Yisha shot, a silver arrow would fall to the ground. Then, the last arrow. Puff! The piercing arrow shot into the waist of the apostle, piercing through his body. Yisha stretched out his hand again and smiled. The continuous arrows are actually very simple. While speaking, Yisha once again grasped the air, and a handful of piercing arrows appeared in Yisha's palm again, and the number was 3 times that of before. "Yisha, I forgot to tell you. 6 arrows are not my limit. I can open the string at most 18 times. The moment Yisha finished speaking, he opened the bow again, and the piercing arrows flew out one after another, forming a line. The apostle walked and covered his wound and wanted to get up. But at this time, a slight chill. Yisha wiped his face. His palms were a little wet, and he looked up. It was raining in the sky. Suddenly, the rain swept towards the flying piercing arrows, and after rolling up the piercing arrows, it rolled the piercing arrows down from the sky. The piercing arrows fell to the ground in all directions, losing their power for a while. The female apostle walked and floated in the air, her hair flying. Obviously, this sudden heavy rain was summoned by her. Yisha suddenly laughed happily, looking at the other party. "You can call the wind and rain in front of me?" The apostle walked without any nonsense, stretched out his palm and pressed in the direction of Yisha. And then the surrounding rain gathered crazily, turning into a huge water ball flying towards Yisha. Boom! 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 The water ball hit the big trees continuously, breaking the trunks of those big trees, and the big trees fell down one by one. And then the water ball came to Yisha. Bang! The water ball suddenly exploded, turning into countless liquids, no longer under the control of the apostle, and fell directly to the ground. The apostle was shocked. Impossible. Impossible? Yisha, what is impossible in this world? Yisha waved his hand casually, and the raindrops around him automatically bypassed Yisha and fell to the ground. Yisha was clearly standing in the rain, but the drizzle did not touch him. It seemed that the raindrops were afraid and did not dare to approach Yisha. "Yisha, Your biggest mistake is not challenging me, but using the wrong ability to challenge me. In addition, snap. Yisha suddenly stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. And the rain falling from the side of the apostle suddenly went towards the apostle. Each raindrop was a sharp sword, which quickly condensed and transformed. Puff, puff, puff. The rain swords came from all directions, and almost in an instant, they completely penetrated the body of the apostle. Plop! The apostle fell from the sky. His body was pierced by rain swords. Blood kept dripping from his body, flowing along the ground, and then washed away by the falling rain. Yisha waved his hand casually again, and the rain swords broke into liquid, and the apostle fell to the ground. You killed the apostle. Cumulative number. Yisha walked towards the remaining apostle and smiled. Okay. One has been solved. Then, it's time for the second one. The apostle, who was shot in the abdomen by Yisha's arrow, kept moving his body backwards. Blood kept oozing out from under the mask. And suddenly, the apostle reached behind his waist. Chapter 1684 The Inviter. At this moment, Yisha suddenly stretched out his hand and slashed forward. The surrounding rain swept across the neck of the apostle, and a line of blood slowly emerged. The apostle's eyes widened, and then he lost his voice. He spread his palm, and a special grenade rolled to the side. Unfortunately, the opponent didn't even have the chance to pull the safety pin. You killed the apostle. The cumulative number. 2 apostles were killed, and Yisha looted their bodies, and continued to move forward. The rain gradually stopped after the death of the apostles. Yisha estimated that at his own speed, he could reach the center of the forest in about 2 days. However, Yisha needed to consider many things. For example, Apostle Noah. Yisha had fought with Apostle Noah, who was very strong. Very strong. Yisha believed that although he could not say that he had no chance of winning, his chance of winning was relatively low. In battles, the strong one does not necessarily win, but strength is the foundation of everything. The reason why Yisha was able to survive last time was because the ice and snow god smiled. But he couldn't expect the ice and snow god to smile at him again. So, he had to rob the things. But it was definitely not okay to rob them by force. He needed a strategy. Fishing in troubled waters was the best plan. The deputy train captain was not here, so he let the deputy train captain take the lead and pick up the leaks himself. This was the best way Yisha could think of. However, speaking of the deputy train captain, Yisha guessed that Dongfang Yu might be looking for him all over the world at this time. Therefore, the deputy train conductor was also an X factor that Yisha had to worry about. It was obviously not a good thing to face the deputy train conductor head-on. But this incident also relieved Yisha of a lot of burden. Since Dongfang Yu wanted to kill him, then why should he be embarrassed to snatch things from Dongfang Yu? If possible, Yisha would not mind killing Dongfang Yu by the way, Yisha was thinking. And suddenly, he turned the twin serrated sword horizontally, and turned to the side. Hey, don't do it. On the hillside, 2 men stood, seeing Yisha holding a sword. They immediately raised their hands. We have no ill intentions. Yisha put down his twin serrated swords. Doomsday train? Yes. You too. A man slid down the ramp on the side of Yisha. Charlie. What's your name? Another man on the hillside. Alex. Yisha narrowed his eyes. The 2 men in front of him didn't seem to recognize him. Some people took the seat of the chief steward, and some people accidentally dropped it after taking it. Yisha and Gan Lin were the 2 who sat the most steadily. So Yisha didn't think there would be any flight attendants who didn't recognize him. Even if there were new flight attendants, they might not recognize Yisha. But the probability of 2 new flight attendants appearing at once was too low. Moreover, even someone as powerful as Kong Max couldn't participate in the battle. So how could 2 new flight attendants have such qualifications? Hi. Charlie smiled. Friend? Yisha came back to his senses, looked at Charlie's outstretched right hand, and shook it. Yisha. Charlie, I'm from the number 77 death car. He's from the number 79 death car. What about you? Yisha frowned. The person from the death car? Yisha thought for a moment. Then, number 150. Charlie, I formed a team. Everyone works together. Are you interested? Yisha wanted to refuse, but suddenly changed his mind. And then, how many people are there? What if the mission conflicts? This is a powerful one. Charlie smiled at Alex, including the 2 of us. There are 6 of us now. As for the mission you mentioned, to be honest, we don't plan to complete it. If you are interested in the mission, my team may not be suitable for you. Yisha was puzzled. Huh? Charlie, my people are resting in front. Why don't we talk while walking? Yisha nodded. Okay. Alex also rode down the slope. And then the 3 of them walked together. Yisha was obviously wary. But Charlie and Alex didn't care. Yisha was just wary in a reasonable way. No one would trust 2 people who suddenly appeared. Charlie briefly introduced the situation. In fact, the matter was not complicated. Charlie and another woman named Chrissia were also from the number 77 death carriage. They were looking for people who were alone on the road and asked them if they were willing to join and form a team. Whether to join was completely free, without any coercion. There were 6 people in total, except Charlie and Chrissia, and everyone else came from different death carriages. Charlie also answered the question raised by Yisha. They had no intention of completing the task at all. Hey, brother, listen to me. Charlie, I met a train attendant on the way. He told me that the train conductor might show up this time. The deputy train conductor and the train purser have already arrived. There are more than 20 train attendants. This is a big battle. Alex, this is not a battle we can participate in. We may lose our lives without getting anything. Charlie, but this forest is a treasure land. There are many ancient species. There are also rewards for hunting fusion beasts. We plan to complete the task of returning to the Doomsday train, and then work together to hunt fusion beasts and ancient species. The things will be evenly distributed. Alex nodded. The items will be divided equally according to the estimated value, and the draw will decide who gets it first. The draw will be repeated after each round, including the fusion beasts, and the final blow will be left to different people each time. Charlie smiled. You see, it's fair. Instead of risking your life, it's better to take some benefits back honestly. What do you think? Do you want to join us? Yisha, I'll think about it. Charlie smiled. No problem. You can come with us first. Yisha nodded, fell behind a little, and put on the headset while Charlie and Alex were not paying attention. After dialing the boss lady's phone, Yisha whispered, Why are there people from the death car? Boss lady, you can't deny that even if they didn't become crew members, there are still many missed gems. The level of these people is not much different from that of ordinary crew members. In fact, some of them are stronger than many crew members. Yisha, so what? It's better to send all the crew members out, and the combat power will obviously be stronger. Boss lady, let me put it this way. You should know very well who can really participate in the final competition. Those people have no chance. The elite crew members sent are to deal with the apostles, and the elites selected from the death car are responsible for cleaning up the fusion beasts and the armed personnel of Comp Corporation to provide you with convenience. Their tasks are different from yours. As long as they don't seek death and hunt honestly, there is actually not much danger. On the contrary, you can make a fortune. Chapter 1685 Armored Dragon. Yisha suddenly realized that if the boss lady said so, he would understand. Simply put, the mission divides different personnel into different levels. If the train conductor appears, he, the guide, and the Apostle Noah are the first level. If the train conductor does not appear, then he is the deputy train conductor. In theory, the real battle for the item should be between them. Then Yisha, Gonlin, Gemini, Virgo, and the Son of God belong to the next level. Although it is difficult to confront the above people head-on, they are the type that can stir up trouble. Each of them is an X factor and may affect the fight for the item. The next level is the crew, whose main target is the apostles and some experts from Compu. As for the members of the death car, they are just there to clean up. Thinking about it, Charlie still has some brains, and he sees very clearly, or he knows his position clearly. We're here. After crossing a hillside, Charlie smiled and pointed ahead. They are resting there. Yisha nodded. And then, I've decided. Count me in. Charlie and Alex laughed. Welcome to join us. After Charlie finished speaking, he called out to the 4 people who were resting at the bottom of the hill, and then led the way down. Come. Let me introduce the new friends first. This is Chrissia. This is Bayamo. This is Luo Chung. And this is Grady. Charlie briefly introduced everyone to Yisha. The name is not important. It is just a title. What is important is strength. The weakest is Luo Chung, with the strength of 1 star of the king. Most of the others are 2 stars of the king. Among them, Charlie and Mo are the strongest, and their strength ratings have reached 3 stars of the king. Yisha smacked his lips. The boss lady was right. Those who could become flight attendants could only be said to have strength. But it could not be said that their strength was definitely top-notch. There were many people in the death carriage who could not become flight attendants. But the strength of some of them was indeed not to be underestimated. Currently, the proportion of flight attendants who could not reach the Zun-1 level was already very low. But there were also about 10% to 15% who did not cross this threshold. So, in theory, Zun-1 level had the possibility and potential to become flight attendants. Charlie and Mo could reach Zun-1 3 stars, which was also outstanding among the flight attendants. Yisha remembered that Filong seemed to be only 3 stars. Of course, Filong is an outlier. His combat power cannot be estimated by rating. The type with the ultimate physical evolution is so terrifying. Charlie looked at Yisha. Yi, what about you? Yisha, Gang Zun-1. Charlie nodded, still enthusiastic. But Grady seemed to lose interest in an instant, and just nodded. Yisha saw disgust on Mo's face. Yisha curled his lips. This team is not a solid team. But it is understandable that it is a temporary team. Charlie, I've already said the rules. You're the last one to come. So you'll be the last one before this round of assignments ends. Is that okay? Yisha, no problem. Charlie, if you want to quit, you can leave at any time. I don't restrict anyone from leaving. Of course, you can leave after completing a round of assignments. You can't just get something and leave. That's fair. Yisha, that's fine. Why leave? Mo said disdainfully. The chief train attendant and the deputy train attendant are here. Does he still want to compete for the task? He should just stick to his thighs and get some benefits. Mo's words made the atmosphere a little awkward. Charlie forced a smile and clapped his hands. Everyone, get ready. I have already scouted around. There is no enemy. Let's go to the next area. Alex patted Yisha's shoulder. Don't worry too much. That kid has such a temper. Besides, it is said that he got the task of flight attendant. So he thinks he... Alex spread his hands and made a gesture of everyone understands. Yisha smiled, indicating that he didn't care. Yisha was thinking about how to fish in troubled waters. Now was a good opportunity. He could stay in the team first and see what happened next. Alex nodded, and then went to pack up with the others. They probably camped here last night, so some things needed to be repacked. Yisha had nothing to do, so he walked aside and thought for a while. Help me get a mask. After a while, corpse flower vines emerged from the shadow behind Yisha, and then threw a mask on the ground. The mask was made of leaves, connected by small branches, and decorated with petals on the edge. It was pretty, but not very suitable for men. Yisha was not picky, and put it on casually. No one found it strange that Yisha suddenly put on a mask. There were many strange equipment and props on the Doomsday train. Everyone just thought that the mask was Yisha's regular equipment. Not long after, everyone had almost packed up, and Charlie took out a hand-drawn sketch. Let's go in this direction. The main activity area is in this circle. Leave the outer area, but don't go too deep. Don't enter the central area. Move around at the junction. Charlie is a good leader. It can be seen that he is good at this. He formed this team not only because he is the strongest. Obviously, his leadership ability has been recognized. Charlie, if everyone has no problem, let's go. Yisha, I have a question. Mo glanced at Yisha. The newcomer has nothing to do, but he has a lot of things to do. Yisha narrowed his eyes. He didn't know why Mo didn't like him. Yisha was too lazy to care and said directly, I mean, it seems that we can't leave. While speaking, Yisha pointed to the sky. Charlie looked up and saw a huge creature floating in the sky through the shade of the trees. It had a pair of huge eyes looking at them through the shade of the trees. Fuck. Charlie cursed. Get ready to fight. It's a Kailong. Damn it. How could I run into this thing? Kailong? A mutant subdragon species. The peak of the 5-star king. Although Charlie's goal was to hunt, get some benefits, and wait for the Doomsday train to start again. The Kailong was definitely not Charlie's hunting target. This thing was terribly strong. Although it was at the peak of the 5-star king, it had extraordinary defense capabilities, and was recognized as a difficult king-level subdragon. At the same time, the Kailong in the sky suddenly rushed down. A large area of trees was crushed by the huge body of the Kailong, and they kept falling down and hitting the ground. Disperse. Charlie immediately commanded, get out of the way first. Everyone distanced themselves from the surroundings. And at the same time, Chiron's huge body fell to the ground. With a loud bang, the ground was tortoise-shaped. Chapter 1686 Battle. By M.O. Alex. Go around the back. Charlie said loudly. Luo Chung. Grady. You go to the flanks for support. Krisha. You and I will fight head-on. After Charlie finished speaking, he thought for a moment and said to Yisha, this is your first time in battle. And I don't know what you are good at. Yisha interrupted with a smile. I will be responsible for defense. You can attack as much as possible. Bayemo sneered at the side boy. Don't brag. Although the attack power of Kailong is not very good, it is not easy to resist. Kailong is known for its extraordinary defense, but it is still only rated as a king. The biggest problem is its mobility and attack power. Kailong is really average in these two aspects. Yisha did not refute, but just smiled contemptuously. Bayemo was immediately angry. I'm talking to you. Charlie, stop arguing. Fight first. Charlie's command is still good. At least there is nothing wrong with it. Kailong's mobility is not good, and this dispersed position can attack from various positions, which is very reasonable. The next moment, when Kailong got up from the ground, Charlie immediately shouted, fight! As Charlie spoke, he drew out a knight's sword and stabbed it directly into the ground. God bless you. Pure white light appeared, and white light circles appeared under everyone's feet. Charlie not only has outstanding leadership ability, but what is unexpected is that this guy can also use the ability of team formation at the same time. The white light circle has a buff effect, and everyone's physical fitness has been improved to a certain extent. When Kailong raised his body, Bayemo took the lead. Although Yisha was unhappy with this guy's attitude, his strength was quite good. He took out a ring from a huge cloth bag and threw it towards Kailong. Mountain wheel. Bayemo shouted softly, cut! 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 With Bayemo's low shout, the metal rings kept separating, and a dense mass of them kept falling towards Kailong's back. Clang! 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 Kailong's body was extremely strong. The rings hit Kailong's back. Sparks flew, and scales were cut off from Kailong's body. Suddenly, Kailong lowered his head and leaned forward. Charlie shouted, it's a dragon car. Be careful. Everyone quickly retreated. Bayemo glanced at Yisha, boy. Didn't I say I'd defend you? Now it's your turn. Bayemo. Charlie glared at Bayemo. It's a battle time now. Do you have to make trouble? It's okay. Yisha, as agreed. I'll take care of the defense. Yisha threw his backpack on the ground, and stacks of A4 papers kept falling out. Bayemo snorted, paper? Are you kidding? Yisha, you'll know if I'm kidding or not. Yisha's mind moved, and countless A4 papers flew forward. At the same time, the armored dragon had already started charging forward. The so-called dragon car is a collision, which is a trick that almost all sub-dragon species can use. But the power is different, mainly due to the size. Seeing Kailong rushing like a bulldozer, Alex slapped his head and said, it's over. The reason why Alex said this was because Yisha had no intention of dodging and directly faced Kailong head-on. Kailong's speed was not fast, so the best way to face the collision was to dodge. But at this moment, Yisha seemed to be provoked by Bayemo and lost his composure. He actually planned to defend hard. But at this moment, Yisha waved his hand fiercely, and those A4 papers suddenly flew up, overlapping continuously, forming a paper wall in front of Yisha. Bang! Kailong hit the paper wall, just like hitting a steel wall. After a loud metal collision, a large part of the paper wall sank. However, Kailong was blocked. Everyone's eyes lit up. Kailong's dragon car was not easy to resist. Although this guy was not fast, his body was heavy, and the power of the dragon car could not be underestimated. Yisha smiled. What are you waiting for? Charlie immediately came to his senses and shouted, go! Go! Attack quickly! Charlie said, as he raised his knight's sword. Light-forged armor. A piece of armor made of condensed light appeared on Charlie's body. And then Charlie rushed forward first. Everyone surrounded the armored dragon and continued to attack. Under the continuous impact, the armored dragon continued to roar. And suddenly, the steel tail swept out to the side. Yisha immediately stretched out his hand to the front. and countless A4 papers flew up and wrapped around the tail of the armored dragon. Then Yisha changed the texture of those pieces of paper, making them extremely heavy, and the tail immediately smashed to the ground. Good, Charlie praised, then jumped directly onto the back of Kai Long, raised his sword and stabbed it hard, but with a clang. The knight's sword in Charlie's hand was directly bounced away. Damn it, Charlie cursed. This guy is so hard. Neck, Yisha shouted. There is a circle of armor behind the guy's neck, which is used for protection. Charlie looked at Yisha in confusion. But accidentally, he was thrown down by Kai Long. Yisha quickly threw the paper out. And this time, the paper became extremely flexible and quickly wrapped around Kai Long's body, preventing Kai Long from trampling on Charlie. Yisha, because that is the weak point. We need armor. So the weak point is below the armor, and we can attack directly from that position. Charlie, come on. The others cover me and Bayemo. Bayemo muttered, what if this kid is talking nonsense? Or his guess is wrong? Charlie ignored Bayemo and jumped onto the back of Kai Long again. At the same time, everyone attacked again and quickly restrained Kai Long. Bayemo had no choice but to shout, mountain wheel. Mountain pressure. In the sky, Bayemo's silver wheel radiated light, and then smashed downwards. The silver wheel was as heavy as a mountain, and fell heavily on Kai Long's body. Kai Long's huge body was actually smashed to the ground. Judgment, Charlie shouted in a low voice, raised his sword and slashed it out. The white light formed a huge cross, which hit the position Yisha said. A piece of the armor plate behind Kai Long's neck was cut off. Charlie cursed in a low voice. This guy is really strong. He even used his ultimate move. But it was only this level. However, Charlie's eyes lit up immediately, because Yisha was right. This is indeed Kai Long's only weakness. It is below the armor plate. It is the only place on Kai Long's body that is not covered with steel scales. From this position, it can effectively cause damage. Chapter 1687 Marching. Hold on. Charlie was delighted and quickly stepped on Kai Long's back and ran forward. Puff. Charlie raised his sword and stabbed it hard through the exposed flesh. Blood gushed out as Charlie stabbed in with his sword. Kai Long roared angrily, and his body kept shaking. Bang! Luo Chung was hit and flew out, breaking a big tree. Charlie gritted his teeth. Come on. I'll take care of this guy right away. Roar! At the same time, the Kai Long roared again. Its huge body straightened up, its bloody mouth opened wide, and a red light appeared in its mouth. Be careful, Christia shouted. It's high-temperature gas. This guy is going to fire a stream of fire. Just as Christia finished speaking, a strong smell of gas appeared, and then the Kai Long roared fiercely forward. Boom! The sound of the explosion sounded. A fireball exploded in the air, and a stream of fire sprayed out of the Kai Long's mouth. Yisha clasped his hands together, and the surrounding paper pieces flew over again, forming a paper wall. With a bang, the flames hit the paper wall and collapsed it. Bayemo roared, I'll do it. Charlie quickly jumped back, and the silver wheel fell from the air and hit Charlie's knight's sword. With a puff, the knight's sword completely penetrated Kai Long's neck. The flames disappeared, and Kai Long's huge body fell to the ground. Charlie wiped his sweat. It's done. I killed it. Because the knight's sword belonged to Charlie, the kill was counted on Charlie's head. But Charlie was not greedy and said directly, according to the order, Grady should get the things this round. You come to clean up the body. Wait a minute. Bayemo was dissatisfied. This armored dragon is equivalent to the harvest of 2 or 3 rounds, and it is not appropriate to distribute it in order. Charlie frowned. This is the rule we agreed on in advance. Bayemo, when you said the rules, you emphasized fairness. But now it is not fair. Charlie wanted to say something, but Grady patted Charlie on the shoulder. Calculate the price and divide it equally. Bayemo smiled. That's right. Yisha stood aside, not wanting to interrupt. In Yisha's opinion, this team will sooner or later fall apart. Bayemo is an obvious discordant factor. Yisha doesn't know why Charlie didn't kick this guy out. Maybe because he is strong enough. However, except for Bayemo, everyone is relatively harmonious. It depends on how Charlie decides. Of course, this has nothing to do with Yisha. He only needs to use this team to cover up his whereabouts, and then act according to the situation. He has no intention of participating in this quarrel. Taking away the materials obtained from Kai Long, Grady divided the gold skull coins. In fact, There were not many. 7 people. Each of them only got 10 gold skull coins. This was just a small amount of money in Yishaw's eyes. Teaming up was a good way to reduce danger and make hunting easier. For example, even if Yishaw was alone, it would take some effort to kill the Kailong. But because of the 7 people working together, it was relatively easy to kill. However, the benefits were not very high, and they could only accumulate a little. After cleaning up, Charlie waved his hand and signaled to continue moving towards the depths of the forest. Yishaw was very low-key. If others didn't talk, he wouldn't speak either. He just followed at the end of the team. As for the reason why Charlie didn't kick Bayamo out, Yishaw also knew that this guy had a life-saving trick, and it could work on everyone. So everyone was angry, but they all chose to endure it. As for Bayamo, to be honest, Yishaw felt that he was being targeted before, which was purely an illusion. He was not targeting Yishaw, but everyone. This guy's personality is arrogant, because he has already received the flight attendant mission. He thinks that he will become a flight attendant sooner or later, so he is superior to others. Moreover, the team needs this guy, which naturally makes him more arrogant. Just bear with it. Charlie patted Yishaw's shoulder. Although this guy is willful, at least he didn't forcefully grab things when distributing them, so he's still abiding by the rules. Yishaw grinned and said nothing more. In 2 days, the team entered the middle circle. If Yishaw acted alone, he would have reached the central area by now. But not everyone has Yishaw's speed, and the team's main task is hunting, so it will definitely take a lot of time. Besides, Yishaw had to say that the team was really lucky. After 2 days of advancing, they encountered many fusion beasts and ancient species, but they did not encounter any apostles or the team of Compu. Compared with the fact that Yishaw encountered 3 apostles in a row upon landing, this was really a great luck. Yishaw was lucky and saved a lot of trouble. There's a big one. At this time, Krizia ran back from the front. We found a fusion beast ahead. It's not ordinary, Charlie immediately said. Prepare for battle. About 300 meters ahead, everyone hid behind a tree. Not far away was a fusion beast. That fusion beast was obviously unusual. The fusion beast looked like a giant spider. Its 8 legs were made of the arms of the corpse. Its body was connected to the upper body of the corpse. On the back was a cut head. Only the face was left. There were about 20 or 30 human faces. At the same time, this fusion beast was very huge. About 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, which was larger than the previous fusion beasts. Yishaw pondered in his mind. The closer to the central area, the more fusion beasts appeared. And at the same time, the stronger those fusion beasts were. It seems that the previous speculation was correct. Yishaw murmured, what Apostle Noah is looking for is in the central area. So the closer you get, the tighter and stronger the defense circle of the fusion beasts will be. Hey! At this time, Bayamo suddenly rushed to Yishaw. Boy, this is your killing order, right? I want to change with you. I want to kill this guy. Charlie was angry. Bayamo. What do you mean? Bayamo, I'm not stealing his. I'm just changing the order. Grady, Bayamo. Don't go too far. Everyone can see that this fusion beast is stronger than the previous one. Killing it can get a better reward when you return to the Doomsday train to exchange for rewards. But the rules have been set. This is Yez's luck. Why do you want to steal it? Bayamo, didn't I give him my order? Maybe I'll meet a stronger one later. Anyway, I'm going to change the order. Otherwise I won't do it this time. Charlie gritted his teeth. Everyone really didn't expect that Bayamo would do this at the critical moment. Yishaw waved his hand indifferently. You want to change the order, right? Okay. This kill is yours. Bayamo smiled happily. Look. He himself has no objection. Why are you meddling in his business? Chapter 1688 Virgo and the Deputy Train Conductor. Charlie gritted his teeth. So can we prepare to fight now? Okay. Bayamo, I'll attract this guy and make more contributions. That's all. So you don't think I'm just taking benefits and not working? Watching Bayamo walk away, Charlie said to Yishaw, I'm sorry for putting you in such a difficult position. Yishaw, it doesn't matter. Yishaw really doesn't care. An elephant wouldn't mind stepping on an ant to death. And similarly, an elephant wouldn't mind an ant hitting itself. The two were not at the same level at all. So there was no need to get angry. If Bayamo wanted to jump around, let him jump around. Charlie didn't say much. watching Bayamo approach the fusion beast, and whispered, "All ready. Bayamo attacks. We will attack." The fusion beast was floating in the air, and suddenly, Bayamo rushed out from behind, throwing the mountain wheel in his hand again, and smashed it hard on the back of the fusion beast. The mountain wheel in Bayamo's hand was really not an ordinary item. The weapons in the treasure list were quite fierce. With a strong smash, the fusion beast was knocked to the ground. The next moment, Charlie waved his hand fiercely, and everyone jumped up, taking advantage of the moment when the fusion beast attacked Bayamo, and suddenly attacked. Yisha took the lead, and countless A4 papers flew forward, constantly passing around the body of the fusion beast. Puff, puff, puff. As the A4 papers passed, cracks appeared on the body of the fusion beast. Yisha thought about it. This fusion beast is much stronger than the ones he encountered before, but not as strong as he imagined. Even not as strong as the previous armored dragon. Charlie and his friends should be able to deal with it. Yisha immediately started to work without putting in any effort. Yisha's purpose in joining this team was to save himself trouble. Since others could handle it, let them do the work. After about a quarter of an hour, the body of the fusion beast was covered with wounds. Bayamo laughed loudly. "Let me do it." The fusion beast was already lingering on. Bayamo threw the mountain wheel fiercely. After the mountain wheel flew into the air, it continued to grow larger and larger, and then fell fiercely downwards. Boom! The surrounding trees broke, as if a piece of the forest had been dug out. Then, the mountain wheel pressed on the fusion beast, crushing it into meat paste. Bayamo obviously got a mysterious hint and got something, and walked quickly towards the body of the fusion beast. Charlie breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "Rest where you are. If I were you, I would leave." Yisha came to Charlie's side and lowered his voice. "Run. The farther the better." Charlie looked at Yisha strangely, and then Charlie found a layer of goose bumps on his arms. Yisha feels very different. Charlie feels like Yisha has completely changed. Just standing next to Yisha, Charlie feels a strong sense of oppression. Yisha turned to look at Charlie. "If you don't leave now, you may not be able to leave." Suddenly, a hurricane blew across the sky, and the surrounding treetops kept shaking, making a rustling sound, and countless leaves kept falling downwards. I thought it would be a big fish if it made such a big noise. In the sky, Euphengewin suddenly fell down, stepped on the ground, and stretched. I didn't expect it was just a few small fish. "Virgo, here it comes!" Bayamo sneered. "Where did you come from? Little girl, get out of here." While Bayamo was speaking, he stretched out his hand and waved forward, and then the mountain wheel spun and blasted towards Euphengewin. Euphengewin curled his lips and smiled a little teasingly. The next moment, the wind suddenly rose. The flying mountain wheel collided with the wind, shaking constantly, making a sound, and then was blown away by the wind, hitting a big tree not far away, directly cutting off the trunk. Before Bayamo could react, he flew backwards, screamed, and fell to the ground, his body covered with wounds and blood. Charlie finally understood what Yisha meant and immediately shouted, "Retreat! Euphengewin, although they are just a few small fish. Since we have encountered them, we can't let you go. Right?" As Euphengewin spoke, he stretched out his hand and waved forward. A wind blade suddenly appeared and flew forward, becoming larger and larger as it flew. Boom! 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 The wind blade swept past, and the trees were cut off and fell to the ground. "Be careful," Charlie shouted, and rushed towards Krizia, knocking her to the ground. And then, the wind blade swept directly over the heads of the two. Yisha dodged and hid behind a big tree, waving at Charlie. Charlie immediately pulled Krizia up and hid behind a tree on the other side. Grady jumped into a bush, and Luo Chung hid under a slope. "Can't run away." The wind blade was extremely fast, much faster than their running speed. They couldn't run away at all. They couldn't even dodge the opponent's attack. So how could they dodge the pursuit? Yisha leaned against the tree and slapped his forehead. How did he run into this woman? Attack? Don't attack? Yisha is not afraid of Virgo. Charlie and others can be of some use. He can try to kill Virgo. Yisha also needs the corpse of the constellation monster. But this is exposed too quickly. Yisha licked his lips. At least we have to find the traces of Noah's apostles before we reveal them. They are well hidden. At this time, Euphengewin walked forward, looked around, and suddenly laughed. Yu Fengyuan raised his hand. Wind pressure cannon. Yu Fengyuan suddenly made a move. And then a big tree on the side collapsed. And a part of the trunk was directly smashed. It seems that I guessed wrong. Yu Fengyuan smiled and turned his palm to the other side. Then, what about here? Charlie's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The direction that Yu Fengyuan's palm was pointing at was exactly his direction. Yu Fengyuan sneered, "You scum. If you don't come out immediately, I guarantee that you won't even have a bone left." A wind flow condensed in front of Yu Fengyuan's palm again, and it continued to compress and condense to form a wind pressure cannon. But at this moment, "Scum?" Suddenly someone snorted coldly, and then a disdainful voice sounded, "Do you think you are not?" Yisha's eyes suddenly lit up and raised his head. "This is Dongfang Yu's voice." Yisha turned his body to the side and carefully exposed his head. He first saw Yu Fengyuan, who suddenly turned around, and then saw Dongfang Yu walking towards him with his hands in his trouser pockets. The scorching sun shone through the shade of the trees and fell on the ground, and wisps of white smoke continued to rise from the ground. Behind Dongfang Yu, the light was bright. Chapter 1689 Fierce Battle. Dongfang Yu raised his hand forward, and a ball of light floated in his palm, like a small sun. Hot. Extremely hot. The temperature around him kept rising, as if he had suddenly arrived in the hottest days of summer. The fallen leaves on the ground even began to slowly curl up and turned yellow. "Dongfang Yu, are you going to commit suicide and die a quick death? Or do you want me to blow you to pieces?" "Ah!" Yu Fengyuan's face was solemn, and he suddenly opened his mouth and roared. "Sonic attack!" Dongfang Yu frowned and attacked fiercely. The sunlight around him suddenly became intense, and the surrounding trees were swept by the sunlight and broken. Yu Fengyuan spit out blood, and the whole person was blown away. Suddenly, with two puffs, the clothes on Yu Fengyuan's back were torn, and a pair of wings suddenly stretched out. At the same time, Yu Fengyuan's skin began to turn gray. Virgo state. Yu Fengyuan entered the Virgo state, flapping its wings continuously, and the wind blades flew forward continuously. Dongfang Yu disdainfully said, "I have always heard that the constellation monsters are very impressive, but they are just like this." Dongfang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his figure like a ghost. Although he did not move at all, his body kept moving to avoid the wind blades flying towards him. Boom! 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 The wind blades hit the ground continuously, and the ground kept making loud noises, raising dust and cutting through the surrounding trees, which collapsed with a loud bang. In just a blink of an eye, the surroundings were in a mess. "Ah!" Virgo screamed again and flew into the air. Dongfang Yu snorted coldly. "Who allowed you to run away?" Dongfang Yu stretched out his hand and pressed it towards the sky. The little sun in his hand flew into the air, and then a lot of light spread around. Virgo kept screaming, and white smoke kept pouring out of his body. Dongfang Yu shouted again, "Come down!" Bang! Virgo's body, as if being pulled by an invisible force, fell from the air and hit the ground. Dongfang Yu walked towards Virgo. Disdainfully, "You made yourself look like a ghost, but you only have this little ability. What are you trying to do? I feel sorry for you." Virgo whistled again, turned over from the ground, stretched out his legs and kicked towards Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu stretched out his hand, grabbed Virgo's ankle, and threw Virgo out directly, hitting a big tree. Yisha had been observing the battle situation. As the two sides moved away, Yisha immediately waved his hand in Charlie's direction. Charlie nodded, understanding what Yisha meant, crawled backwards, called everyone, and quickly fled. Yisha crouched down, but moved to the side. A Virgo alone was not worth Yisha's exposure. But if a Virgo plus Dongfang Yu, it would be another matter. At the same time, the battle between Virgo and Dongfang Yu became more and more intense. Second form. Virgo rushed into the air, roaring wildly, surrounded by smoke, and the wings behind him suddenly split into 6 wings, extremely huge. At the same time, a crack appeared in Virgo's chest, and a blue gem grew out of the crack, shining brightly. "Die!" Virgo screamed and flapped his wings again. For a moment, a strong wind blew. A hurricane swept through the forest, and the surrounding trees kept falling down. All the trees within a radius of 100 meters were broken by Virgo's blow. Dongfang Yu's expression also became slightly more serious. He didn't take Virgo's first form seriously at all, but the second form made Dongfang Yu more cautious. But Fan Yu shouted, "Garbage is always garbage. I will kill you." Virgo flapped its wings, and the strong wind swept over again. Fan shouted softly and jumped forward. In Fan Yu's left hand, a small crescent moon suddenly floated in Fan Yu's palm. The next moment, the moonlight was cold. The sun and the moon were in the sky. The bright moonlight fell from the sky and sprinkled on the ground. The ground kept making crackling sounds, and countless frosts quickly covered the ground. The moonlight seemed to have substance, blocking the hurricane in front of it, and actually pushed the hurricane back. Fan Yu roared, "Scorching sun!" A ray of sunlight fell from the sky and landed on Virgo. Virgo screamed and fell from the sky to the ground. The extra charred black on his body seemed to have been burned, and his body was covered with blood and flesh. Virgo screamed in grief and got up from the ground. Fan Yu snorted coldly, "You dare to get up!" The meteorite. Fan Yu stretched out his hand and pressed forward. And then, there was a boom sound in the sky. And then one by one, fireballs fell from the sky and kept hitting the ground. Boom! Boom! The trees around were broken. The ground was charred. Black smoke billowed up, and the flames kept flowing along the trees. In the blink of an eye, the flames were surging all around. The ground was smashed into huge pits, at least 4 or 5 meters deep, and there were at least a dozen such pits. "Rubbish," Fan Yu said with contempt, although he had not received any hint from the mysterious voice. Fan Yu firmly believed that Virgo would never be able to withstand this blow and remain unscathed. But at this moment, a sharp whistle sounded again. Countless mud fragments splashed out from a huge pit, and Virgo walked out little by little. Virgo's form changed again. The body didn't change much, but with the blue gem on the chest as the center. Countless blue veins appeared on Virgo's body, extending from the chest, densely crawling all over the body like earthworms. Even Virgo's face was covered with those blue veins, which looked extremely hideous. The injuries on Virgo's body were recovering rapidly. The burnt flesh and blood slowly peeled off, and new flesh and blood continued to grow. "I underestimated you." Fan Yu opened his eyes wide, obviously surprised that Virgo took his blow, but soon regained his composure and opened his hands. "Take my blow again." The sun and the moon shined together. In the sky, the floating sun and the moon shook violently at the same time. The next moment, the scorching sun and the cold moonlight fell from the sky at the same time. One cold and one hot. The two rays of light merged into one, forming a beam of light downwards, and fiercely bombarded Virgo. Yisha pulled at his clothes, feeling the air around him was hot and cold, making him extremely uncomfortable. He looked out again, and Yisha stretched out his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, revealing a fierce look. "My chance is coming soon." Chapter 1690, Injury for Injury. When Virgo enters the third form, which is the final form, it means that Virgo is risking his life and will go all out. As for the strength of the constellation monster, Yisha believes that he knows more than the deputy train captain. After all, they have fought many times, and Virgo is definitely not Fan Yu's opponent. However, it is definitely not an easy task for Fan Yu to take down Virgo. Boom! Boom! Fan Yu's sun and moon are very terrifying. When the light passes forward, it is extremely strange that half of the ground becomes burnt and charred, but the other half of the ground was covered with frost and snow, and falling on the trees. The feeling was even more bizarre. One side of the trunk was burning fiercely, and the flames were rolling, while the other side of the trunk was covered with ice. Seeing that the light was about to come to him, Virgo roared loudly again. Puff! 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 Virgo's body suddenly burst into countless blood holes, and blood gushed out. Use blood as a knife. The hurricanes around rolled again, and combined with the flying blood, pushed forward. Fan Yu sneered. "Will you block it?" Fan Yu didn't think that the blood wind could resist the sun and moon. But soon, Fan Yu found that Virgo had no intention of resisting at all. The blood wind had no intention of colliding with the sun and moon, and quickly rolled forward. Injury for injury. Virgo was quickly enveloped by the light, and the miserable screams continued to sound. But at this moment, the blood wind swept forward and pounced directly on Fan Yu. Fan Yu immediately understood what Virgo wanted to do. Recovery ability. Because of the transformation of their bodies, all the constellation monsters have the ability of super speed regeneration. Although Virgo may be weaker because of the human body as a carrier, it also reaches the standard of super speed regeneration. However, Dongfang, you can't do it. This is the limitation of the human body. Even the Doomsday train has very few opportunities to obtain super speed regeneration ability. Dongfang Yu is obviously at a greater disadvantage in the mutual consumption. Bang! Dongfang Yu understood this. But it was too difficult to escape the bloody wind at this time. Dongfang Yu could only raise his fist and punch forward. The bloody wind in front of him was shattered. But a denser wind flow came from behind. Dongfang Yu was like crazy, roaring loudly, and punching forward continuously. Dongfang Yu's fist was like the sun. One punch after another. Each punch was shining, dazzling, and the bloody wind in front of him was constantly shattered. However, no matter how fast the fist is, how can it be compared with the wind? Soon, the blood wind swept forward and wrapped Dongfang Yu's body. Ah! 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 Dongfang Yu raised his head and roared, appearing hysterical, bathing in the blood wind, bending his body, crawling on the ground like a beast. After a while, the blood wind dissipated, and Dongfang Yu reappeared, with wounds all over his body, and his clothes were cut into pieces of cloth. Dongfang Yu's face was covered with blood, and he was extremely ferocious. He roared to the front, "Kill you! I must kill you!" Virgo's situation was actually worse. The left half of his body was covered with a layer of frost, and he was shivering constantly there, while the right half of his body was completely burnt, with flesh and blood turned inside out, and even bones could be clearly seen. Virgo was obviously more seriously injured, but small granulations could be seen growing on his wounds. Super speed regeneration. Although Virgo was more seriously injured, super speed regeneration could obviously eliminate such disadvantages. This was also Virgo's wishful thinking, to kill Dongfang Yu. Ah! Dongfang Yu roared, leaped forward, and rushed straight to Virgo. Yisha slowly grasped the twin serrated swords, knowing that his chance was coming. How to break this situation? In fact, it is very simple to put it bluntly. Kill Virgo. Not a little bit of consumption, but an absolute heavy blow, to the extent that Virgo cannot recover in a short time even with super speed regeneration, or even a one-shot kill. Virgo's wishful thinking naturally failed. Yisha could see through this, so Yisha believed that Dongfang Yu should also be able to see through it. Next, even if Dongfang Yu risked his life, he would find a way to end this battle in a short time. In this case, he would definitely use a killing move. Such a battle may seem fierce and bloody, but to put it bluntly, it is a desperate fight. Even if the winner wins, it will be a miserable victory. And this is Yisha's chance. Yisha took cover of the fallen trees and quickly went around to the front. But when he went around a big tree, he was suddenly stunned. By Mo! This guy is actually behind the tree, leaning against the tree and struggling to survive. Bayamo seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and shouted to Yisha, "Save me!" Yisha lowered his voice and said angrily, "Shut up." At the critical moment, why did this guy come out to make trouble? If Virgo and Dongfang Yu found him, his whole plan would be completely disrupted. Save me! However, Bayamo didn't care about that. He shouted to Yisha again and even dragged his body to crawl towards Yisha. Yisha's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he suddenly dodged. Ghost step. Yisha suddenly appeared in front of Bayamo, raised the twin serrated swords, and stabbed them hard. Puff! The twin serrated swords fell and pierced through Bayamo's body directly. Bayamo raised his head and stared at Yisha. Yisha said in a low voice, "You were rude before, so I was too lazy to argue with you. But if you want to ruin my good deeds, don't blame me for being ruthless." Bayamo moved his Adam's apple, felt his vitality was constantly fading, and suddenly gritted his teeth and growled at Yisha, "I will drag you to be buried with me even if I die." As Bayamo spoke, the mountain wheel that had fallen to the side flew towards Yisha. But, the next moment, Yisha raised his hand violently, grabbed the mountain wheel forcefully, and pressed it hard to the ground. The mountain wheel kept trembling, but it couldn't escape from Yisha's palm. Bayamo was horrified. You have a crew mission, and you are very proud of being a crew member, right? Yisha raised the twin serrated swords. Let me tell you a secret. I am Yisha, the crew chief of the Doomsday train. Puff! The sword fell, and Bayamo's head rolled to the side. You killed. A mysterious voice sounded, and what Yisha got from Bayamo turned out to be the mountain wheel. Yisha didn't bother to check the effect of the mountain wheel, and threw it behind him. The corpse flower vine emerged from Yisha's shadow, and quickly dragged the mountain wheel. And Yisha quickly crouched forward and looked in the direction of Virgo and Don Fanyu. But he didn't expect that just a short delay would. The situation of the battle changed suddenly. Chapter 1691 The Blue Sky Sword appears. Don Fanyu has already reached Virgo. With a bright light on his body, like a human-shaped sun, he punches forward, and the scorching sun falls, and white air rushes around. Virgo growls, and the wings behind him are like knives, waving forward fiercely. But when they collide with Don Fanyu's fist, a piece of it is immediately smashed. Don Fanyu grabs Virgo's wings, and Virgo's wings burn. Then Don Fanyu pulls fiercely, and tears a piece of wings off Virgo's body. Don Fanyu shouted, "Trash! You want to beat me? Maybe in the next life." But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Don Fanyu. Without any warning, two constellation monsters, Gemini, took a step out of the shadow. Don Fanyu seemed to feel something and turned around immediately. But it was too late. Puff! The big knife in Gemini's hand swept forward, and then blood burst out. Don Fanyu roared, and kept retreating to the back, his face extremely pale, and blood was gushing out of Don Fanyu's waist like crazy. Gemini's knife almost cut Don Fanyu's waist by 1/3. A heavy blow. Virgo sneered, picked up the wing torn off by Don Fanyu, and sent it to his back. Countless buds grew out and connected to the broken wing. Soon, the wing grew back. "You are very strong. As a human being, you are incredibly strong," Virgo said to Don Fanyu. "But, so what? Now let's see who will die." Yisha hid behind a tree and wiped his cold sweat. Fortunately, he was delayed by Bayamo and did not rush out. He almost forgot that the people of Compu were different from them. Those on the Doomsday train were randomly sent to different locations outside the Sahai. It was not surprising that Don Fanyu and Malfarian were separated. But the people of Compu came on their own. In this case, Virgo and Gemini are indeed very likely to act together. But, Yisha raised his eyebrows. This situation doesn't seem too bad. With Gemini and Virgo both here, it would be difficult for Yisha to fish in troubled waters. However, if Don Fanyu died here, it would not be a bad thing for Yisha. It is a good thing that a potential strong enemy died without him having to do anything. However, Yisha underestimated the deputy train conductor. "Ah!" Don Fanyu raised his head and roared, "You two half-humans, half-ghosts, want to kill me? Dream on." The sun and the moon shine together, along with Don Fanyu's roar. The moon and the sun in the sky once again shone with intense light, pouring down. The air was sometimes extremely hot, and sometimes extremely cold. Virgo shouted at Gemini, "Kill him!" Gemini held the knife horizontally, and the muscles on his body suddenly moved. Blood continued to flow from Gemini's body, and countless black scales appeared on Gemini's body. On the two triangular heads, the eyes emitted a blood-red light. Puff, puff, puff. Behind Gemini, a white bone tail grew out of his body, and in front of his chest, white ribs pierced through, quickly wrapping around Gemini's body to form armor. Second form. Gemini entered the second form, while Virgo rushed up to the air. "Ah!" The next moment, a scream came. Virgo actually used his body to resist the sun and moon, and then shouted at Gemini again, "Kill him!" Gemini's figure moved and suddenly disappeared from the spot. The speed was amazing. Gemini came to Don Fanyu, raised his knife, and slashed forward. Don Fanyu snorted coldly, "Do you think I only know the sun and moon in the sky? Two pieces of trash." Boom! As Don Fanyu finished speaking, the ground under his feet suddenly exploded. Supreme Great Evolution Sword Chi. Don Fanyu suddenly condensed into a sword finger and pointed at the void in front of him. Then countless faint air currents suddenly appeared, turning into sword chi one after another, shooting forward. Puff, puff, puff. Before the big knife in Gemini's hand fell, there were more than a dozen blood holes on his body, and the whole person was blown back. "Hey, my most powerful skill." Don Fanyu's face was ferocious. "Actually, it's using a sword." Don Fanyu stretched out his hand to the side and pressed his palm. 9 skies and blue underworld. Suddenly, a circle of purple smoke appeared on the ground, rotating continuously, and then a purple-black ancient oriental sword rotated continuously, emitting bursts of sword sounds, and rose from the vortex. Don Fanyu grabbed the sword and shouted, "Nine Heaven's Sword." Don Fanyu grabbed the sword and slashed it towards the sky. Then the sword rang in the sky, and a purple-black sword energy suddenly fell from the sky. Puff! Virgo screamed miserably. His body was pierced by the sword energy, and he fell straight from the sky and hit the ground hard. Cough! Cough! Virgo coughed violently, and blood kept spurting out of his mouth. But at this moment, Gemini's figure flashed, and suddenly appeared behind Dongfang, swinging his sword and slashing down. Dang! A crisp sound of clashes rang out. Dongfang suddenly turned around and raised his sword to block Gemini's sword. But Dongfang's expression also twisted at this moment. Gemini's power was extremely terrifying. Even Dongfang had to exert all his strength to block Gemini's attack. However, the sudden force caused the wound on Dongfang's waist to move. The severe pain made Dongfang's body tremble slightly. Dragon-shaped sword energy. Dongfang's left hand pointed forward, and a sword sounded, which immediately turned into a dragon's roar. A golden dragon-shaped sword energy spurted out from Dongfang's fingertips, hitting Gemini's chest and pushing Gemini out. About 5 or 6 meters away, Gemini stabilized his body, looked at the blood hole on his chest, but didn't care at all, and strode towards Dongfang again. Qingming sword out. The 9 heavens Qingming illusionary light in Dongfang's hand turned into a virtual lightsaber and flew forward. Seeing Gemini raise his sword to cut, the lightsaber cleverly made a small arc, bypassed Gemini's body, and then stabbed Gemini's back. Puff! The 9 heavens Qingming stabbed from behind Gemini, and penetrated the heart with one blow. This was obviously a fatal blow, and Dongfang was indeed aiming for the vitals. However, in the next moment, Gemini suddenly reached out, pulled out Jiuxiu Qingming, and threw it on the ground casually. He didn't look like he had received a fatal blow at all, and it could even be said that he didn't feel any damage at all. Chapter 1692. Both sides suffer. Yi Sha hid in the distance, watching Gemini walk towards Dongfang again, and was a little frightened. Constellation monsters are not zombies. Strictly speaking, they are a new type of life species, and the heart is also the vital point of constellation monsters. Gemini's complete disregard for it makes people feel a little frightened. However, looking at Gemini's limbs, Yi Sha felt that he roughly understood what was going on. Gemini has integrated a certain amount of mechanical skills, and his limbs are all mechanical, and his elbows and knees are all gears. So there are probably mechanical parts in his body. So maybe the heart is really not the vital point. On the other side, Dongfang's face turned ugly, and then he stretched out his hand and clenched it, and Jiuxiu Qingming flew back and fell into Dongfang's palm again. Supreme Dian Sword Qi. Dongfang carried the sword behind him, pointed in the direction of Gemini, and countless sword Qi appeared and flew towards Gemini. Gemini suddenly stopped, opened his arms and roared, and those flying sword Qi were shattered almost instantly. Gemini's body changed again, and the ribs covering the body, like armor, slowly turned black, like black metal. Shoulders, thighs, and something like a piece of metal tore through Gemini's flesh and blood, grew out of Gemini's body, and wrapped around Gemini's body. A crack suddenly appeared on the heads of the 2 triangles, emitting a red glow. At the same time, the toes of Gemini's feet slowly grew longer, forming a claw shape, and pierced into the ground. The third form. Clang. The sound of a knife suddenly rose. Gemini has 4 arms, so he has 4 knives, but he only used one before. And now, Gemini has drawn out the second one. The next moment, Gemini's toes pointed and his body rushed forward. Gemini's speed was still as fast as teleportation. In almost the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Dongfang, then crossed his 2 swords and slashed at Dongfang. Protect yourself, Dongfang shouted softly, and Jiuxiu Qingming flew forward, protecting Gemini and intercepting Gemini's attack. Dragon-shaped sword energy. Dongfang stretched out his hand and pointed to the front. Double dragon. A sword energy flew out from Dongfang's fingertips again, and suddenly split into 2 golden dragons, one on the left and one on the right. Approaching Gemini, the 2 swords in Gemini's hands danced, trying to cut off the 2 dragon-shaped sword energies, but the swords kept trembling and making noises, and Gemini's body was constantly pushed back little by little. But at this moment, the wind suddenly rose. A large wind hit Dongfang's back, tearing a piece of Dongfang's back, and blood was dripping. Virgo stood up again. Dongfang retreated to the side, leaning against a big tree, stretched out his hand, and Jiuxiu Qingming flew back and fell into Dong Fangyu's palm. Virgo looked at Dong Fangyu and sneered, "You are already at the end of your strength. Let's see how long you can hold on. You two remember." Dong Fangyu's face was grim. "I will settle this account with you." Virgo shouted, "Let's settle it in hell." Virgo winked. And Gemini moved, and immediately rushed towards Dong Fangyu again. Dong Fangyu's eyes flashed fiercely, and he suddenly took a deep breath. The next moment, Dong Fangyu raised his sword. The figure of Gemini suddenly appeared, as if in fear, and suddenly jumped back and backed away. Virgo's face suddenly changed, and suddenly flew into the sky. Endless killing intent. At that moment, Virgo felt that Dong Fangyu's sword had endless killing intent, which was extremely cold. It was a feeling of dying, which made Virgo feel trembling. One sword light chills the 19 states. With a light shout, Dong Fangyu slashed out with the sword. Countless sword chi madly surged out from the sword body of Jiuxiu Qingming. Like a strong wind. Like a rainstorm. The silver-white sword chi was as continuous as the sea, madly waving forward. Like a giant beast opening its bloody mouth, vowing to completely swallow up everything in the world. Boom, boom, boom. The silver-white sword chi surged forward like a wave. When the sword chi swept forward, everything was completely torn apart, and the trees collapsed and shattered, turning into a pile of wood chips scattered on the ground. The ground kept rumbling, cracking and shattering, and countless mud and dust flew into the sky, covering the sky and the earth, covering a large area. The rising dust was like a thick fog, covering the surroundings. I don't know how long it took. The dust finally gradually dispersed, and suddenly, an arm stretched out from a pile of dirt, and Virgo slowly crawled out of the pile of dirt. Ah! Ah! Virgo roared angrily. Below the waist of Virgo, it was completely cut off, leaving only the upper body. Boom! On the other side, a pile of earth made a violent explosion. Gemini slowly stood up. There was a horrible wound on his chest, which spread from the bottom of the neck to the waist. His body seemed to be cut in half. Several cables were exposed, and sparks kept coming out. At the same time, Gemini's arms were also missing too. Gemini came to Virgo and looked down at Virgo. "Let's go!" Virgo looked around, and Dong Fangyu had disappeared. Virgo could only grit his teeth. "Let's leave here first. We need to recover." Gemini didn't say anything, just picked up Virgo and left quickly. On the other side, Dong Fangyu was running madly, leaving blood on the ground. Dong Fangyu gritted his teeth. His face was hideous. Since he became the deputy conductor, he had never been so embarrassed, and he had never been forced to this point. Those two bastards. Dong Fangyu cursed. "Don't let me see you again. Next time, I will tear you into pieces." I think, at this time, a voice suddenly sounded in the forest. "You should not have a next time." Dong Fangyu stopped abruptly and looked around. "Who is it?" Dong Fangyu roared. "Don't hide your head and show your tail. Get out of here." Yisha walked out slowly from behind the tree and held the twin sawtooth swords across his body. "It's you?" Dong Fangyu sneered. "Trash. You want to kill me? Yisha, do you think you still have a chance to survive?" Dong Fangyu roared. "You are worthy of killing me. I don't bother you. You should be grateful. But you dare to appear in front of me? Die!" Accompanied by the roar, a lot of light suddenly bloomed above Dong Fangyu's head. The sun and the moon are in the sky. Chapter 1693. The Oriole is behind. Yisha looked up at the sky and laughed teasingly. "Do you still have the strength to use this trick now?" Dong Fangyu roared. "Trash. It's enough to deal with you." The light of the sun and the moon merged together, falling down like an overwhelming force, bombarding Yisha. At the same time, electric currents surged from Yisha's body, like long dragons, flying towards the sky and colliding with the light. Boom! Boom! In the sky, electric currents collided with light, making loud noises and violent collisions. For a moment, the sky seemed to be shaking. Yisha stepped on his toes and ran forward. Ghost step. Yisha came to Dong Fangyu in one step, then raised the twin serrated swords and slashed at Dong Fangyu. Clang! With a crisp sound of weapons clashing, Dong Fangyu drew out Jiuxiu Qingming and blocked the twin serrated swords. "You have killed me once. That damn monkey was your fault. Right? Twilight, I was also released by you. Right?" Yisha narrowed his eyes. "Francis was also said by you. Right?" Dong Fangyu snorted coldly. "It's me. So what?" "Yisha, I want to tell you that I don't mind you killing me. Of course. I also hope you don't mind being killed by me. Yisha raised his sword fiercely, and shook off the 9 sky blue darkness in Dongfang Yu's hand. Yisha, since the war has already started, then it's nothing more than me killing you. Or being killed by you. Dang clang. The two of them swung their swords forward at the same time. And the two swords collided, making a crisp sound again. You want to kill me? You want to be the deputy conductor? Dongfang Yu screamed, are you worthy? The two men leaped back at the same time, stabbed their swords into the ground, and stabilized their bodies. Yisha smiled, if I don't deserve it, if I don't have such ability, why are you in a hurry to kill me? The reason is very simple. Yisha raised his sword again and slashed forward. Because? Yisha said coldly, you are scared? The weapons of the two men collided again. But this time, Yisha's power was greater. Strong power. Yisha's arms suddenly swelled up, and his muscles were as sharp as granite. Then Yisha pressed down the twin serrated swords with force. Dongfang Yu's arms trembled slightly, and he continued to resist, which made the wound on his waist spurt blood again and again. And the severe pain was constantly coming. Ah! Dongfang Yu roared angrily, and suddenly punched forward, Supreme Great Evolution Sword Chi. At that moment, Dongfang Yu's momentum became extremely sharp, and the whole person was like a sharp sword out of its sheath. Countless sword chi surged forward and continued to stab Yisha. Yisha kept retreating backwards, but the sword energy was so numerous that it was frightening. After Yisha slashed several times with his sword and knocked down some of the sword energy, he found that the sword energy was unavoidable. So he simply crossed his arms and chose to resist. The next moment, the crystallized flame suddenly surged, but was easily shattered by the sword energy, becoming tattered. Dense wounds appeared on Yisha's body, and blood kept flowing down. Dongfang Yu growled, don't think that you can kill me just because I'm injured. Trash will always be trash. Yisha lowered his arms, his eyes showing determination and perseverance. Then, you try to be killed by a piece of trash. Feeling the user's determination to fight to the death. The Death Determined feature is triggered. Death Determined LV5. I'm not afraid of death. So how can I be afraid of you? Death Determined feature randomly improves ability, Dragonization. Boom. Boom. As the mysterious sound sounded, the ground under Yisha's feet continued to shatter, and countless pieces of rubble surged into the air and floated in the air. Roar! Yisha raised his head and roared. The clothes behind him tore, and a pair of green wings grew out from behind Yisha, spreading to both sides. Extremely huge, more than 10 meters long. Puff! 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 Spiral dragon horns suddenly grew on Yisha's forehead and shoulders, and then Yisha raised his hand. 2 golden metal rings emerged above the back of Yisha's hand and hung there. Dragon transformation ability is improved to Descendant of the Dragon Clan. The Descendant of the Dragon Clan ability is matched with the mythical Dragon Clan, and the target of this match is Qinglong Dragon. Fine green dragon scales kept emerging from Yisha's body, passing over his neck, crawling onto his face, and covering his chin before stopping. Come on! Yisha roared at Dongfang Yu. You die or I die. Dongfang Yu also became extremely violent, roaring hysterically, and then stretched out his hand to press forward. Boom! The sunlight in the sky exploded, becoming extremely bright. And then, as if the sky had collapsed, the light madly pressed down and fell towards Yisha. Yisha opened his mouth, revealing 2 ferocious dragon teeth on both sides of his mouth. And then a dragon roar sounded, and the wings behind Yisha spread out, rushing towards the sky, straight into the clouds. Yisha rushed into the blazing light, and then felt his body burning, and then slowly began to feel pain, as if his flesh and blood were burned, and blood continued to seep out from under the dragon's scales. Open it for me! Yisha roared, and the dragon wings behind him flapped again, and then Yisha forcibly knocked a hole in the light, and then Yisha floated in the air. Yisha looked at Dongfang Yu below with a cold gaze. Qinglong Dragon Cannon. Yisha stretched out his hand in the direction of Dongfang Yu, and the 2 metal rings floating on the back of Yisha's hand floated up and pointed in the direction of Dongfang Yu. The next moment, the 2 metal rings seemed to have endless suction, and the surrounding wind flow was sucked over in an instant and quickly condensed. Qinglong Dragon Cannon is the wind pressure cannon used by Virgo among the descendants of mythical dragons. Qinglong Dragon belongs to the dragon species that controls wind and rain. However, compared with the Virgo wind pressure cannon, The Qinglan dragon cannon is more than several times stronger. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Two huge tornadoes spewed out from the two metal rings and bombarded downwards. Even before the tornadoes fell, the trees around them had been broken and blown into the air. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, no grass grew. Dong Fangyu's face became more ferocious. He wanted to risk his life. Because, if he didn't risk his life, he would die. Dong Fangyu covered the wound on his waist, raised Jiuxiu Qingming and shouted, "Sword that breaks the sky." Dong Fangyu pointed his sword to the sky, and a purple-black light appeared on the sword of Jiuxiu Qingming, which continued to grow and became extremely huge, more than 10 meters long. Dong Fangyu roared and swung Jiuxiu Qingming vigorously. The giant sword condensed by sword energy slashed towards the sky. Chapter 1694. A sword from the sky. The purple giant sword soared up and collided with the Qinglan dragon cannon. A loud roar sounded at this moment, and the tornado and the giant sword were deadlocked in the air, pushing each other. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound appeared on the giant sword, and a crack appeared, and then Dong Fangyu's sky-breaking sword broke. The two Qinglan dragon-robed tornadoes also completely shattered at this moment, and the violent wind pushed towards the surroundings, flattening everything around. The dragon wings behind Yisha spread out, and he fell with the wind, diving downward. Dong Fangyu raised his arms to block the wind, and then he felt something, and suddenly lowered his arms. And then he saw Yisha appear in front of him. Bang! 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 Yisha grabbed Dong Fangyu's throat, and the dragon wings flapped, flying forward close to the ground. Dong Fangyu's back kept hitting the big trees, breaking them one by one. Suddenly, the dragon wings behind Yisha swung vigorously, and then Yisha took off into the air. In midair, Yisha pinched Dong Fangyu's throat. "How is it? It feels good to be killed by a piece of trash." "Right?" Dong Fangyu gritted his teeth. "I will definitely kill you. Yisha, I look forward to it." After saying that, Yisha suddenly dived downwards again. Boom! Yisha pressed Dong Fangyu's body and rushed straight to the ground. After a loud bang, the ground cracked and Dong Fangyu's whole body was embedded in the ground. Ahem! Dong Fangyu coughed lightly, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He raised Jiuxiu Qingming and swept it towards Yisha. Clang! Yisha raised his arm, and Jiuxiu Qingming hit the floating metal ring on the back of his hand, and was knocked aside. Dong Fangyu's pupils widened, and he clenched his teeth. A ray of moonlight fell from the sky, and an ice cone quickly condensed beside Dong Fangyu. Dong Fangyu grabbed the ice cone and stabbed it towards Yisha's waist. Yisha groaned, and a punch fell, smashing the ice cone that stabbed him, and then raised his other arm. Puff! Puff! A fist of bone spurs pierced out from the wrist, and then Yisha punched down fiercely. Bang! Yisha punched Dong Fangyu in the chest, and the bone spurs were sent into Dong Fangyu's chest. Dong Fangyu's eyes widened. His body suddenly raised up, and blood continued to seep out of his chest. "Yisha, it's already like this. Just die obediently." Yisha raised his hand and wanted to pull out the bone spur. But at this moment, Dong Fangyu suddenly reached out and grabbed Yisha's wrist. "Even if I have to die." Dong Fangyu suddenly laughed wildly. "I will drag you to be buried with me." Yisha sneered. Dong Fangyu was already half useless. Even if he wanted to die together, he had to have such an opportunity. Yisha thought so, and then suddenly thought of something, and looked sideways. The 9 skies blew dark, disappeared. Ha ha ha. Dong Fangyu laughed, field. 10,000 swords. In the sky, bursts of sword sound suddenly appeared, extremely harsh. Yisha looked up. A sword came from the sky. Jiuxiu Qingming flew up to the sky at some point, hovering in the air, and then came down. Suddenly, dense silver sword lights appeared in the sky, shining continuously in the air, like a galaxy connected. Dense swords. Countless swords. The Jiuxiu Qingming actually split into thousands and filled the entire sky. Day's sword. Dong Fangyu roared. Sword River Skyfall. The next moment, led by Jiuxiu Qingming, countless sword lights swooped down towards Yisha. Yisha looked at the sky and licked his lips. This joke is not funny. Boom! At the moment the words fell, the sword river fiercely slammed into the ground and Yisha. A huge noise appeared, and the rolling sand and dust even rolled back at least 100 meters. This is a sword that can kill everything. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Dong Fangyu laughed miserably. He could no longer stand up. Relying on his hands, he crawled out of the sand and dust. Looking at the sand and dust madly, I am the winner in the end. How could I lose? The dust slowly dispersed, and everything inside was vaguely visible. The ground collapsed. Everything within a radius of 200 meters where Jinha fell was annihilated, and the entire ground was completely shattered and collapsed downwards, a full 10 meters deep, forming a circle of sinkholes. The pit was full of broken paper and trees, and the rubble was rolling, which looked extremely terrifying. Indeed, it is too difficult to survive an attack of this magnitude. Yisha's voice suddenly sounded, and Dongfang Yu's voice stopped abruptly, as if someone had pinched his neck. Then, Dongfang Yu's eyes widened. He first saw a large piece of red flames gushing out from the deep pit, and slowly pushing out to the surroundings. Yisha's figure emerged in the flames, and the dragon wings behind him suddenly spread out, blowing away the flames surrounding him. Really? Yisha looked at Dongfang Yu. I was almost dead. Rizhao, large-scale defense ability. Can resist all attacks. Lasts for 15 seconds. And the interval between uses is 24 hours. Yisha once again walked on the edge of life and death, squinting his eyes and looking at Dongfang Yu. The deputy train conductor is really strong. Bang! Yisha leaped forward fiercely. The dragon wings behind him rolled up the airflow, and in an instant, he came in front of Dongfang Yu. Yisha stretched out his palm and pressed Dongfang Yu's head to the ground. But, Yisha, you can't make the next sword. Right? Yisha raised his left fist, and the bone spurs around his wrist flashed with dim light. Dongfang Yu growled, You? Puff! Dongfang Yu had just opened his mouth when Yisha's fist suddenly fell on Dongfang Yu's face. All the bone spurs pierced into Dongfang Yu's head, leaving 5 bloody holes on Dongfang Yu's head. You killed the deputy train conductor, Dongfang Yu. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward. This is a sword. You killed the deputy train conductor, Dongfang Yu. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward. Sun and moon in the sky. Titles of good and bad fortune. Collected, wind and rain in all directions. Sun and moon in the sky. A mysterious voice appeared in Yisha's ears, and Yisha slowly pulled out the bone spur, splashing a large piece of blood. Yisha looked at Dongfang Yu's body. We are even. Yisha shook his body, then turned and left. The surroundings were razed to the ground when the sword river fell. Such a big commotion would definitely attract some people. If Yisha didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, he had better leave here as soon as possible. Soon, Yisha's figure disappeared at the edge of the forest, and entered the forest again, moving forward quickly. Then, Chapter 1695 2 Deputy Train Captains. When Yisha disappeared, someone came out from the other side of the forest, walked across the broken ground, and came to Dongfang Yu's body. Malfarian. Looking at the body on the ground, Malfarian picked up his cane and tapped Dongfang Yu's body. Don't pretend. I know you have an ability called fake death. That kid has run away. The blood holes on Dongfang Yu's head healed quickly, and then Dongfang Yu suddenly opened his eyes and roared at Malfarian. You are here. You have always been here. Right? Why didn't you take action? Do you know what that kid took from me? Damn it. He took the sword. Malfarian's pupil shrank. Is this a sword? Dongfang Yu shouted. Yes. Hurry up and chase him and kill him. Malfarian stamped his feet. You are crazy. Give him all that stuff. Dongfang Yu gritted his teeth and shouted. This is the price of the ability to fake death. Do you know that when the ability to fake death is activated, the opponent will definitely get 2 random things or abilities from me, and the disguise will take effect? How do I know that he took the sword when there are so many things and abilities on me? Malfarian sighed. This is fate. No one can predict it. Dongfang Yu yelled again. Go after him. Kill him. Malfarian sighed again, then squatted down beside Dongfang Yu and looked at Dongfang Yu. Do you remember why we want to kill him? Dongfang Yu was angry. Is this the time to say such nonsense? What do you want? Do you want to let him go? Puff. Dongfang Yu suddenly widened his eyes halfway through his words, and looked at his chest in disbelief. Malfarian's cane had already pierced into his body. Malfarian, we want to kill him because he threatens us. There are only 2 positions for deputy train captains. If he wants to take the position, one of us will have to step down. Poof. Malfarian pulled out his cane, took out a handkerchief from his chest pocket, and wiped off the blood. But if you die, there will be just enough positions. Still 2. And it seems easier to kill you now. Dongfang Yu kept coughing up blood. Aren't you afraid of breaking the rules? Deputy train captains are not allowed to fight. Malfarian, you have to blame yourself. Who made your ability to fake death so powerful that you could even fool the train conductor, and even the Doomsday train, and make the Doomsday train send out mysterious prompts? In that case, who knew I killed you? Who knew I broke the rules? Dongfang Yu kept panting, his chest heaving. You wanted to kill me a long time ago. Right? That's why you studied my ability. Malfarian smiled. I really didn't. I just want to be prepared. After all, when people get old, they are more afraid of death. In order to live, of course, they have to make more preparations. Dongfang Yu's eyes turned red due to congestion, revealing a hint of madness. Dongfang Yu screamed hysterically, You will not die well. Malfarian, let's go. Malfarian spread out his palm, and a black ball of light appeared in his palm. Since we are old acquaintances, Malfarian smiled, I will let you die more comfortably. After Yisha entered the forest, he soon heard noises coming from all directions in the forest. Sure enough, the noise was so loud that it attracted many people. Yisha took a deep breath, entered the dragon state directly, concealed his breath, and rushed forward quickly. Occasionally, there were sounds of fighting around, but Yisha chose to ignore them all and just ran forward madly. About an hour later, Yisha slowly slowed down. Looking up, Yisha stretched out his palm, and some raindrops passed through the gaps between the leaves and fell into Yisha's palm. It's raining. It's not anyone's ability, but it's really raining. Yisha narrowed his eyes, and the falling rain spread to both sides, directly avoiding Yisha's body. After walking forward for a while, Yisha found a big tree. The tree was unusually thick, and several roots had emerged from the ground, crisscrossing and crisscrossing, and were 3 or 4 meters high. Under the roots, a huge tree hole was formed. Yisha got into the tree hole and sat down with his back against the tree roots. Yisha raised his head and took a long breath. Dongfang Yu was dead. For Yisha, this was undoubtedly like a big stone in his heart being put down. This is good. Yisha can feel the joy in his heart. After sitting for a while, Yisha took out a small sword. The sword is very short, about half the length of an arm. The sword body is rusty and covered with dense rust, covering the entire sword body. But the hilt is fine, and I don't know what material it is. It is blood red. This is something I took from Dongfang Yu. At the same time, this is a sword. The name of this sword is, this is a sword. This is a sword weapon? It was very strange. Apart from a strange name, this sword had no effect. Or rather, it should have an effect. But there was only a question mark. Yisha had no idea what this sword was for. With such a rusty sword, Yisha was really afraid to use it in battle. Would it break after one strike? At the same time, since there was only a question mark, he naturally didn't know what effect this sword would have if used. However, Yisha didn't really care. Even if something that Dongfang Yu could carry was bad, how bad could it be? As for the effect, Yisha guessed that he would know it when he returned to Doomsday train. In addition to this unknown sword, what made Yisha even more happy was, the sun and the moon are in the sky. The sun and the moon are in the sky, personal title, God-given title, unique. The sun and the moon are yin and yang. The sun is yang. The yin is the moon. The sun and the moon are in the sky. Yin and yang are added to the body. Sun wheel, control the sun wheel. Can control the temperature change. Drive the flame. Burn everything. Moon wheel, control the moon wheel. Can control the temperature change. Drive frost and snow. Ice thousands of miles. The effect description of sun and moon in the sky is very simple. Like 8 directions, wind and rain. The two are originally 2 of the titles in a set. However, even with such a simple description, Yisha is very clear about the power of sun and moon in the sky. Not describing the power in detail does not mean that it is not powerful. Just like when Yisha got 8 directions, wind and rain, he also felt puzzled. But the facts will prove everything. Therefore, compared to the sword that he didn't know what it was, Yisha was more happy to get sun and moon in the sky. 8 directions, wind and rain made Yisha truly possess the strength of a flight attendant. So, what can sun and moon in the sky bring to Yisha? Yisha didn't know. But the most substantial thing was that Yisha saw his rating. Extraordinary 2 stars. After getting sun and moon in the sky, Yisha broke through the extraordinary 1 star and reached the extraordinary 2-star rating. Chapter 1696 Corpses on the Ground. Yisha suddenly laughed. He really had no reason not to laugh. The extraordinary 2-star rating actually cannot fully reflect Yisha's strength, because Yisha can also use the power of the apostles. But no matter what, it is always a good thing to be able to increase the star rating. The apostle power increases Yisha's upper limit, and the star rating determines Yisha's lower limit. This makes Yisha feel very good. In fact, the current weather should be the best time for Yisha to hunt. Yisha has given up. Yisha just wants to enjoy a moment of peace and a moment of pleasure. However, the rain was not heavy. It drizzled for a while, and stopped before nightfall. But the sounds of fighting could still be heard from time to time. Obviously, the 2 previous battles attracted many people to this area. When they met, they fought. Yisha had rested enough, walked out of the tree hole, and began to prepare to move forward. Another benefit of getting the sun and the moon in the sky was that it gave Yisha more capital to compete in this mission. Moreover, Yisha felt that sun and moon in the sky seemed to be more powerful than 8 directions wind and rain. Not in terms of power, but in terms of usage restrictions. Sun and moon in the sky was not as harsh as 8 directions wind and rain. 8 directions wind and rain controlled wind and rain. And there was no problem with wind. But the problem with rain was big. It was completely useless when it was not raining, and its power was greatly weakened. Sun and moon in the sky had no such restrictions, and the sun wheel and moon wheel could be used at any time. Of course, the lack of such restrictions did not mean that there were no restrictions. During the day, the power of the sun will be stronger, and the power of the moon will be weaker. While at night, the power of the moon will be stronger, and the power of the sun will be weaker. In other words, the sun and the moon can never exert their strongest power in the sky, because day and night are always separated. Or you can understand it this way. If it is expressed in numerical values, the upper limit is 100, and the lower limit of the 8 directions wind and rain is relatively low, which may be only 50 to 60 at ordinary times. But in heavy rain weather, it can reach 100. There is no upper or lower limit for the sun and moon in the sky. The power of the sun and moon is intertwined according to the day and night, and the value is always maintained at 90. It is hard to say whether Yisha is good or bad, as each has its own strengths and weaknesses. While thinking, Yisha spread his paper wings, flew into the air to determine the direction, and then continued to move towards the center of the forest. There are no fusion beasts or ancient species, probably because of the fierce fighting in this area. They were either killed or ran away. Suddenly, Yisha stopped. In front of Yisha, there was a broken and collapsed tree, and there were traces of fighting everywhere. It seemed that there had been a fierce fight here. Yisha stepped over a broken tree and raised his eyebrows. In front of Yisha, there was a corpse. Yisha turned the corpse over, and it turned out to be Alex, a member of the team that Yisha had been in before. Yisha looked forward and soon found other corpses around. Chrysia, Granger, Luo Chung. All the members of that team are dead. No, there should be one missing. Yisha quickly walked forward, about 10 meters, and soon saw Charlie leaning against a tree, his face pale, his body already stained with blood. Yisha stepped forward, squatted down, and put his finger under Charlie's nose. Don't do that. It will make me think I'm dead. Charlie slowly opened his eyes, and then was stunned. Yisha? Yisha, well, didn't you run? Why did you run deeper? Being hunted. Charlie suddenly thought of something and immediately said, run. Run quickly. That person is still nearby. Cough. Cough. Charlie suddenly coughed violently, and large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of Charlie's mouth. Charlie's face suddenly turned red. Last breath. Charlie's current state is obviously not going to survive. Charlie gritted his teeth. Leave quickly. He can't leave anymore. A voice was heard in front of Yisha. Yisha looked up and saw a strong man walking towards him. The strong man's left hand was grayish-white, with an extremely huge palm and a red color. Alien humans? No, that's not right. There shouldn't be any alien humans here? Cleaning troops? No, that's not right either. The cleaning troops have sequelae after taking the corpse-transforming potion, so they can't be so leisurely. They will definitely choose to fight quickly. Moreover, they took the corpse-transforming potion to transform only one arm, which is too low a level of corpse-transforming. Biochemically modified people. Dragon Force. Yisha, who are you? Let me guess. Ordinary members of the Dragon Force, even the captain level, should not be able to kill them. Then, the chief of the Dragon Force? The man smiled. My name is Toretto. You seem to know our internal situation very well. Yes. Yisha, after all, I have killed many. The smile on Toretto's face suddenly withdrew and became gloomy. Yisha glanced at Charlie, who was already dead. Huh? Yisha exhaled. There are many bastards on the Doomsday train, but few good people. Yisha lowered his head and looked at Charlie. You are a good person, Yisha, so I will avenge you. Revenge? Toretto smiled grimly. Do you want to kill me? Yisha, I really want to try out the ability I just got. But a guy who is too weak. Even if I use it to test the knife, it is actually meaningless. You are very good. Since you give me face and come to me, I can let you die more comfortably. How shameless. Toretto shouted. I think you should go to hell to accompany your companions. Bang. Toretto kicked with his legs, crushing a piece of the ground, and suddenly jumped towards Yisha. The fiery hand clenched into a fist and slammed towards Yisha. Puff. Puff. The sound of the flame jumping sounded, and then a large piece of flame suddenly surged in front of Yisha, and quickly crystallized. Bang! Toretto's fist hit the crystallized flame, and smashed it into pieces with one punch. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Then his figure flashed, and he took a ghost step backwards. And then he distanced himself from Toretto. Yisha raised his head and looked at Toretto, carefully examining him. The Three Dragons squad was once a nuisance, but now it is no longer in Yisha's eyes, and it can even be said that he completely despises it. However, it is true that the Three Dragons squad is already inferior in Yisha's eyes, but Toretto's combat power is somewhat beyond Yisha's expectations, because the red flame armor is actually a very good touchstone. Chapter 1697 Battle. Only if you can break the defense of the red flame armor can you at least reach the standard of being worthy of a fight. On the contrary, if you can't even break the defense of the red flame armor, then Yisha really has no interest in fighting. The Three Dragons squad belongs to the latter, but Toretto should be a special case. You are quite good at talking big. Toretto looked at Yisha again and sneered. But can you only run when fighting? Toretto raised his hand violently, and a crack appeared in the center of his palm. And then the ink-colored venom suddenly spurted out. The crystallized flame appeared again, and the poison was sprinkled on the crystallized flame, immediately making a sizzle sound, dissolving the crystallized flame. Yisha took a step to the side, avoiding the poison, and then spread his hands. Yisha, since you want to fight head-on, then I will satisfy you. The next moment, the moonlight is cold. Yisha raised his left hand, and a crescent moon the size of a fist appeared in Yisha's palm, and then a large piece of light spread out to the surroundings, illuminating all directions. For a moment, the dark night suddenly became hazy. Toretto snorted coldly, inexplicable. Facing the moonlight, Toretto planned to jump forward again, but at this moment, Toretto suddenly found that he could not move. Looking down, crack, crack, Toretto found that a large amount of solid ice appeared under his feet at some point, and was spreading upward along his soles. In almost the blink of an eye, it crawled over his calves, then climbed up his thighs, and continued to move upwards, freezing his lower body. Then, Yisha stretched out his hand, and sent the moon in his hand into the air. The large piece of moonlight spread forward and quickly enveloped Toretto. Cold. Extremely cold. Extremely cold. Toretto's body trembled involuntarily, feeling the temperature around him constantly dropping. A layer of frost appeared on Toretto's hair and eyebrows. Toretto gritted his teeth. What did you do? Yisha smiled. As you can see, I am killing you. Toretto's face changed, and he suddenly roared, opening his arms to both sides. Crack, crack. Toretto shattered the ice covering his body, and then moved his legs vigorously, but found that his legs had been frozen into icicles. He gritted his teeth and sprayed venom on his legs. Ah! 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 Toretto roared in pain, but the venom quickly corroded the ice that bound Toretto's legs, pulling his legs out of the ice. Toretto roared. His eyes flashed with ferocity, and rushed towards Yisha. Yisha stretched out his hand. Cold wave. A ray of moonlight fell from the sky, and in the moonlight, a large cold wave appeared, sweeping forward. Countless hail wrapped in the cold wave, heading towards Toretto. and the hail kept hitting Toretto's body, making a bang, bang sound. Yisha also spread out his right hand. If you feel very cold, let me help you warm up. When Yisha opened his right hand, daylight fell. A large incandescent light spread out in all directions. The dark night was dispelled, and the sun illuminated the surroundings. A small sun appeared in Yisha's palm, floating in the air, and the temperature around him suddenly rose at this moment. Hiss! Hiss! The fallen leaves on the ground turned yellow, slowly rolled up, and emitted a wisp of white smoke. The sun and the moon were in the sky. Toretto felt like he was going crazy. The temperature around him suddenly rose, and he should feel happy. However, at the moment, Toretto's skin seemed to be half burnt, and his skin kept rolling outwards, while his body was still extremely cold. So cold that it made people shiver. Toretto felt as if his body was being torn apart by the alternation of cold and heat. Yisha looked at the corpses around him. They have all reached the level of the king. It seems a bit difficult to kill them all with your level. Show us all your skills. Toretto gritted his teeth and suddenly raised his intact arm. Then Toretto's palm suddenly fell off, revealing the black barrel of the gun. Yisha, mechanical transformation? Boom! The gun barrel suddenly fired, and a miniature missile suddenly fired out, landing in front of Yisha, making a loud roar, and the flames rolled up. Toretto said fiercely, "Go to hell." However, at this moment, the small moon in the sky shone again and fell downwards, and the flames that rose to the sky were actually pressed down by the moonlight. Yisha walked out of the flames. "Are you from the Tianlong team? Or the Menglong team? Forget it. We are all dead anyway. There is no difference." Yisha raised his hand, and Toretto felt the light in the sky become stronger. He raised his head and roared. When he opened his mouth, 2 metal balls were spit out by Toretto. Bang! Bang! The 2 metal balls fell to the ground and rolled, suddenly exploded, and then white smoke and light burst out. A harsh sound rang out, and Yisha's facial features twisted suddenly, and he felt dizzy and his ears kept ringing. Stun bomb. Yisha covered his head and retreated to the back. Toretto roared, rushed towards Yisha, took out a short stick from his back, pulled it to both sides, turned it into a long stick, rushed to Yisha, and smashed it hard at Yisha. Bang! Yisha stretched out his hand to block the long stick. But at this moment, electricity surged. Toretto pressed the switch behind the stick, and the current rushed out from the inside of the stick and rushed towards Yisha. Toretto said fiercely, "This thing can even electrocute an elephant." "Really?" Yisha punched Toretto in the face. "Then I really have to thank you for the nutritional supplements." Toretto was hit back and looked at the stick in his hand in amazement. "Impossible." Yisha sneered, "Give it back to you." Sizzle! Yisha punched forward, and then the sound of electric current surge sounded, hitting Toretto's chest hard, and Toretto was blown away. Yisha shouted, "Die!" As soon as Yisha finished speaking, the moonlight fell on Toretto's body, and the frost appeared again, climbing along Toretto's body and freezing Toretto's body. In the blink of an eye, Toretto's body was sealed in the ice like an ice sculpture. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Toretto roared loudly, banging his head against the ground, struggling violently. At the moment, only his head was exposed outside the ice. Suddenly, white smoke suddenly emerged from the ice and began to melt. Through the ice, Toretto's red palm could be seen emitting light. Chapter 1698 A Tower. So the arm of the Fire King was transplanted. Yisha came to Toretto's side and raised the twin serrated swords. "No wonder you can kill them." Puff! Yisha raised the twin serrated swords and stabbed Toretto's head. "Unfortunately, I won't give you the chance to use that arm." Blood splattered, and the twin serrated swords directly pierced Toretto's head. "You killed." A mysterious voice sounded, announcing Toretto's death. The sun and the moon in the sky disappeared. After Yisha broke the ice, he looked at Toretto's arm. Originally, only the palm of the arm was red. But now, the whole arm has turned red, and countless pores have appeared on the arm, emitting white smoke. Yisha smiled. "Comp Company is really willing to do this." The Fire King, an extraordinary ancient species, hides in volcanoes and can eject magma. With this arm, Toretto can indeed kill Charlie and his group. However, Toretto only has one arm, and the biological structure is incomplete and obviously defective. It takes time to eject magma, and the pores of the catalytic arm must open. Puff! Yisha swung his sword and directly cut off the entire arm. This was already Yisha's trophy. Behind Yisha, the corpse flower vine emerged from Yisha's shadow, quickly wrapped around the arm, and then returned to Yisha's shadow. Yisha came to Charlie's body, closed Charlie's eyes, sighed, and quickly continued to walk into the depths of the forest. Donfanyu was dead, and a potential big trouble was solved. Now Yisha felt that he should think about how to complete the task. That pocket watch belongs to the conductor. If anyone says he is not tempted, he must be lying. While thinking, Yisha continued to move forward. After dawn, he should be able to reach the center of the forest. At that time, the most intense battle will begin. Just at this time, Yisha suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. Yisha quickly threw out a handful of A4 paper, forming paper wings behind him. And then Yisha flew into the air, quickly climbed up a big tree, stood on the top of the treetop, and looked into the distance. The roaring sound was far away, but it was particularly clear. Yisha raised his hand and looked into the distance. In the central area of the forest, near the center point, the roar came from there. And at the same time, the trees there were shaking violently, and you could clearly see them trembling constantly. The next moment, a large area of trees suddenly collapsed, constantly hitting the ground, making a roaring sound. Then, Yisha's face showed astonishment. In the central area of the forest, a cylindrical giant tower suddenly appeared, rising from the ground, surpassing all the trees, and a large part of it was exposed above. Something is strange. The tower was obviously unusual. Yisha even saw some words around the cylindrical tower, words on the relics of ancient civilizations. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky parted, and a huge claw emerged from the clouds and grabbed the cylindrical tower. But before it touched the cylindrical tower, the claw seemed to encounter an invisible force, constantly pressing down and being pushed back. A cry suddenly sounded, and the claw suddenly retracted into the clouds. "Conductor," Yisha murmured. The giant beast hidden in the sky should belong to the conductor. The conductor attacked, and failed. What surprised Yisha even more was that the conductor only attacked once, and gave up after failing to attack. Yisha pondered for a moment, and felt that there was something strange about the tower. It was very likely that the mission this time would fall on this tower. The paper wings behind Yisha opened, and he immediately flew towards the cylindrical tower. Yisha was very fast. He didn't need to fly before because even if he arrived at the central area, there was no target. It would be better to save some energy and walk slowly. But now it was different. Yisha used the wind and rain from all directions to drive the wind around him, and flew madly towards the cylindrical tower at a fast speed. In about half an hour, Yisha arrived at the periphery of the cylindrical tower, then fell from the air and moved forward. Soon, Yisha arrived in front of the cylindrical tower. Everything around the cylindrical tower had been completely destroyed. The trees were flattened, and a huge deep pit appeared with the cylindrical tower as the center. With a terrifying diameter of 100 meters, and about 7 or 8 meters deep. At the edge of the deep pit, Yisha found that there were actually quite a few people, including people on the Doomsday train, walking apostles, and armed personnel from Comp Corporation, who were fully armed and waiting in formation. Yisha narrowed his eyes, and felt a little strange. There must be a lot of people from the three parties nearby. They all rushed over the moment the cylindrical tower appeared, so it was not surprising that there were people. However, it was quite strange that no one went to the cylindrical tower. They were all around the deep pit, and had no intention of taking action. Yisha glanced into the deep pit, and found 7 or 8 bodies. Yisha murmured, "Are they restraining each other?" Yisha tilted his head, and felt something was wrong. Let's not talk about the people on the Doomsday train and the apostles for now, because it would be a fierce battle. But on the Compu side, Virgo and Gemini did not appear. The Dragon Warriors and the Raptor Warriors stood in formation, with the largest number, and on the surface, they seemed to be in an orderly manner and seemed to be the strongest. But in fact, it should be the easiest to kill the people of Compu. Those people of Compu can't really be called a restraint. At this time, Yiyu's voice suddenly rang in Yisha's head. "I see you." Yisha looked around. He was alone in the corner, and there was no one around. "What's wrong with this voice?" "Don't look. It's far away from you. It's opposite the deep pit." Yiyu's voice rang again. "It's mental power transmission. A new ability I just learned recently." Yisha looked up and saw Yiyu, and Fei Long standing on the other side of the pit. Yi Sha took several steps in a row, bypassed the pit, and came to Yi Yu's side. Yi Sha, what's going on? Yi Yu, why are you standing here? Yi Sha, what else? Yi Yu, because it's hard to enter the tower, and only one person has entered so far. Yi Sha, who? Yi Yu, Malfarian. Deputy train conductor? Yi Sha licked his lips. Why is it so difficult to enter? Yi Yu shook her head. It's hard to say. If someone approaches, the tower will attack. But the attack method is different each time. Just now, it used mental power to attack and drove two people crazy. Yi Sha pondered for a moment. Then, I'll try it. Chapter 1699, Forward. Yi Sha hoped that someone could go to the cylindrical tower to test the waters, so that he could see what Yi Yu's so-called attack was all about. However, looking around, it seemed that no one was going to go up. After all, there were still corpses piled up in the deep pit. Being the first person to eat crabs may not be a good thing, because they may be crushed to death by crabs. In this case, Yi Sha planned to come by himself. But at this moment, boom, boom, in front of the cylindrical tower, a roar suddenly sounded, and then the ground cracked, and a huge crack appeared, and a giant stood up from the ground. Yi Sha's eyes lit up. Giant God Soldier, the son of God Noi. Yi Sha looked around carefully, but did not see Noi. The giant God Soldier appeared and strode towards the cylindrical tower. There were some cheers from the apostle walking, obviously thinking that the Son of God would definitely be able to enter the cylindrical tower. At the same time, on the third floor of the cylindrical tower, a yellow-brown light surged. And then, there was a boom. Boom sound from the ground. Then, because of the appearance of the giant God Soldier, the broken ground and the surrounding stones quickly turned over. Those stones quickly pieced together to form a stone giant, and strode towards the giant God Soldier. Bang! The giant God Soldier and the stone giant attacked at the same time, and their fists on both sides hit each other, and the ground suddenly trembled violently. A fist-to-fist fight. The fight between the stone giant and the giant god was really fierce. Punch after punch, showing great brutality. The stone giant fell, and the sand on the ground splashed. The giant god fell, and the ground was full of cracks. For a while, the two sides were fighting hard. Yi Sha frowned. He had fought with the giant god before, although the giant god's blue sword was destroyed by Yi Sha. The giant god was not weak. He could fight to a draw. This cylindrical tower really has some tricks. However, Noi should still be able to enter the cylindrical tower, because Noi's alien creatures are more than just the giant god soldier. Suddenly, 3 corpse flower vines suddenly sprang out from the cracks in the ground and rushed towards the stone giant. When the stone giant was about to hit the giant god soldier, they suddenly attacked and tied up the stone giant tightly. The giant god soldier roared angrily and punched forward with a huge fist, hitting the stone giant's face and knocking the stone giant to the ground. Ah! The next moment, a wolf howl suddenly sounded, and the crescent werewolf suddenly appeared in the air, swooping down and slapped the stone giant with a pair of wolf claws. With a loud bang, the stone giant's body was torn into pieces and completely smashed. At the bottom of the cylindrical tower, in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast, a gate rose at the same time. The ground in front of the gate began to wriggle, and Noi crawled out of the ground like a dead body, looked up, and then chose the door in the north to enter the cylindrical tower, and Noi's alien creatures followed closely. Yi whispered, "Did you see that? This time, the stone giant is summoned. Each attack is different. If you can hold on or break through, the door will open." Yi Sha nodded, "I see." At this time, there was a commotion in the direction where the apostles were gathered, and some apostles even shouted and provoked the people of Doomsday train. Yi Sha laughed. "I really didn't know the apostles were so childish." Yi Yu spread her hands. "Who told us to provoke the apostles when the deputy train conductor went in before?" Yi Sha rolled his eyes. "So that's what happened." And then laughed again. "Then, I'll give them another chance to provoke them back." While talking, Yi Sha came to the edge of the deep pit and raised his foot to fall into the deep pit. Everyone on the Doomsday train got excited. "Courser!" Someone shouted in the direction of the apostle. "The Holy Sun is amazing. I have a purser here." Most people thought they couldn't get into the cylindrical tower, and the 3 parties were restrained, so there was no opportunity to fight for a while. So in this case, Cursing and fighting was also fun. At the same time, Yisha was already walking towards the cylindrical tower. Suddenly, a blue light flashed on the 6th floor of the cylindrical tower. Sizzle! In the sky, a blue lightning streaked through the night sky and fell towards Yisha. Yisha narrowed his eyes. He was still thinking about how the cylindrical tower would deal with him. Unexpectedly, it was lightning. He wanted to stop, but he didn't stop. Yisha continued to walk forward without caring. Boom! The electric current struck Yisha. And then, there was a loud noise. The ground under Yisha's feet was shattered. But Yisha continued to move forward towards the cylindrical tower, as if nothing had happened. 1, 2, 3. 7 lightning bolts struck in succession. And Yisha did not even show any pain. Just kept moving forward. The surroundings became silent, staring at Yisha in a daze. If he hit him, no one would be surprised. As the chief purser, everyone thought Yisha could enter the cylindrical tower. But, was this too easy? Even after the 7th lightning bolt fell, Yisha showed a satisfied expression. Of course Yisha was satisfied. His thunder core was almost filled up again. But in the eyes of others, this was too perverted. Even masochists would not do this. At this moment, on the 4th floor of the cylindrical tower, a red light flashed. And then from the top of the cylindrical tower, a loud boom sound suddenly came. And then one after another huge fireballs fell from the sky. Like meteorites falling from the sky. Yisha narrowed his eyes, looked at the huge fireball, then suddenly shouted angrily, raised his fist, and blasted it into the sky. Your stuff. Yisha shouted softly, give it back to you. Accompanied by the roar, the electricity on Yisha's body exploded. Yisha's fist swung continuously. 12 punches in 1 second. Yisha's speed was amazing. And it gave people a feeling that Yisha could be even faster. Because the 12 punches just corresponded to the 12 falling fireballs. 12 electric currents shot towards the sky, hitting the fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued. And the fireballs were constantly shattered by the electric currents, turning into large sparks that scattered in all directions. A rain of fire fell again. Yisha chuckled, looked at the scattered flames, and continued to stride towards the direction of the cylindrical tower. However, at this moment, a black curtain fell from the 7th floor of the cylindrical tower, like smoke, fog, and water. After falling to the ground, it quickly flowed forward. Suddenly, 3 human-shaped silhouettes stood up from the dark curtain, quickly came to Yisha, stood in a triangle, and surrounded Yisha in the center. Chapter 1700 Stepmother's Son. Killer. Although the 3 illusory figures were standing in front of him, Yisha had a feeling that all 3 of them were killers. Suddenly, the next moment, the 3 people disappeared into the smoke. As expected, Yisha sneered, but it's useless. Yisha spread out his right hand. And then, sunshine. A small sun rose into the sky, and a large piece of sunlight fell downward, suppressing the surging smoke and illuminating the surroundings. The 3 human silhouettes immediately appeared, with nowhere to hide. Yiyu's eyes widened, and she looked at Yisha with a look of astonishment. This is Dongfang Yu's ability. Did this guy really kill the deputy train conductor? No way. On the other side, Yisha sneered, took off the twin serrated swords behind him, and slashed at a humanoid figure. The key to assassination is hiding, and the ability to face the enemy head-on is very weak. Those humanoid figures can't resist Yisha's frontal attack at all, and they were split in half by Yisha in one blow. Even so, the other 2 humanoid figures still attacked Yisha at the same time, attacking Yisha's back. However, just as they approached, the sunlight fell on the human-shaped silhouette, and white smoke continued to emerge from the human-shaped silhouette. And then, the body quickly shrank and was evaporated in an instant. The 3 human-shaped silhouettes disappeared, and the things that looked like smoke, fog, and water also disappeared without a trace. However, just as those things disappeared, about 5 meters away from Yisha, the air twisted and a black crack suddenly appeared. Some hands and feet came out of the crack and opened it. Dragon Man. The one who appeared in front of Yisha was a dragon man, with a human body, but his hands and feet were like dragon claws, and he had a dragon head, a pair of black dragon wings on his back, and a silver dragon spear in his hand. Damn! Is this going to end? Yisha shouted towards the cylindrical tower. I was raised by a stepmother, and other people can just kill a stone man. Why do I have so many? After enduring the lightning and the sky fire, Yisha accepted it. He was cheating by resisting the lightning. With a lightning core, the lightning was useless to Yisha. But after smashing the sky fire, he assassinated himself. And after the assassination, he also created a dragon man. When will this end? Yisha got angry, which attracted a burst of laughter from the people around him. This was really interesting. At the same time, the dragon man had already rushed towards Yisha, and thrust the dragon's spear in his hand, and stabbed at Yisha. Die! Yisha was quite angry, stretched out his hand and slashed forward, and a wind blade flew out in front. Clang! The dragon man swept the spear horizontally, but he took the wind blade and retreated half a step back. Yisha didn't want to delay any longer, so he spread his arms and said, "Let's see how long you can stop me. The sun and the moon are in the sky." The moon, the size of a fist, also flew out from Yisha's palm and hung in the sky. 1 day, 1 month. The light is bright. The dragon man wanted to continue to rush up. But at this moment, the light in the sky fell. Crack, crack. When the moonlight enveloped the dragon man, the silver-white frost quickly covered the dragon man's body and froze him. The next moment, Yisha stretched out his hand and clenched it in the air. Die! Around the dragon man, a tornado suddenly rose from the ground, then quickly compressed and wrapped the dragon man in the center. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of flesh and blood tearing continued to sound. With the restraint of frost, the dragon man could not break free at all. After a while, when the tornado dispersed, all that was left was a pile of corpses. With the death of the dragon man, the cylindrical tower finally stopped emitting light, and the 4 doors on the bottom layer, east, south, west and north, rose at the same time. Yisha can enter the cylindrical tower. Yisha came to the front of the cylindrical tower and looked at it, then entered from the east door. Yisha didn't think much about it, just randomly chose the door closest to him. However, when Yisha entered and the door fell, Yisha found that there were 4 doors, and it was really not as simple as just 4 entrances. Yisha raised his head and looked around. There was no light in this cylindrical tower, but for some reason, there was light, illuminating the surroundings, and according to the shape of the cylinder, the space inside must be round. However, this is not the case. What appeared in front of Yisha was a fan-shaped space. Yisha looked at the walls around him. Obviously, this was the meaning of the 4 doors. The walls separated the space in the cylindrical tower into 4 areas. The 4 doors in the southeast, northwest, and northeast led to 4 different areas. Yisha looked at the wall. There was a staircase on the side leading to the upper floor, but Yisha was not in a hurry to go up. Since the areas were divided, it was of course meaningful. So, what is the meaning? Yisha looked carefully, but did not find anything special about this place. After thinking for a while, Yisha suddenly came to the front of a wall and clenched his fist. Heavy punch. The destroyer made a mechanical sound, accompanied by arcs on both sides and white gas at the tail end. And Yisha punched forward. Bang! Yisha's fist hit the wall, making a loud noise. But nothing happened. Apart from the loud noise, there was no dust, and the wall was not broken. In fact, it could be said that it did not move at all. So hard. Yisha looked at the wall, then at the ground. Not only was the wall made of unknown material, but it was also very hard. And the ground was also very hard. The force is mutual. Logically, when Yisha punched out, he stepped on the ground as a support point, and the ground should have cracked. But in fact, not only the wall was fine, but the ground was fine too. Interesting, Yisha murmured, and then walked towards the stairs. Since there was nothing to be seen on the first floor, and it was impossible to destroy it, and the first floor seemed to be just an entrance and exit, with nothing but walls, then Yisha would not stay here any longer. Going up the stairs to the second floor, Yisha once again felt the strangeness of this cylindrical tower. The cylindrical tower was very tall, but from the external floor distribution, each floor was actually very compact. So the so-called stairs should only go up 2 or 3 meters, and you can reach the next floor by taking 2 steps casually. However, Yisha walked at least 30 or 40 steps before reaching the next floor. Spatial ability? Yisha frowned and murmured, or it is not directly leading to the second floor. Instead, It goes directly to the upper floors. And the stairs lead to different floors in different areas? Chapter 1701 Ancient Battlefield. Yi Sha felt that this cylindrical tower was very strange. And it felt like the Doomsday train. The interior space of the Doomsday train was completely different from the external volume. It felt like it had crossed space. Now, Yi Sha also felt a similar feeling in this cylindrical tower. However, unless the cylindrical tower was demolished, it was really hard to say what was going on. If there were windows, he could have looked through the windows to see which floor he was on and made a guess. Unfortunately, there are no windows on the second floor, and the cylindrical tower doesn't seem to be easy to destroy. But it's not completely impossible. Yi Sha thought about it and reached back. Give me the guillotine. The guillotine has a destructive effect. The corpse flower emerged from Yi Sha's shadow, cracked open, and spit out the guillotine. Yi Sha grabbed the guillotine and chopped it hard at the wall, then showed a look of surprise. The wall was still motionless, not to mention being destroyed. Not even a mark was cut out. The weapons on the Doomsday train will actually lose their effects. Yi Sha immediately stretched out his fingers, and electric current appeared on his fingertips. Then Yi Sha took out the 16-element alloy balls, and those 16-element alloy balls also floated under the control of magnetic force. Obviously, the ability can be used and the effect is not lost. So, the effect will only lose effect when destroying the wall? Yi Sha wondered, what the hell is this place? After cursing, since he couldn't destroy this place, Yi Sha could only honestly start to look around. This level is still a fan-shaped area. In front of a circular wall, there are 3 totems. The totems are made of stone. Each totem has 3 sections. Each section looks like a human face. However, the faces of these people are different. At the same time, they are decorated with many patterns. On the other side of the 3 totems, there are many patterns and words carved on the wall. Yi Sha first identified the words and made sure that they were not the words he had seen before, but the words on the relics of ancient civilization, because the text on these 3 sides is relatively simple, mainly composed of lines and circles. As for the patterns, it is even more difficult to understand. They should not be murals. There is no shape at all, just like children's graffiti. But in fact, if you look carefully, you can feel that there is some connection between them. On the other side of the wall, Yi Sha saw the stairs leading to the upper floor. After walking around twice, Yi Sha did not find anything worth paying attention to in this place. So he simply continued to walk towards the stairs. However, when he was close to the stairs and just took a step up, Yi Sha felt an invisible force pushing him. The force did not intend to hurt Yi Sha. Yi Sha could clearly feel that the force was very gentle and had no lethality. It just pushed Yi Sha down again when he was about to step on the stairs. Yi Sha frowned and raised his foot again. But as soon as he stepped on the first step, the invisible force appeared again and pushed Yi Sha off the stairs again. Won't let me go up. Yi Sha frowned and pondered. The power obviously had no ill intentions. But as long as Yi Sha wanted to go up the stairs, it would appear. So the meaning was very obvious. And it was obviously not going to let Yi Sha go up one floor. Yi Sha retreated and did not force his way in, because Yi Sha felt that forcing his way in was useless. Yi Sha finally understood why he could feel the feeling of the Doomsday train in this cylindrical tower. Rules. The rules of the Doomsday train cannot be reversed by anyone, including the train conductor. Yi Sha could feel a similar feeling in the cylindrical tower. The rules here are rules, and no one is allowed to violate them. But there must be a way to get up. Yi Sha looked around the fan-shaped hall, carefully looking around, looking for any mechanism or something. But to be honest, there is really nothing to see in this place. Everything is very simple. Totems, walls, nothing else. Yi Sha thought about it. The only weird thing could only be the totem. Or in other words, if the words on the wall were a description of the way out, Yi Sha would be blind, and only a ghost could understand it. If there is something strange about the totem, there is still some hope. Coming to the totem, Yi Sha looked at it carefully, but he didn't find anything wrong. In the end, he could only think of the material, so he put his hand on a totem. The next moment, Yi Sha's eyes widened. Everything around him was changing. In Yi Sha's astonishment, the air around him twisted, as if it was spinning, and finally formed a vortex. The vortex first rotated clockwise, sucking the entire space in, and then rotated counterclockwise, and a new space suddenly appeared. Then Yi Sha found himself standing in an open space. with a hillside on each side. Looking up, the hillsides on both sides were densely packed with people. On the hillside on the left, those people were wearing clothes made of plants, grass skirts, and wooden totem masks on their faces. Those totem masks were all faces. On the hillside on the right, there were also densely packed people. Those people were naked, with animal skins around their waists, and painted with various colors of paint on their bodies. Various lines and patterns were drawn on their upper bodies and faces. Ah! 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 Suddenly, the people on the hillsides on both sides roared loudly and raised their weapons. Those weapons were very simple. After sharpening the stones, they were tied to tree branches to form the shapes of knives, guns, spears, etc. As for the so-called shield, it was just a handle made on the back of a piece of wood. Yisha felt like he had returned to ancient times, surrounded by a group of savages. Then, amid the roar, the group of savages suddenly rushed down the hillside like two torrents. Yisha felt a headache. Even if they were savages, there were so many of them that one person's spit would drown him. However, apart from fighting, did Yisha have any other choice? Yisha immediately took off the twin serrated swords from his back. Soon, the torrents on both sides fell, and the savages rushed down the hillside and met in the center. Yisha held the sword horizontally, ready to go, and directly met a savage strong man in the lead. Yisha took a deep breath and prepared to swing his sword. But at this moment, the strong man ran past Yisha and rushed to the opposite camp. Yisha tilted his head, feeling that his head was full of question marks. What did this mean? Soon, the troops on both sides collided and fought each other. Shouting and the sound of weapons colliding rang out one after another. Chapter 1702 Kill. 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 Yisha finally understood. The people on the two sides of the hillside were not from the same group. They were fighting each other just like in ancient tribal wars. Yisha's face was a little hot. He thought that since he was so powerful, they were all targeting him. It turned out that he was the one who was ignored. However, even if the people on both sides were not targeting Yisha, Yisha's situation would not change, because Yisha was also on the battlefield. And Yisha was unlucky not to belong to any side, which means that whoever on both sides had a free hand would attack Yisha. Your grandma. Yisha cursed. This broken tower really treats me like a stepmother. Yisha cursed and suddenly swung his sword. Clang. The twin serrated swords cut off a weapon. Yisha didn't even find out what the weapon was. Then he swept a head away with one sword. Let's fight. Yisha roared. Kill them all. Yisha swung his sword again. This time, Yisha cut a man's body into two pieces. Lead the charge. Fight to the death. Iron-blooded soldiers. Unyielding. The effects of the twin sawtooth sword are activated continuously. In fact, as a homemade weapon, the twin sawtooth sword has overlapping effects, which does not look so outstanding. If it is put in the treasure list, it feels like a second-rate item. That's because normal one-on-one battles, or even small team battles of 5 to 10 people, cannot bring out the true power of the twin sawtooth sword. The twin sawtooth sword is a very alternative weapon, and its most suitable place is battlefield. The more people there are, the more chaotic it is, and the more terrifying the twin serrated swords are. Leading the charge ignores the effects of knockback, oppression, and knockback, greatly reducing the impact on the mental level. Fighting to the death will not consume Yisha's physical strength, and he will not be tired due to continuous fighting. Iron-blooded soldiers have no sense of pain, so Yisha will not be affected by injuries in the battle, and can also enhance regeneration ability. Perseverance is the real battlefield ability, which improves physical fitness by 10% every 5 minutes, except for leading the charge. The other effects of these abilities will not be too significant when there are few people, but the more people there are, the more obvious the effect will be. The twin serrated swords were born for war, and now, it is war. Kill anyone who stands in my way. Kill any god who stands in my way. Yisha roared and kept waving the twin serrated swords, madly slashing forward. The gushing blood dyed the twin serrated swords red, and also dyed Yisha's body red. The environment can affect a person's mood. The shouts and screams around were deafening. Corpses kept falling. Broken limbs and arms were piled up everywhere, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. All of this stimulated Yisha, making him lose his composure and completely integrate into the normal war. Even, he became a little crazy. Kill! 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 Yisha's eyes were red with killing. And he kept waving the twin serrated swords. There was no rule. Just killing. As long as he dared to appear in front of him, he would be killed. Ah! Yisha roared, looking at the people gathered around him, twisted his ankle suddenly, and his body spun around, swinging the twin sawtooth swords in his hands, and the people around Yisha fell down one after another like cutting leeks. Yisha seemed to be unsatisfied, roared loudly, and threw the twin sawtooth swords forward with force. Puff! 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 The twin sawtooth swords flew forward, pierced 3 people in succession, and then fell to the ground. Yisha continued to roar, jumped forward, grabbed the twin sawtooth swords inserted into the ground, and continued to rush forward. The sword is a killing sword. When the sword comes out, someone must die. Yisha kept killing forward, not looking at anyone, and kept swinging the sword to kill people. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. It is unknown how long this battle lasted. Yisha's eyes were bloodshot, and there was only one thought left in his head. That is, killing. This is a war. Either you kill others, or you are killed by others. Until no one survived. When Yisha stopped, there was no one standing around. Only corpses on the ground, piled up like small hills. Looking up, blood flowed like a river. Yisha stuck the twin sawtooth swords into the ground to support his body. Yisha was not tired. The endless fight made him tireless. Even after fighting for several hours, Yisha did not feel tired. But he was tired in his heart. When the war ended, everything ended, and only corpses were left on the ground. Yisha felt a strong sense of emptiness. What is the purpose of fighting? What is the purpose of war? What is the purpose of bleeding? Mental exhaustion. The next moment, the vortex that appeared before appeared again, spinning continuously, and the surrounding space twisted again, then sucked the entire space in, and then began to rotate counterclockwise. Soon, Yisha found himself back in the previous cylindrical tower. Everything around him had not changed. There was a wall in front of him, and the 3 totems behind him. You have learned the ability in Yuanrong civilization, war makeup. A mysterious voice suddenly sounded. And then Yisha's head seemed to be suddenly filled with a lot of memories. The naked man drew strange lines on his body, all over his body, with a hideous face, roaring in anger, and full of fighting spirit. I will draw war makeup for you. Fight to the death, and move forward bravely. Only the bravest warriors can survive. Erase the war makeup. When a person dies, the makeup disappears. Is it an illusion? Feeling everything, Yisha couldn't help but murmured, I should not be affected by illusions. Yisha's tone was not so sure. Theoretically, Yisha had fantasy dragon gallbladder, and all illusion-related abilities and things were ineffective against Yisha. However, when the wall was destroyed before, the destructive effect of the guillotine had already failed. Yisha did not dare to say whether the effect of fantasy dragon gallbladder would also fail. This cylindrical tower was really weird. It's not an illusion. Laughter sounded, and then the voice said, it's a reappearance of the past. If you have to say it, it can only be said to be something higher than an illusion. And at the same time, the essence is not quite the same. Similar to the use of, or in other words, immersive? Yisha looked sideways, then showed a vigilant look, silently holding the twin serrated swords tightly. Emoshi. At the stairs leading to the upper floor, Emoshi sat on the first step, propped up her chin with her hand, and looked at Yisha with a smile. Don't be so vigilant. Emoshi stood up, walked 2 steps along the stairs, and then, look, if I want to leave, I can leave at any time and rush to the next level before you. I'm here to wait for you. Chapter 1703 War Makeup. Yisha certainly would not let down his guard just because of Emoshi's words. If talking would work, then the profession of police should have been eliminated before the end of the world. Emoshi smiled. It seems that you have no intention of returning. Well, let's talk about this tower. The name of this tower is Genesis. The thing we are looking for is on the top floor, which is the core of this tower. Of course, even if we can't get that thing, it's good to stay in Genesis for a longer time. There are many treasures left by ancient civilizations here. Try to get them. As Emoshi spoke, she walked up the stairs. As Emoshi's figure disappeared, Emoshi's voice came from the upper floor. I'll go first. Yisha immediately chased after her. Stop. Yisha rushed to the stairs, and found that the invisible force had disappeared. He could walk up the stairs. Yisha didn't hesitate and immediately walked up. This time, the stairs were shorter than before. Yisha only took a few steps to reach the upper floor. Looking up, there was no sign of Emoshi. And there was no place to hide. It was still a fan-shaped space, with a staircase on the right leading to the upper level. The wall was bare, unlike before when it was engraved with words and patterns. And in the center, there was a skeleton. It was not a human skeleton, but a dinosaur skeleton. The dinosaur skeleton looked a little weird, and Yisha couldn't tell what kind of dinosaur it was. It was very huge and looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. But there were bone spurs on its back, and an oval bone hammer with spurs on the end of its tail. Besides the dinosaur skeletons, there was nothing here. So Moshi couldn't hide anywhere, because this place could be seen at a glance. Going to the upper level? Yisha murmured, and quickly came to the stairs, trying to go up. But just as he was about to take a step, the invisible force appeared and pushed Yisha back. Yisha couldn't help but frown. Moshi could go up, but he couldn't. Yisha thought so, but then quickly rejected this idea. There is no evidence, just a feeling. This cylindrical tower is not something that the apostles walked on, even though Emoshi knows more about this tower than herself, and is not as ignorant as herself, and knows very well what this tower is. But rules are rules, and they cannot be changed. Yes, because of the rules. Because, in this cylindrical tower, Yisha felt a feeling similar to Doomsday Train. Rather than a rule, it is more like a law, fixed and unchangeable. So why isn't Emoshi here? Yisha can only think of one possibility. The 4 stairs corresponding to the 4 doors lead to different floors? No, it shouldn't be that simple. Instead, the floors that each person leads to may be different. Simply put, it's randomness. However, in this case, it doesn't seem to make much sense to use 4 doors to divide the area into 4 areas. Maybe it's just to increase some space by dividing the area? Yisha tilted his head in thought, then sighed and walked towards the dinosaur skeleton. Unable to figure it out, Yisha simply stopped thinking about it. Just like there were many things on Doomsday Train that made people puzzled, this cylindrical tower was also very strange. Genesis? Yisha reached out and touched the dinosaur skeleton. I want to see what it means. When Yisha's palm touched the dinosaur skeleton, the previous abnormality appeared again, and the surrounding space began to slowly distort. After experiencing it once, Yisha seemed much calmer, just waiting silently. In Yisha's opinion, regardless of the truth of Emoshi's words, Yisha felt that Emoshi was reminding himself that he could get things from this cylindrical tower and let himself stay in this tower as much as possible. For example, Yisha got the battle makeup from the previous battlefield. Battle makeup, enhanced ability, mental ability, put on battle makeup and fight to the death. Effect, greatly improved mental will. Determine the degree of physical fitness enhancement according to mental will. And in a life and death battle, there is a probability of triggering a dying spear. This was the ability that Yisha suddenly gained after leaving the battlefield. From this point of view, Emoshi's reminder seemed to be well-intentioned. However, if it was really as Emoshi said, she stayed there just to express her goodwill to herself? This really couldn't help but arouse Yisha's suspicion. While thinking, the surrounding space had been sucked into the vortex that appeared. Then, the vortex began to rotate counterclockwise, and then Yisha found that the surrounding space changed again. When the vortex disappeared, Yisha found himself in a dense jungle, surrounded by mostly tropical plants. And most of them were plants that Yisha had never seen before, and should belong to the ancient times. Yisha murmured, so, this time is the Jurassic? Yisha turned his head suddenly and looked behind him. A huge dinosaur head slowly fell down and came to Yisha. And suddenly, roar! The dinosaur suddenly opened its bloody mouth and roared at Yisha. It seemed as if a hurricane had been set off around it, and the airflow surged in all directions, and the bushes swayed continuously. Sticky saliva dripped from the corners of the dinosaur's mouth. Yisha narrowed his eyes. It was the dinosaur corresponding to the skeleton he had seen in the hall. It looked very much like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex was about 15 meters long, while the one in front of him was obviously 20 meters long, and its body was not as smooth as that of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. On the back, there was a row of sword spikes similar to those of a saber-toothed dragon, with a bone hammer at the end of the tail, and something like a bird's crest on the forehead. On both sides of the forehead, there were two huge bumps. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Yisha raised his head and looked at the dinosaur. Suddenly, the dinosaur took the lead in attacking, opened its bloody mouth, and suddenly bit down at Yisha. Ghost step. Yisha's figure flashed and moved 5 or 6 meters to the back. Its bloody mouth bit directly on the ground, digging a deep pit in the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The dinosaur showed a speed inconsistent with its size and rushed towards Yisha quickly. Every step it took would make a muffled sound on the ground, like beating a drum. When the dinosaur's head came up again, Yisha immediately raised his palm and pushed forward. Bang! The next moment, Yisha flew straight back, biting a mouthful of mud. Pooh! Yisha raised his head and spat out the grass in his mouth. As the former overlord of the land, if we follow the theory of biological evolution, dinosaurs, as ancient beasts, must be the extreme of physical evolution. In this regard, no matter how humans strengthen their physical fitness, it is difficult to defend against them. However, Yisha has more than just fists. Chapter 1704 Dinosaur Eggs. Sizzle. Yisha punched forward, and the current surged forward. The dinosaur roared, and the current hit its forehead. Its body twitched continuously, and it swayed and hit a big tree on the side. Breaking the tree, Yisha shouted, jumped into the air, and waved his hand violently in the air, shaking out a large stack of A4 paper from his backpack, forming a paper blade, and fell quickly in the direction of the dinosaur. Puff, 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 puff. The paper blade swept across the dinosaur's body, leaving wounds one after another. The dinosaur roared angrily, and suddenly turned its body, sweeping its huge tail in the direction of Yisha. With a bang, Yisha was knocked out, breaking several large trees in succession. Hiss! Yisha took a breath of cold air, and turned over from the ground with a carved jump, really thick skin, strong enough to withstand a beating. Bang! 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 After the dinosaur swept Yisha away, it ran forward again, blood dripping from its body, leaving obvious blood marks on the ground. Yisha quickly looked at the body of the dinosaur. Frankly speaking, in terms of physical evolution, dinosaurs are really organic life forms born for fighting. They have almost no obvious flaws. Their bodies are very strong in all aspects, and the most important thing is that they are balanced. The next moment, Yisha set his eyes on the legs of the dinosaur. At the moment when the dinosaur rushed Yisha, Yisha suddenly made a fish jump and leaped forward, passing under the dinosaur's body, and rolled on the ground with one hand. Then, Yisha pulled out the twin sawtooth swords and chopped at the right leg of the dinosaur. Puff! Blood splattered. The twin sawtooth swords chopped into the dinosaur's leg, bringing out a stream of blood, but did not cut off the leg. Yisha cursed in his heart. Why is he so strong? He used the momentum of the dinosaur's running, but he didn't even cut off the leg. What's more important is that Yisha suddenly felt a force of impact coming towards him. The dinosaur was still charging. The force of the charge sent Yisha flying, and he rolled on the ground continuously. And then the huge foot stepped on Yisha. Yisha raised his sword without hesitation, and the muscles in his arm suddenly swelled up. Rigidity. Using the power increase brought by rigidity, Yisha held the twin serrated swords horizontally in front of him. With a bang, the dinosaur raised its foot and stepped down. Yisha felt the power coming, and the ground behind him continued to collapse downwards. Or in other words, Yisha's body was deeply embedded in the ground. But it managed to hold on. Yisha's mind moved, and the A4 paper he had scattered earlier flew up again, turning into flying paper blades. Under Yisha's control, all of them flew towards the wound on the dinosaur's leg. Puff! 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 After continuous slashing, the dinosaur's right leg was finally broken, and its huge body fell to the side, sweeping away a cloud of dust. Yisha immediately turned over, jumped onto the dinosaur, and raised his sword to stab the dinosaur's eyes. This can be said to be the only weak point on the dinosaur's body. Puff! The twin serrated swords pierced into the dinosaur's head from the position of the eyes. And then Yisha twisted the hilt and twisted the sword hard. The dinosaur struggled violently and threw Yisha away. But it was just a dying struggle. The frequency of the dinosaur's twitching became lower and lower, and finally it was motionless. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up and looked around. Huh? The space around him did not distort. which made Yisha wonder. Is it not enough to kill a dinosaur? Why didn't he return to the cylindrical tower? Yisha couldn't help but frown, feeling a bit troubled. If there were multiple dinosaurs to be killed, it would mean an unpredictable number. God knows how many he would have to kill. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly heard a boom sound from the sky. He looked up and then widened his eyes. Meteorite group. A large number of densely packed meteorites suddenly appeared in the sky, burning and falling towards the ground. Damn! Yisha cursed and turned around and ran. Unfortunately, it was too late, or the area covered by the meteorite group was too large. Boom! 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 Yisha ran forward. And suddenly, a meteorite hit Yisha's back, smashing a deep pit in the ground. At the same time, the violent impact waves spread in all directions, knocking Yisha away. Yisha grinned, then turned his body and saw another meteorite falling, hitting him right in the middle. Ah! Yisha sat up suddenly from the ground. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was panting, and his chest was heaving. Yisha looked up and found himself back in the cylindrical tower, with a dinosaur skeleton next to him. Dinosaurs extinct? Yisha wiped his sweat and looked at the dinosaur skeleton next to him. At the last moment, Yisha saw thousands of meteorites falling. It was a disaster. Everything was destroyed and countless dinosaurs died. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. As the strongest creature on land, dominating the food chain of the Earth for 80 million years, the extinction of dinosaurs has always been an unsolved mystery. There are many theories, such as the meteorite that Yisha saw falling from the sky, the crust movement, the sea flooding the land, and the volcanic eruption. These may be the reasons for the sudden extinction of dinosaurs. But there is no accurate conclusion. After all, the period when dinosaurs existed was too long ago. You got the item in the ancient civilization period, dinosaur eggs. At this time, the appearance of a mysterious voice interrupted Yisha's thoughts. Yisha immediately looked up and looked around, and finally saw a large yellow-white egg next to the stairs leading to the next floor. It was at least the size of a human head and quite heavy, at least 40 or 50 kilograms. Yisha casually threw the dinosaur egg to the corpse flower. He didn't know if it could hatch or be used to make fried eggs. It would probably be enough for a week. However, the most important thing is that the stairs leading to the next floor should be usable. While thinking, Yisha stepped onto the stairs. Sure enough, the invisible force that blocked him disappeared, and Yisha walked up the stairs smoothly. This time, the stairs became longer. Yisha walked about 40 or 50 steps before reaching the next floor. From a normal height, this floor is at least as high as the 4th or 5th floor. However, Yisha is now very clear that the floors and spaces in the cylindrical tower are obviously not confirmed by the naked eye. While thinking, he entered the upper floor, and then looked around, and Yisha couldn't help but be stunned. This floor is so luxurious. Chapter 1705 Future Technology. The two floors that Yisha had passed through before were quite simple. On the first floor, there were only 3 totems and a bunch of murals that looked like children's graffiti, and it was completely unknown what they were. The second floor was even worse, with a dinosaur skeleton, and even the walls were bare. And the only word Yisha could describe this floor was jewelry and jewels. The walls here were inlaid with cabinets made of gold, and the surrounding walls were inlaid with various gems as embellishments. The ground under his feet was made of jade, which was translucent and clear, and obviously of extraordinary quality. However, looking at the cabinet-like things around, Yisha was a little puzzled. This place felt like a very high-end private exhibition hall, built very luxuriously, but the things on display didn't seem so amazing. Yisha came to a cabinet. Inside was a pistol. It looked very ordinary. Silver, with some red lines on the gun barrel, matched with horizontal and vertical lines. Is there anything special about this? Yisha tried to open the cabinet, and it really opened. Just a flick of the hand. Then Yisha picked up the pistol and looked at it carefully. But he didn't see anything special. But at this moment, the red pattern on the pistol suddenly lit up, and then a red beam of light shot forward and hit the wall. With a bang, Yisha was pushed out by the recoil and hit the wall. Wow! It hurts. It hurts. Yisha twisted his body and moved his joints to relieve the pain from his back. Then looked up. The wall was indeed extraordinary, without any damage. But judging from the explosion and impact force just now, The power of that blow was very strong. Yi Sha couldn't help but look at the pistol in his hand again. This seemingly ancient cold weapon turned out to be a weapon of the future. What exactly is that beam? Yi Sha wondered. Laser? Yi Sha didn't mean to put the pistol back. This was a good thing. Of course, he had to take it away. Not only this pistol, but all the things on this floor were probably good things. Yi Sha came to another cabinet. There was a round metal shield in the cabinet. From the surface, it didn't look anything special. It didn't look like a high-tech thing at all. Instead, it felt very ancient. Yi Sha reached out his hand. And the cabinet was also completely defenseless. So he opened it casually. After Yi Sha opened the cabinet, he took out the shield and put it on his forearm. Suddenly, a circle of golden light blades popped out from the edge of the shield. The light blades were triangular and somewhat transparent, and did not look like something substantial. Even so, Yi Sha did not dare to touch them easily, but instead stuck them against the wall. Then a piercing sound suddenly came, and after the light blades were stuck to the wall, they actually made a sawtooth cutting sound, and sparks kept coming out. Of course, the specific power cannot be seen. The wall is really abnormal. Although the light blade cuts on it and sparks keep coming out, there is actually no crack in the wall. Intact. However, it is enough to see that this shield is not just an ancient cold weapon, as it looks on the surface. At the same time, Yi Sha suddenly found that a vortex appeared behind him. And then the space around him suddenly twisted. It has been the second time. Yi Sha naturally knows that the air around him will change again. And this change does not seem to be a pure fantasy, because the fantasy Dragon Gull is ineffective. And Yi Sha cannot resist this change. After a moment, the space around changed. Another surprise. Unlike before, the previous battlefield was like a tribal war between humans in ancient times. And then it was like the Jurassic or Cretaceous era. In general, it seemed to go back to the past. Back to ancient times. This time, it was different. Yi Sha felt like he had come to the future. Yi Sha was in a prosperous city. But this city was very different from what Yi Sha knew. On the side of Yi Sha, there is a towering viaduct. But there is no pillar supporting the viaduct. And the bridge deck is floating in the air. Suddenly, a 10-meter-tall woman appeared on the viaduct, holding a small medicine bottle in her hand. Smiling, Tian Yan Shenbao. Hello. She is fine too. Seeing that the vehicle on the viaduct was about to hit the woman's body shook. And then the vehicle went straight through. That huge woman was just an advertising projection. But it was incredibly real. Yi Sha looked in other directions. And there were some strange-shaped buildings around. From a design perspective, the buildings here seemed to have adopted arc designs. And the overall structure was semicircular, elliptical, and other arc shapes. The color was almost all gold. But when Yi Sha got closer, he suddenly found that it was not gold at all. Almost every building here had more than 70% of its structure made of pure gold. So luxurious. Yi Sha's eyes widened. How much gold is needed to build such a city? Yi Sha looked a little dazed. The things in front of him were too novel and surprising to him. Just at this moment, a car passed by Yi Sha and almost hit him. Then it stopped a few meters away. A strong man got out of the car and said angrily, "Standing in the middle of the road is looking for death." Yi Sha completely ignored the other party shouting and scolding, but stared at the other party's car. The car. There are no wheels. Under the car, there are 4 rotating jets that can spray airflow, allowing the car to float about 20 centimeters off the ground. If it turns to the rear, it can spray airflow to propel it. Yi Sha couldn't help but murmur, "It's really future technology." At this time, the man was already walking towards Yi Sha. Obviously, he was upset because Yi Sha blocked his way. Now that he saw Yi Sha ignoring him directly, he was naturally even more upset. The man came to Yi Sha with a fierce momentum and was about to reach out to grab Yi Sha. Yi Sha turned around, sneered, and clenched his fist. But at this moment, the man's outstretched hand suddenly retracted. And then the man grabbed his neck with both hands, roared in pain, kept backing away, twisted his body, and then stumbled, suddenly fell to the ground, and kept rolling on the ground, wailing. Yi Sha was stunned. This is not how to hit someone. Right? I just clenched my fist. Let alone hit you. I didn't even raise my arm. Okay? And? You screamed too miserably. Even the movie Emperor doesn't have such acting skills as you. Chapter 1706 Burning Plague. Suddenly, large cracks appeared on the man's face, and flames shone through the cracks. And then the man spontaneously combusted. Yisha was stunned. When did he have a new ability to make people spontaneously combust by just looking at them? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a helicopter with a strange shape landed behind Yisha. Countless medical personnel came down from the helicopter, and Yisha was pushed aside. It has been confirmed to be the burning death plague. Calling. A burning death plague patient has appeared in Shinmei Square in the central part of the East District. Ambulance, no. No need for ambulance. The target has lost the characteristics of a living body. Yes. Dead. Notice. Emergency notice for the whole city. The burning death plague has appeared in Shinmei Ancient City. Burning death plague patients have appeared. The Flame Legion is coming. Please prepare the army. This is the first district. Please establish the boundary line immediately. This is the first district. Please establish the burning death plague isolation zone immediately. This is the first district. Please prepare for battle. The streets became chaotic. The charred man was quickly carried away, and those who got off the helicopter kept making phone calls. Soon, the whole city sounded sirens, echoing throughout the city. Yisha looked at everything in front of him with a stupid face, completely unaware of what was happening. At this time, on the side of Yisha, a news report suddenly appeared on a huge billboard on the outer wall of a building. Attention! Residents of Shinmei Ancient City. The burning death plague has been discovered in this city. The Flame Legion is about to invade. Please evacuate immediately. There will be guide signs in each city. Please follow the guide signs to the evacuation point. I repeat, residents of Shinmei Ancient City, please pay attention. Yisha stood there, as if no one could see Yisha, or there was a mysterious force that made people ignore Yisha's existence. The streets became busy. Every resident of the city showed a sad face, and hurriedly prepared to flee according to the instructions. At first, the road was full of people, but gradually, it became empty and dead silent. When a city loses its residents, no matter how prosperous and magnificent it was, it will become a dead city. A silent dead city. Then, the army appeared. A large number of armed vehicles appeared in various parts of the city, and every soldier was waiting seriously. In the sky, a large cloud of fire appeared, covering the entire city, and then tall figures fell from the sky one after another. It was a creature that was burning all over, in human form, with a body like a rock, and a height of 3 to 3.5 meters. It fell from the sky and came to the city. The flames began to burn, sweeping across the land. The end of the world is coming. Yisha was dumbfounded. He seemed to see his own world, the beginning of the end of the world, when humans kept turning into zombies and wreaked havoc in the city. All this was so similar. Suddenly, a giant of fire came to Yisha, raised his fist, and fell towards him. But at this moment, bang! A tall man rushed out from the side, holding a shield and hitting the flame giant hard, knocking the flame giant away. The man shouted at Yisha, "Soldier 7735, what are you doing? Pick up your weapon and fight." Yisha looked around and found that the soldier 7735 in the other person's mouth seemed to refer to himself. The man looked at Yisha seriously. "I know you are very scared, but the more scared you are, the easier it is to die. Believe in your will. Pick up your weapon and fight." After the man finished speaking, he rushed forward. Behind him, there was a group of men in military uniforms, roaring and killing the surrounding fire giants. Suddenly, Yisha saw a pistol and a shield in his hand. The pistol and shield he had seen in the cylindrical tower. And then Yisha found that his clothes had changed, becoming exactly the same as the soldiers around him. "I see." Yisha took a deep breath. "I am soldier 7735. Bang! Yisha suddenly raised his hand, and a blade of light appeared on the round shield. As Yisha swept the round shield to the side, the round shield chopped on the body of a fire giant, making a sharp cutting sound, and the body of the fire giant was chopped in half. "Ha!" Yisha roared, leaped forward fiercely, and stabbed with a short spear, piercing through the head of a fire giant. After killing 2 fire giants in a row, Yisha swung his hand violently, and a beam of light suddenly shot out from the short spear, hitting the body of a fire giant. With a loud bang, the body of the fire giant suddenly exploded, shattered into pieces, and turned into a ball of fire. "Huh?" Yisha took a deep breath and said fiercely, It's just killing. Who is afraid of who? Yisha looked forward, and a large group of fire giants fell from the sky, forming a line and advancing forward. The man who had spoken to Yisha before raised his pistol, pointed it at the sky and shouted, "Third squad, follow me to kill." The soldiers around him quickly gathered together and ran forward. The standard equipment of these soldiers is silver spears and round shields. Each silver spear continuously emits beams of light and bombards the front. As long as they are hit by the beams, the flame giants will be blown to pieces immediately. However, there are too many flame giants, and they are constantly falling from the sky. Soon, the flame giants rush to the nearby area. Hand-to-hand combat. Begin. Yisha suddenly jumped up and stepped on a flame giant, kicking the flame giant away. But Yisha's legs also quickly ignited flames, stepping out those flames. At the same time, a soldier beside Yisha was knocked out and fell to the ground. Ah! 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 The soldier rolled on the ground, howling in pain. "Help! Save me! I don't want to die." The soldier wailed in pain, and his body seemed to be roasted and cracked, with a lot of cracks appearing. In those cracks, there was a flash of fire, and finally the soldier's body was burning. In the flames, he was burned to death. Soon, there was a corpse on the ground, a corpse that was burned to charcoal. This is the burning death plague. This is a world with advanced technology. Those technological weapons can resist the flame giants in front of them. The beams fired by the silver spear can easily blow the flame giants into pieces. However, it cannot stop the burning death plague. A soldier was fighting, waving his shield hard, killing the approaching flame giants, and the light blade cut the bodies of those flame giants in half. The soldier seemed extremely brave, and 7 or 8 bodies of burning giants had fallen at his feet. But at this moment, the soldier suddenly wailed and scratched his body in pain. Then, with cracks on his body burned fiercely and turned into a charred corpse. Chapter 1707. The end of the world is unstoppable, irresistible. Every soldier is fighting bravely, but no matter how they kill the fire giant, they will fall down, because in the process of fighting, they will be infected with the burning plague unknowingly. The burning plague is unstoppable. Yisha looked around. Everyone was dead. Only Yisha was left, surrounded by charred corpses. Boom! 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 The fire giant is moving forward. Yisha truly felt the fear of the end of the world again. What is the end of the world? What is a disaster? The end of the world is unstoppable, and it is called a disaster. A feeling of powerlessness emerged in Yisha's heart. Sadness, pain, and most importantly, the feeling of being unable to do anything, which made people feel collapsed. "Ah!" Yisha roared, feeling the user's desire for power. The demigod characteristic is triggered. Demigod LV2, as long as you want. You are a god. Demigod characteristic randomly obtained ability, Shock Wave. Shock Wave, temporary, natural ability, fantasy ability, destruction ability. Demigod ability causes all objects to vibrate and destroy them, lasting for 15 minutes. Demigod trigger. Ah! Yisha's roar continued, and along with Yisha's roar, cracks began to appear on the ground and buildings around him, and they kept shaking. The next moment, the ground shattered, and the building shattered. A building with more than 10 floors, covered with dense cracks, began to collapse layer by layer amid Yisha's roar. Countless pieces of rubble appeared and began to fall from the top. Bang, 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 and kept hitting the ground. The ground, which was already broken, collapsed immediately. In a moment, almost in the blink of an eye, the building disappeared without a trace, and turned into a ruin of countless rubble piled together. And there was the first one. There was the second. The third, with Yisha as the center. Within a radius of 100 meters, the surrounding buildings continued to collapse, and ruins continued to appear one after another. Power. Yisha now craves power. Craves the power to change everything. To change the world. At the same time, the shock wave rushed towards the fire giants rushing towards Yisha. Yisha roared, "Die! Die! Die! All die!" The bodies of those fire giants. In the moment when they were swept by the shock wave, countless cracks appeared, and they continued to collapse, turning into countless corpses and exploding. In an instant, at least hundreds of fire giants all exploded and died. But it was not enough. Not enough. Yisha raised his head. New fire giants were constantly falling towards the city. Some of them hit the floating viaducts in the sky, and instantly broke those viaducts. Among the huge fireballs that those fire giants turned into, there was one that was the largest. Ah! Yisha roared again. Then condensed paper into paper wings. And then Yisha kicked his legs and rushed straight into the sky. The paper wings flapped continuously, carrying Yisha across half of the city, and then landed in front of an empty square. This is the only place where no fire giants gather, because their king is here. It was an extremely tall fire giant, nearly 5 meters tall. Unlike other fire giants, its body burned with pure white flames, with a huge horn in the center of its forehead and red flame patterns on its chest. The Flame King, sitting in front of the fountain in the center of the square. His eyes flashed with tyranny. The king's posture. Come and fight! Yisha roared at the Flame King. At this moment, Yisha felt a breath in his chest, called anger. Yisha needed to vent. Bang! Yisha punched forward. The Flame King had no fear at all. He stood up and strode towards Yisha, and the two fists collided. Boom! 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 The ground beneath their feet was shattered, cracked, and collapsed downwards. The next moment, the Flame King suddenly opened his mouth, and white-hot flames were spewed out, surging towards Yisha and enveloping Yisha's body. It felt hot, and Yisha's body was burning. Then, oscillation. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and the flames enveloping Yisha's body suddenly exploded, and the Flame King's arm had countless cracks. And then it broke into pieces, falling all over the ground. Roar! Roar! The Flame King roared angrily, retreating continuously, and spurting out incandescent flames from his mouth. The flames rushed in all directions and hit a building. The whole building was on fire, and the flames rushed and covered the building. Yisha approached again and punched the Flame King. The Flame King did not dare to let Yisha get close to him again. He opened his mouth and spurted out another mouthful of flames, avoiding Yisha, and then blasted forward with the remaining left arm. Magma continued to spurt out from the Flame King's arm. Even though Yisha dodged quickly, he was still hit by a lot of magma. Ah! The veins on Yisha's neck jumped violently, and the magma quickly burned Yisha's body, making Yisha feel severe pain, but also making Yisha completely ferocious. No retreat. Fight to the death. Yisha withstood the attack of the Flame King, then came to the side of the Flame King, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the Flame King's arm. Shock wave. Crack. The sound of something breaking sounded, and the remaining arm of the Flame King was immediately covered with cracks. Then Yisha pulled hard and tore off the Flame King's left arm. Both arms are gone. Let's see how you fight. Yisha growled and punched forward again. Die! Yisha punched again. This time, Yisha aimed at the head of the Flame King. Before Yisha's fist arrived, the Flame King's body stiffened there. Countless cracks spread from the forehead, and in the blink of an eye, spread all over the body. Bang! Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard, and the Flame King's body exploded, turning into countless pieces of corpses scattered around. Boom! The fountain in the center of the square made a loud noise, and countless water was blown up into the sky, and then scattered around like rain. The entire fountain collapsed and shattered completely, and the water inside flowed around. Yisha did not have any expression of joy, but lowered his head and looked at his palm. Yisha's skin floated up like burnt ashes, and then countless cracks appeared on Yisha's face. Yisha felt as if his whole body was burning, and severe pain spread all over his body. Then, flames appeared in the cracks of his body. Burning plague? Sure enough, Yisha murmured, is the end of the world unstoppable? Chapter 1708 An Ancient City. You got the item in the Maya civilization. Energy gun. You got the item in the Maya civilization. Focusing shield. A mysterious voice rang in Yisha's ears. When the burning death plague broke out, Yisha felt the feeling of death again. But it was only for a short moment. When Yisha lost consciousness, he did feel death at that moment. The feeling of death when a person dies. The lights go out, and everything ends. In that moment, everything will perish. The body, the spirit, the will, everything becomes meaningless in the face of death. This feeling was quite bad, but it was only for a moment. Otherwise, if he stayed in that state for a long time, his mental will might really die. In the next moment, Yisha felt his consciousness return. And then he opened his eyes, and found himself back in the cylindrical tower, with a pistol and round shield beside him. Yisha stood up silently, then picked up the pistol and round shield and looked around. The pistol and round shield already belonged to Yisha, but there were still many things on this floor. Yisha thought about it, and opened a cabinet. Inside was a long sword. It looked simple, and did not look like a technological weapon. But Yisha knew very well that these things from the American civilization were all high-tech gadgets. Taking out the long sword, Yisha walked towards the stairs. But as soon as he took a step, the gentle invisible force pushed over and pushed Yisha back. Yisha tilted his head, carrying only a pistol and a round shield, and walked up the stairs smoothly. Sure enough, Yisha murmured, only when the mysterious voice appears can the things that have been prompted be taken away. But why is this so? Yisha's face was covered with deep doubts. The doubt is that the mysterious voice should be the same as the mysterious voice of Doomsday Train. But why is the mysterious voice of Doomsday Train qualified to decide the ownership of the things here? This is really weird. Yisha stood for a while, but didn't figure it out. So he continued to walk up the stairs. This time, the stairs were about 20 steps long, which was a medium number compared to the previous ones. After going up one more level, Yisha looked around. The appearance of this level was also very surprising. But surprises are worthless after too many surprises. Yisha was very calm at the moment. The ground and walls of this level were very unusual. The ground was covered with yellow sand, and the walls were the kind of low earth walls commonly seen in desert frontiers, which would drop countless dust with a single tap. There was nothing on this floor, but there were murals carved on the walls. A large expanse of Gobi Desert was vivid. Horses were lined up in a team, and countless people were dusty, and seemed to be on the road. Yisha held his chin and pondered for a while. Not quite sure. Ancient T-Horse Road? Because there was nothing on this floor. Yisha tried to go up directly from the stairs, but was pushed back by an invisible force. It seemed that he still couldn't go up directly. In this case, there was only one possibility. Those walls. Yisha came to the wall, and stretched out his hand to press on it. Sure enough, when Yisha's palm touched the wall, the strange vortex appeared again, rotating clockwise. And then the whole space seemed to be absorbed into it. And then the vortex began to rotate counterclockwise. After a while, Yisha found that the space around him changed again. Ruins? Yisha looked around, surrounded by some towering buildings. Ancient. Vicissitudes. This should be an ancient city. Very old. The surrounding buildings look like towering rocks, but the stone holes similar to windows and doors, as well as the space inside, all prove that this was once a city, and people once lived here. However, the erosion of time has worn this place out of shape. Yisha walked forward, and there seemed to be no one in the ancient city. Yisha entered some buildings, which were empty and had nothing. What on earth is this place? Yisha looked around and murmured, if the murals are about the ancient T-Horse Road, could this be the ancient city of Lulan? The ancient city of Lulan, located in the west of Lochner, is a hub in the western regions, and occupies an extremely important position on the ancient Silk Road. However, it suddenly disappeared mysteriously in 630 AD, leaving only a ruin standing quietly in the desert. So far, the Luan civilization has disappeared in the long river of history. Based on the current situation, Yisha thinks this is likely to be the ancient city of Lulan. This made Yisha feel somewhat disappointed. It was true that the ancient city of Lulan was world famous. But what could he get here? Or, what was there that Yisha would like? In terms of time, the ancient city of Lulan was in the ancient period, old and backward, and should not be able to bring anything to Yisha. Of course, it was just speculation, and it was hard to say. For example, Jian Luo Nanjiang was also an ancient sword, and according to the description, it also came from the ancient period, so it was hard to say whether there were any good things in this place. However, in the previous few levels, Yisha's purpose seemed to be clear after entering. But this place only had a piece of ancient city ruins, let alone people, not even a ghost. After walking for a while, Yisha had no idea what to do. And this is not only about what Yisha can get, but more importantly, Yisha may be trapped in this place. Thinking of this, Yisha couldn't help but frown. His face was not very good. Just at this time, suddenly, the wind blew, and the dust on the ground was blown up, and the yellow mist covered Yisha's sight. Just as Yisha raised his arm to block the wind and sand, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yisha. In the wind and sand, the figure's wrist shook, and a dagger slipped out of his sleeve. The next moment, the figure raised the dagger without hesitation and stabbed at Yisha. Puff, puff. In front of Yisha, the flame jumped, making a slight sound, and then a flame rose into a wall, quickly crystallizing. Yisha knew that something was wrong when he saw the red flame armor automatically launch to defense, and immediately turned his head to the side. And then the dagger penetrated the crystallized flame and brushed past Yisha's cheek. Yisha rolled his eyes, stretched out his hand and wiped his face, and there was bright red blood on his palm. Yisha showed some anger, raised his fist suddenly, and blasted forward through the crystal flame. Crack! The crystal flame was shattered and collapsed quickly. But no one. When the crystal flame shattered, what appeared in front of Yisha was still the ancient city, without even a single person. What a great hiding skill! Yisha sneered. Of course he didn't really think there was no one. The wound on his face was real, and it was still aching. Then, there was only one possibility. The opponent hid after missing the attack. Chapter 1709, Evil Flying. Yisha kept looking around, but he didn't find any flaws. Just at this time, the wind suddenly rose. The dust on the ground was rolled up again, covering Yisha's sight. You are exposed. Yisha waved his hand fiercely, and the wind suddenly dispersed. And at the same time, the flying dust was also rolled away. The opponent was waiting for the wind to rise to assassinate, and Yisha could control the wind. The wind was rolled up by Yisha himself, in order to lure the opponent out, and then use the wind to disperse the dust. It's you. Yisha looked at the figure emerging from the dust and raised his eyebrows. Your assassination skills are really amazing. The person who appeared in front of Yisha. It was CFA, the assassin that Yisha had seen in the snowfield. Yisha, I let you run away last time. You won't be so lucky this time. Don't worry. I won't run away this time. CFA held the dagger in his hand and retreated backwards. You probably don't know the rules of this place. Only one person can lead each floor, and only one person can get the treasures left by ancient civilizations. Now, two people have entered this floor. You and me. If you are not stupid, you should know what the result will be. Suddenly, CFA's figure flashed, and in an instant, he closed the distance of 4 or 5 meters with Yisha, and slashed at Yisha with the dagger in his hand. Crystal flames appeared in front of Yisha again, and were shattered by CFA's slash. But it also bought time for Yisha. Yisha retreated calmly and avoided CFA's attack. CFA jumped forward again and stabbed Yisha with a knife, saying ferociously, "If you want to leave here, only one of us can survive." Dang! Yisha suddenly drew his sword, and the sword fell to Nanjiang with a silver light, blocking CFA's dagger. CFA gritted his teeth and kept pressing the dagger down. Those who are alive, leave. Yisha smiled. Then you go to hell. Yisha stretched out his hand and pushed forward, and an electric current surged forward. CFA's skills were extremely flexible. He suddenly pushed his feet, and the whole person flew into the air. After avoiding the electric current, he turned over and landed lightly on the ground. The next moment, CFA ran again, but not towards Yisha, but towards the building on the side. With a fish jump, he went directly into the doorway. Yisha narrowed his eyes. This was an apostle who was well versed in assassination. People who are good at assassination are usually weaker in direct confrontation. This is not because the opponent is not good enough or lacks ability, but because the greatest ability of a person who is good at assassination is of course assassination. This may seem like nonsense, but it is not the case. The underlying meaning is that if a person who is good at assassination fights someone head-on, it means that he has given up what he is best at. In disguise, it is of course a kind of weakening, compared with his real combat power. He will naturally appear weak in direct confrontation. CFA was obviously very clear about this, so he had no intention of getting entangled with Yisha and hid directly. Many of the buildings in the ancient city were connected, with many doorways and window holes for entering and exiting. The terrain was relatively complex, and it was obviously very suitable for assassination. CFA hid in it, of course hoping that Yisha would chase him in. But Yisha came to the building. Do you think I'm stupid? Sizzle! Yisha suddenly stretched out his hand. An electric current quickly surged in his palm, and continued to surge, reaching a height of more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Yisha raised his hand and slashed forward. The electric current quickly turned into a lightning blade, fell forward, and slashed at the building. With a bang, the building was cut in half by Yisha. At the moment when the building collapsed, CFA jumped out of the window above and fell to the ground with a gloomy face. Run. Keep running. Yisha sneered. Keep running. I will completely destroy this place. When the time comes, I will see where you can hide. Yisha was not joking. Although the ruins of this ancient city were not small, they were not actually that big. First, the size of ancient cities was limited. Second, not all buildings in the ancient city were on the ground. Many were still buried underground. Yisha was confident that he could destroy 1/3 of this place with a single divine thunderbolt. It would not be difficult to completely destroy it. CFA's face hidden under the mask became even gloomier. Yisha had grasped his lifeline. This place was not suitable for hiding and sneak attacks except for the surrounding ancient city buildings. Yisha didn't fall for it. What could he do? He couldn't tie Yisha up and take him into those buildings. But, CFA sneered, if there is no assassination environment, I will create it myself. And see how you can destroy it. As CFA spoke, he took a deep breath. Domain, CFA said in a low voice, pitch night. As soon as the words fell, a large amount of smoke suddenly surged from CFA's body and spread out in all directions. At the same time, the sky was originally bright and blue, and it should still be daytime. But now it suddenly became gloomy. Slowly, and continuously became pitch black. And it suddenly became night. CFA took off his mask, smiled sinisterly at Yisha, and then slowly retreated to the back. Every time CFA took a step back, the smoke on his body became thicker and his figure became more invisible. Slowly, CFA's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yisha immediately raised his hand, and a stream of electricity shot out to the front and landed at the place where CFA disappeared. With a loud bang, the current hit the ground, shattering a piece of the ground, and CFA was no longer there. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Clear footsteps, with a distinct rhythm, constantly surround Yisha. Yisha frowned. As an assassination expert, he should not reveal such an obvious flaw. If the running footsteps were exposed, the opponent's position would naturally be known. Misleading? Yisha suddenly stretched out his hand, and a stream of electricity rushed out, attacking in the footsteps. Sure enough, the current fell into the air, without the sound of hitting the body, but hit the ground, shattering a piece of the ground. Suddenly, CFA appeared behind Yisha, with a ruthless look in his eyes, and raised his dagger to stab Yisha in the back. This was a successful sneak attack, and Yisha was confused by the footsteps, and he did not notice CFA's approach. But, in the shadow behind Yisha, a corpse flower vine suddenly emerged and hit CFA's chest hard. With a bang, CFA was swept away and fell far away. Yisha turned around and looked at CFA with disdain. Assassination? People with insufficient strength need to steal. And in the face of absolute strength, your so-called assassination is meaningless. Chapter 1710 Kill. CFA snorted coldly, turned over and jumped backwards. And then the black mist surged out of his body, and he disappeared again. Yisha did not attack, because the darkness in this area was not so simple. CFA did not disappear, but moved. After just one round of confrontation, Yisha had seen the trick and probably guessed the role of the dark night area. The night helped CFA hide and affected his vision. As for the black mist, it was not just to cover his body. When it comes to hiding, Yisha is convinced that CFA's ability to hide is quite powerful. He can hide without the black mist. Therefore, the function of the black fog is actually to help CFA move. Yisha can judge this because the electric current that was shot earlier was not simply aimed at the place where CFA disappeared, but was a range attack in a straight line distance. And CFA's retreat speed was not that fast. As for the movement on both sides, it was not at the same time as the footsteps. Therefore, Yisha concluded that the black fog has a similar ability to move instantly, but the range should not be large. However, whether the Qi domain is seen through or not is not very meaningful, because even if you see through it, you can't deal with it. This was true for Yisha before he killed Dongfangyu, but it was another matter now. Yisha opened his hands. I'll show you that any tricks are meaningless when you are overwhelmed by your strength. The next moment, The sun and the moon appeared in Yisha's palms and quickly floated towards the sky. The sun and the moon shined together. When the sun and moon in Yisha's palm floated in the sky, the light was bright. The large amount of sunlight and moonlight spread in the air, sprinkled on the ground, and illuminated the surroundings. CFA's figure hidden in the darkness immediately emerged, with nowhere to hide. CFA's face also showed fear involuntarily. Yisha sneered, then stretched out his hand and pressed in the direction of CFA. A ray of moonlight fell and shone towards CFA. Although CFA didn't know what the moonlight did, it was obvious that being illuminated by it was definitely not a good thing. CFA quickly moved to the side. Yisha sneered, the light shines on the earth. How can you escape? Crack. Crack. The moment Yisha finished speaking, CFA felt a shivering cold coming towards him. And then the sound of frost condensing appeared. CFA looked down and saw that the ground around him was covered with frost. The frost even climbed along the soles of his feet, and quickly reached CFA's calves. Yisha stretched out his finger and pointed forward. Die. An electric current shot out from Yisha's fingertips. With CFA's speed, it was not too difficult to avoid the impact of the electric current. But now CFA's feet were frozen. CFA struggled violently, raised his dagger, and slashed hard on the ice on his legs. But just a moment of delay made CFA unable to avoid it. The electric current hit CFA's chest fiercely, and CFA was blown away. Bang! CFA fell to the ground and spurted out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, some white hair suddenly appeared on CFA's temples, as if he had aged instantly. Life is weakening? Yisha raised his eyebrows. If even God doesn't want you to live, how can you live? Paralysis effects have different characteristics, and life decay is one of them. Life decay cannot be said to be the best effect, but it is the only effect with good lethality because it can weaken vitality. CFA gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, running to the side again. But at this time, boom, 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 the ground cracked continuously, and the corpse flower vines emerged from Yisha's shadow, heading forward, constantly drilling into the ground, and then piercing out from the ground. The corpse flower vines quickly blocked the surrounding roads, leaving CFA nowhere to hide. Yisha raised his hand, and a thunderbolt fell again, hitting CFA fiercely, causing CFA to stagger. Ghost step. At the moment when CFA's body was blown away by the electric current, Yisha's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind CFA. Puff! Yisha thrust the sword in his hand forward, piercing from behind CFA, and then piercing from the front of CFA, piercing through CFA's body. Yisha, now you understand what it means to crush someone with overwhelming strength? CFA wanted to run, but he couldn't. People who are good at assassination must also be good at escaping. Retreating after a missed attack is also a killer's fighting method, just like what CFA did in the snowy plains. Unfortunately, due to the rules of this place, CFA couldn't escape at all. No one could leave here unless one of them died. I won't give up. I won't obey. CFA roared loudly, and then felt a tightness in his chest, and blood kept spurting out of his mouth. Gradually, CFA lost his voice. You killed the Apostle Walker. Accumulated. A mysterious voice sounded, announcing CFA's death, and the surrounding space twisted at the same time. Yisha quickly turned over CFA's body, took whatever he had, and then, as the space distortion was completed and a new space reappeared, Yisha returned to the cylindrical tower again. Damn it! Yisha cursed in a low voice. CFA's strength was still good, and he should have a lot of good things on him. But Yisha had too little time to touch the corpse. However, it was also a gain. You got an item in Luon civilization, animal tooth necklace. At this time, a mysterious voice appeared in Yisha's ears again, announcing what Yisha had gained. Yisha looked to the side and saw a necklace that should be made of wolf teeth, placed next to him. The matter was done. After cursing, Yisha did not hesitate. He picked up the necklace and put it on, then walked towards the stairs again, without encountering any obstruction from the invisible force. Yisha continued to go up the stairs smoothly. This time, the stairs became very long again, even the longest one. 100 steps. This floor had more than 100 steps. Yisha walked for a long time before he reached the next floor. Huh? Yisha entered the next floor, looked around, and was stunned for a moment. These things. Yisha recognized this floor. Atlantis. Atlantis. This floor actually belonged to Atlantis. Yisha recognized it at a glance because there were murals, patterns, and words on the walls. Yisha had seen similar patterns and words when he was on a mission to find the water spirit Moya. In addition to the things carved on the walls, this floor also displayed some things. In the center was a golden, extremely eye-catching trident. Chapter 1711 Atlantis. There are many lost civilizations on Earth, and the legend of Atlantis is undoubtedly one of the world-famous lost civilizations. There are many legends about Atlantis, some of which are more mythological, such as Poseidon, the king of Atlantis, who can call the wind and rain, drive the ocean currents, etc. The weapon used by Poseidon is the trident of Poseidon. In addition, around the trident, there are some cylindrical exhibition stands with some things on them. As for the reason for using something to describe it, it's because Yisha has no idea what those things are used for. For example, on the side of the trident, there is a booth with a conch-like thing, with circles of threads, but the overall shape is more like an egg, and it is made of metal. On the other side of the booth, there is a metal stick, which is not made of gold, silver, iron, copper, or tin. It is a very strange metal, with a light green color, not so hard, but a little soft. But it feels like metal. As for the stick itself, it was even more confusing to understand what it was used for. It was a weapon, but the stick was only 2 palms long. How could it be used as a weapon? There were 4 or 5 other exhibition stands, scattered all over this floor, but the things on them were all a bit inexplicable. Or in other words, it was impossible to determine their purpose simply by looking at them with the naked eye. After Yisha turned around, he thought carefully, and then came to the golden trident. This was a simple inference without basis, because Yisha touched the energy-gathering gun and the focusing shield in the Maya civilization layer. And when he left, he got these 2 items. So, if he touches the trident now, can he take the trident away when he leaves this layer? No matter how you look at it, this golden trident should be the best thing in this layer. On the contrary, the energy-gathering gun and the focusing shield he got before are actually not good enough. Yisha went to that world and found out that those 2 things were actually the standard equipment of the soldiers of that civilization. Thinking of this, Yisha reached out and grabbed the golden trident, and pulled it off the display stand with force. The next moment, when Yisha held the trident in his hand, the vortex that could distort space appeared again, spitting continuously, sucking in the surrounding space. Then, "Ah!" Yisha exclaimed instinctively, because at that moment, Yisha suddenly felt that his feet were empty, as if he had fallen from a height. Looking down, Yisha realized that the space around him had completely changed. He was currently falling from the sky, and below him, there was a city. It was a magnificent city built on the sea. Looking down from the sky, the city floating on the sea was composed of 5 huge circles. 3 of the circles were in the shape of a triangle, and in the center of the triangle, there were 2 more circles, thus dividing the city into 5 areas. Each circular city area is connected by a huge long bridge, which allows people to pass through each other. As the body continues to fall, everything below gradually becomes clear. Each circle is a huge city. Looking down from the air, you can see densely packed buildings. Each circular city area has 3 walls inside and outside, dividing more city areas. At the same time, there are a large number of artificial rivers in the city area, which directly draw water from the seawater and are spread all over the city, looking extremely beautiful. In addition to these, this is not only a city on the sea, but also obviously a city of the future. In the sky, there are many flying machines, and the shapes of these machines are different. They should be similar to cars, and they are all things that carry people and transport people. However, cars can only be on the ground, while these flying machines can fly at low altitudes. In the city, a building is being built, but almost no manpower is used. The golden manipulator that is more than 10 meters high keeps turning and grabbing steel bars from the ground. Then, countless covers opened on the side of the manipulator, and dozens of small manipulators came out. Those manipulators worked quickly and set up brackets on the outer layer of the building. At the same time, there were many water curtains on the road, with young and beautiful women on them, directing traffic there. On both sides of the road, some trash cans could move in a certain area by themselves, taking over the trash from pedestrians, and growing manipulators to clean the streets. Yisha smacked his lips. There is indeed a saying in the legend. That is, Atlantis was once a country with highly developed technology and an advanced civilization that surpassed its time. After the annihilation of civilization, it led to the regression of civilization. Although humans have continued to develop technology, they have not surpassed the civilization of Atlantis for thousands of years. At present, it is really possible. If what is in front of us is Atlantis before its annihilation, it is really a future technology capital. Oops, Yisha was thinking. And suddenly he cried out inwardly, forgetting that he was still falling in the air. And it was too late to spread his paper wings again. Plop! Yisha crashed straight into a river in the city, splashing a lot of water. The splash attracted people along the river, and they all looked in the direction of the river. Yisha emerged from the river, a little embarrassed. He quickly swam towards the river. But at this time, the water curtain covering the entire city suddenly emitted a red light. And then a middle-aged man appeared on the water curtain, issued an emergency notice. The Lemurian army appeared 30 miles away. Please ask the residents in the city to return home immediately. 15 minutes later, the protective shield will be opened. Repeat. The Lemurian army appeared. The people on the surrounding streets showed horror. And then, they scattered like birds and beasts in an instant, not caring about watching the excitement. The people who were watching Yisha quickly dispersed in an instant. Yisha was puzzled and murmured, Lemurian army? Lemurian civilization? Yisha knew about the Lemurian civilization, which was an ancient civilization as famous as Atlantis. In fact, it existed longer than Atlantis, and it was said that the earliest could be traced back to 800,000 years ago. Moreover, according to legend, the ending of Lemuria civilization is similar to that of Atlantis. Both of them sank into the sea, and the civilization was eventually lost and completely disappeared in the long river of history. At the same time, according to legend, Atlantis is said to be the pinnacle of technological civilization, while Lemuria civilization is the opposite, and is said to be a highly spiritual civilization. Chapter 1712 Civilizations Go to War. Army. Alarm. Evacuation. Yisha tilted his head. Two major civilizations go to war? Although in Yisha's cognition, many archaeologists say that Atlantis and Lemuria are two major civilizations that coexisted in the same period, and they were the two most advanced civilizations on land at that time. But now it seems that the two don't get along well. While thinking, Yisha climbed out of the river and released a small sun to dry his clothes. There was some commotion on the busy streets, but it was just a commotion, not a riot. People on the street began to leave quickly, but they did not seem to be in chaos. There was anxiety on their faces, but no panic or fear. It seemed that the people here had gotten used to it. So, does that mean that wars often occurred in Atlantis? Habits are something that is formed invisibly. As long as you do something frequently and repeatedly, it is easy to develop a habit. If you are often in war, you will naturally get used to the existence of war. About 15 minutes later, Yisha suddenly heard a boom sound from the sky. He looked up and saw a large amount of water pouring out of the sea. In midair, the water curtain suddenly spread out, forming a huge protective shield that covered the entire city. 5 city districts. 5 protective shields. At the same time, the protective shields made of seawater seemed to contain some special energy, emitting a faint blue light in the water curtains. Yisha murmured, I wonder how the defense is? General, why are you still here? At this time, a voice sounded behind Yisha. He turned around and saw a group of soldiers behind him. Saluting Yisha, General, please rush to the south coastline immediately. General? Yisha looked at himself, then at the other party, and found that the other party's eyes were indeed looking at him. I was Soldier 7735 before. Am I a general now? Yisha looked at the Atlantis soldier in front of him. His armor was very strange. It was made of a lot of shells. It was not that it was not beautiful, but it felt strange. Do those shells really have defensive power? While Yisha was looking at him, the Atlantis soldier spoke again. General. General? Please hurry with us to the south coastline. Yisha came back to his senses and nodded. Okay. Let Yisha act alone. He didn't know how to go or what to do. After all, everything around him was unfamiliar, and it would be better to have someone to lead the way. The so-called south coastline is the direction of the city close to the ocean. Of course, this place is surrounded by the sea. Close to the ocean means close to the outer ocean, which is the attack point. Soon, Yisha arrived at the coastline. Countless Atlantis soldiers have been stationed here, waiting in the direction of the sea. At the same time, Yisha could hear a huge noise coming from the surroundings. And then Yisha saw some buildings facing the sea slowly sinking to the bottom of the ground. Those buildings can actually move up and down. When those buildings moved underground, or to the bottom of the sea, one by one, artillery batteries rose from the locations of those buildings. Those artillery batteries were pure gold with some light blue lines. The barrels were very long, about 5 or 6 meters, extending forward. In the sky, some blue and white fighter planes flew by, circling over Atlantis. Although no one knew what was on the sea, there must be something, because Yisha found that the sea surface was churning unnaturally. Atlantis was already taking it seriously. At the same time, a black line appeared in the direction of the horizon, and the black line stretched to both sides with no end in sight. The army of Lemuria. When the black line approached, Yisha showed surprise on his face. Not human. The soldiers of Lemuria were not human, but a different kind of creature. The bodies of those creatures were similar to those of humans, with legs, hands, and a similar torso structure. But they were just similar structures. The legs of the Lemurian soldiers were frog-shaped with thick webbed feet. Their arms were similar to those of humans, but their hands were very strange, with 7 fingers connected by transparent membranes. At the same time, the bodies of the Lemurian soldiers were densely covered with fish scales. As for their heads, they looked more like fish than human heads, with their mouths open and triangular teeth exposed. Moreover, these Lemurian soldiers, without any attack, stepped on the sea surface with their feet, and did not sink. They came on the waves. This surprised Yisha. The Atlanteans around him dressed completely differently from humans, which was the aesthetic of different civilizations. But in terms of body structure, Atlanteans were no different from humans. The body structure was basically the same. Hands, feet, body, eyes, ears, mouth and nose, all of which were the same. If there was any difference, it was just the difference between yellow people, white people and black people. But the Lemurians were a completely new species. According to Yisha's cognition and standards, the Lemurians should be called alien species. Of course, maybe at some time in this world, these alien creatures did exist on the continent as rulers. While Yisha was thinking, the Lemurian army had begun to advance rapidly towards Atlantis. The Lemurians opened their mouths and roared, making a harsh sound, and a crown-shaped flesh membrane appeared behind their ears, constantly trembling. And the choice of the Atlanteans was, fight. When the Lemurians approached, the golden turret slowly turned and aimed at the Lemurian army. The next moment, boom, 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 the turret suddenly opened fire, and a large amount of water gathered in front of the golden muzzle, constantly rotating, then gradually getting bigger, and then the gunfire roared. The golden turret fired a water cannon. However, the power of those water cannons made by compressing seawater is not as weak as it seems on the surface, but extremely strong. Boom! A water cannonball landed in the Lemurian army formation. And then, there was a loud noise. The water cannonball broke into pieces, and countless water streams splashed in all directions. When the water stream hit the body of the Lemurian soldier, it immediately penetrated the opponent's body. Almost in the blink of an eye, those Lemurian soldiers were killed or injured. Chapter 1713 Battle breaks out. At the same time, the Atlantis fighter planes in the sky also flew forward, passing over the square formation of Lemurian soldiers. And then missile-like things were thrown down one by one. However, those missiles fell into the sea, but did not explode, but continued to sink to the bottom of the sea. And then circles of ripples appeared in the sea, constantly retreating to the surroundings. On the sea, the Lemurian soldiers kept screaming in pain, and then fell one after another. On the sea surface in front of Atlantis, countless bubbles surged, and then oval-shaped objects emerged one by one. Those objects looked like submarines, but also like bunkers. On the top of those objects, countless gun barrels rose up, and then one by one, energy beams were fired forward. Boom, boom, boom. There was an explosion on the sea surface, and those beams hit the sea surface, and immediately exploded into huge fireballs. The battle has begun. Atlantis launched the first attack, but the Lemurian soldiers, even though they suffered heavy losses at the beginning, quickly began to fight back. Supernatural power. The Lemurian soldiers raised their hands high, and obscure characters appeared in their mouths. Then, behind the Lemurian soldiers' square formation, the sea water suddenly surged and continued to rise. Tsunami strikes. The huge waves covered the sky and the sun, and suddenly appeared. The blue sky had turned gloomy and dark, as if a storm could come at any time. Tsunami is coming. The Lemurians actually have the ability to trigger tsunamis. When the hundreds of meters high waves rise, they only bring hard tremors, fear, and the threat of death. Yi Sha once again felt the feeling of the end of the world. The feeling of being able to destroy everything. But no matter how hard you try, you can only return empty-handed. Is called the end of the world. I should have done something, but I couldn't do anything. This is the end of the world. This is called despair. The next moment, a huge wave crashed down, and the Atlantis bunkers on the sea were blown away almost instantly. The bunkers cracked. Sparks kept coming out, and then exploded, but it was blocked. When the tsunami surged towards Atlantis, the outermost water curtain collided with the waves, constantly spreading ripples, but finally blocked the waves. At the same time, the Lemurian soldiers were not afraid of the waves. They even rode the waves and charged towards Atlantis. All troops, attack! The soldiers of Atlantis rushed out at the first moment and fought with the soldiers of Lemuria. Yi Sha seemed to be playing the role of general in this place, but he obviously had no chance to give orders. Yi Sha had no idea how to give orders. He knew very little about this world. Then, let's fight directly. Fight! When Yi Sha was thinking about fighting, a golden light suddenly flashed in his hand, and the trident displayed in the cylindrical tower suddenly appeared in Yi Sha's hand. Yi Sha couldn't help but smile, and then rushed forward. Puff! The water curtain seemed to only be able to resist the attack, but could not resist the entry of the Lemurian soldiers. Those Lemurians landed quickly, and at that moment, a golden light flashed, and several consecutive Lemurians were cut in half by Yi Sha's blow. Awesome! Yi Sha's eyes lit up. Yi Sha had not yet been recognized, and the trident in his hand did not belong to Yi Sha, so it had no effect. However, as a weapon, this golden trident was already very extraordinary. No one knew what material it was made of, or what kind of technological process it was made of. It was not an exaggeration to describe this trident as breaking hair with a gust of wind. When Yi Sha chopped the Lemurian soldiers, he did not feel any resistance at all, and easily chopped the opponent's body open. Kill! Yi Sha roared, and rushed forward again, swinging the golden trident in his hand continuously, constantly killing the Lemurian soldiers. Then, Yi Sha punched out. Sizzle! The electric current surged forward, and before the Lemurian soldiers behind landed, the current rushed into the sea, and a large number of Lemurian soldiers twitched continuously, and then floated to the surface of the sea. Bang! But at this moment, Yi Sha felt a pain in his back and staggered. Yi Sha turned around and saw a Lemurian soldier who looked different behind him. Most of the Lemurian soldiers were holding weapons, but the Lemurian soldier in front of him was holding something like a staff and constantly firing water bullets. High Priest? Yi Sha was clearly seeing the Atlantis civilization for the first time, and for some reason, some information automatically emerged in his mind. The so-called High Priest was almost equivalent to the senior general of the Lemurian soldiers. Interesting. Yi Sha threw the trident backwards, but with this kind of attack. Are you just tickling me? Poof! The trident hit the Lemurian High Priest, piercing his chest with one blow. The next moment, Yi Sha's figure flashed. Ghost step! Yi Sha suddenly appeared on the flying path of the trident, stretched out his hand to grab the trident, and then swept it to his side again. Invincible. Yi Sha walked along the coastline, constantly waving the trident, killing the Lemurian soldiers who rushed up. There were shouts of killing all around. The Atlantean soldiers raised their spears, the tips of which were covered with liquid, forming a saw blade shape, extremely sharp, and slashed at the Lemurian soldiers, easily cutting the bodies of the Lemurian soldiers. On the contrary, the weapons used by the Lemurian soldiers were very ordinary, even backward, and very pure cold weapons. However, the Lemurian soldiers were very strong, powerful, and fast, and could easily lift the Atlantean soldiers and throw them away. They ran as fast as the wind, and they could run as fast as fish in the sea. This is a collision of civilizations. Yi Sha clearly felt this. The collision of technological civilization and biological evolution civilization. The winner can keep his own civilization. Yi Sha was a spectator in this war, because he did not belong to any party. Suddenly, Yi Sha had some insights. As if he understood something. Yi Sha felt that he felt the will of the cylindrical tower. Or what the cylindrical tower showed all for. The change of a civilization. Or destruction. Chapter 17, 1436 days. The battle lasted from dawn to dusk. And the Lemurian soldiers gradually retreated. But everyone knew that it was not the end. The Lemurian soldiers only retreated 30 nautical miles. They could breathe and live in the sea. They retreated only for the next battle. And Atlantis soldiers sighed, they have degenerated again. But have become stronger. Ye Sha listened to it and showed doubts. And then the information about the two civilizations automatically appeared in Yi Sha's mind. Atlantis is a country with highly developed technology and a symbol of civilization. Atlantis has experienced the robot era, artificial intelligence era, and energy technology era. But each ethnic group has its own strengths and shortcomings. The reproduction of Atlantis has always been the biggest problem. The population of Atlantis is currently 360,000. And at its peak, it did not exceed 600,000. At its lowest point, it was even less than 300,000. Yi Sha was deeply touched by this. After all, humans are quite fertile. Yi Sha was born in a populous country like China. In China, if a city does not have a permanent population of about 10 million, it is embarrassed to call itself a big city. The imperial capital of China even has a permanent population of more than 20 million. A civilization that once ruled the world has a population of no more than 600,000. Yi Sha inexplicably felt so sad. On the contrary, the Lemurian civilization has always been on the path of spiritual civilization, and has been developing biological evolution. They train themselves and pursue the limits of their biological bodies. They are naturally strong and fast, and can swim in the 7 seas. They can walk on land and dive thousands of meters in the sea. From the perspective of fighting, the Lemurians were born for fighting. They are natural warriors, and are at the top of the food chain. However, they have lost their wisdom. Lemuria was once an intelligent race. Very smart, with its own culture, and good at learning. However, while pursuing biological evolution and civilization, the Lemurians became stronger and stronger. And each generation was physically stronger than the previous generation. But they were slowly losing their wisdom. The Atlanteans call this phenomenon degeneration. After the biological evolution and civilization of Lemuria reached its limit, it actually experienced atavism, becoming beast-like and losing its wisdom. So, the war broke out. Lemuria and Atlantis, the two civilizations at the top of this era, went to war because of this. For beasts, invasion and occupation of territory are their nature. The Lemurians launched wars against Atlantis again and again. Yi Sha felt sad. What did the cylindrical tower want to show him? What did the cylindrical tower want to tell him? What is the meaning of the cylindrical tower? Is it to make people feel sad and helpless? To let people know that the prosperity of any civilization is temporary, and will eventually lead to destruction? Yi Sha couldn't help but have a lot of ideas. But they were just ideas. And Yi Sha didn't have much time to think. Because, at dawn, the Lemurians attacked again. Yi Sha once again joined the battle. Endless fighting. This time, the war was much more intense than the one Yi Sha encountered on the first level. Because of the number of people and the time. Compared with the war between two civilizations, the war between two tribes was as childish as a fight between children. And this war lasted for 33 days. Atlantis soldiers suffered tens of thousands of casualties. For Atlantis, which originally had a small population, facing such casualties was an absolute blow. Lemuria had a large population, dozens of times that of Atlantis, but it also suffered more casualties, with no less than 200,000 bodies floating on the sea. Looking up, even the sea area around Atlantis could no longer be seen. However, all this was not terrifying enough, because all this was not desperate enough. 33 days later, the war ended. It was not that the Lemurian soldiers retreated, but that a tsunami came. This time, it was not the Lemurians who did it, but a real tsunami. The extremely terrifying tsunami came like a tidal wave. The sky was dark, and the clouds were so low that they seemed to be within reach. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared in the sky. Lightning like a long dragon cut through the sky and hit the sea surface, which exploded and rolled back into the sky. The sea was angry and roaring. What is the most terrifying power? It is the power of nature. Thunder, earthquake, tsunami. Natural forces that can annihilate everything. Even though the Lemurians were considered to have degenerated and no longer had any wisdom, facing such a terrifying phenomenon, they would flee in fear. But could they escape? It rained heavily. On the 33rd day, it rained heavily, and the sea was surging. When the Lemurians wanted to retreat, they encountered the first wave, which was hundreds of meters high. Looking up, they saw that it was not a wave, but an insurmountable wall. The next moment, the waves crashed down. Even though the Lemurians had the ability to breathe in the sea, and they could even walk on the waves, they were helpless in the face of such a terrifying tsunami. Because, the moment the waves fell, the moment the waves crashed down, the Lemurian soldiers were directly beaten into meat paste. The blood mixed with the seawater and spread away. This time, the Lemurians did not even leave their bodies behind. They were directly crushed into meat paste by the waves and sank to the bottom of the sea. Hundreds of thousands of Lemurian troops were destroyed in less than an hour. The Atlanteans looked at the waves, and countless people knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly. Even though the Lemurians were going to extinction, the Atlanteans did not feel any joy, because they knew it was their turn next. Unfortunately, the tsunami showed no sign of stopping. On the 34th day, the sky became even darker, and the lightning pillars falling from the sky continued to the sea surface, raising huge waves that had exceeded 800 meters. Every time they came, they covered the sky and the sun. The water curtain protection shield of Atlantis was in danger. On the 35th day, people came to the streets to kneel and throw their most precious things into the sea. This is the custom of Atlantis, which can calm the anger of the sea. But is it really useful? On the 36th day, the protective shield of Atlantis was broken. And endless sea water rushed towards Atlantis, penetrated the water curtain, and fell madly. Chapter 17:15. Only one can survive. Yi Sha has always been a spectator. But even as a spectator, Yi Sha felt sad. Extremely sad. The kind of sadness that death is approaching, but there is nothing you can do. Death is a very scary thing. When you know you have to face death, and have to face it, death will become even more terrifying. This is the end of the world. Looking at the seawater rushing towards him, Yi Sha suddenly shouted, and then rushed towards the sea. Yi Sha knew that he could not die and would return to the cylindrical tower. But Yi Sha just wanted to give it a try to see if he could resist the end of the world. Bang! 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 Yi Sha rushed into the sky and punched out one punch after another. The seawater kept making bursting sounds, and then Yi Sha kept punching holes in it. However, the moment Yi Sha passed through the waves, the next wave followed and fell towards Yi Sha. Almost in an instant, Yi Sha was annihilated by the waves. The huge wave fell into Atlantis, and the magnificent buildings began to collapse and shatter. The huge mechanical arm fell and hit a building, smashing it to pieces. Under Atlantis, there were countless giant pillars supporting Atlantis floating on the sea. At this moment, those huge pillars made a crackling sound and began to shatter continuously. Ah! A roar suddenly appeared, and Yi Sha jumped out of the sea and rushed into the air again. The attack of the huge wave continued. The next huge wave was over 1,000 meters high, and it was falling towards the ground. Yi Sha punched frantically, and every time he punched, the huge wave would split a little, but the seawater gathered around him. And no matter how Yi Sha punched, it was always faster than the surging seawater. Boom! The next moment, the huge wave fell down firmly, completely engulfing Yi Sha and Atlantis. On the 36th day, all 1,764 supporting pillars of Atlantis broke. Atlantis sank. Atlantis civilization annihilated. The end of the world is coming. Yi Sha floated on the sea, with a wooden board behind him, rising and falling with the waves. Witnessed the annihilation of civilization again. The only thing that remained unchanged was that Yi Sha was not dead yet. It was really painful to experience that feeling of powerlessness again and again. However, he had experienced it, and Yi Sha had done what he could. He tried to fight against the tsunami. Unfortunately, human power was no match for nature, and Yi Sha could not save Atlantis from sinking. This is the end of the world. This is history. This is civilization. Just like the rules on the Doomsday train. They cannot be changed. At this moment, Yi Sha understood a lot and saw through a lot. But he now had more important things to care about. On the 39th day, Atlantis was gone. But Yi Sha was still here. Son of a bitch! Yisha suddenly sat up from the wooden board and cursed. Atlantis was finished. Lemuria was finished. And Yisha had no reason to stay here, facing the vast ocean. Yisha had nothing to do. Then, there could only be one reason why Yisha stayed here. There were other people who came to this floor. And there were other people who came to this place. What the cylindrical tower was going to show them was over. What happened next had nothing to do with the cylindrical tower. It was all about naked profit. There was only one reward. And those who came out alive would get the reward. Of course, only those who came out alive could come out. However, after 3 days of drifting on the sea, Yisha couldn't even see a ghost. There were wreckage and corpses everywhere. When would it end? God knows how big this world is. Ah! Yisha roared, punched the sky directly, and the flying electric current went back into the air, forming a long thunder. Yisha was just venting, floating on the sea like this. It was too suffocating. But what Yisha didn't expect was that the lightning flew in the sky. And about 10 minutes later, a black spot appeared in the sky. Yisha's eyes lit up. This is really a case of mountains and rivers. And there is a way out. And there is a village after the dark willows and flowers. The other party is obviously looking for him, and happened to be attracted by the current. Moreover, the one who came is an old friend. The corpse flower vines came out from Yisha's shadow, spitting out a lot of A4 paper, forming paper wings behind Yisha. And then Yisha flew into the air, about 100 meters apart. Yisha stopped, and the other party also slowed down and hung in the air. Long time no see. Yisha grinned. It seems that it is finally time for us to decide the winner. Here comes Virgo. Virgo grinned. Those who are alive leave. Yisha, yes. Virgo, then come. There is no doubt about this battle. The rules are the rules. Either both of them are trapped in this place and cannot leave, or one dead. In that case, is there any need for doubt and hesitation? No. The only way is to fight. Virgo flapped his wings fiercely, disturbing the airflow around him, and the violent wind swept towards Yisha. Yisha roared and punched without hesitation, and the wind flying towards Yisha broke by itself, unable to get close to Yisha at all. Fight with me, Yisha shouted. You're unlucky. One of Virgo's abilities is to control the wind flow, compress it to create a wind cannon, or directly form a wind blade to cut. Unfortunately, attacks based on wind flow cannot hurt Yisha at all, because Yisha's 8 directions wind and rain can also control the direction of the wind. Zila! Yisha raised his head suddenly, punched forward, and the current surged, flying towards Virgo. Virgo flapped its wings behind it and flew upward. Where are you running? Yisha immediately chased after him, punching his fists and continuously blasting out electricity. Yisha was extremely depressed now. Atlantis was destroyed, and he tried hard, but it was useless in the end. Then he drifted on the sea for 3 days without doing anything. Yisha needed to vent now. Brutal. Extremely brutal. One after another, electric currents streaked across the sky, attacking Virgo frantically. Ah! Virgo dodged continuously, but was eventually hit by an electric current. He rolled twice in the air, then turned his head sharply and roared at Yisha. Sonic attack. Yisha felt a sharp pain in his head and almost fell from the air. At the same time, smoke appeared on Virgo's body, moving rapidly in the air, heading towards Yisha. Although the wind flow's attack had no effect on Yisha, Virgo's methods were more than just wind cannons and wind blades. Chapter 1716. So, let's start the fight. Yisha finally managed to stabilize his body, and immediately punched out again. The current surged, and the moment it hit the smoke, it shattered the smoke. But the shattered smoke was still surging towards Yisha, quickly passing by Yisha. Puff! Puff! Yisha's body was cut open with 2 cuts, and the smoke was as sharp as a knife. Ah! Virgo screamed, and new smoke appeared, heading towards Yisha. Yisha snorted coldly, then raised his arm and swept forward. A large amount of wind suddenly rose and surged forward, intending to blow away the smoke. However, at this moment, the smoke suddenly condensed and turned into a crystal, turning into a gray crystal cone. Stabbing at Yisha frantically, Yisha flew to the side to avoid the crystal cone. The crystal cone fell into the sea, and with a bang, it shattered a piece of the sea surface. Like a fountain, a large amount of water rushed up to the sky, and then fell like rain below. At the same time, Virgo suddenly sped up and rushed towards Yisha, clawing at Yisha with his feet. Yisha's expression remained unchanged. Seeing the moment when Virgo attacked, he suddenly turned his body to the side, then grabbed Virgo's feet and smashed Virgo to the sea surface with force. Boom! Virgo fell like a cannonball, hitting the sea surface hard, splashing a large area of water. The next moment, Virgo rushed out of the sea again and headed towards the sky. Yisha sneered, "Get out of here." Yisha lifted his hand, and a small sun appeared in his palm. The blazing light suddenly exploded and pressed down towards Virgo. The temperature of the air suddenly increased, and the seawater on Virgo's body was evaporated in an instant. When it touched the light, Virgo screamed and fell downwards again. A few meters above the sea, Virgo flapped his wings violently and stabilized his body. Virgo looked up at the sky, surprised. "How could you?" "Very familiar, right?" Yisha sneered. "Then you will be more familiar with this move." Yisha raised his left hand, and the bright moonlight suddenly appeared. In Yisha's left hand, a fist-sized moon also emerged, and the light fell on the sea. The bright moon rises over the sea. The sea surface suddenly made a crackling sound, and at the moment when the moonlight passed by, countless frost appeared and floated on the sea surface. Yisha stretched out his hand and pressed in the air. The sun and the moon are in the sky. Sunlight and moonlight merged into one, falling towards the sea. Virgo screamed, and immediately flapped his wings, rolling up a large amount of wind to fight against the sun and moon, then took off into the air and quickly left. In an instant, Virgo fled 100 meters away. "Yisha, come on! Show all your skills and show your true form. Otherwise you will die." Virgo's face was gloomy, and then he suddenly opened his arms and roared sharply. Second form. Virgo entered the second form instantly, and his aura suddenly increased a lot. But it was not enough. The screaming sound continued. A crack suddenly appeared on Virgo's chest, and a blue gem appeared. Then, around the blue gem, countless blue veins emerged, climbing along Virgo's body, and in the blink of an eye, they spread all over the body, making Virgo's body look extremely hideous. Third form. Virgo entered the third form. His chest kept rising and falling, and then he looked at Yisha. "As you wish. Come, continue the fight." As Virgo spoke, he shouted, and then flapped his wings. A hurricane suddenly formed, rushing towards Yisha. Yisha waved forward, and his pupils shrank. The eight-direction wind and rain did not take effect completely. There was a huge force that was fighting against Yisha, or in other words, trying to resist the eight-direction wind and rain. However, after a short stalemate, Bafongfengyu was clearly stronger. After a moment, with a loud bang, the wind in the air exploded. Virgo roared and came towards Yisha again. Yisha stretched out his hand and pressed it lightly. The sun in the sky once again shone brilliantly, and then a huge fireball appeared in the air and fell towards Virgo. Meteorite stone? Virgo kept making low sounds in his throat, and then he hit the fireball straight up. With a loud bang, the fireball was smashed to pieces by Virgo, and Virgo did not get any benefit. A large piece of his flesh was torn off, and his whole body was filled with the smell of burning. Virgo gritted his teeth and continued to rush towards Yisha. Yisha sneered, "This trick again." Yisha guessed what Virgo was going to do. It was nothing more than the method used to deal with Dongfangyu. He planned to fight with Yisha in exchange for injuries, consume Yisha in this way, and then rely on his super speed regeneration ability to wear Yisha out. It's useless. "Yisha, Gemini is not here. Do you think you can kill me by yourself?" Dongfangyu is undoubtedly powerful. If Gemini had not succeeded in his sneak attack, even if Virgo and Gemini joined forces and faced the enemy head-on, they would probably not be Dongfangyu's opponent. Even with the sun and the moon in the sky, Yisha believes that he can't do this. But the problem is that there is no Gemini around Virgo at the moment. Want to use the method used to deal with Dongfangyu to deal with himself? Yisha can only say to Virgo, wishful thinking. Seeing Virgo was already killing him. Suddenly, a ray of moonlight fell from the sky and landed on Yisha's body. And then an ice ball appeared around Yisha's body, wrapping Yisha up. Bang! Virgo's bird claws hit the ice ball and smashed it. But at this moment, Yisha punched. Z-Law. The harsh sound of electricity sounded again, and Yisha punched Virgo's face hard, knocking Virgo away with one punch. The paper wings behind Yisha flapped, And Yisha quickly caught up with Virgo and grabbed Virgo's throat. "Want to kill me?" Yisha said fiercely. "That requires you to hurt me." Boom! At the moment when the words fell, electric current appeared in Yisha's palm again, and a lightning column instantly formed, which blasted Virgo downwards. After a loud bang, Virgo was blasted into the sea again. "Kill!" Yisha's attack continued. But this level obviously couldn't kill Virgo. As Yisha said the word kill, the moon floating in the sky became transparent, and the air around it suddenly dropped. This time, it was not a fireball that appeared in the sky, but a large number of ice balls, which absorbed the moisture in the air, quickly condensed into shape, and then fell madly towards the sea. Chapter 1717 Water Lord. Boom! 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 The huge ice balls kept falling and hitting the sea surface, creating huge deep pits on the sea surface. Virgo disappeared in the sea. After a while, the world seemed to be quiet and silent. "Get out," Yisha growled. "I know you won't die that easily." Yisha pressed down, and the moonlight swept towards the sea surface again. In the place where the moonlight drifted, the sea surface was frozen in an instant, making a crack sound. But the space behind Yisha twisted, without any sound. A circle of white smoke spread out, and Virgo suddenly appeared behind Yisha, grabbing at Yisha's back with a pair of bird claws. At the same time, from the shadow behind Yisha, the corpse flower vine suddenly sprang out and rushed towards Virgo. Puff! The corpse flower vine was instantly grabbed into several pieces by Virgo, but it also helped Yisha block a blow. Yisha turned his body suddenly, releasing an electric current from his body, bombarding Virgo's body, and Virgo was bounced out. "Ah!" Virgo raised his head and roared. Then a pair of claws tore a bloody wound on his body, and blood spilled out. Wind swept around. Bloody wind came. Yisha stretched his palm forward, trying to suppress Virgo's bloody wind, but perhaps because of the mixture of Virgo's blood, Yisha did not forcefully dispel the wind this time. Yisha's eyes became cold, and he suddenly opened his arms. Sun and moon shine together. Boom! The sunlight and moonlight merged into one and shone, colliding fiercely with the bloody wind. And then a violent collision sound appeared. The bloody wind shattered in an instant and fell towards the sea surface, like a sharp blade, constantly cutting the sea surface. The sun shone, and the sea water on the sea surface continued to emit white smoke and was constantly evaporated. The moonlight shone, and a large area of the sea surface solidified, covered with silver-white frost and frozen. Virgo raised his head, screamed, launched a sonic attack towards Yisha, and then quickly rushed towards Yisha. Puff! Virgo came to Yisha. A pair of bird claws fell, and Yisha punched without hesitation. At the moment of attack collision, waves of air retreated in all directions. The sea surface below, the shredded sea surface churned up. The frozen sea surface cracked inch by inch, and huge waves rolled up and came towards Yisha and Virgo. Yisha and Virgo withdrew their hands at the same time and retreated backwards. With a rumble, the waves passed directly between the two of them and hit the sea surface again, making a huge noise. Yisha raised his head and looked at Virgo with disdain. "You are really weak. Much weaker than Taurus and Leo. Without Gemini by your side, you seem to be unable to do anything. Virgo, you can only talk now." Yisha smiled. "Talk? Then try again." Yisha bent his arms, and the muscles on his body became sharp and angular. And then the scales of dragon scales continued to appear on Yisha's body, covering Yisha's whole body. Dragon horns grew on his forehead, and he turned into a dragon. Yisha entered the dragon state and casually shouted again, "White Dragon King." White dragon scales quickly grew on those scales, and behind Yisha, the paper wings suddenly spread out, falling like snow towards the bottom, and a pair of white dragon wings opened. The white dragon tail grew out from behind Yisha's waist, swinging left and right constantly. Yisha looked at Virgo and sneered, "You have tried your best. I haven't done anything yet." Yisha raised his hand forward, and two whirlpools suddenly appeared on the sea, spinning continuously at high speed, and then surging upward. "Water Lord, use all water liquid to create water elements to fight for yourself. At most, you can summon 2 water elements at a time, according to the amount and purity of the water liquid. The water elements that appear are guards, cavalry and lords. They will break after 30 minutes. Broken water elements can be used to summon water dragon T soldiers. The Water Lord is a relatively useless ability among the White Dragon King. because most of the time, it only absorbs moisture from the air and can only create a guard-level water lord. When you are lucky, you can create a cavalry with a small probability. To summon a water lord, there must be additional factors, such as the environment, climate, or a certain moment when a large amount of water happens to be obtained. Yisha has only summoned a lord level once, and it was barely summoned by luck, and it was not strong enough. And now, there is a sea under Yisha. A sea! Bang! Bang! In the two whirlpools, there was a loud noise, and two springs of water sprayed toward the sky. The surrounding water quickly gathered, condensed, and then turned into two huge water giants, 100 meters in size, standing on the sea. Compared with the water lord that Yisha summoned last time, it was completely different from the sky and the earth. Because, for Yisha, there is an inexhaustible supply of sea water. The next moment, the two water lords simultaneously swung their fists and blasted towards Virgo. Ah! Virgo screamed immediately, and a large amount of air turbulence appeared in front of him. When the water lord's fist blasted up, it tore the water lord's arm to pieces. However, at this moment, the water lord's body actually broke by itself, forming a surging wave, which pressed down towards Virgo. Virgo's face showed fear, and he stirred the air around him again. But it was too late. Bang! A huge crashing sound was heard, and Virgo was instantly swallowed by the falling waves, falling towards the sea surface and smashing into the sea. Then, the sea water surged again, and the two water lords stood up again from the sea surface and punched the sea surface. Bang! 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 As the fists of the water lords fell madly, the sea surface continued to explode with water, spreading to the surroundings, and the entire sea surface was churning, and the waves were layered and pushed madly to both sides. In a moment, Virgo's scream sounded again, and a crack suddenly appeared on the sea surface. Virgo spread his wings and flew out. As he flew into the sky, mist continued to emerge from Virgo's body, sharp as a knife. The mist continued to extend to both sides along Virgo's wings, and directly turned into two mist knives tens of meters long. When Virgo soared into the sky, the two mist knives passed through the body of the water lord, cutting the body of the water lord in half. Suspended in the air again, Virgo looked at Yisha. What you made doesn't seem to be very good. Yisha smiled. Do you think it's over like this? Chapter 1718 Lord of the Sea. Boom! Boom! The sea surface surged again, and 100-meter high waves suddenly rose. Then, in the huge waves, two water lords appeared again, waving their huge fists and bombarding Virgo. Yisha sneered. Within the 30-minute summoning time, as long as there is enough water, the water lord is immortal. And on the sea, will there be a lack of water? Bang! Virgo's bird claws blasted forward, smashing the fist of the water lord to pieces. However, at the moment when the fist was shattered, the scattered water did not fall to the sea surface, but turned directly into water arrows and flew towards Virgo. Puff! 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 Dense blood marks were scratched on Virgo's body, causing Virgo to roar madly. The wings behind Virgo opened and swept forward. A huge wind blade appeared and swept forward, cutting the body of the Lord of Water into pieces. The falling water churned, and the Lord of Water began to condense again at the moment of shattering. And Virgo rushed out at this moment and killed Yisha. Capture the thief and the king. After continuously fighting with the Water Lord, Virgo has obviously seen some clues. The Water Lord is obviously immortal. In this case, then, kill Yisha. Yisha sneered. Floods and rivers. Yisha raised his hand forward, and the sea water below suddenly sprayed out, condensed in front of Yisha's palm, and then sprayed out forward. Bang! The torrent sprayed and hit Virgo's body, causing Virgo to tumble up. But as soon as he stabilized his body, Virgo continued to flap his wings and continued to charge towards Yisha. Yisha knew what Virgo was thinking, because the wounds on Virgo's body were healing rapidly, and they were back to normal in the blink of an eye. Bang! The moment Virgo came to him, Yisha raised his fist and punched Virgo, colliding with Virgo's bird claws. The two of them were surrounded by layers of air waves again. Yisha grinned. Do you think that you can do whatever you want with the ability of super speed regeneration? Bang! Yisha's fist suddenly increased its strength, and a blue electric current suddenly appeared, wrapped around Yisha's fist, and knocked Virgo away. Is super speed regeneration troublesome? Of course it is troublesome. On the Doomsday train, If there is a way to obtain super speed regeneration, or the same level of healing ability, I am afraid that people will fight for it. And it is completely worth a fortune. Even the deputy train conductor is probably very tempted. However, super speed regeneration does not really mean immortality. To kill someone with super speed regeneration ability, it is actually very simple. Don't give the other party a chance to regenerate. Just kill the other party directly. Crack. Crack. Yisha clenched his fists. His knuckles made a crisp sound. And he raised his head with arrogance and a bit of teasing on his face. I just said that I haven't used my strength yet. Yisha smiled. I'm not referring to the Water Lord. While Yisha was talking, the Water Lord had recondensed into shape. But the two Water Lords stood behind and did not continue to attack Virgo. Yisha spread his hands and looked at Virgo. It's almost time. Suddenly, the wind and rain came. The waves on the sea's surface suddenly became violent, rising and falling continuously. Yisha was waiting, and there were only 10 seconds left. Virgo wanted to continue charging at Yisha, but at this moment, he seemed to feel something, and a look of fear appeared on his face, and he fled madly to the back. Escape. Must escape. Otherwise, you will die. Yisha narrowed his eyes and looked at Virgo. It's too late. Lord of the Sea. Lord of the Sea can be used when entering the final dragon power state. After use, the final dragon power will be extended to 60 seconds. In the ocean environment, you can drive the seawater to attack at will, turning the river and the sea upside down. With infinite power. Yisha looked at Virgo. Since you are also on this level, then you must have seen the scene when Atlantis and Lemuria were destroyed. Boom! As Yisha's voice fell, in front of Virgo, a huge wave rushed into the air, hundreds of meters high. In front of the huge wave, even the huge body of the Water Lord became insignificant. Yisha looked at Virgo. I will let you experience the fear of civilization destruction again. Boom! The huge wave suddenly fell down. No! Virgo screamed and flew madly towards the sky, trying to avoid the waves. But at this moment, rain clouds suddenly formed in the sky, and a huge lightning column fell from the sky, hitting Virgo's body and knocking Virgo down from the air. Then, the waves fell and hit Virgo, swallowing Virgo, and then fell towards the sea, slapping hard. Puff! Virgo emerged from the sea, with her wings broken behind her, floating on the sea, struggling constantly. Yisha narrowed her eyes, and then the second wave rose in front of her. Yisha, let's end it. No! Virgo roared madly and wanted to rush into the sky, but her wings were broken. The next moment, the 1,000-meter-high wave crashed down. Once, such a wave destroyed Atlantis. Now, such a wave will destroy Virgo. You are compared with a civilization. Yisha looked at the churning sea below. You should feel honored. The next moment, a mysterious voice sounded. You killed the war weapon, Virgo. Apocalypse reward, 0 cell, weakened type. You killed the war weapon, Virgo. Apocalypse reward, 0 cell, artificial fusion type. Yisha hooked his finger, and a stream of water gushed out from the sea, lifting up Virgo's body. Yisha took it and threw it behind him, and was rolled into Yisha's shadow by the corpse flower vines. At the same time, accompanied by the sound of a mysterious voice, representing the complete fall of Virgo. At the same time, a huge vortex appeared in the sky, rotating in the opposite direction, and finally sucked the entire space in. Yisha looked back in the direction of Atlantis, and then was sucked into the huge vortex. The dark space flashed by, and when Yisha's eyes lit up again, he had returned to the cylindrical tower, and in front of him was the golden trident. You have gained the ability enhancement in the Atlantis civilization, White Dragon King enhanced. The mysterious voice appeared again, making Yisha stunned. Yisha did not get the golden trident he wanted. The reward given to Yisha by the Atlantis civilization at this level was the enhancement of the White Dragon King's ability. Chapter 1719 Doomsday is coming again. Yisha quickly looked at the White Dragon King's ability. The physical fitness improvement has increased from 75% to 80%, which makes Yisha feel a little disgusted. Is he short of this 5% physical fitness improvement? There is no obvious change in the flood, but there will probably be some power improvement. When seeing the White Dragon's heavenly power, Yisha couldn't help but feel happy. The duration of the White Dragon's heavenly power is 15 minutes, and it can reach 30 minutes with the Dragon Realm. At present, the former has been increased to 30 minutes, and the latter has been increased to 60 minutes. But the time limit has also been extended. And the time limit for both has been extended by 3 hours. However, this makes no difference to Yisha. Anyway, the time limit is already more than 10 hours. And it is definitely impossible to use it continuously. So it doesn't matter if it is extended by 3 hours. The White Dragon roar is the same as the Flood 100 Rivers, with almost no changes. Except that there is one more dragon, which contains the power of the dragon. Yisha guessed that it was probably just an increase in power, so he didn't care too much. Finally, it was the Lord of the Sea, and the time was also extended, adding 30 seconds. But Yisha didn't feel much. The Lord of the Sea is very strong, even terrifyingly strong, and can kill Virgo with one strike. But the problem is that there are too few opportunities to use this ability, and it can only be used in the sea. It has been a long time since Yisha got the ability of the White Dragon King, and he has only used it once. After all, most of the time, Yisha must be on land, and there are too few times to go to the sea. Therefore, although this ability is strong, it is basically not used most of the time. Even the most critical moment of the killing move cannot be used. The limitation is too great. However, Yisha was already very satisfied with the extension of the White Dragon's power. Yisha originally bought this ability from the dining car just to make rainy weather for the White Dragon to match the wind and rain in all directions. As for other abilities, it cannot be said that they are useless. But there are not many more and a lot less. They are purely incidental. And Yisha does not care much. It's a pity. Yisha glanced at the golden trident. I can't get this thing. Yisha shook his head and did not try to take the trident away. Rules are rules. If it's not yours, it's not yours. Yisha did not force it. Moreover, the biggest gain was actually getting the body of Virgo. As Yisha thought about it, he walked towards the stairs and continued to go up. This time, the stairs were about 15 steps long. Not too long or too short. It was still a fan-shaped space. Yisha looked up and frowned. There were some glass vessels filled with liquids of different colors, including red, light yellow, dark green, and completely transparent. And what was soaked in those liquids was zombies. This floor was like a research room, and the object of research was naturally zombies. A feeling of familiarity. Yisha frowned, came to a glass container, and without hesitation, stretched out his hand and pressed it. The next moment, the familiar vortex appeared again, spitting continuously, sucking the surrounding space into it. And then the surrounding space began to change. Yisha opened his eyes vaguely, saw the mottled ceiling, and woke up a third of the time. He rubbed his eyes in confusion, and woke up another third of the time. Finally, Yisha sat up slowly and found himself sitting on a bed. Looking around, Yisha finally woke up completely. Yisha was stunned. This is impossible. Yisha looked around, feeling uneasy. Because this is Yisha's home. Because this is Yisha's room. Yisha suddenly got up from the bed, reached out and grabbed the calendar on the table. And his astonishment became even stronger. Are you kidding me? Yisha's eyes widened. Again? December 25th, 2125. 6 days before the end of the world. Yisha grabbed his hair and murmured, back again? Yisha felt like he was going crazy. The note said come again. Not twice. Besides, he was fine this time. Why did he bring himself back? Yisha thought of an extremely crazy possibility. He would not come back again and be directly trapped in this apocalypse. Right? When Yisha thought of this, he raised his fist and smashed it down on the bed. Boom! There was a sound of something breaking, and then Yisha sat down on the ground. Yisha looked dazed, looking at the broken bed, and fell into a daze. After a moment, Yisha stood up, came to the wall, punched the wall, punched a hole in the wall, and then stretched out his fingers, and the electric current jumped happily between them. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief. He did not return to the time before the end of the world, but was still in the cylindrical tower. However, this time, Yisha came to the world that belonged to him. 6 days. 6 more days. Yisha's eyes suddenly lit up, and he began to pace in the room. There are still 6 days before the end of the world, and his strength is still there, and his ability has not disappeared. So, can we stop the end of the world? Yisha has come all the way here, and what he has learned the most is that the end of the world cannot be stopped. War natural disasters, no matter what kind of end of the world. When it really comes, no matter how powerful you are, human power cannot stop it. When the burning death plague sweeps, no matter how strong you are, you will still die. When the tsunami hits, no matter how strong you are, you will still be swallowed up. However, what if the end of the world does not come? Just stop it from coming. Those bastards from Compu. Yisha thought of this and punched the wall hard, creating another hole. Yisha felt that this was the best chance to stop the apocalypse. But he found that he could not grasp this opportunity because he did not know where the initial zombie virus was. The 3 headquarters of Compu were in plain sight. If destroying them would destroy the initial zombie virus, Yisha would do it now. Even though 6 days was too short, there was still hope by using the son of the wind and flying with paper wings. Even though the hope was very slim, there was still a glimmer of hope. However, Yisha knew that the possibility of the initial zombie virus in the headquarters of Compu was actually very small. Even almost zero. How could something as shameful as the initial zombie virus be placed in the headquarters in the open? Yisha showed some anxiety. And then suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he pushed open the window and jumped out. And then a figure flew into the air. Destroy Compu. After thinking for a while, Yisha decided to destroy the 3 headquarters of Compu. Because some things are not about whether they can succeed. Some things depend on whether you will do them. This is the will. In this way, there will be no regrets. No matter what the result is, Yisha still chooses to fight against the end of the world again. This is Yisha's will. Chapter 1720. That man. Boom. When the golden thunder fell from the sky, the outer walls of the building in front of us seemed to be covered with a coat, and 4 golden waterfalls flowed down the outer walls. The next moment, loud roars continued to appear, and cracks continued to appear on the outer wall of the building. From top to bottom, all over the building, someone will die. Or in other words, everyone in the building will die. But one person dies, and 1,000,000 people are saved. How should we choose? Yisha did not hesitate and had made a choice. This was not a matter of benevolence and righteousness, but a choice. The building began to collapse, and no one inside survived. The Asia-Pacific headquarters of Computech was immediately reduced to ruins. However, this was not the end. Computech's Asia-Pacific headquarters was the closest to Yisha, because it was in a country surrounding China. And this was just the beginning. Yisha's next goal was the New Century City, Computech's European headquarters. Yisha started his transoceanic flight without any rest time. 4 days later, New Century was attacked by numerous skyfires, and the famous city of science and technology turned into a ruin in an instant. Then, America, the city of the future, the last headquarters of Computech. Yisha's face was full of fatigue. For 6 days, Yisha had not rested at all. He was just rushing on the road like crazy. He kept rushing on the road, which made Yisha look dusty and exhausted. But he finally arrived at the last moment. Under the night sky, golden divine thunder appeared again in the world. And then one after another golden thunder appeared in the sky, stretching for thousands of miles, blasting down, and the last headquarters of Compu was destroyed overnight. At this moment, Yisha felt endless emptiness. Looking at the police cars and ambulances that arrived, Yisha did not leave, but landed on a building and sat on the edge of the building. Yisha looked down and looked at the time again. There were still 7 minutes. According to Yisha's memory, the zombie virus will break out in 7 minutes. Success or failure depends on the remaining 7 minutes. Quick! Quick! There are still people alive here. Come and save them. Stretcher. Stretcher. Come quickly. The rescue is in progress. And the blood-covered man is carried on the stretcher. But at this moment, roar! The man suddenly sat up from the stretcher. And the rescuers were so scared that they suddenly dropped the stretcher. The next moment, the man jumped up from the ground and suddenly bit the thigh of a medical staff. Ah! 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 The medical worker shouted in fear. Let me go. Please let me go. Swish. Amid the screams, a piece of flesh was torn off the medical worker's leg. Yisha closed his eyes, and his heart was once again filled with a feeling of helplessness. The zombie virus still broke out. Overnight, zombies filled the entire city, biting and wailing all night long. The end of the world has finally arrived. Asshole! Yisha cursed in a low voice, showing great reluctance, because this was the most likely time to succeed. The most likely time to stop the end of the world. However, it failed in the end. Is the end of the world really unstoppable? Is this fate? Yisha couldn't help but have such doubts again. In about 3 days, the zombie virus invaded the whole world, and no city was spared. Yisha watched for 3 days, watching people flee in panic, watching buildings collapse, and watching zombies spread all over the city. Who could have thought that the whole world would be destroyed in just 3 days? Then, on the 3rd day, zombies had spread all over the world. The end of the world had come, and there was no chance of salvation. So Yisha was thrown back into the cylindrical tower. You have gained physical fitness enhancement in human civilization, 0.5. Back in the cylindrical tower, a mysterious voice sounded. 0.5 physical fitness is a bit tasteless, or better than nothing. But the improvement of physical fitness is that it can be greatly improved at the beginning, but it becomes more and more difficult as time goes by. For someone like Yisha, the most advanced physical enhancement potion can only improve his physical fitness by 2 decimal places. A 0.5 improvement is considered very good, but in practical terms, a 0.5 improvement in physical fitness is not very obvious. But it is a good thing after all. After looking around, Yisha continued to go up the stairs. After going up the stairs, Yisha's eyes lit up. This is the top of the cylindrical tower. What appeared in front of Yisha was no longer a fan-shaped space, but a circular space with a round platform in the center and nothing else. The reason why I know it is at the top is that there are finally windows around, and I can see the scenery outside. At the same time, there are 3 people. No, strictly speaking, it should be 2 people and a ball of light. Malfarian stood near the stairs, and opposite Malfarian was Emoshi. Next to Emoshi, there was a pale yellow ball of light about the size of a fist. Guide. Malfarian saw Yisha appear and couldn't help laughing. Now it's 2 against 2. Yisha glanced at Malfarian, then retracted his gaze and stood beside Malfarian. Malfarian whispered, "Be careful and alert." Yisha nodded submissively. Donphan Yu had been killed by him. It was hard to judge Malfarian's attitude, but now was obviously not the time for internal strife. Emoshi was not an ordinary saint. And as for the guide, Yisha glanced at the ball of light. It was different from the one he had seen when dealing with Apostle X. It was much smaller, but the aura was very strong. Yisha could feel that there was a very hot aura. Yisha whispered, "Where's the stuff?" Malfarian lowered his head and said, "It's right there. But you have to wait." Yisha looked at the round table and was a little confused. There was nothing on the round table. Where could there be anything? Malfarian, "Don't worry. Be patient. The main enemy this time is not the 2 on the opposite side." Yisha looked at Malfarian in surprise. Given the relationship between Doomsday Train and the Apostle Walk, the main enemy is not the other side? Logically speaking, given the relationship between the 2 parties, Yisha felt that even if he couldn't get it, at least he couldn't let the apostles get it. Malfarian smiled and said again, "Don't worry. It's not time yet. We have to do it step by step. I know you want to get it, and I want it too. But to get it, first the thing must appear. Then the thing cannot be taken away. And finally it can be fought for." Yisha felt a little puzzled. Just rob the thing. Rob the thing. This is the first time I heard that there are steps. But at this time, Malfarian spoke again. "He's here." Yisha narrowed his eyes, and soon knew who Malfarian was talking about. That man. Chapter 1721, War Begins. The man who came up the stairs was the one Yisha had met in the survivors' human camp. After going upstairs, the other party looked around, then locked his eyes on Yisha, and immediately showed anger. "It's you." "Hey." Yisha laughed teasingly. "Do you remember who you are?" The man said in a deep voice. "You can't leave here alive today. You want to kill me?" Yisha decisively diverted the blame. "It seems that you have a lot of people to kill today." The man looked around with disdain. "A bunch of idiots." The guide floating in the air made a deep voice. "You shouldn't be here. You don't belong to this era. Your era is over." The man looked at the guide with contempt. "Especially you. An inferior product that has been eliminated. Are you here to die?" Yisha felt Malfarian quietly pulling him, and then found that Malfarian wrote on his palm, "Prepare to attack." Yisha finally understood something. Malfarian had been saying that he was waiting for Noah's apostle. Why? Yisha also guessed that if the man in front of him didn't show up, the things wouldn't appear. Malfarian wrote again in Yisha's hand. The things are in the stone platform, and only he can take them out. Yisha thought to himself. As expected, this cylindrical tower cannot be destroyed at all, which means that the stone platform must also be indestructible. As for taking things out of the stone platform in a non-destructive way, if Malfarion was the only one here, Yisha would definitely be suspicious. However, now that Emoshi and the guide are here, what Malfarion said must be true. It is impossible that the three of them have not tried it. The man did not stop at all, or rather, did not hesitate at all, and walked directly to the stone platform. What's mine is mine, and none of you can take it away. The man stretched out his hand and pressed it on the stone platform. Don't believe it? Come and try it. The man put his hand directly on the stone platform. A wound appeared on the back of the man's hand. Just like that. And then blood flowed out. When the blood fell on the stone platform, countless stripes immediately appeared on the stone platform. Blood flowed along the streaks, covering the entire stone platform. Countless words appeared around the stone platform. Yisha was surprised. This stone platform turned out to be a relic of ancient civilization. The next moment, the man moved his hand away. A small platform suddenly rose above the stone platform. The bottom of the platform was hollow, and a stone shuttle-like object was placed on it. Malfarion immediately shouted, "Do it!" Almost in an instant, Malfarion, the guide, and Emoshi all started to act. Yisha was a little slow because he was not sure whether the object he took was what they were looking for, but he still rushed out immediately. Then, gravity. The four of them felt the gravity at the same time, as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. The huge force made the four of them stop at the same time. Emoshi was obviously the weakest in terms of strength, and even half knelt on the ground. The man said disdainfully, "Rubbish." While speaking, the man stretched out his hand and wanted to grab the thing in his hand. But at this moment, the guide suddenly split, and the light ball, which was originally only the size of a fist, suddenly cracked and turned into countless light points that crashed towards the man. The light spots burned up the moment they flew out, and the man sneered, having lived longer. "I do have more tricks. But so what?" The man stretched out his hand forward, and the light spots were quickly pushed out and hit the wall. Boom! Boom! The light spots exploded quickly, and the entire cylindrical tower shook. But even so, it still did not cause any damage to the cylindrical tower. The next moment, the light spots quickly merged together, emitting a blazing light again. Malfarion glared and shouted at Yisha, "Let's go. This old man wants to kill us all." While Malfarion was speaking, he gritted his teeth and resisted gravity, and jumped out of the window. Emoshi murmured, "I am here. There is light." White light appeared, covering Emoshi's body, and then Emoshi's figure quickly became blurred. Malfarion and Emoshi both ran away. Yisha looked at the stone platform, and also forced himself to get up and flipped out of the window. Boom! Soon, as Yisha fell towards the cylindrical tower, the sound of an explosion suddenly sounded, and countless flames poured out from the top floor windows. The cylindrical tower was not destroyed, and the power of the explosion did not seem to be as strong as expected. But Yisha believed that Malfarion would not joke. Staying in the cylindrical tower would not necessarily mean death, but the explosion would definitely not be easily resisted. Slowly, the flames of the explosion gradually dissipated, and the man suddenly jumped out of the window, floating in the air, and quickly went towards the sky. Then, the guide also appeared and chased after the other party. Emoshi looked up at the sky, and her body suddenly turned into a white light and disappeared. Malfarion shouted to the surroundings, "Leave. Leave if you don't want to die." After Malfarion shouted, he immediately chased after him. The apostles walking around, and the people on the Doomsday train obviously didn't know what happened. But the facts would soon tell them everything. Boom! Not far away, a column of fire shot up into the sky. The guide attacked again, and this time, without the suppression of the cylindrical tower. The power of the explosion was fully demonstrated. The column of fire was hundreds of meters high, as if it had pierced a hole in the clouds. The surrounding forests were burning fiercely, forming a sea of fire. This was the true power of the guide's attack. Yisha threw out 2 stacks of A4 paper, quickly formed paper wings behind him, and then flew into the air. When Yisha flew over the sea of fire, he saw the Noah apostle and the guide confronting each other in the air. The guide's body was insubstantial, constantly splitting, and then heading towards the man from all directions. The man sneered and waved his hand forward. The flying light spots exploded quickly, and explosions continued to sound in the sky. The hot fireballs connected together and spread densely in the air. But at this moment, Moshi's voice suddenly sounded, "I am here, and I am the light." In the sky, a large area of incandescent light emerged, covering the man's head. Purification. A huge beam of light fell from the sky, covering the man, and only a human figure could be seen. Yisha looked ahead, suddenly flapped his paper wings, and accelerated forward. At this level, I still can't kill that man. I can't kill him. Noah the Apostle. Chapter 1722 Confrontation. Boom! A loud noise suddenly sounded in the light. And then the beam of light seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, breaking into pieces and continuously shattering. The man appeared again, and then stretched out his hand and pointed downwards. Ziz! An electric arc suddenly appeared and shot downwards. But at this moment, Yisha's figure flashed and came to the electric current that shot towards Emoshi. How could he give up such a good tonic? Yisha was bathed in lightning, and the lightning core was activated, sucking in all the current, and then rushed towards the opponent. Yisha punched. Yisha's fist blasted forward. The man sneered, raised his palm, and lightly caught Yisha's fist. And Yisha felt that his fist was hitting cotton. The man looked at Yisha. "What's your name?" "Yisha, if you can't even remember your own name, do you still care about other people's names?" "Me? I've remembered. I'm Limos. I'm here to end everything. I'm Noah." The man looked at Yisha. "And you are not my kind. You are just a human. A pathetic human." Bang! Yisha felt a huge force coming from his fist, and was immediately blown away, tumbling in the air. Limos looked at Yisha. "Since we are not of the same kind, I will not show mercy this time. I will kill you without hesitation." Yisha said disdainfully, "You said you didn't do that last time, but you ran away in fear. Or is there something wrong with my memory?" Limos's face suddenly showed anger, and he looked at Yisha. "You will pay the price for what you said." Bang! The moment Limos finished speaking, Yisha felt the gravity on his body, and he fell down and hit the ground hard. The ground under Yisha was crumbling. Limos looked down and shouted, "Die!" Gravity increased again, and the trees around Yisha kept breaking, with dense cracks appearing, and kept falling down, and the ground under Yisha's body broke again, making a loud roar and constantly collapsing. At the same time, a black ball of light suddenly flew up to the sky from the other side. Malfarian attacked. The black ball of light hit Limos. At the moment of his death, Limos turned his body violently and swept his arms backwards, sweeping Malfarian's ball of light aside. Boom! After the black ball of light fell to the ground, a large area of forest was crushed, as if a piece of it had been hollowed out. "For reptiles," Limos said disdainfully, "it's endless." Limos raised his palm and dropped it towards Malfarian. The ground under Malfarian's feet kept surging and collapsing. Countless pieces of rubble flew over, stuck to Malfarian's body, and then quickly gathered. Malfarian became ferocious, gnashing his teeth, and then opened his arms violently. Boom! Malfarian shattered the stone, then opened his hands and threw balls of light into the air. Limos did not move, letting the ball of light come to him. And then an invisible wall seemed to rise in front of Limos. Malfarian's black light ball suddenly exploded, and a large piece of black light spread out in all directions, directly covering the sky. Limos sneered and stretched out his hand in the direction of Malfarian. Space fracture zone. Swish! Behind Malfarian, the space seemed to be cut open, and a crack appeared. Then, a strong gravitational force suddenly appeared and dragged Malfarian over. Malfarian showed a look of surprise on his face, and the black light in his hand flashed, condensing into a black lightsaber, and stabbed it hard towards the ground, trying to use it to stabilize his body. But, crack! The ground suddenly cracked and shattered, and Malfarian's body was finally sucked in. When Malfarian collided with the black crack, there was no earth-shattering, no huge roar. It seemed to be just an ordinary collision. And then the black crack disappeared without a trace. But, puff! Malfarian's face suddenly turned pale, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The black space fault zone was not as simple as it seemed. With just one strike, Malfarian was seriously injured. Limos did not pay much attention to Malfarian, even though Malfarian was the deputy train conductor and an absolutely strong man. because Limos had not one enemy, but four. The guide, who was blown to pieces, recondensed his body, appeared above Limos' head, and suddenly fell down. Limos sneered, "Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you evolve yourself into a light source life? The light source itself is also a way for the energy body to show itself." As Limos spoke, he raised his hand, slowly bent his 5 fingers, and made a tearing motion. "No!" the guide suddenly screamed, and then the guide's light ball-like body was torn into pieces, turning into a ball of halo. Another blow. The guide was seriously injured. Limos turned around and looked down. This time, Limos's eyes fell on Yisha. Yisha's forehead was covered with cold sweat. "This guy is so strong. I don't know if it's because he has recovered his memory, but Yisha feels that Limos is stronger than when he met him again in the survivors' human camp." "Human?" Limos looked at Yisha. "Now it's your turn." Limos stretched out his hand and pressed in the direction of Yisha. But at this moment, "I am here, and I am the light." She opened her arms to the sky behind Limos. Divine punishment. In the sky, the incandescent light appeared again, and then the light condensed into a huge cross of light, falling towards Limos. Limos looked contemptuous, raised his hand with disdain, and directly caught the cross of light with his palm. However, when his palm touched the cross of light, Limos's face suddenly changed. White smoke continued to come out of his palm, and his palm was bloody and fleshy, and he was seriously burned. "Apostle?" Limos widened his eyes, then looked at Emoshi and sneered, "So it's a fake made by clever tricks. How can you deal with me like this?" Limos suddenly raised his fist and blasted at the cross of light. Crack! The cross of light seemed to have substance, making a sound like glass breaking, and then dense cracks appeared, and it suddenly shattered. Countless white halos fell like rain. She covered her chest and kept retreating. The holy light shining on her body weakened several points in an instant. Limos looked at She with disdain. "You can't do it." Chapter 1723 Card King. She gritted her teeth and pushed the light with all her strength, obviously unwilling to give up. Yisha saw everything and knew that relying on She alone was definitely not enough. There was no need to talk about cooperation. When the goals were the same, they would naturally start to cooperate. For example, if the thing was in Limos's hands, and he was the target of everyone's killing, then everyone would cooperate. However, even with the combined efforts of the 4 people, Limos had already injured the deputy train conductor and the guide. And he was so casual. This guy is so strong. Feeling the user's desire for power, the demigod characteristic is triggered. Demigod LV2, as long as you want. You are a god. Demigod characteristic randomly obtains ability. Card King. Card King, temporary, fantasy ability, multiple abilities. You have a deck of cards, which consists of 8 types of cards, each with 9 cards. Different abilities will be obtained based on the cards you draw. You can draw up to 3 cards in each round. If you draw a duplicate card, the ability can only be triggered once. Each round of card effectiveness is 30 minutes, and the interval between each round of drawing is 60 minutes. Yisha was able to get what he wanted from Limos. It was because of his strength that Yisha wanted to become as strong as him, or even stronger than him. The half-man and half-god responded to Yisha, and then Yisha had a stack of cards in his hand, the size of ordinary playing cards, with red roses and thorn vines on the back. Yisha did not hesitate at all and immediately began to draw cards. All abilities obtained from characteristics are temporary, so there is no point in limiting the time. Anyway, they can only be used once in the end. In this case, just use them. Yisha pinched his fingers and pulled out a card. After turning it over, the pattern on it was a huge robot. However, strangely, many parts of the robot's body were made of wood. It looked a bit ancient, more like a giant puppet or a puppet. In fact, Yisha's feeling was not wrong, because the name of the card was under the pattern, and the name of the card was Ancient Destruction Puppet. The next moment, when Yisha finished drawing the card, a large area of yellow-brown light appeared in front of Yisha, like mercury pouring on the ground, spreading rapidly forward. In the light, the Ancient Destruction Puppet on the card stood up from the light. The Ancient Destruction Puppet was extremely tall. After standing up, it directly surpassed the surrounding trees, and even surpassed Limos, who was floating in the air. Then it raised its fist and punched Limos. Bang! The huge fist hit Limos' body and sent Limos flying. Limos' body fell from the air, crushing a large area of trees and dragging on the ground. In the forest, a large area of sand and dust was swept away. Yisha growled, "Kill him!" The body of the ancient destruction puppet made a crackling sound, and then moved again, stepped forward, and raised his foot to step down towards Limos. Limos got up from the ground, wiped the corner of his mouth, and then looked at the blood on his fingertips, and suddenly became angry. The punch just now was really not light. Looking up, the huge feet of the ancient destruction puppet were about to step down, and there was a dark mass, which felt like covering the sky and the sun. Limos sneered, "I said that kinetic energy is also a kind of energy." Facing the giant foot of the ancient destruction puppet, Limos's fist did not seem heavy, but after hitting the ancient destruction puppet's foot, the power changed rapidly, and the ancient destruction puppet actually bore the force of his own trampling. The next moment, the body of the ancient destruction puppet tilted backwards and fell straight backwards. Boom! The trees were crushed to pieces, and a hurricane swept around. Yisha raised his hand to block the flying dust, then gritted his teeth and picked up the deck of cards again. With the second card, Yisha was much more cautious. The ability of the King of Cards has a lot of luck. There are actually only 8 types of cards in the full stack, each with 9 cards. 3 cards can be drawn in each round, which means that Yisha can get up to 3 card abilities. But this is the upper limit, and the key is the lower limit, because the repeated cards will not take effect. That is to say, the lower limit is that you can only get 1 ability. If Yisha draws the Ancient Destruction Golem in the next 2 cards, then both cards will be invalid. Although drawing cards is not something that Yisha can control. Facing the current situation, Yisha still began to think about it involuntarily. In theory, if you draw adjacent cards, the possibility of duplication is very small. Yisha murmured, "The key is which position did I draw just now?" At this time, Limos floated into the sky again and quickly came towards Yisha. "Human, die!" Limos roared in the air. Yisha was startled, and the Ancient Destruction Golem attacked again. Lying on the ground, the Ancient Destruction Golem raised his palm towards the air, and the key point of his finger suddenly opened. And then missiles were fired into the air one by one. Limer's pupil shrank, and an invisible wall appeared in front of him again. Boom! 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 The explosion sounded continuously around Limer's, and the fireballs continued to explode. However, the surging flames were always isolated outside a space. Where Limer stood, a vacuum space was formed, and no matter how the flames rolled, they could not invade it. Never mind. Yisha gritted his teeth and pulled out a card. He turned it over and saw a clown on the card. The name of the card was Clown King. With a bang, a cloud of white smoke suddenly exploded from Yisha's body, wrapping up Yisha's body. After the white smoke dissipated, Yisha's clothes turned into a clown's costume. Yellow, red and green, like a traffic light. Yisha even had an afro wig on his head, and it was 7 colors of the rainbow. Yisha's face was painted with white paint, and the eye circles were a big black circle. Yisha even felt that his nose was a bit heavy. He reached out and touched it, and there was a red nose the size of a baby's fist on his nose. Limos sneered and looked at Yisha. "Are you from the circus?" Yisha ignored Limos and was surprised. It was not because of his pitfalls, but the ability of the Clown King was also displayed in front of Yisha at this moment. And it's really good. At the same time, Limos stretched out his finger in the air and pointed at Yisha's position. Gravity. The next moment, Yisha felt the gravity added to his body, and the huge force of oppression appeared again. But, Chapter 1724 Clown King. Bang! A cloud of white smoke exploded from Yisha's body again, and then Yisha disappeared on the spot, leaving behind a pile of clown costumes and clown wigs. Limos raised his eyebrows fiercely. At this moment, he could not feel Yisha's breath at all. It was as if Yisha had disappeared from this world. Then, Limos felt a strong wind behind him. Someone! Limos turned around fiercely, raised his hand, and punched out. Yisha appeared behind Limos, and then saw a fist coming towards his nose. At the critical moment, Yisha twisted his waist and leaned back to avoid Limos' fist. While avoiding the attack, Yisha suddenly had a square-colored box in his hand and threw it towards Limos. The thrown box did not look like an attack, because the box was light and there was no sign of any damage. So Limos almost instinctively reached out to take the box. Then, bang! The lid of the box suddenly opened. And then a spring fist suddenly stretched out, punching Limos in the face. There was even flour sprinkled on the spring fist, and Limos' face turned pale instantly. Limos was stunned for a long time. Then threw the box away and roared at Yisha, "I will kill you." "Don't get excited." Yisha opened the paper wings behind him, came to Limos, spread his palm, and a bunch of roses appeared in Yisha's hand, and handed it to Limos. "I apologize." Yisha forced the rose into Limos' hand, and was greeted by Limos' fist. But at this moment, Yisha's body banged again. White smoke exploded, and Yisha turned into a pile of clothes and wigs, floating from the sky, and Yisha ran away. At the same time, the rose that Yisha threw to Limos suddenly made a hissing sound. Limos' mind tightened, and he immediately threw the rose into the air. And then the rose exploded, and countless red dyes fell from Limos' head, dyeing Limos' body red. Limos spread his hands, looked at the red paint still flowing on his arms, showed a gnashing expression, and then swung his arms violently downwards. As Limos swung his arms, wind blades appeared one after another, constantly bombarding the ground. Boom, boom, boom. In the forest, there was a mess. Trees kept falling down, and mud splashed into the air. "Come out! Come out!" Limos roared, "Get out! I'm going to kill you! Bastard! I must kill you!" Playing? Naked play. Neither the spring fist nor the paint had any killing effect. But Limos was more angry than being punched in the face. Because in Limos' eyes, and even in everyone's eyes, Yisha was playing a play on Limos. Yisha looked up at the sky and felt tired. He didn't want to use such a childish attack. But the ability of the Clown King was to play, and he was helpless. While thinking, Yisha came out from behind the tree, took out a pistol and pointed it in the air. "Hey, I'm here." Limos turned around and sneered when he saw Yisha's gun. "You want to use this kind of scrap metal to deal with me? Ridiculous. Can it hurt me?" "Yisha, are you sure this is an ordinary pistol? If you have the guts, don't hide. Think about the last time you ran away in a panic," Yisha said as he pointed the gun at Limos. Suddenly, dots of light appeared at the muzzle of the gun, slowly gathered together, became brighter and brighter, and gradually formed the shape of a light ball. Limos raised his eyebrows. "Is this a focused energy weapon? If that gun is a focused energy weapon, it is another matter. This kind of high-tech future weapon is still very lethal." Limos' body shook left and right, and quickly moved to the side. At this time, Yisha pulled the trigger. Click! The light ball at the muzzle dispersed, and a small flag shot out from the muzzle. The flag unfolded and it said, "You've been fooled. Idiot!" Limos floated in the air and looked at Yisha in astonishment. "Yisha, I said this is not an ordinary pistol. Right? Because this is a toy pistol." Crack. Limers clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. "Kill you!" Limer suddenly swooped down from the air like a cannonball, falling towards Yisha. Yisha quickly jumped back. Boom! Limers fell to the ground, leaving a deep pit in the ground. It can be seen that this guy is very angry, because Limers did not use his fists, but really knocked himself down. "Yisha, okay. It looks like you want to fight me." Then, Yisha clenched his hands, and 4 flying knives appeared between his fingers. Clown flying knives. Yisha swung his arms forward, and 8 flying knives flew forward. What the hell? Limer swung his arms violently, directly facing the flying knives, swung the flying knives away. And then, puff! There was a bloody wound on Limer's arm, and he was surprised. It was a real flying knife, and it was definitely not an ordinary flying knife, because ordinary flying knives could not easily cut Limer's body. At the same time, Yisha's fingers kept moving, as if there were invisible lines controlling his fingertips. The flying knives that Limos had waved away turned in the air and flew towards Limos again. Limos' face turned cold. Gravity. Limos applied gravity to the flying knives, and then the flying knives fell to the ground with a clang. The huge gravity made Yisha unable to control the flying knives in the air. But at this moment, a strong wind suddenly rose behind Limos, and it turned out that the ancient destruction puppet had stood up again, raised a huge fist, and smashed down. Bang! The fist of the ancient destruction puppet hit Limos, and then hit the ground. The earth suddenly trembled, breaking and cracking. and collapsing downwards. But, crack, crack. The arm of the ancient destruction puppet kept making harsh sounds and trembling slightly. And then the huge fist was raised again bit by bit. Limos raised the fist of the ancient destruction puppet in one hand and reappeared from the deep pit on the ground, with an even more angry look on his face. I am here, and I am the light. At this time, Moshi's voice sounded again, turned into a butterfly. Beside Limos, light butterflies composed of white light suddenly appeared one by one. And then those light butterflies suddenly turned into swords and stabbed towards Limos. Chapter 1725 A Joint Attack. Dang. Dang. The invisible wall-like barrier appeared again on the surface of Limos' body, blocking all the lightsabers transformed from light butterflies around him. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed behind Limos, and Malfarion suddenly appeared, holding a black lightsaber and stabbing at Limos. With a puff, a hole was pierced in Limos' barrier, and the black lightsaber stabbed at the back of Limos' head. Just as he was about to hit, Limos suddenly turned around, stretched out his fingers, and clamped Malfarion's black lightsaber. You are quite capable of penetrating the barrier I built. Limos suddenly raised his foot, but that's all. Bang! Limos swept his foot across, hitting Malfarion's waist, and then kicked Malfarion away. Bang! 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 Malfarion's back kept hitting the big trees behind him, breaking them one after another. After Limos blasted Malfarion away, he did not stop, and attacked the sky again, stretching out his hand to tear the sky apart. The guide, who had just recondensed his body, was torn apart by another blow. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions continued in the sky, and the bursting fireballs formed a line of fire, spreading in the air. Limos turned around and watched the ancient doll of destruction raise his fist again, and suddenly raised his palm. Space Tier Zone. Behind the ancient magic puppet of destruction, a black space crack suddenly appeared, and the huge gravity forcibly pulled the ancient magic puppet of destruction over. Boom! The moment it hit the Space Tier Zone, the huge body of the ancient magic puppet of destruction was shattered. Countless broken wooden boards and metal parts fell from the air and kept crashing to the ground. With a bang, the head of the ancient magic puppet of destruction hit Isha right in front of him, and kept rolling. Limos said contemptuously, "A bunch of garbage." As Limos spoke, he stretched out his hand in the direction of Moshi, and a huge thrust suddenly appeared, pushing Moshi out and hitting a big tree hard. Limos walked towards Isha. "Don't worry. I won't treat you roughly like I treated them. I will slowly deal with you and make you suffer, because you really angered me, human." Isha spread out his palm, and a flying knife appeared in his palm again, flying towards Limos. Limos waved his hand disdainfully, but just as Limos made his move, the flying knives actually fell towards the ground on their own. Puff, puff, puff. 4 flying knives fell to the ground, forming a square. 4 flying knives floated in the air, also forming a square. The upper and lower squares were parallel to each other. Then a black light appeared beside Limos' death box. The metal plates connecting the squares suddenly appeared, forming a rectangular box, locking Limos inside. There were cracks on the surface of the box. Yisha didn't know how he did it. He flipped his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. He kept stabbing into the crack of the box. In the blink of an eye, the box was densely pierced with long swords. However, those long swords strangely rubbed Limos' body at different angles and penetrated the box without hurting Limos at all. Limos' voice came from the box. "Are you kidding? Yisha, don't get me wrong. I'm serious this time. This ability comes from a magic trick. It's not used to kill people. How can magic really kill people? Therefore, this ability is used to trap people. I am not responsible for killing people." Limos sneered. "Just these rags?" Limos raised his hand, completely ignoring the long swords that were around him and scratching him. But when Limos wanted to break those long swords, he found that he couldn't destroy them. "I am here, and I am the light." At the same time, Moshi raised her hands. God's punishment. Holy. Peaceful. A large piece of light appeared in the sky, condensing into the shape of an angel with wings on his back and a halo on his head. And then the angel opened his hands and hugged the iron box. Countless lights, like liquid, rushed into the iron box from the gaps, covering Lemur's body. The voice of the guide sounded, and in the sky, the guide's body which was originally only the size of a fist, suddenly swelled and became extremely huge, reaching a diameter of 10 meters, and then fell from the air and pressed hard on the iron box. Boom! The sound of the explosion sounded, and the huge fireball spread wildly in all directions. A mushroom cloud rushed into the sky, and everything within a radius of hundreds of meters was flattened by the explosion in an instant. But it was not enough. Malfarion stepped forward. Malfarion's eyes turned blood red, and the black light was deadly, low and depressing. Malfarion stretched out his hands forward, and slightly closed them. A black ball of light appeared in his palms. Then, accompanied by a low roar from Malfarion, the black ball of light turned into a huge beam of light and pushed forward. Boom! Boom! The ground kept cracking, not collapsing, but the ground was annihilated in an instant, forming a huge, hemispherical drag mark in the black beam. Everything was annihilated into ash, then turned into dust, and completely disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared in this world. At a distance of 50 meters, the black beam pushed and swallowed everything, and finally bombarded the iron box. 100 meters away, Yisha stood on a tall tree, looking at everything that was completely destroyed in front of him. At the location of the iron box, a huge deep pit appeared, sinking downwards. The iron box and limos were nowhere to be seen. Did he finish it? Yisha licked his lips. After all, these were 3 people's consecutive heavy blows. Normally, no one should be able to survive. He's still there. At this time, Moshi's voice suddenly sounded. He's still alive. Moshi's voice made everyone's heart tighten. Then, in the center of the deep pit, the mud was constantly turning, and then slowly cracked a little, and a figure slowly crawled out. Limos. Limos looked extremely miserable now. His body was completely broken, like a pile of rotten meat, barely hanging on the skeleton. Not only the body, but also the facial features were no longer clear. But, as Limos kept twisting his body, the rotten meat hanging on his body kept falling off. And under the rotten meat, new flesh and blood grew out, white as jade. Limos seemed to be reborn from a cocoon, taking off his tattered coat and gaining a new life. Chapter 1726. The conductor is here. Yisha widened his eyes and smacked his lips. This level cannot be called super speed regeneration. No. It should be said that it is not regeneration, but rebirth. How can it be like a snake shedding its skin, discarding the broken flesh and blood, and then growing new flesh and blood? At this level, who can kill Limos? You bunch of garbage. Limos looked around. Everyone will die. Because of the explosion of the guide, everyone consciously dispersed to different locations. However, Limos seemed to be able to confirm the position of everyone with just one glance. He suddenly flashed and appeared in the air. Die! Limos stretched out his hand and grabbed the void, tearing the space apart. And then the hidden guide showed his body. Limos punched down, and the guide screamed, and his body broke into pieces and fell downwards. Limos' figure flashed again, and then rushed towards Yisha. Yisha cursed and quickly reached out to draw a card. But this time his luck was bad, and the card he drew was a repeated ancient destruction golem. Yisha cursed again, and then shouted to the front, "Sunshine!" Flames surged in front of Yisha, forming a wall of flames in front of Yisha, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be burned red at this moment. The next moment, Limos came to Yisha and punched him, but was blocked by the surging flames. Limos' fist could not penetrate the flames, no matter how powerful his fist was. But the rules were the rules, and Sunshine could defend against all attacks. Yisha had some cold sweat on his forehead, judging from the fist of Limos that smashed the guide to pieces. He certainly couldn't block it, but Sunshine blocked it. Without any hesitation, he would attack madly before Sunshine lost its effect. "The sun and the moon are in the sky," Yisha shouted, and a moon and a sun rose into the sky at the same time. The sun and the moon shone together, and the light continued to fall towards Limos. At the same time, Yisha's fist did not hesitate at all and blasted forward. Zila! Zila! Electric currents continued to appear, accompanied by Yisha's fist swinging, and blasted out continuously towards the front. Limos had a ferocious face, but he had no intention of defending himself. He let the light in the sky fall on him, and then used his body to receive the electric current shot out by Yisha, without any retreat. After 15 seconds, the duration of the sunshine ended, and the flame surrounding Yisha gradually receded. Limos was ferocious, and immediately punched Yisha. Yisha shouted, "Fatal!" The black liquid on Yisha's body surged wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped Yisha's body. Fatal form. After entering the fatal form, the black liquid surged forward, forming a wall in front of him. With a bang, Limos's fist landed on the black liquid, smashing it to pieces. But before the black liquid broke, a stream of black liquid also surged from behind Yisha, sticking directly to the ground, dragging Yisha down quickly to the ground, and distanced him from Limos. Limos snorted coldly, and his figure flashed, appearing directly in front of Yisha, raising his fist and smashing down. But at that moment, a liquid suddenly appeared at Yisha's waist and ribs, sprayed to the side, stuck to a tree, and dragged Yisha's body away again. Limos shouted, "Run and jump like a bug! Die!" Limos roared in the direction of Yisha, and Yisha immediately felt the gravity appear again, pressing towards him, and had to slow down. The next moment, Limos threw a punch. The surroundings seemed to be swept by a hurricane, rolling up countless dust, and then attacking Yisha. Just the power of the fist was enough to raise a hurricane. So terrifying. Yisha almost instinctively condensed a fireball in his palm. The fireball was not big, only the size of a fist. But the moment it flew out, boom, the fireball quickly grew larger at a terrifying speed, covering the entire area within a radius of 100 meters, burning fiercely. Blocked. Limos's fist was blocked by the flame. Malfarion looked at the rising flame and was surprised. Apostle power? The taste of the son of flame. This kid actually has the power of an apostle. Malfarion's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. He wanted to help, but at this time, he quietly retreated from the edge of the flame. "No wonder I mistakenly thought you were the same kind." Limos walked out of the flame, but humans are always humans. It's just some opportunistic methods. You must die here today. As Limos spoke, he punched forward again. Without saying anything, Yisha threw another fireball forward, flying towards Limos. Boom! The loud explosion sounded again, and the fireball continued to spread in all directions. However, when the flame was pushed forward, it seemed to encounter an invisible wall, and the flame was suddenly isolated. So the fireball was directly broken into half. Yisha gritted his teeth and kept urging the flame and the power of the apostle. "If you don't play for your life, you will die." A fatal voice sounded in Yisha's ears. 3 minutes at most. Otherwise the apostle power that bursts out will affect your spiritual will. Yisha, do you still have time to think about this now? Kill him. The flames continued to advance, and a black liquid appeared from behind Yisha, hitting the ground, and using the recoil force to send Yisha into the air. Yisha spread his hands, and 2 fireballs appeared in Yisha's palms again, falling downwards. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by the sound of explosion. A huge fireball appeared again, and the flame soared into the sky. Yisha was now completely in a state of recklessness, constantly condensing fireballs in his palms, and then bombarding them downwards. But at this moment, Limos suddenly rushed into the air, suddenly emerged from the flames, raised his fist, and hit Yisha in the face. Bang! Yisha fell to the ground, rolling on the ground, and finally stabilized his body after a while. Limos stepped forward and sneered, "What other tricks do you have? Use them all." Limos finished speaking. Yisha hadn't responded yet, but Limos suddenly widened his eyes and looked up at the sky. In the sky, a huge claw suddenly emerged from the clouds and fell fiercely in the direction of Limos. Limos widened his eyes and punched out. Before Limos' fist collided with the giant claw, a strong wind was stirred up around it, pushing it wildly around, constantly destroying everything, like a typhoon passing through, leaving no grass. Limos roared, "Who? Get out! The conductor! Here it comes!" Chapter 1727 The Final Winner. The conductor suddenly appeared in front of Lemurs, about 20 meters apart, and appeared out of thin air, as if he had been standing there from the beginning. Lemurs looked at the conductor. "Who are you?" "Conductor, hand over the things and leave here." Lemur sneered, "If you have the ability, try to get it yourself." The conductor actually agreed. "Okay." The conductor walked towards Lemurs, and every step forward, a mound of earth would rise up from the ground. Just like that, Limos reached out his hand to the conductor, then pressed it in vain, and a huge gravity fell towards the conductor. Gravity? The conductor continued to move forward as if nothing had happened. It has no effect on me. The conductor seemed to be unaffected and continued to approach Limos. Limos's expression remained unchanged. And he whispered, "Space fracture zone." The conductor raised his head, "Wormhole." When the dark space fracture zone appeared, the conductor's figure suddenly flashed, and then disappeared from the spot. After avoiding Limos' attack, he appeared directly in front of Limos. The next moment, their fists collided. Bang! The fists collided. But the sound was not loud, nor did it feel like the sky was falling. However, around the conductor and Lemurs, space cracks continued to appear, as if the entire space had become unstable because of the two's punches. "Ah!" Lemurs roared, converting the surrounding energy into electrical energy, and a huge lightning column fell from the sky, striking the conductor. The conductor raised his head, his expression unchanged, and said again, "Wormhole." The falling lightning column suddenly disappeared, as if someone cut off a piece of it with a knife. And then above the woods in the distance, the lightning column suddenly appeared, splitting a large area of towering trees, and at the same time causing flames, burning fiercely. "Conductor, didn't you ask me to take it myself? I'll take it." While the conductor was speaking, he had already pressed his palm on Lemur's chest. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Limos screamed, and then a circle of light and shadow appeared on his chest. The thing that was taken out of the cylindrical tower was hidden in Limos' body, and the conductor seemed to have sucked it out by force. Limos gritted his teeth and looked at the conductor, with a little fear on his face. "Why can you use this thing?" The conductor ignored Limos, held the thing in his hand, and quickly stepped back. "Let's go!" the conductor said, obviously informing Isha and Mafarian, and then prepared to leave. "Who allowed you to leave?" Lemurs roared and rushed towards the conductor. "Give me back my things." The conductor turned around suddenly. Lemur's left hand was filled with fire, and his right hand was filled with thunder. The thunder and fire intersected into one piece, and then bombarded the conductor. "Wormhole." The conductor spoke again, and then the piece of thunder and fire disappeared again when it came to the conductor, and appeared directly in the distance, bombarding Sahai. But at this moment, Lemurs grabbed the conductor's wrist. Lemurs roared again, "Give me back my stuff." The conductor raised his hand and punched Lemurs. Lemurs was hit hard, but he gritted his teeth and clenched his palm tightly, refusing to let go. "Ah!" Lemurs roared, exerted force again, and with the rise of his arm, the shuttle-shaped stone flew into the air. The conductor immediately raised his hand. "Wormhole." Lemurs shouted and jumped towards the east. But at this moment, a figure jumped over the two of them and grabbed the thing in his hand, watching Isha fold his paper wings and fall back to the ground. Limos roared, "You are a piece of trash, and you dare to attack me. Give me back my things." "Okay. Isha, come to Doomsday train to ask for it." Clang. Watching Limos rushing towards him, Isha drew out his sword and stabbed it into his heart. Plop. The next moment, Isha fell to the ground. This change made everyone stunned. He grabbed the things and then committed suicide? After being stunned, everyone was shocked because Yisha's body disappeared. Where Yisha disappeared, a rag doll was left, with a crack at the heart. Substitute doll. This is what Yisha asked Du Lingling to do for him before leaving Doomsday train, trying every possible way to buy a substitute doll at any price. Substitute dolls are rare. Very rare. And to a certain extent, they are rarer than the things in the treasure list. The items on the treasure list are unique, but there are still many items on the treasure list. As for the substitute doll, Yisha has never seen it for the second time except for Xia Tian using it. However, with so many people on Doomsday train, Yisha believes that there must be other people who have obtained it. As long as they are willing to offer a high price, they will definitely be able to trade it. It's just a matter of how high the price can be. Although the substitute doll can save lives at critical moments, it is still a consumable after all. It is useless after one use. Although it is expensive, it is actually limited. It's just that the higher the price, the lower the cost performance. Therefore, for most people, when choosing between a chance to survive and an item on the treasure list, most people will choose the latter. Therefore, as long as there is something, Yisha is not afraid that the other party will not be willing to trade. When Yisha opened his eyes, he returned to the outskirts of the forest sea, where Yisha had hidden the substitute doll in advance. And everything became much easier when he returned here. After leaving the forest sea, Yisha returned to the Doomsday train. Entering the dining car. The entire dining car was empty. After sitting down at the bar, Yisha panted, "Give me the healing potion." The proprietress put a tube of healing potion on the bar and gave a thumbs up. "You are awesome. You even dared to steal the conductor's things." Yisha poured the healing potion into his mouth. "I didn't get the things from the conductor. Besides, if the conductor takes action, others will have no chance to play. So it's better to let the conductor go to Sahai alone." The proprietress smiled. "Why are you in such a hurry? I didn't say I won't give you anything." As she spoke, the proprietress put the pocket watch on the table. At the same time, after the proprietress put the pocket watch on the table, Yisha heard a mysterious voice announcing that the train would depart in 5 hours, asking everyone still in the forest to evacuate and return to the Doomsday train. In 5 hours, the Doomsday train would depart again, with Yisha bringing the things back. The battle was finally over. Chapter 1728 Emperor of Time. Yisha listened to the mysterious voice, then reached out and took the pocket watch on the bar. The substitute doll cost Yisha 160 gold skull coins. Even if the substitute doll is rare, it is not as consumable as this. So Yisha is now looking forward to this pocket watch. Although it is the conductor's thing, Yisha is still worried about losing both the wife and the army. Emperor of Time, God's chosen item, law item, time law, a pocket watch containing the power of the time law, which can break the time barrier and manipulate time. 1 point, time reversal, reverse your own time and restore your own time to 30 minutes ago. 2 points, time push, push the enemy's time and advance the enemy's target's time to 10 minutes later. 3 points, time prediction, can predict the time of 1 minute in the future. 4 points, time prophecy, can predict the time of 1 minute in the future. The prediction result cannot be directly related to life. 5 points, time turbulence, can disrupt the enemy's target's time, lasting for 5 minutes. 6 o'clock, time freezing, can freeze time for 3 minutes. Cannot interfere with the future during the frozen time. Must keep the frozen time normal. Forcibly change. The Emperor of Time is broken and cannot be used again. 7 o'clock, time slow flow, the flow of time and consciousness is slowed down by half, lasting for 30 minutes. 8 o'clock, time memory, read the target's memory for a maximum of no more than 600 hours. 9 o'clock, time sealing, seal the target's memory. The memory duration of the sealed memory cannot exceed 72 hours, and can be discovered and cracked by those with strong mental power. 10 o'clock, time travel, you can travel through time to change the future. The time that can be changed in the future cannot exceed 15 minutes. Each time you change the future, there must be an interval of 72 hours before the next use. 11 o'clock, time clone, you can summon 2 clones from the past time period to fight, which lasts for 15 minutes. 12 o'clock, time deprivation, you can perform time deprivation and create a field. Within the field, the target time will continue to accelerate, which lasts for 45 minutes. After seeing the effects of the pocket watch, Yisha's first reaction was, how perverted. The pocket watch actually has 12 effects. As for the effects themselves, Yisha has not had time to think deeply. He can only analyze the effects from the surface. He can't judge the strength of all the effects at once, and think about how to use them. But even so, Yisha can still analyze several uses in an instant. For example, first use time prediction to see 1 minute in the future, and then use time prediction to change the future. Such attacks are simply unstoppable. There is also time prediction. If Yisha predicts that he will die in 1 minute, but because time prediction cannot be directly related to life, Yisha cannot keep himself alive through prediction. However, he can use time travel to go to 1 minute later to prevent himself from being killed and change the future. This is just the usage that Yisha suddenly thought of after a rough look. Yisha believes that the Emperor of Time can be used in more than just this situation, and there should be more powerful effects. It was like time freezing. Although it couldn't freeze time to kill people, it gave Yisha 3 minutes to escape, and the other party couldn't even catch up. Yisha sighed. It's worthy of being the conductor's thing. The proprietress smiled. This is one of the 10 unique law items. Yisha law? The proprietress. Wind, thunder, water, fire, life, death, earth, air, time, space. The laws of the world are generally covered by these 10. The law represented by the Emperor of Time is time. Yisha's eyes lit up. What about the others? The lady boss smiled. Don't think about it. How could I sell such things here? The conductor must be very upset if he took out the Emperor of Time. Yisha shrugged his shoulders. And then, at least the mission is accomplished. The lady boss nodded. You can rest first. Yisha nodded, and then left the dining car. But instead of returning to his personal compartment, he went to Dr. Davis's personal compartment. Dr. Davis was still the same as always, looking sloppy as if he hadn't slept for a few days. With bloodshot eyes, Yisha took out the iron box. Your things. I won't have a chance to use them. Davis waved his hand with concern. I gave it to you. There's no use for me to keep it. I only care about whether you got what I wanted back. Yisha, Gemini saw it, but didn't have a chance to kill it. As for Virgo, Dr. Davis suddenly became excited and said to Yisha, how is it? Did you get it? Yisha nodded. I got it. Good. Dr. Davis became even more excited and clapped his hands. Believe me, I will succeed this time. I will definitely be able to create a constellation monster. Yisha, I believe in your belief. But you should understand that this matter must not be known to anyone on the Doomsday train. Understand? Dr. Davis anxiously. I know. Give me the body of Virgo. Yisha didn't say anything else, and directly gave the body of Virgo to Dr. Davis. This matter has come to this point, so there is naturally no way back, and he can only continue. After leaving the body of Virgo behind, it was up to Dr. Davis to take care of it, and Yisha returned to his personal compartment. Next was the rest time, waiting for the others to come back, and the Doomsday train announced the next stop. Of course, before that, the rewards for Senhai and his party would be announced, mainly for killing fusion beasts, and the apostles and comp company members, based on their contributions in hunting these targets. This matter had almost nothing to do with Yisha. Yisha didn't kill many fusion beasts, and the apostles didn't kill many either. But comp company did kill a chief of the raptors. But the overall contribution is not high, and Yisha can't get anything, so it's better than nothing. Then, it's time to announce the next stop. However, before that, the boss lady found Yisha first. Deputy train conductor mission? Yisha licked his lips. Malfarian? What else? The boss lady smiled with narrowed eyes. Don't you know that Dongfang you can't come back? Yisha thought to himself that he killed him. How could he not know? Yisha shrugged his shoulders. Okay. I did it. But this doesn't violate the rules. Right? Of course. The lady boss, however. You want to be the deputy train captain. But you can't do it yet. Yisha knew that the description of condition 1 of the job challenge task was indeed that you could replace the deputy train captain by killing him. But this was only the completion of the job challenge task. If you want to become a deputy train captain, there are many other restrictions and conditions, which Yisha has not yet completed. For example, the rating of strength and the deputy train captain task, etc. Chapter 1729 Ruins Exploration. Yisha is not too concerned about the position of deputy train captain, because no one is competing for it. Of course, this statement is not quite correct. Strictly speaking, there are still people competing for it, and Gonlin is the biggest competitor. However, if Gonlin wants to become a deputy train captain, she has to kill Malfarian, or get a 3-star rating in mission. At present, Gonlin has to complete the position challenge, and her target is not Yisha, but Malfarian or herself. Moreover, has Gonlin's strength reached the extraordinary level? This is actually a question mark, because it seems that the deputy train captain did not attack her. In short, Yisha is not in a hurry about this matter. Anyway, a deputy train captain position is vacant, and people with ability can always take it. Yisha is now focusing on the deputy train captain task. Yisha lowered his head and pondered for a while, thinking that Malfarian might also be involved in the matter of wanting to kill him. However, with the death of Dongfang, the conflict of interest between the two no longer exists. After all, a deputy train captain position is vacant, and Yisha does not need to kick Malfarian out in order to become the deputy train captain. Without interests, there is no struggle. So, Yisha murmured, is this deputy train conductor mission really just a mission? Yisha no longer had a reason to kill Malfarian, so Malfarian naturally had no reason to kill Yisha. After a moment of hesitation, Yisha said, so, what is the mission? The lady boss spread her hands. Malfarian wants to meet with you. Yisha was puzzled. Oh? The lady boss, you can go find him yourself, including the mission content and the reward for you. He will tell you personally. Why? Yisha thought for a moment. I mean, aren't you the one who always does these things? The lady boss spread her hands. This is his request. If you are not interested, I can refuse it. Yisha thought about it again. And then, no. I'll go there. The lady boss nodded and said nothing more. She was just responsible for conveying Malfarian's meaning. Leaving the dining car, Yisha went to Malfarian's personal compartment. After knocking on the door, Malfarian's voice rang out from inside the room. Come in. The door is not locked. Yisha entered Malfarian's personal compartment. Typical British style. With a retro and gothic feel. The lights in the room were a little dim. And the decorations were a little old. Yisha saw an old clock with a locked bar. And a phonograph and something. Malfarian sat in front of the sofa. And there was a chess set on the coffee table. Malfarian was playing chess alone. Seeing Yisha coming in, Malfarian smiled and pointed at the sofa opposite. Yisha shook his head. No. Malfarian smiled and wiped away the chess piece. I know that you Chinese people generally prefer to play Go, which is also a very good intellectual game. Yisha scratched his head and wanted to tell Malfarian that the intellectual games that Chinese people like to play most should be Landlord or Mahjong. But he always felt that it would be embarrassing to say it. Besides, are these two intellectual games? Probably. Malfarian put away the chessboard. I forgot I haven't congratulated you yet. Yisha looked at Malfarian in confusion. Malfarian smiled. It should only be a matter of time before you become the deputy train conductor. Yisha smacked his lips. But he didn't know how to respond. Because he couldn't figure out Malfarian's intention. Was he really congratulating Yisha? Or was there something else behind it? Malfarian smiled. Then, tell me about this mission. Yisha nodded. Okay. Malfarian, the mission is actually very simple. I found a ruin and have tried to explore it several times. But unfortunately, I have not succeeded. So, I need you to help me explore it. If you succeed, I only want one thing called the Star of Leah in the ruins. And the rest are yours. Yisha frowned. Excuse me. If you can't complete the ruins exploration, how can I do it? Malfarian, originally. It's impossible. But didn't you get the Emperor of Time? Yisha was puzzled. Malfarian, that ruin is indeed a bit troublesome. But if you use the effect of the Emperor of Time, you may be able to complete the exploration. This is why I came to you. Yisha thought for a while. Is that ruin a relic left by an ancient civilization? Malfarian shook his head. It has nothing to do with that. It is a very ancient ruin of a small civilization called Leah. You should know that some ancient things will have magical powers after the end of the world. There are such things in that ruin. I can guarantee that there are more than 3 items. One of which is the Star of Leah. If the items are insufficient, I will replenish them for you. In addition, this is a task I posted privately. There is no loss if you fail. I will not pursue or blame you. Yisha thought for a moment. Then, I'll give it a try? Malfarian smiled. I've given the coordinates to the lady boss. She'll take you to the entrance. And here's a hand-drawn map of the area I've explored. While speaking, Malfarian took out a hand-drawn map and handed it to Yisha. After Yisha took it, he said, well, I'll take my leave first. Yisha got up and left Malfarian's personal compartment. When the door was closed and Yisha's figure disappeared, Malfarian suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the door. Let me confirm whether you have the power of an apostle in your body. Leaving Malfarian's personal carriage, Yisha leaned against the wall and pondered for a while. Recalling what Malfarian said, Yisha was a little puzzled. The reason for the puzzlement was that he did not see any malice from Malfarian. The content of the mission was also normal. Just exploring the ruins. And the rewards were also very substantial. How much he could gain depended on how much Yisha could find. Malfarian would only take one. If what Yisha got was not enough, Malfarian would make up for it. From all aspects, it was a pretty good mission worth trying. But this is also why Yisha is puzzled. There is nothing special about the mission. From any angle, it is a very ordinary deputy train captain mission. The target does not seem to have anything to do with important items such as the apostles, Noah's apostles, and relics of ancient civilizations. In this case, is this mission worth Malfarian's interview with him? Is it necessary to meet? Is there any difference if I just let the boss lady tell me the content of the mission? Or, just for the congratulations? Yisha tilted his head, deliberately show goodwill? Yisha was puzzled. And then left the Doomsday train. Chapter 1735 Layer Gate. This is a karst cave surrounded by a river. Once you exit the Doomsday train platform, you are already in it. Yisha walked forward and soon found a small boat with a light on it by the river. This should be what Malfarion left behind. After Yisha jumped onto the boat, he let the corpse flower vines emerge from the shadows and paddle. Then moved forward along the underground river. Yisha sat at the bow of the boat and took out the hand-drawn map Malfarion gave him and began to read it. Judging from the size of the paper and the size of the hand-drawn map area, Malfarion has explored almost half of the area. The underground river belongs to the outer area. First, you have to pass through the river before you can see the ruins. But what do these skulls mean? Yisha murmured. Symbolize danger? On the map, some areas have skulls drawn on them. And just as Yisha finished speaking, gulp, gulp, bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of the river. And then a black shadow suddenly jumped out. It was a strange fish. Black in color, scaleless, with shark-like teeth. It suddenly jumped up to the boat and opened its mouth to bite Yisha. Yisha reacted very quickly leaning back and lying on the boat. Then he drew his sword and slashed at the belly of the strange fish, breaking its body in one blow. The strange fish fell on the bow. Its body had been cut open, but it was still struggling and jumping on the bow. Yisha raised his sword and stabbed it again, piercing the body of the strange fish. The strange fish stopped moving and was completely silent. However, at this moment, bubbles appeared in the surrounding rivers. And then those strange fish jumped out one after another and attacked the boat. The corpse flower vines on both sides immediately flew up, sweeping those strange fish down from the air. However, there were too many strange fish. Even if the corpse flower vines kept dancing, they could only knock down some of them. Moreover, more strange fish were still surging from the river. Yisha quickly drew his sword, and the sword fell in Nanjiang, constantly drawing sword light in the air, like a sword net, moving forward and constantly knocking down those strange fish. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly felt a pain in his ankle. It was a few strange fish that had passed through the sword net and landed on the boat. They suddenly opened their mouths and bit Yisha's ankle. Yisha grinned, kicked forward with force, swept the strange fish away, and then punched the river surface fiercely. Sizzle! The electric current surged and fell directly to the river's surface, then turned into a large number of electric arcs and spread out in all directions. The water surface continued to surge, and fish corpses kept floating up, covering the river. Yisha found a way to deal with these strange fish. He immediately shouted, raised his fist, and punched continuously. There was a constant crackling sound on his body, and one electric current after another fell into the underground river. Every time the electric current fell, a large number of strange fish corpses would float up, and those that had already jumped onto the boat were swept away by the corpse flower vines. It lasted for about 15 minutes, and finally no more strange fish appeared in the river. The corpses of those strange fish followed the water flow, and no one knew where they were washed away. At the same time, the underground river has reached its end. At the end of the underground river, there is still a cave, but there are some differences. For example, the wall. The cave in front of us has the wall of the cave on the outside. But as we keep going inside, we will find that the wall has been obviously trimmed and become smooth, with obvious traces of human intervention. Continue forward along the cave, and you will enter the ruins. There is no so-called entrance. This so-called ruins was built together with the underground cave, and you enter it through the cave. Yisha took out the map and looked at it for a long time. Helpless, this map is completely useless. The underground waterway has many tributaries, and there are 12 waterways that can enter the ruins. Malfarion did not trick Yisha. The map was very complete, and all the waterway entrances were marked. In the first half of the ruins, Malfarion also drew most of the areas. But the problem was that Yisha didn't know which waterway he entered from. The place looked almost the same. Yisha took back the map and continued to move forward. For now, he could only take one step at a time. When he could clearly identify the area, the map would probably be useful. After about 5 minutes, Yisha saw some traces of fighting. There were traces of chiseling and breaking on the wall. In the passage, there were some broken stones piled up. Yisha picked up a stone. The stone was half the shape of a palm, and it seemed to be a broken stone doll or something like that. It should be Malfarion who did it. Malfarion had explored this ruins before, so he must have fought there. Yisha was also interested in things that could stump Malfarion. He continued to move forward without encountering any danger or trouble. After all, this was the outermost area, where Malfarion had walked through almost all of it, and any dangers were resolved by Malfarion. Malfarion should have fought with something similar to a stone puppet. In addition, this ruin seemed to be filled with a lot of mechanisms. Yisha saw arrows scattered all over the passage, huge rolling logs nailed with metal spikes, and huge blades smashed on the ground. Of course, these things were destroyed as Malfarion advanced forward. An hour later, Yisha's people finally walked out of the passage. In front of Yisha was an irregular trapezoidal hall. The traces of the battle here were particularly obvious. A large part of the cave roof collapsed. The ground was cracked, and a large part of the wall collapsed on the side. At the same time, there were traces of burning and sword slashing everywhere. It seemed that there was something powerful guarding here, but it was killed by Malfarion. In front of it, there were entrances to 5 passages. 5-layer gate? Yisha murmured. The name came from Malfarion's hand-drawn map. Malfarion made some marks in this area. 5-layer gate. 3 deaths and 2 lives. If you choose the life gate, you can pass through safely. If it is the death gate, it goes without saying that Malfarion marked a big skull on the side of the 5-layer gate. At the same time, the gates of life and death of the 5 gates are not fixed. They will constantly change according to different times. Malfarion is not sure either. Malfarion only marked the gates of life corresponding to 3 of the times. However, there are small marks next to these marks, indicating that only the time can be determined. If the date is also required, then the gates of life at the 3 time points may not be safe. Chapter 1731 Time Prediction. Yisha looked at the 3 time points, and none of them corresponded to his current time. In this case, he could only guess. Of course, there was another way. The Emperor of Time. Before coming, Malfarion actually gave Yisha some hints. That is, the reason why the exploration mission was given to Yisha was because Yisha got the Emperor of Time from the train conductor. Therefore, Yisha thought of that thing at once, and then found a way to crack this situation. Arriving in front of the first passage, Yisha took out the old pocket watch and turned it to 3 o'clock. Time prediction. Duh. 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 The pocket watch actually does not move, and cannot be used as a normal pocket watch to tell time. When it is used, Yisha needs to turn it to the required time point by himself. When Yisha turned the time to 3 o'clock, the pocket watch still did not move, but Yisha heard the sound of the second hand moving. The next moment, the space in front of Yisha's eyes twisted, and then a picture suddenly appeared. Yisha walked in the passage, and suddenly, golden flames burned all around. The stones in the passage kept peeling off, and golden beetles kept appearing one by one, densely covering the entire passage. Yisha punched out with both fists, constantly bombarding forward, and the electric current raged forward, knocking down those golden beetles. However, the number of those golden beetles was too large, and as long as they touched Yisha's body, golden flames would ignite. Those golden flames were almost impossible to defend against. With Yisha's physical fitness, he could not force his way through. In the end, he killed dozens of meters forward. Before he saw the end of the passage, Yisha used the sunlight to resist the golden beetle. Suddenly, the scene ended here, and everything in front of Yisha returned to normal. In the end, Yisha did not see whether he used the sunlight to kill through or retreat, because he could only predict 1 minute. However, being able to force himself to use the sunlight was a very troublesome thing, and it was certain that the first passage was a dead end. So, Yisha came to the second passage and used time prediction again. The space in front of Yisha twisted again, and then Yisha saw himself moving forward again. This time, a green beast blocked Yisha. The green beast looked like a wolf or a jackal, with flower buds on its back, and vines kept flying towards Yisha, attacking him continuously. At the same time, the green beast also kept attacking Yisha, and the fight was indisputable. Then, there was nothing else. Yisha suddenly felt that 1 minute was a bit useless. He couldn't watch the battle. Yisha didn't know whether he had passed the passage. However, it was good to be able to predict the danger. Obviously, it was still not a way out. Yisha came to the third passage and planned to continue using time prediction. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt the blood in his chest surging. See through but don't say it. See the future. Peek into life. Every prediction will cause damage to the body. Continuous use. Each use will cause several times the damage to the body. At this time, a mysterious voice sounded in Yisha's ears. Damn. Yisha cursed. You should have said this earlier. Yisha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. And at the same time, a glimmer of enlightenment appeared. Among the 12 effects of the Emperor of Time from 1 to 12 o'clock, only a few have time limits for use. And most do not. However, it does not mean that there are no restrictions on use. Otherwise, this thing is simply abnormal to the extreme. So, since there is no time limit, there must be restrictions in other aspects, such as physical damage, mental restrictions, etc. There was no problem with the first use, and Yisha did not feel anything unusual the second time. But after 2 consecutive times, the damage to the body was repeatedly multiplied, which was very serious. If he continued, Yisha felt that he would kill himself. He took out a cell repair potion and injected it. Yisha did not plan to continue the prediction. Now there are 2 ways in front of Yisha. The first is to wait for the body to recover. With the cell repair potion and the regeneration ability, Yisha will recover to a healthy state in about a few hours. The second way is to choose one of the remaining 3 passages. Yisha thought for a while, and decided to choose the second way. Although his body was injured, it was only a minor injury. It was meaningless to sit there stupidly for a few hours. Moreover, there were 3 death gates and 2 life gates in the 5-layer gate. Now that 2 death gates have been found, Yisha does not think that he will be so unlucky that he will choose the death gate when there are 2 life gates in the remaining 3 gates. After thinking about it, Yisha went directly into the 3rd passage. There are 2 death gates in a row, so the 3rd passage can't be a death gate as well, right? Yisha walked towards it while entering it. Yisha was very calm. The death gate didn't mean death. According to the multiple time points recorded by Malfarian, Malfarian definitely didn't choose the life gate, and he just killed his way through. Since Malfarian could do it, Yisha certainly thought he could do it too, and the best thing he could do was to fight. After walking forward for about 10 meters, this passage was a bit weird. It was actually diagonally downward. And then, suddenly, a blue light flashed in the passage, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire passage. Yisha cursed in a low voice, saying that he had not checked the almanac before leaving, and it turned out to be another death gate. Yisha immediately went into alert, and then ran forward quickly. Since it was not a life gate, he could only force his way out. As Yisha ran, suddenly, a piercing sound rang out in the passage, and then in the flashing blue light around, an electric current suddenly shot out and came towards Yisha. Yisha was stunned for a moment, letting the electric currents hit his body. After a while, the flying electric currents were completely absorbed by Yisha's thunder core. This 3rd door must still be a dead door, but the attack here is actually electric current. Yisha instantly went from being shocked to being overjoyed. This was the thing he was least afraid of. Yisha immediately ran wildly, letting the electric currents attack him, and then moving forward. Suddenly, the electric currents gathered together, and a thunder beast suddenly appeared, with ferocious fangs and lightning all over its body, rushing towards Yisha. Get out of here! Yisha shouted, and then punched forward. Yisha hit the thunder beast with a punch, and the electric currents on his body suddenly ran wildly. However, the electric current on the thunder beast had no effect on Yisha. Yisha directly stretched out his hand and tore the thunder beast to pieces. Chapter 1732 Thunder Beasts. The thunder beasts were condensed one by one. Yisha had the ability of the Thunder Emperor, and was very sensitive to the strength of the electric current. The attacks of those thunder beasts were actually quite extraordinary. Yisha estimated that each thunder beast had a strength close to the level of the Venerable King. Half-step Venerable Kings are not rare nowadays. There are many people of this level on the Doomsday train. However, Yisha killed his way forward along the passage and encountered at least 20 to 30 thunder beasts. This was very terrifying. It was because Yisha had the ability of the Thunder Emperor. Otherwise, he would have to pay a heavy price to kill his way out. The passage was about 100 meters long. When Yisha rushed out of the passage, the thunder beasts disappeared naturally. Yisha looked at the thunder core that was almost full, and was delighted. This is not a dead door. It is clearly a door to wealth. However, this was just a saying. Yisha knew that he was lucky this time, and he also had a certain understanding of this ruins. This place was indeed extraordinary, because Malfarian paid attention to it. The 5 doors of the first level were not so easy to pass. At the same time, Yisha looked forward. After exiting the passage, there was a circular space with a huge pool of water, and a huge corpse was floating in the pool. The corpse seemed to be an ancient species, huge in size, like a pig, but with two huge tusks, and brown hairs standing up on its back, which were extremely hard and sharp. However, since it was dead, there was nothing to worry about. As for who killed it, it was self-evident. It must have been Malfarian. Yisha went around the side of the pool and wanted to pass through here directly. However, at this moment, Yisha suddenly felt a strong wind. Yisha looked back suddenly and saw that the sharp hairs on the giant beast were flying out, like long arrows, flying towards him. Yisha was startled, and then he made claws with his 5 fingers and grabbed behind him. 5 electric currents flowed out from Yisha's fingertips, forming an electric net, heading forward, blocking the flying sharp hairs. At this time, a low hum suddenly sounded, and the giant beast slowly climbed up from the pool, looking at Yisha with red eyes. Yisha was stunned for a moment. Zombie? The giant beast was obviously a corpse, with multiple wounds on its body, a bloody hole in the head, and a sword piercing its back. At the moment, it was still able to get up, and the only possibility Yisha could think of was that it was a corpse. The zombie virus is really pervasive, Yisha murmured, then spread out his left hand, and a small moon suddenly appeared in Yisha's palm, and then floated upwards. Bright moon. When the moon rose, the water pond made a crackling sound, and it quickly froze, and the frost quickly climbed towards the body of the giant beast. Roar! Roar! The giant beast kept twisting its body, with great power, and the whole space was trembling at this moment, and the frost covering its body was constantly shattered. Yisha narrowed his eyes. And then, come out! You should also breathe. The shadows behind Yisha opened up to the left and right, and then the Archon and the Snow Queen came out from Yisha's shadow to the left and right. Yisha raised his hand. Kill that thing. The Ice Queen stretched out her hand forward, and a ribbon-like aurora suddenly appeared, wrapping around the body of the Ice Queen. And then the Ice Queen pointed forward. A beam of light condensed from the aurora suddenly appeared at the fingertips of the Ice Queen and flew forward. Puff! The aurora fired by the Ice Queen was powerful. After hitting the body of the giant beast, it directly penetrated the body of the giant beast, leaving a blood hole. The Archon was running on the other side, and with a flick of his hand, a black chain appeared, rushing towards the giant beast like a snake, and quickly restrained the beast. At the same time, Yisha also jumped up. Die! Yisha did not intend to entangle in the periphery of the ruins for a long time, and his attack was also a thunder strike. 5%. Yisha directly called on 5% of the power in the Thunder Core, and then took advantage of the moment when the giant beast was restrained by the Archon, raised his palm, and pressed forward. Boom! A huge thunder roared at this moment, and then a huge lightning column appeared out of thin air and fell fiercely on the body of the giant beast. Roar! 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 The giant beast continued to struggle in the lightning, roaring continuously, and the flesh on its body was constantly torn apart. Along with the struggle, the black chain wrapped around the giant beast kept making click sounds, and cracks kept appearing. Yisha, I almost forgot that it has turned into a corpse. I have to attack the head. Yisha leaped up again, and countless electric currents suddenly split out from the lightning column, falling into Yisha's palm, and quickly condensed into a spear. It's time to die, Yisha shouted, and then threw the lightning spear towards the giant beast. A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the lightning spear fiercely pierced into the giant beast's head, followed by a bang, accompanied by the explosion of the lightning spear. The giant beast's head also suddenly exploded, turning into countless pieces of meat, scattering in all directions, and even many of them stuck to the wall. Boom! The huge body fell into the pool, splashing a lot of water. You killed the corpse turned Enier. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, bone teeth. You killed the corpse turned Enier. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, twin hearts. You killed the corpse turned Enier. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, golden saliva. A mysterious voice sounded in Yisha's ears, announcing that the giant beast was completely dead. Yisha waved to the Archon, asking the Archon to clean up the body, saw off the giant beast's bone teeth, and then dig out the heart and collect the saliva. The Ice Queen, like a curious baby, began to look around again. After a while, the Archon finished his work, and Yisha simply did not let the two return to the shadow, but continued to move forward along the passage. At this time, the hand-drawn map given by Malfarion was finally useful, because he could confirm the location, and Yisha naturally knew the route. There was actually not one pool of water here, but 3, connecting the 5 passages of the 5-layer gate. Malfarion was unlucky, and went to all 3 places, killing the 3 guarding ancient species, and drew all 3 areas at the same time. Of course, Yisha didn't need to go through so much trouble. He could just go forward. According to Malfarion's markings, the next place should be the altar of the Leah civilization. At the same time, Yisha was confident that he could pass the altar, because there was a skull marked on the side of the altar, representing danger. But under the skull, there were 4 words marked: Suspected Illusion. Chapter 1733 Three-Colored Strange Bird. Yisha continued to move forward and soon saw the so-called altar. This was a large square space. The altar was very huge, made of stone, like a tripod, and placed in the front. What surprised Yisha was that there were people here. Yisha stood at the edge of the entrance and looked at it. In front of the altar, there were 2 rows of people. Their clothes were not ancient, but they were different from the clothes Yisha knew. If Yisha had to say it, he should use the word very ethnic to describe it. The facial features are more like Caucasians. Those people kept coming to the altar to kneel down, then walked around in a circle, returned to their original positions, and then knelt on the ground, constantly chanting something. But Yisha couldn't understand their language at all. Is this the illusion that Malfarion was referring to? If so, there are only 2 possibilities. The first is that this is not an illusion. Otherwise, Yisha should not be able to see these people because of the fantasy dragon gall. The second is that the effect of the fantasy dragon gall has failed. Originally, Yisha had no doubts about the abilities and effects of items on the Doomsday train. But after experiencing the first form of the Forest Sea and seeing the indestructible cylindrical tower, Yisha was not sure. Since there is something like the cylindrical tower that can make the destructive effect ineffective, there may be something that can make the fantasy dragon ineffective. Yisha looked around and found no other passages. Then Yisha took out the map and took a look. According to Malfarion's records, the passage to the front is behind the altar. In this case, there is nothing we can do. Originally, whether these people were real or fake, Yisha wanted to ignore them, just bypass them, and continue to move forward. As for what they were doing, Yisha could not care. But since the passage was behind the altar, we could only move forward. Yisha did not hesitate and continued to walk forward, passing through the center of the kneeling crowd. However, to Yisha's surprise, those people ignored Yisha and let him walk to the front of the altar. Yisha had already seen the passage. Behind the altar, there was a collapsed terrain on both sides, and there was a stone bridge on top. Yisha tried to bypass the altar, but at this moment, a bird suddenly chirped in the altar, and then 3 color streams of light surged up from the top of the stone platform like mist, constantly expanding. In a moment, the 3-color light gathered into a big ball, and then in that ball of light, a big bird with 3-color feathers suddenly flew out. After the tricolor bird appeared, it attacked Yisha without hesitation. As soon as it opened its mouth, a hot fireball spewed out of the tricolor bird's mouth. The people kneeling around raised their hands and shouted, "Welcome to the Holy Spirit." Yisha looked around. What a mess. Yisha looked up at the tricolor bird. Although he didn't quite understand the current situation, he should just kill the flat-haired beast in front of him. Sizzle. Yisha didn't hesitate at all. He immediately punched forward. A blue electric current wrapped around his arm and collided with the fireball. Boom! The roaring explosion spread in all directions. The fireball and the electric current exploded at the same time. The fireball turned into sparks, and the electric current turned into arcs, falling downwards at the same time. The 3-colored strange bird spread its wings and swung forward quickly. But at this moment, dang, dang, the black chain dragged across the ground, making a crisp metallic sound, and then scurried across the ground like a snake, quickly wrapped around the body of the 3-colored strange bird, and suddenly exerted force with both arms, dragging the 3-colored strange bird down from the air, and smashing it hard on the ground. The Snow Queen came to the back of the tricolor bird at some point, and blew gently. Then the wind and snow blew violently all around, and frost flowers continued to appear, covering the tricolor bird. The tricolor bird was soon covered with a piece of solid ice, freezing its body. The tricolor bird struggled violently, swung its wings violently to both sides, shattered the frost, and then flew up again. The next moment, as the tricolor bird continued to flap its wings, vertical lightning suddenly appeared all around, constantly surrounding the tricolor bird's body. Yisha was overjoyed. I'll do this. Ever since he had the power of the Thunder Emperor, Yisha has been particularly familiar with electric currents. Every time he sees them, he treats them like delicious food. Yisha ignored the lightning that was constantly surrounding him and went straight to meet it. Boom! A bolt of lightning hit Yisha head-on. Yisha didn't care at all. The lightning core would absorb the current anyway. However, the next second, Yisha suddenly felt something was wrong, and severe pain came from all parts of his body. Bang! Yisha was directly blown away and rolled on the ground. Yisha looked at the three-colored strange bird in astonishment. There must be something wrong with the lightning, which could not be absorbed by the thunder core. A closer look revealed that the lightning surrounding the three-colored strange bird was actually burning with a blue-green flame, which merged with the electric current. Thunder and fire? Yisha frowned. But at this moment, the three-colored strange bird flapped its wings again, and thunder and fire mixed together, covering Yisha together. If it was not pure thunder and lightning, the thunder core would indeed not be able to absorb it. Yisha did not dare to take on the thunder and lightning that was advancing towards him. Blood boundary sword slash. Yisha drew out his sword and fell to Nanjiang, slashing a line on his palm, blood flowing through the sword. Then Yisha slashed with the sword. A huge blood shadow appeared on the sword and slashed towards the electric current. Boom! The electric current coming towards Yisha was smashed to pieces. And at the same time, the Archon attacked again. The crystal wings behind him opened, and countless red crystal cones were launched towards the three-color strange bird. The three-color strange bird cried, and then its wings kept flapping, and a hurricane immediately blew around, forming a series of wind blades, colliding with those crystal cones. Boom! 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 The wind blade collided with the crystal cone, and the air was filled with the sound of explosions. So that's it, Yisha murmured, looking at the three-color feathers on the tricolor bird. The different colors should represent different abilities, namely wind, thunder, and fire. If it was just a single wind, thunder, and fire ability, it would be fine. But it is obvious that the tricolor bird can integrate these three abilities. Yisha grinned. This is quite amazing. Yisha was thinking when a mysterious voice suddenly sounded in his ears, feeling the user's desire for power. The demigod characteristic is triggered. Demigod LV2, as long as you want. You are a god. Demigod characteristic random acquisition ability. Barbarian King. Chapter 1734 Divine Bird Tablet. Barbarian King, temporary, strengthening ability, physical ability within 15 minutes. Physical fitness is improved by 50%. And physical attributes can be adjusted freely. Yisha was originally thinking about how to deal with the three-color strange bird. After all, being able to integrate three abilities is still very powerful. The most important thing is that if you master these three abilities, this means that the three types of attacks, lightning, wind flow, and fire, are not very effective against the three-color strange bird, since the opponent can use similar attacks. Of course, it must be quite immune to such attacks. Unexpectedly, Yisha envied the ability of the tricolor bird to combine these three abilities, but he did not expect that it would directly trigger the demigod. Yisha has seen 4 demigod abilities so far, namely Barbarian King, Card King, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, and Shock Wave. In terms of effect, Shock Wave is definitely the strongest, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, and Undead is definitely the worst. And finally, in terms of practicality, the best effect is definitely Barbarian King. Through the adjustment of the body, Yisha can deal with various situations. With a grin, Yisha immediately changed his physical fitness, reduced his mental strength, and then increased his speed. The next moment, Yisha's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from the original place. When he appeared again, Yisha had passed through the electric current and came to the front of the three-colored strange bird. The three-colored strange bird suddenly cried and fanned up a hurricane again, and Yisha increased his strength at this moment. Bang! Punched out. Yisha did not hesitate at all, and punched forward. In the blink of an eye, the strong wind brought by the fist actually tore the surrounding wind blades, and then hit the three-colored strange bird fiercely. After a mournful cry, The body of the three-colored strange bird rolled backwards continuously, and then was hit against the wall by Yisha's fist. Yisha did not stop, and changed his physical fitness again, and his speed became very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the three-colored strange bird again. Die! This time, Yisha reduced his speed, spirit, and physical strength by 80% at the same time, all of which were used to increase strength. Puff! Yisha's fist blasted forward and directly pierced through the body of the three-colored strange bird, piercing through the body of the three-colored strange bird with one blow. With a loud bang, the wall behind the tricolor bird also collapsed. However, there was no blood. The tricolor bird was not blown away by Yisha. When Yisha's fist penetrated the body of the tricolor bird, the body of the tricolor bird turned into three-color light and then disappeared. As for the people kneeling in front of the altar, their bodies gradually faded and finally disappeared into the air. Yisha pondered for a moment. Are these people all illusions? Or is it just like in the cylindrical tower? These people and the three-colored strange bird exist in this space in a unique way. Just like the reappearance of civilization in the cylindrical tower? Yisha will definitely not get the answer to this question. At the same time, Yisha found that something appeared on the altar. It was a stone sculpture, about the size of a palm. And the thing carved was a three-colored strange bird. Divine bird steel, civilization antiquity, summoning item can summon the virtual image of the wind god bird. The number of times it can be used, 3. The remaining number of times, 3. The effect of the thing is simple and clear. That is, it can summon the three-color monster bird. But there are only 3 chances. After 3 times, this thing will be useless. However, what makes Yisha more puzzled is that Malfarion should have walked through the altar. So he should have fought against the three-color monster bird. With Malfarion's strength, it is impossible for him to be defeated by the three-color monster bird. So, in other words, Malfarion should have successfully passed here, and the sacred bird tablet should have been taken away by Malfarion. Why is it still here? Perhaps this thing is not unique? Yisha tilted his head and found that there was no answer to this question, unless he asked Malfarion. Moreover, this question did not seem to be very important. The tricolor bird was very powerful, but not so powerful that it was invincible. In fact, without triggering the demigod, Yisha could deal with it, but it would take some effort. Anyway, he entered the ruins and finally got the first thing. Yisha did not think about it anymore and continued to walk forward. After crossing the stone bridge, there is no passage ahead. After passing the stone cave, there is another hall. In this hall, there are a lot of bones piled everywhere. There is even a bone mountain about 4 or 5 meters high in front. On the map, Malfarion marked this place as Sword in the Bone. This place should obviously have something, but it should have been solved by Malfarion, leaving only bones all over the ground. In this case, Yisha did not stay any longer and continued to walk forward. At the same time, the map ended here. Of course, the size of the map is more than that. Malfarion explored the periphery of the ruins. That is, he walked through all the passages. This is because Malfarion has a clear goal, the Heart of Leah. In this case, it is normal for Malfarion to explore all areas. And it does not mean that the Heart of Leah must be hidden deep in the ruins. Taking a deep breath, Yisha continued to walk forward. After crushing the bones, Yisha found a passage behind. For this location, Malfarion only drew a passage. And then, there was nothing. Yisha continued to walk forward, and then was stunned, because, after walking out of the passage, it turned into a cave, formed naturally, without any traces of artificial carving. Yisha frowned. What does this mean? Is the cave over here? Yisha walked forward unwillingly. The cave here is very large, and Yisha walked for a quarter of an hour to reach the end. And then Yisha saw the underground river again. So that's it, Yisha murmured, because of the underground river. This area cannot be built. So there is a fault in the ruins. Yisha looked around, because Malfarion had not been here before. There were no boats prepared. Yisha smiled and made a pleased gesture to the Snow Queen. The Snow Queen walked to the front and then blew out a breath of frost. The frost rushed forward and soon turned into a cold wave. And then the river's surface froze instantly. Yisha stepped on it and found it was quite solid, and then continued to walk forward. The river was very long. Every time she walked a section, the Snow Queen would freeze an area, and she would continue to move forward by stepping on the river. After about 500 or 600 meters, Yisha saw the end. At the end of the river, there was a small area, and behind it was a new cave. And in front of the cave, Yisha saw a gun. Chapter 1735. The Feeling of Extinction. Yisha stepped onto the shore, and then the spear began to shake. And then a human-shaped shadow suddenly appeared, drew his spear, and stabbed towards Yisha. The red flame armor was activated, and a crystal flame appeared in front of Yisha. The next moment, when the spear stabbed up, it pierced a hole in the crystal flame, brushing past Yisha's cheek, and Yisha punched out. Shock wave. With a bang, the shadow was blown away, and before it landed, the Archon appeared behind the shadow and swung out a chain to wrap around the shadow's body. Die! Yisha punched forward, and an electric current surged forward, hitting the body of the phantom, completely shattering the phantom. And then the spear fell to the ground. Yisha picked up the spear. Ancient spear, weapon, a very ancient weapon. Charged attack, can perform a charged attack. The power is increased by 150%, and each use needs to be separated by 30 minutes. Yisha curled his lips. Useless garbage. At least more garbage than the divine bird steel. However, this spear and the phantom are probably the gatekeepers. If there are still ruins ahead, this place should be the outermost area. The guys guarding here are naturally not very strong, so it is normal that there are no good things. Yisha picked up the spear and threw it to the corpse flower, and then continued to walk forward. There is no fork in the cave ahead. Only one road continues forward. Not long. About 7 or 8 meters. Yisha walked through the cave. Sure enough, there were ruins ahead. But Yisha frowned. This is a small square space, with 4 walls, and on the front wall, there are countless obscure characters that Yisha does not recognize. And in the center of the characters, there is a skeleton. The skeleton is embedded directly in the wall, with its head hanging down and its limbs spread out like a big character. Other than that, there is no road. In other words, this is the end of the ruins. Or did I take the wrong road? Yisha couldn't help thinking, looking around, touching the wall, to see if there is a secret passage or something like that. Unfortunately, the walls around are very solid, and no secret passage was found. Finally, Yisha set his eyes on the skeleton embedded in the wall. The skeleton was the only suspicious thing, Yisha thought as he walked towards the skeleton. And at that moment, dead silence. When Yisha approached the skeleton, he suddenly felt a dead silence, as if he was shrouded in death. Yisha instinctively retreated to the back, but the feeling did not disappear, but became stronger and stronger. Yisha wanted to retreat back into the cave, but found that the entrance was there. But he could not leave at all. An invisible barrier blocked Yisha from leaving. Zila! Yisha raised his fist and punched the invisible barrier fiercely. The electric current between his fists surged and hit the invisible barrier fiercely. But in an instant, the current spread out in all directions. Yisha took a step and punched again. Heavy punch. The edge of the world destroyer was surging with electric current, spewing out white mist. And then Yisha's fist hit it. Then Yisha felt as if he had hit something hard, and his fist was bounced back directly. The feeling of dead silence became stronger. Yisha loosened his fist and looked at the skeleton. It was obvious that it was not easy to leave here, and it was only a temporary solution. In this case, sizzle! The current surged again, and Yisha blasted towards the skeleton. The only thing that looked strange in this place was the skeleton. In this case, he would destroy the skeleton. Boom! The current hit the skeleton, as if half of it was absorbed, except for a loud bang. It did not cause any damage to the skeleton at all. Yisha's pupils shrank slightly, and then he quickly mobilized the electricity in the thunder core. Sizzle! The current surged again and rushed towards the skeleton. 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%, 30%. Yisha frantically increased the power output in the thunder core, wanting to smash the skeleton. But no matter how he increased the power, the skeleton did not move at all. Yisha immediately clenched his teeth. 50%. Yisha extracted half of the power from the thunder core and blasted forward. Boom! A loud roar appeared, and the whole space seemed to be shaking. The distance shook, and some stone chips fell from the top of the cave. The feeling of earthquake lasted for about half a minute. But, It was still useless. Puff! At this time, Yisha opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. He didn't suffer any injuries, but just spit out a mouthful of blood. It was the feeling of death. Although Yisha felt nothing, he knew that his life was fading away rapidly under the shroud of the dead silence. Clang! Yisha drew his sword fiercely, and then swept forward with a sword. 6 dragons flying in the sky. The sword fell in Nanjiang and swept forward. And then the sword light surged, and the blood-colored sword light quickly condensed and took shape, and rushed forward, turning into a blood dragon, and crashed into the skeleton. Boom! 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 1, 2, 3. 6 blood dragons continuously hit the skeleton, trying to smash it to pieces. However, apart from the violent collision sound, the skeleton remained motionless, without even a crack. Yisha gritted his teeth and swung his sword again at the moment when the 6th blood dragon was shattered. One glance for 1,000 years. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Yisha swept forward with 2 consecutive swords. For a moment, the sword light in the cave was so bright and dazzling. But it was useless. It was still useless. The 3 sword moves of the evil eye sword were still useless, and could not cause any damage to the skeleton. Yisha seemed a little anxious, then took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Yisha knew very well that he was in a critical moment. And at this time, the more anxious he was, the more dangerous it was, and he had to calm down. Zila! The next moment, electric current surged under Yisha's feet, retreating to the surroundings and covering the entire space. Jioshu domain. Open! Zila! Zila! Yisha spread his hands, and 2 golden thunderbolts appeared in his palms. If we talk about destructive power, the destructive power of thunderbolts is undoubtedly the most terrifying. Without any hesitation, Yisha raised his hand and sent the thunderbolts towards the skeleton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The thunderbolt seemed unable to cause any damage to the skeleton, let alone destroy it. However, Yisha was not in a hurry. The characteristics of the thunderbolts meant that the last one was the key. The 9th thunderbolt. Chapter 1736 Death. 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 The last golden thunder ball appeared in Yisha's palm. And then Yisha pushed the 9th thunder forward with all his strength. Boom! When the 9th thunder hit the skeleton, Yisha's face lit up, because Yisha clearly saw that when the thunder hit, the skeleton embedded in the wall suddenly trembled. The next moment, the golden thunder light was like liquid, pushing wildly around, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. In a moment, the golden lightning spread out, and Yisha couldn't wait to look at the skeleton. And then his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. It was useless. Even the 9th divine thunder, combined with the power of the 9 heavens domain, could not destroy the skeleton. Suddenly, Yisha knelt on one knee and pressed on his chest. There was a slight stabbing pain in the position of the heart. Yisha felt that he seemed to be dying. There was no reason for this feeling to appear, but Yisha could clearly feel that he would die soon. Just like a last glimmer of light. When a person is about to die, there is always some feeling in the dark. Yisha's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Yisha knew the horror of death, but he was not that afraid of it, because only those who have died know the fear that death can bring to people. At the same time, it is precisely because he is a dead person that he is more fearless. Of course, because of the resurrection. However, even if he has the ability to resurrect now, Yisha does not have any joy, because if he cannot break this situation, no matter how many resurrection opportunities he has, it will be useless. Yisha couldn't leave here. The feeling of death was still spreading. Even if Yisha was resurrected, the final result would be nothing more than dying here again and again, until completely turned into a dry skeleton, accompanying the skeleton on the wall. Calm down. Calm down. Yisha took a deep breath, constantly admonished himself in his mind, and then murmured, "There should be a way. Calm down. Emperor of Time." Yisha's eyes suddenly lit up, and he heard the conversation between Malfarion and himself. The reason why Malfarion asked him to come here was because he was the Emperor of Time. Predict the future. Yisha took out his pocket watch, adjusted the hour hand to 3 o'clock, and then began to predict the future. The space in front of Yisha's eyes was distorted, and then a picture appeared. 1 minute later, Yisha was lying on the ground, his face pale, and his whole body was soaked with sweat. Yisha frantically and unwillingly crawled towards the skeleton. But it was useless. Yisha was like a cardiac arrest. His vitality suddenly disappeared. Dead. Silent. The predicted scene ends here. But Yisha is not here to see his own death with his own eyes. 4 points. Predict the future. Predicting the future does not allow Yisha to change his own future, but to find the future he needs by cooperating with the predicted future. Life and the future are actually full of many uncertainties. A person's life is always accompanied by various decisions. Some decisions have no impact, but some decisions can change a lifetime. For example, one day, the weather is fine, but you decide to play games at home instead of going to a cafe to read. This is a decision, and this decision, seemingly unimportant, may affect your life. Playing games at home may get you nothing, but going to a cafe to read, you may meet a girl, and even the other person may be the one who will accompany you for life. Of course, if you choose to play games at home, you may avoid a car accident, but going to a cafe may cause you to encounter a car accident, usher in a lifetime of misfortune, and be paralyzed in bed. There are countless choices like this in life. Maybe you choose to drop out of high school, which seems to be a wrong decision, but you enter the society too early, accumulate experience, succeed in business, and have a fortune of tens of millions. However, it may really be a wrong decision, which makes you mediocre and starve to death on the street. And working hard to go to school is not necessarily the right decision. You may miss your talent in business, and eventually become like most people, and then become mediocre. On the contrary, there may be another ending. University, postgraduate entrance examination, master's degree, doctorate. Maybe you will gain some insights in the ocean of knowledge and eventually become a scientist who can contribute to the world. This is life. No decision is correct. And it is precisely because of uncertainty that life becomes meaningful. So, how can life become certain? It's simple. When you can see the future, the ability to predict the future allows you to find the only correct one among hundreds of choices. Such as now, many images appeared in front of Yisha's eyes, like a film, constantly passing by Yisha's eyes. In those images, Yisha tried to use various abilities to attack the skeleton, or attack the barrier at the entrance of the cave, or to find a way to escape. This is the ability to predict the future. That is, to present all choices and possibilities in front of Yisha. When Yisha knows what choice is correct, he can make the same choice and change his future. But, death, 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 death. Yisha felt his heart twitching constantly. Because, in those pictures, although the process was different, the result was exactly the same. That is, death. In those pictures, Yisha struggled tirelessly and tried to resist. But in the end, there was no difference. No attack could destroy the skeleton. And no matter what method, Yisha could not leave this place. In the end, Yisha's fate was to be swallowed up by the feeling of death, and then resurrected again and again, died again and again, and finally buried here. I won't give up. Yisha gritted his teeth and growled. Predicting the future is not omnipotent. If Yisha's future is all death, and no choice can bring hope and vitality to Yisha, then there is no way to predict the future. The future can be changed. But first of all, a choice that can change the future is needed. But at this moment, a picture suddenly passed by Yisha's eyes, making Yisha's eyes suddenly brighten. That was the only picture where Yisha was still standing. The prediction of the future is also 1 minute, so it cannot be guaranteed that Yisha will survive. But it is indeed the only picture among all the choices where Yisha is still alive after 1 minute. And the choice that picture brings to Yisha is apostle power. The next moment, all the pictures disappeared in front of Yisha's eyes. Chapter 1737 Skeleton and Leah's Heart. After breaking away from the picture of predicting the future, Yisha stretched out his hand without hesitation and pushed forward, urging the apostle power in his body. A fist-sized fireball was condensed by Yisha. And the moment the fireball was condensed, before Yisha threw the fireball out, the dead power around him suddenly disappeared. Yisha was stunned for a moment, and then extinguished the fireball. Since the feeling was gone, there was no need to continue attacking. Yisha first tried to retreat and leave the cave, but the invisible barrier also disappeared, and Yisha retreated smoothly. After hesitating for a while, Yisha re-entered and walked towards the skeleton. The feeling of dead silence did not appear again, and the surroundings seemed to have returned to peace. Yisha approached the skeleton and reached out to grab the skeleton's leg. Clang! Lang! A pile of stone chips fell from the wall. And then the skeleton was easily pulled down by Yisha. Destroy? What Yisha didn't expect was that the skeleton was actually an item. However, the description was a bit confusing. With only the word destroy and no description. Only 3 question marks. In addition, Yisha found a stone in the sunken wall behind the skeleton. The stone looked like a heart. And it was also Yisha's goal. Heart of Leah. Exchange item. This item can be used to exchange for a designated item of Leah civilization. This is what Malfarion wants to find. If he gets it, it means that Yisha's mission is complete. However, compared to the Heart of Leah, Yisha thinks that the skeleton is the real good thing. The feeling of death is too terrifying. Perhaps, when the Apostle Noah saw the ice and snow gods smile, he had a similar feeling. A feeling of death that was completely irresistible. After thinking for a while, Yisha threw the skeleton to the corpse flower, then put away the Heart of Leah and left. Yisha began to return along the same route. Firstly, the mission had been completed and the target had been obtained. And secondly, there was indeed no other way. On the way back, Yisha did not encounter any troubles. Nor did he go to other forks, but chose to leave directly and return to the Doomsday train. Entering the dining car, Yisha came to the bar. The dining car was very empty because Yisha did not spend much time this time. Putting the Heart of Leah on the bar, Yisha said, "The mission is completed." So fast? The lady boss smiled. It seems that the deputy train conductor's mission this time is not that difficult. Yisha didn't know how to answer. If the last skeleton was put aside, this mission was indeed not difficult. But thinking of the skeleton, Yisha couldn't help but feel a little cold in his heart. Moreover, Yisha had a bad premonition. Yisha couldn't say the specific source of this premonition, but he just had a bad feeling. Or in other words, there was something wrong with the ruins. Yisha didn't think that with Malfarion's strength, he would not be able to make it to the end, and he needed to rely on himself and the Emperor of Time to solve the problem. So, Malfarion actually walked to the skeleton, but came back alive? Let's not talk about how Malfarion came back. But the final solution to the problem was not relying on the Emperor of Time. Of course, it was because of the Emperor of Time that he found a solution. But in fact, at the critical moment, he still relied on the power of the apostles. If there was no apostle power, the predicted future would be death. So Yisha could only die. So, this is also inconsistent with what Malfarion said. Or, the old guy wanted to kill himself with a skeleton? Yisha thought a lot. But each idea was unreasonable, and Yisha could not jump to conclusion. But in short, Yisha had a bad feeling. "Boss lady, is there anything you need to discuss with the deputy conductor about the mission reward?" "No." "Yisha, that's good. I'll go back and rest first." After saying goodbye to the boss lady, Yisha returned to his personal compartment. As soon as he opened the door, Yisha suddenly heard a cry. And then a black shadow pounced towards Yisha. Yisha caught the shadow and said happily, "Finally recovered?" The shadow was actually Little Ancient Cat. Little Ancient Cat woke up and grew to its full form. However, its size did not change much. Although it grew a little bigger. It was only a little bigger. It could reach the height of Yisha's waist, which was the size of a relatively large wolf. However, Yisha could feel the difference of Little Ancient Cat. The wildness and sense of danger on its body could not be faked. After entering its full form, Little Ancient Cat's strength was obviously much stronger. In addition, it was unknown how Little Ancient Cat had integrated the power of the apostles. The awakening of the Little Ancient Cat made Yisha feel much better. But the feeling of uneasiness did not disappear. In the next few days, Yisha stayed quietly in the carriage to rest. But nothing happened. Malfarion should have obtained the Heart of Leah. But he did not make any statement, as if the mission was completely over. But the feeling of uneasiness in Yisha's heart did not disappear, but became more obvious. Yisha felt that something was always going to happen. After a few days of leisure, Yisha went to Dr. Davis's personal compartment. It had been so many days since he had given Virgo's body to Dr. Davis. Yisha wanted to know how the research on the constellation monster was going. "You're here." Yisha walked in and saw Dr. Davis sitting on the sofa. He didn't continue his research, but his mental state was still not very good. It seemed that he hadn't rested for a long time. "Yisha, is it solved?" Dr. Davis took out a wrinkled cigarette box and lit a cigarette. It can be said that it is solved. Or it can be said that it is not solved. Yisha was puzzled. Dr. Davis stood up. Follow me. Dr. Davis took Yisha into the workshop and fiddled with the computer. And then dense data appeared on the screen. Yisha, it's a headache to look at it. Just tell me the result. Dr. Davis, the conclusion is that the constellation monster I made is indeed missing something, which makes the constellation monster unable to come alive. I compared these two sets of data with the blood of Aries and Virgo, and then found that there is an extra component in the blood of Virgo. Yisha, what ingredients? Dr. Davis, this is the most troublesome part, which is why I said there is no solution. I don't know what ingredients it is. The only thing I can be sure of is that such ingredients are not found in normal blood and are artificially added. Yisha, is there no solution? Dr. Davis, I haven't thought of it yet. Also, have you ever thought about a question? Chapter 1738 Blood. Yisha looked at Dr. Davis in confusion. Dr. Davis, why did Witzel give you the data so easily? I can think of only one possibility. That is, he is sure that even if he gets the data, he can't make it. Why? It's very simple. He is sure that we can't find that component in the blood. Yisha, in other words, Compu must have something in his hands that can be used to make constellation monsters. And without that thing, it can't be made. So, in the final analysis, we still have to start with Compu. Dr. Davis nodded. That's probably the case. But do you know what that thing is? And where is it? Comp has many bases. We don't know where the lab where Witzel made it is. I don't think it's necessarily at the headquarters. Yisha, it's really troublesome. Dr. Davis came to the half-finished Aries, stroked Aries' arm, and said with regret, this is such a perfect experiment. The last step is really just the last step. It's so regrettable. Yisha curled his lips. Although Yisha also wanted a constellation monster, he was definitely not as obsessed with it as Dr. Davis. In fact, from the perspective of species, Yisha preferred alien creatures because, after all, they were living creatures, and the constellation monsters were just artificial killing weapons, and they were complete monsters. However, there was one thing that Dr. Davis said was indeed correct. Aries' body looked perfect, and it was a natural warrior's body. Even if he couldn't wake up, he could still feel the danger. Yisha thought about it, and patted Aries on the shoulder. But at this moment, Dr. Davis immediately shouted, be careful. Puff! A blade suddenly shot out from the outside of Aries' shoulder, and cut Yisha's palm. Dr. Davis, be careful. Although I can't wake this guy up, the body structure is at least 90% complete. The gene implantation has been completed. And I am also equipped with some offensive weapons that will trigger. Dr. Davis was talking halfway when his eyes suddenly widened as he looked at the constantly changing data on the screen. And then he grabbed Yisha's palm. What are you doing? Yisha was stunned for a moment, then broke free. Are you crazy? Dr. Davis excitedly. Your blood. Yisha looked at his palm. I saw it. It's just a superficial wound. I have the ability to regenerate, and it will heal in a while. No, it can't heal, Dr. Davis said as he looked around excitedly. Where's the knife? The knife. Yisha looked puzzled, then drew out his sword and said, what do you need a knife for? Will a sword do? Dr. Davis, sure. Dr. Davis took the sword and planned to chop at Yisha. You're crazy. Yisha dodged the sword and shouted. You want to die? Dr. Davis shouted. I won't kill you. I just want some blood. Your blood. Look at the data. Aries reacts to your blood. Your blood is the last missing ingredient. Yisha grabbed Dr. Davis's wrist and twisted it, taking back the sword from Nanjiang. Are you crazy? Compu used my blood to create constellation monsters? Where do you think they got my blood? And why my blood can create constellation monsters? But I don't know. But, look here. Dr. Davis pointed at the screen excitedly. See? Aries' cells began to move. Yisha frowned, and then found that the blood he dropped on Aries was actually absorbed into Aries' body. Calm down. Yisha said to Dr. Davis. Calm down first. Let's sort it out. Dr. Davis was excited for a while, and indeed calmed down. Looking at Yisha, you are definitely not from Compu. Right? Yisha, nonsense. Dr. Davis, Witzel definitely didn't use your blood to create the constellation monster. Right? Yisha, even more nonsense. Can't you think about it? If I am so precious, Can I stand in front of you now? Dr. Davis, that makes sense. If you are really needed to create the constellation monster, Compu will definitely imprison you at all costs. So, apart from these two absolutely possible situations, there is only one possibility. Yi Sha, what possibility? Dr. Davis, there is something wrong with your blood. Your blood contains the same ingredients needed to create the constellation monster. Think about it carefully. Have you experienced anything? Are you a different human? Or have you been captured by Compu? What experiments did they do on you? Nothing is right. My blood. Yi Sha suddenly murmured, Apostle? If we ignore the abilities on Doomsday Train and the physical enhancement potion, it seems that only the Apostle power is left. The first two are too common, and they should not be right. Otherwise, everyone on Doomsday Train can do it. So only the Apostle power is left. Dr. Davis anxiously, anyway, it is a fact that Ares reacts to your blood. Try again? Yi Sha thought about it. The wound on his palm had not healed completely. Yi Sha squeezed the wound and squeezed out some blood on Ares. Sure enough, when Yi Sha sprinkled the blood on Ares, the blood merged into Ares' body. Dr. Davis, Ares cells are more active. And the genes are also activated. Yi Sha, but you can't expect me to risk my life to make this thing move. Right? Damn it. How much blood do I have to give? Don't get excited. I won't let you die. Dr. Davis paced back and forth, and then showed excitement. I think this matter is basically done. Yi Sha, what do you mean? Dr. Davis, you should know the common sense of the hematopoietic system. The hematopoietic system consists of two parts, hematopoietic organs and hematopoietic cells. It is the entire system for producing blood in the body, mainly including the yolk sac, liver, spleen, kidney, thymus, lymph nodes, and bone marrow. Yi Sha suddenly realized, you mean? Draw my blood at intervals? Yes. Dr. Davis, this will not harm your body. You should know that many people have the habit of donating blood all year round. Have you seen those people die from blood donation? A healthy adult donates 200 to 400 milliliters of blood at a time, which only accounts for 5% of the total blood volume in the body. After donating blood, the body will automatically adjust to restore blood flow to normal quickly, and at the same time stimulate the body's hematopoietic function. Chapter 1739 Train Conductor. Yi Sha thought for a moment. This is indeed a solution. Dr. Davis fiddled with the computer. I don't know how much blood is needed to wake up Ares. But it doesn't matter. I can wait for a month, 2 months, 3 months, or even a year. The people on the Doomsday Train have physical fitness far superior to that of normal people. With your physical fitness, as long as the interval period is more than a week, it will not harm your body. Yi Sha, if that's the case, I really have no reason to refuse. Dr. Davis was excited. Shall we start now? Yi Sha nodded. Dr. Davis immediately found tools to draw blood for Yi Sha, then carefully sealed it, and even put it in a constant temperature chamber. For Dr. Davis, nothing is more precious than Yi Sha's blood. Yi Sha, what are you going to do? Yi Sha was naturally generous with some blood. In fact, Yi Sha had the ability to regenerate, and his hematopoietic function would be even stronger. A week's interval was actually a bit long, using his regenerative ability. As long as he drew blood every other day, Yi Sha felt that he would have no problem. Of course, this question mainly depends on how much blood is needed. An unlimited supply is a bit troublesome. Secondly, if a large amount of fresh blood is needed at once, it will not work. Yi Sha can't let Dr. Davis drain himself. Dr. Davis, I plan to take out 1/3 to stimulate Ares first, and accumulate the rest. If I can't wake up Ares through interval stimulation, I will store a large amount of blood and then perform a blood transfusion. Of course, there is an important problem here. Yi Sha, what is it? Dr. Davis, fresh blood. Yi Sha frowned. Sure enough, he had thought of this problem. Of course, there is no problem with providing blood at intervals, and it can recover. But if a large amount of fresh blood is provided at one time, Yi Sha needs to consider it carefully. Dr. Davis, this problem is mainly because of the components contained in your blood. If the blood leaves your body, will the components be lost? This is very critical. If the components can be retained, then there is no problem at all. We can even replace Ares' blood and use your blood directly. It can be stored for a period of time. If it is not fresh blood, the components will be lost, which is indeed a bit troublesome. However, I promise that I know what you are worried about. And I can definitely think of a solution to this problem without endangering you. Yisha let out a long sigh. Okay. Let's leave it at that for today. You look like you can't wait to continue your research. Dr. Davis nodded excitedly. Yisha, I'll come again tomorrow. Yisha stood up and left Dr. Davis's personal car. His mind was a little confused and needed to be sorted out. First of all, this should be considered a good thing. At least the creation of constellation monsters has finally made decisive progress. However, to create constellation monsters, one actually needs one's own blood. No, it should be said that one needs the blood of the apostles. This is too surprising, because, looking at it the other way around, if the blood of the apostles is a must for making constellation monsters, then Compu can make constellation monsters even though it does not have Yisha's blood. What is the conclusion? Compu has the apostles. And we will have to look at Dr. Davis's research results. If fresh blood must be used, what does that mean? That means that Compu is not even the corpse of an apostle, but a living apostle. What is this? Yisha smacked his lips. Artificial apostle? Yisha thought as he returned to his personal compartment, but saw a waiter standing by the door of his personal compartment. Master Steward. The waiter smiled. The lady boss. Please go to the dining car. The lady boss is looking for him. Yisha had no doubts. Most likely there was another mission. He came back very early this time, and had plenty of time to perform another mission. If it was not a mission for the Doomsday train, but a mission for the train conductor or the deputy train conductor, there was no need to wait until the next stop. Yisha nodded. I understand. The waiter nodded, greeted Yisha, and left, since the boss lady was looking for him. Yisha did not return to his personal compartment, but walked towards the dining car. After entering the dining car, Yisha felt something was wrong. Looking around, because it had been a few days since Yisha came back, there were some people in the dining car, and now, the waiter was talking to those people, and asked them to leave the dining car. Yisha then looked towards the bar, but found that the proprietress was not there. Suddenly, the proprietress's voice rang out from behind Yisha. I can't help you this time. Yisha turned around abruptly, and found that the proprietress was standing behind him. Yisha, I didn't expect you to have such a bad taste, and like to scare people. The proprietress, I didn't scare you. The proprietress walked forward, and then Yisha found that the two doors in front and behind the dining car were closed at this time. Sit down. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Yisha looked up and found that the conductor was sitting at a table not far from him, and Malfarian stood behind the conductor with his hands behind his back. Smiling, Yisha was sure that the two were not in the dining car before. As if they suddenly appeared, Yisha's face gradually became solemn. And then, he walked forward and sat down in front of the conductor. The conductor had no expression on his face, just like those zombies, and his voice was a little low. Yisha sat in front of the conductor. The conductor had no intention of speaking. He just sat there quietly, which made the atmosphere suddenly become depressing. After a long time, Yisha couldn't hold back and said, I don't know what the conductor wants me to do. The conductor looked at Yisha up and down without hiding his gaze. Then he said, I remember that the first time I saw you was when you killed Li Xuanhe. Right? Yisha nodded. Yes. It seems like a long time has passed. The conductor nodded. Do you know how Li Xuanhe died? Yisha, I killed him. No. The conductor shook his head, because I wanted him dead. You could kill him. Otherwise, even now, you might not be able to kill him. As a conductor, he did not satisfy me. But his strength was not as weak as you thought. Yisha narrowed his eyes, and did not answer. Conductor, then, do you know why I want him dead? Chapter 1740. All those who want to kill me. Yisha, you have your reasons. The conductor nodded, because he has lost his duty as a conductor. When a person is unwilling to be lonely, he will always do things that he shouldn't do. And these things are often fatal, and will cost a person's life. The conductor's fingers tapped lightly on the dining table, as if with some kind of rhythm, and as if with a strange magic, which involuntarily attracted Yisha's attention. Then, the conductor spoke again. So, what about you? Me? Yisha smiled. I don't know what you mean. Conductor, you really don't know? Yisha hesitated for a moment. If you mean lemurs, and the things that were robbed. No. You did a good job on this matter. I don't care who completes the task, or how to complete the task. or even if they complete the task by snatching it from my hands. Because as long as the task is completed, it's good. The conductor looked at Yi Sha. You are very good. You have always performed very well, because you can always complete the task well. I like this. Yi Sha, I will continue to work hard. No. You don't have such an opportunity. The conductor looked at Yi Sha. I know you didn't destroy the information of the Constellation Project. I knew it a long time ago. Or rather, I knew it when you came back with the information of the Constellation Monster. Yi Sha's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that this matter was exposed. Yi Sha, The conductor waved his hand to interrupt Yi Sha. I don't care. Yi Sha was stunned. Wasn't he going to investigate this matter? The conductor, do you know why I don't care? Because, if you want to keep the information, keep it. You can't make the Constellation Monster anyway. So I don't care. But you seem to be about to make that thing now. Yi Sha straightened up, and his hands folded under the table gradually clenched. He had guessed what the conductor was going to say. Train conductor, I know that to create Constellation Monsters, you need the genes of the Apostles. But you don't have them. Of course. I thought you didn't have them. But in fact, you seem to be more capable than I thought. Yi Sha curled his lips. Thank you. The train conductor looked at Yi Sha and said seriously, you broke the rules. In fact, I don't care if you secretly hide the body of the Apostle. You can even use it to make a deal with me. I will give you a satisfactory price. But, the conductor suddenly stood up and looked down at Yi Sha. You shouldn't eat the Apostle. Conductor, this violates the rules. Because the rules are to kill the Apostle. Or capture. You can use the Apostle's body as a bargaining chip for exchange. But the chip is not money. And the chip cannot be used directly as money. Yi Sha, I don't think this violates the rules. If it really violates the rules, it is because the mission content is not clear enough. Yi Sha finished speaking halfway when he suddenly found that the conductor laughed. The next moment, Yi Sha saw Malfarian suddenly attack. And a black ball of light condensed in his hand and blasted towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha attacked almost instinctively. A current condensed in his palm and rushed forward. Boom! A violent roar sounded. And then the black light ball and the current exploded at the same time. Yi Sha felt the impact, like a heavy hammer, hitting his chest hard. And then Yi Sha flew out. Bang! Yi Sha hit the dining table at the back, knocking the table down. And the chairs next to it kept falling down. Malfarian wanted to continue to attack, but was stopped by the conductor. The train conductor walked towards Yi Sha. He attacked. But he didn't die. Yi Sha covered his chest and slowly got up from the ground. The rules on the Doomsday train are rules. Rules are what cannot be violated. Rules are made to be followed, not violated. Train conductor, it is not allowed to fight on the Doomsday train. Whoever does it will die. Even the deputy train conductor, or even me, cannot violate this. However, he did it. But nothing happened. Can you guess the reason? I think you should be able to guess it. Because you are not stupid. And this is not the first time you have seen this situation. Yi Sha knew. Of course. Because this situation only happened once. When Wang Likuan got on the Doomsday train. If you are not on the Doomsday train, you are certainly not bound by the rules of the Doomsday train. Conductor, but why are you not on the Doomsday train? Do you have an answer in your mind? Yi Sha grinned. So, am I an apostle now? The conductor put his hands behind his back, suddenly sighed, and then, commit suicide. Yi Sha stepped back and said, I want to know if this is the only answer. Conductor, do you think you can still survive? Yi Sha, why do you think someone would board the Doomsday train? Isn't it just to survive? Now you want me to die? Why? Yi Sha suddenly raised his leg and kicked the dining table next to him. The dining table flipped in the air and smashed towards the conductor. Malfarian took a step forward and condensed a black ball of light with his palm, which was printed on the dining table. The dining table shattered into pieces with a bang and scattered in all directions. Zila! Yi Sha opened his palms and electric current condensed between them. Everyone who wants to kill me. Yi Sha, I can only let him die first. 2 electric currents surged forward. Malfarian shouted and rushed forward again. But the 2 electric currents were not directed at Malfarian, or even at the train conductor, but at the ground. Boom! The electric current fell to the ground with a loud bang, blowing away everything around. Then, Yi Sha stretched out his hand and clenched it in the air. Another electric current appeared in his palm, which quickly condensed into a lightning blade. Yi Sha slashed at the roof with all his strength, cutting a hole in it, and then jumped out. Malfarion glanced at the conductor, who was still standing with his hands behind his back, without making any statement. But Malfarion already knew what he meant, and quickly jumped up and chased out from the crack. On the roof, Yi Sha and Malfarion stared at each other from a distance. As the Doomsday train moved forward, the wind kept blowing around, blowing their hair and clothes. Malfarion smiled and spread his hands, and a black ball of light condensed in his palms again, and said to Yi Sha, "I'm sorry. I think you should die, because this is the will of the conductor." "Really? Yi Sha, then try to stop me. Or kill me." Chapter 1741 Dark Space. "Hey!" Malfarion smiled, but did not respond to Yi Sha or provoke him. Instead, he spread his palms, and a black lightsaber appeared in his hands. The next moment, Yi Sha suddenly jumped down to the side of the Doomsday train, supported the ground with one hand, and rolled on the ground. Malfarion jumped down, raised his sword and slashed in the direction of Yi Sha. The huge black sword shadow fell, and hit the ground fiercely. With a bang, a huge crack was cut in the ground, feeling the user's determination to fight to the death. The Death Determined feature is triggered. Death Determined LV5. I'm not afraid of death. So why should I be afraid of you? Death Determined feature randomly increases ability. Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor's ability is increased to Thunder God. Yi Sha got up from the ground, and the Death Determined ability was triggered at the first moment. The determination to fight to the death. Yi Sha knew very well what he should do now. If he didn't risk everything, he would probably have to leave his body behind. Either die in battle or leave. "Ah!" Yi Sha raised his head and shouted angrily. Lightning flashed on his body, but it was not the usual azure blue, but purple electric current. Yi Sha stretched out his hand and clenched it, and the purple electric current in Yi Sha's palm was like a whip, swinging forward. Malfarion stretched out his hand and pushed out a black ball of light, which collided with the purple electric current, and then the arc of electricity quickly spread out to the surroundings with light and shadow. Crack, crack. The ground around him cracked, shattered, and spread around. Snap! Yi Sha closed his hands, then pulled his palms apart, and pulled out an electric current from his fingertips. "Die!" Yi Sha shouted, and continued to blast the electric current forward. Boom! 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 The electric current fell to the ground, constantly shattering the ground. Malfarion quickly stepped forward, was hit by a purple lightning, and was immediately blown away. Malfarion looked stunned. Is this kid that strong? At the same time, Yi Sha's attack did not stop. He shouted to the front and punched into the sky. Zila! Zila! The sound of electric current surged in the sky. The purple lightning that Yi Sha had blasted into the sky continued to disperse, then circled in the air, forming a huge purple electric net, and then fell towards Malfarion. Malfarion's face was solemn. He did not dare to underestimate the falling electric net. He suddenly reached out and pressed his chest. "Dark Night," Malfarion moaned, and a black light appeared in his palm again. The light flowed like liquid, quickly passing over Malfarion's body and wrapping up Malfarion's body. A set of black medieval armor quickly appeared in the light, covering Malfarion's body. The next moment, Malfarion drew his sword. Boom! Malfarion raised his sword and collided with the purple electric net. It seemed that Malfarion was hit halfway, but if you look closely, you will find that there seems to be a vacuum zone around Malfarion's body. The current cannot hit Malfarion, but is completely blocked outside. Yi Sha's eyes were fierce, and then he shouted in a low voice, "Thunder in all directions!" Boom! Boom! The sky thundered again, and then black clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. The clouds were very low, slowly rotating, forming a vortex state, and then the thunder sounded again, and a purple lightning column fell from the sky. Malfarion was not to be outdone and raised his sword to meet it directly, waving his knight's sword and splitting the lightning column falling from the sky in half. "It's not over yet." Yi Sha snorted coldly. "The sun and the moon are in the sky." Yi Sha spread his arms, and a moon and a sun appeared in his palms, floating into the air. Malfarion smiled. "This is Dong Fan Yu's trick. I am very familiar with it." While Malfarion was speaking, he slashed the sword into the air. The black sword light flew into the sky, and Malfarion did not give the sun and moon a chance to land. The sword light rose into the air and directly chopped the sun and moon into pieces in the air. Malfarion stretched out his hand and pressed forward. The shadow is calling. A large amount of black smoke suddenly emerged from under Malfarion's feet, and the smoke spread to the back. And then Yisha heard the sound of horse hooves. Malfarion shouted again, "Headless Horseman!" In the black smoke behind Malfarion, Headless Horsemen kept appearing, wearing black armor, riding rotten bone horses, without heads, and holding Western-style spears. The next moment, accompanied by Malfarion's low shout, the bone horses suddenly neighed, and then more than a dozen headless knights suddenly charged towards Yisha. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. And then, kill these guys. In the shadow behind Yisha, a large number of corpse flower vines suddenly emerged at this moment. And those vines kept waving, and then fell towards the headless knights. Bang, bang, bang. The corpse flower vines kept falling down, smashing the headless knights to the ground. But the headless knights held the tip of their guns and kept piercing the corpse flower vines. At this moment, Yisha and Malfarion moved at the same time and rushed towards each other. Zila! Yisha clenched his hands, turned the lightning into a knife, and slashed towards Malfarion. Boom! The lightning blade collided with the knife's sword in Malfarion's hand, making a roaring sound. And then the lightning blade in Yisha's hand shattered, turning into countless electric currents and bombarding Malfarion's body. Puff! Malfarion spit out a mouthful of blood and kept retreating. At the same time, while retreating, he also attacked Yisha again. The shadow is calling. Malfarion shouted forward, "Dark space." A black curtain suddenly spurted out from Malfarion's palm, like smoke or fog, and quickly enveloped Yisha. When the black curtain surrounded him, Yisha immediately found himself in a black space, surrounded by a dark space, and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. At the same time, the sound of the Dullahan fighting with the corpse flower vines also disappeared at this moment. The surroundings were terribly quiet, without any movement. Even the slightest sound like the wind could not be heard at all. Five senses deprivation. When Yisha put his right hand on his left arm, he knew what happened. Vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch are the five senses necessary for human survival. And in this space, Yisha lost all five senses. Vision and hearing are very obvious. Smell and taste are difficult to distinguish at once. And touch is the most obvious. When Yisha's left hand pressed on his left arm, Yisha did not feel any touch at all. Chapter 1742 Thor. You want to trap me like this? Yisha took out the Emperor of Time and moved the pointer to 1. Time is reversed. Tick, tick, tick. The next moment, Yisha heard the sound of the second hand moving. And then the dark color around him quickly faded away. Yisha's eyes saw the light again, and the five senses that were deprived of him instantly returned. Malfarion was not far in front of Yisha. Watching Yisha reappear, his face was a little gloomy. Malfarion's dark space is not so easy to break. After losing the five senses, he will involuntarily become restrained. However, all this is indeed vulnerable in front of the Emperor of Time. The most troublesome thing about time reversal is that it only reverses Yisha's time. Yisha's state was reversed, but Malfarion's state was not. So the dark space was already in a state of being used, and Malfarion could not use it again. But Malfarion looked at Yisha with a gloomy face. That thing is not easy to use. Right? Yisha did not answer, because Malfarion was telling the truth. In the process of time reversal, it would cause a considerable load on the body. This is a matter of course. Time reversal has no time limit, so there will be restrictions in other aspects. Yisha believes that it should not be a problem for him to use time reversal about 3 times in a short period of time, and his body can withstand it. However, if it exceeds 3 times, it may not be worth the loss, because, like time foresight, the load caused by time reversal on the body increases exponentially, and continuous use is a taboo. Some things are well known to both parties. Although Malfarion knows that the Emperor of Time has restrictions on its use, he is still very wary of it. After all, it is something that controls the laws of time. Malfarion even complained in his mind. Why did the train conductor give this thing to Yisha? At the same time, Yisha also understood that the Emperor of Time was a deterrent, which was useful at critical moments, but it could not be used recklessly. Otherwise it would lead to his own destruction. Moreover, Yisha did not think that he would lose to Malfarion. In terms of hard power, Yisha believed that there was still a certain gap between him and Malfarion. But the decisive characteristic allowed Yisha to reach the same level as Malfarion in a short period of time. Even stronger. So, Yisha sneered, "Purple Palace Thunder." Yisha clasped his hands together. And then a purple thunder ball was condensed by Yisha and blasted forward. Malfarion had no fear at all. And jumped forward, sweeping the knife sword in his hand forward, cutting the thunder ball in half. The two halves of the thunder ball flew forward, then landed and exploded. But at this moment, Yisha stretched out his hand again and pressed forward. Malfarion immediately raised his sword. But what surprised Malfarion was that there was no electricity in Yisha's palm this time. Golden thunder. With a loud bang, the ground under Malfarion's feet exploded, and the violent impact directly blew Malfarion away. This is the improvement that the power of the God of Thunder brought to Yisha. The title of the God of Thunder is actually not worth much, because in the myths and legends of various ethnic groups, the God of Thunder always appears. Thor, the God of Thunder in Norse mythology, and the famous Zeus, although they are called the God King, have always appeared as the symbol of thunder in mythological stories. And some people directly call him the God of Thunder. However, Yisha's thunder god ability obviously belongs to the East. Similarly, thunder and lightning are also the supreme symbol in the East. Unlike the Western mythology, thunder and lightning symbolize destruction. The East is more complicated, and there are different types of thunder, which can be roughly summarized as the 5 elements of thunder. That is, the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire and earth appear in thunder and lightning. And this is the change brought by the thunder god's ability. Yisha can adjust the thunder and lightning attributes he uses at will. Yisha made another move. And before Malfarion stood up again, he pushed forward with a palm. Kueshuain lay. The thunder that appeared this time was like a cloud of mist, rushing towards Malfarion quickly. Malfarion slashed down with his sword again. And then he felt a chill rushing into his body. Malfarion shivered, as if all the blood in his body had frozen. Yisha sneered, "Let me add fuel to the fire." The sun and the moon were in the sky. In the sky, the floating sun and moon once again emitted a dazzling brilliance, casting light towards the bottom. Burning! Cold! 2 feelings were running wild in Malfarion's body. They were 2 conflicting abilities, but they did not cancel each other out. Malfarion felt hot and cold at times, as if he was torn apart. "Ah!" Malfarion roared, obviously really angry, and said in a low voice, "Domain?" But at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the sky. The conductor took action. The sky dragon's huge claws suddenly stretched out from the air and grabbed the sun and moon floating in the sky. The next moment, the sun and the moon fell to the ground. The sky dragon actually knocked Yisha's sun and moon down from the sky. Malfarion's face was solemn, and he roared and rushed towards Yisha. The train conductor's move naturally meant that he was not satisfied with the battle situation. The black smoke quickly spread to the surroundings, covering a large area. "Domain," Malfarion said in a low voice. "Darkness covers." When the black smoke passed and formed the scope of the domain, Malfarion's body was also wrapped in the black smoke. Malfarion took a step forward, and a large amount of black smoke gathered together and fell towards Yisha like a wave. Yisha took a deep breath and pushed forward with both palms. Boom! Electric currents also surged on Yisha's body, colliding with the black smoke. The ground under Yisha and Malfarion's feet continued to collapse. Boulders surged, and the earth began to tremble. No one was victorious. The black smoke and the purple electric current kept pushing in the air, but neither could do anything to the other, and could not make any progress. At this moment, the body of the sky dragon was hidden in the clouds, and it stretched out its huge claws again, slapping down towards Yisha. Yisha's pupils shrank sharply, and he tilted his head back. Dragon transformation. Dense dragon patterns quickly appeared on Yisha's body, covering his entire body, and a dragon roar rose to the sky. White Dragon King. The next moment, Yisha immediately activated the White Dragon King's ability, and along with the dragon scales that emerged from his body, pieces of white dragon scales appeared on Yisha's body, covering Yisha's body. With a puff, a pair of white dragon wings opened behind Yisha, and then he looked up and roared at the sky. Torrents of water. Along with Yisha's roar, the dragon roar gradually rose, and the moisture in the air was extracted, turning into a water column, shooting into the air. Chapter 1743. The train conductor takes action. With a bang, The water column collided with the palm of the sky dragon, making a loud noise. Almost in an instant, the water column was shattered by a blow, and then the huge palm of the sky dragon pressed down. Boom! The giant claws fell to the ground. The ground broke, and the earth collapsed downwards. The rolling gravel formed rubble, burying Yisha. The next moment, a huge roar suddenly came from the ruins formed by the piled gravel. Yisha smashed the ruins, and the dragon wings behind him spread out, rushing out of the ruins. In midair, Yisha spread his dragon wings and gasped for air. Malfarion wanted to continue attacking, but at this moment, the train conductor suddenly appeared and stood in front of Malfarion. Malfarion immediately withdrew his hand and stood silently behind the train conductor. The train conductor looked at Yisha, still struggling. Yisha grinned. Maybe you can regard this as a desire to survive. Sizzle! Yisha clenched his fist and punched the train conductor. The purple electric current cut through the sky and hit the train conductor. The train conductor said indifferently, "Wormhole." The purple lightning suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already 100 meters away, hitting the ground with one blow, smashing a piece of the ground. Train conductor, desire is desire, and having desire does not necessarily mean that it can be satisfied. While speaking, the train conductor waved his hand in the air. The giant claws poked out from the clouds again, pressed down, and grabbed Yisha directly. Yisha's pupils shrank sharply, and then a hurricane suddenly blew around Yisha. White dragon's heavenly might. In the sky, large rain clouds appeared, followed by strong winds all around, and a rainstorm hit. Yisha shouted softly, and the falling rain quickly gathered together, forming a huge rain curtain, heading towards the claws of the sky dragon. Bang! The sky trembled violently. The rain curtain collided with the claws of the sky dragon, shaking continuously, making the whole sky look like it was shaking. And then the open giant claw suddenly closed. With a puff, Yisha's rain curtain was torn into pieces by the claws of the sky dragon. And then the clenched fist hit Yisha's body fiercely. With a bang, Yisha fell from the air like a cannonball and hit the ground fiercely. Puff! Yisha lay on the ground, opened his mouth to the side, and then spurted out blood. Yisha's face turned pale, and he felt that his organs were trembling, and his internal organs were like a churning sea. The conductor stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed, and then suddenly took a step towards Yisha. Too strong. Yisha gritted his teeth. The conductor's strength was too strong. He felt that he had done nothing but brought a huge sense of oppression. The most important thing was that the conductor had not tried his best. The conductor knew this, of course, and Yisha knew it too. Suddenly, Yisha's figure flashed and disappeared. Run! Yisha's figure flashed continuously, and he continued to run backwards with ghost steps, trying his best to distance himself from the train conductor, until the ghost step limit was used up. Yisha's figure appeared again. When he looked back, the Doomsday train had turned into a black line. Ran away? Wormhole. Yisha thought involuntarily. And then the train conductor's voice suddenly sounded. On the side of Yisha, the air seemed to be distorted, and then it quickly returned to normal. But at the moment of returning to normal, the train conductor appeared there. The conductor smiled without saying anything, but that smile was obviously a bit teasing, as if telling Yisha that he couldn't run away. Yisha took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked. If he couldn't escape, he could only fight. Suicide? Yisha sneered. He had only heard of soldiers who died in battle, but never heard of soldiers who committed suicide. Ha! Yisha roared, and punched the conductor again, and electricity surged wildly between his fists again. 5%, 10%, 20%. Yisha frantically urged the electricity in the thunder core, and then punched the conductor. The mad surge of current appeared again, and hit the conductor fiercely. It's useless. Conductor, you can't hurt me. Wormhole. The conductor casually waved his hand forward, and the current in front of the conductor suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was about 100 meters behind the conductor, smashing a large area of the ground. Yisha gritted his teeth. It was useless. All attacks were useless. When any attack could not effectively kill, then how to defeat such an enemy? Or kill? Yisha suddenly jumped back, then took out the Emperor of Time and quickly moved the pointer to the 6 o'clock position. Time froze. Almost in an instant, The time around seemed to have completely stopped. The wind blew, and the flying dust was suspended in the air, neither dispersing nor falling to the ground. In the distance, the Doomsday train moving forward stopped at this moment. In the sky, the hurricane and rain caused by the white dragon's might were still raging. However, at this moment, the falling rain suddenly froze, like a huge curtain, covering everything. At this moment, except for Yi Sha, who broke the law of time and was still able to move, everything around him was still in the last second. Of course, Yi Sha couldn't do anything, such as destroying the Doomsday train while time was frozen, or killing anyone. Anything that would change the future could not be done, as that would cause time to be disordered and the Emperor of Time would be broken. However, it is not useless. That is to escape. The time of time freezing is 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, the whole world will stop except Yi Sha's own world. Then after 3 minutes, time will follow the normal trajectory and jump to 3 minutes later. Of course, only Yi Sha will not be affected. So, during these 3 minutes, Yi Sha can run away wholeheartedly. But, when Yi Sha just took a step forward, "You use my things to deal with me." The conductor's voice suddenly sounded. This is really a ridiculous thing. Yi Sha felt a dampness on his back, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Yi Sha looked at the conductor, who was completely unaffected by time ice, and was walking towards him. Time ice, and was completely useless to the conductor, and the law of time could not restrain the conductor. Yi Sha took a deep breath. "You can't do anything to me." Chapter 1744 Death of the Train Conductor. "Yes, train conductor, I can't do anything to you. The train conductor is just not bound by the law of time. But rules are rules, and the rules of the Emperor of Time cannot be changed. Under the circumstances of time being icy, the train conductor cannot do anything. Train conductor, but in 3 minutes, do you think you can escape from under my nose?" Yi Sha said grimly. "How do you know if you don't try?" Yi Sha rushed to the side. "Strength. Yi Sha needs strength now. Demigod LV2, as long as you want. You are a god." A mysterious voice appeared in Yi Sha's ears. "Barbarian King. Barbarian King. Barbarian King." Yi Sha kept praying in his heart. Only by randomly getting the Barbarian King ability can Yi Sha get a glimmer of hope. By adjusting the speed attribute, Yi Sha may be able to escape. But demigod characteristics randomly obtain ability. Galaxy swordsmanship. Damn it! Yi Sha cursed, not even bothering to read the description of the effect of the galaxy swordsmanship, because it was completely meaningless, and the attacking sword moves were useless to Yi Sha. Yi Sha was going to leave this damn place now. Then, Yi Sha stopped, and the train conductor appeared in front of him again, standing with his hands behind his back. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Yi Sha's forehead. Yi Sha had a feeling called powerlessness, just like when he was in the cylindrical tower, watching the civilization collapse and destroy. In Yi Sha's heart, there was a voice telling him that he had to do something to change the situation, but he didn't know what he should do or what would be useful. This feeling is called powerlessness and despair. Yi Sha and the conductor just stared at each other, like two sculptures. After a while, the conductor said, 3 minutes are up. Everything that was still around started moving again. The Doomsday train started moving again. The rain in the sky fell again. The rolling stones continued to roll. The silent world seemed to have come to life again. However, Yi Sha was still standing there, and in front of Yi Sha stood the train conductor. Ah! Yi Sha suddenly jumped up. In the sky, the wind and rain gathered, and there were lightning and thunder. Yi Sha attacked the train conductor frantically again. The sky was covered by black clouds, and it was dark. The wind and rain kept falling, and one after another, the lightning pillars fell from the sky, as if the end of the world was coming. The train conductor still stood with his hands behind his back, just standing there, with no intention of looking up at the sky. Then, the violent wind flow fell. But when it came to the train conductor, the wind flow dispersed by itself, and the rain fell towards the train conductor, and the rain avoided the train conductor by itself and fell to the ground, accompanied by a roar. A huge lightning column fell downwards, but when it fell on the top of the train conductor's head, it shattered. Yi Sha clenched his teeth tightly, and because he was too strong, blood even kept flowing from the corners of Yi Sha's mouth. The conductor looked at Yi Sha. "Are you giving up?" The conductor smiled and looked very friendly. But Yi Sha now felt like he was falling into an ice cave, with the coldest ice water surrounding him, and freezing his body completely. Maybe he was going to die. Yisha could be resurrected. But all this was just like Yisha's attack. Meaningless in front of the conductor. Resurrecting again and again. And then being killed again and again? Nothing could make people feel more tragic than this. Goo goo. Suddenly, a subtle cry appeared, making the originally solemn atmosphere become weird. Because the sound came a little abruptly, Yisha's eyes widened. If the last second, Yisha's world was still shrouded in darkness. Then this second, the bright sunlight shone into Yisha's world. Because Yisha knew what the sound was. The ice and snow god jumped out from Yisha's shadow, with his mouth open and his eyes narrowed, looking like he was yawning, but also like laughing. I am not afraid of the night owl's cry, but I am afraid of the night owl's laugh. Chasing souls to announce the death in ancient books. Owls are called strange owls and evil spirits. There is a saying that you are not afraid of the night owl's cry, but you are afraid of the night owl's laugh. When you hear its laugh, someone will die. The conductor frowned, obviously feeling something. The next moment, the conductor suddenly made a move. However, at this moment, the conductor's outstretched arm was suspended in the air and suddenly froze. In the eyes of the conductor, he saw a sea of corpses and blood, and a mountain of bones. Hell is calling. Countless bone hands stretched out from the ground, like creepers, constantly climbing up the conductor's body, and the dry bones completely covered the conductor's body. The feeling of death. It was a door. The door to death. Beside the yellow spring river, someone was singing softly, and the turbid river water was full of corpses. A small boat and an oil lamp slowly drifted forward. It was a road that could not be turned back. That was a road of no return. Yisha didn't know what the conductor was going through, but I can feel it. Every day, every minute, every second, the conductor is dying. Suddenly, the conductor covered his heart, then slowly knelt down, and finally lay on the ground, moving as if he had lost his voice. Since the night owl called, someone will die. If not Yisha, then the conductor will die. Yisha's face showed astonishment. He had never thought that the conductor would die, let alone die in this way. Even in Yisha's opinion, such a death was too humiliating and unbelievable for the conductor. But in the next moment, Yisha started running without looking back, running towards the distance. Yisha must leave. Now. Immediately. Right away. Yisha knew what he should do. In a moment, Yisha's figure gradually faded, and under the full speed running, Yisha's figure quickly disappeared. And at this time, Malfarion came to the conductor. The conductor died? Looking at the conductor lying on the ground, Malfarion's horrified expression was definitely not much better than Yisha's, because this was really an incredible and unimaginable thing. Then, at this moment, the conductor lying on the ground suddenly squirmed, and then the clothes on the conductor's back tore, as if breaking out of a cocoon. Not only the clothes, but also the conductor's body suddenly tore apart, and then a new conductor stood up again, leaving only the body on the ground. Malfarion smacked his lips, and then felt a sense of relief. As a deputy conductor, if Malfarion had never fantasized about that position, it would be absolutely a lie. However, Malfarion knew very well that he was far from qualified. So, how could the conductor die? How could the conductor die? Chapter 1745 Chasing and Killing. Malfarion took a deep breath. I will chase him now. The conductor waved his hand. No need. Malfarion looked at the conductor in surprise. Not chasing? Letting Yisha go? You know, this is a matter of principle. In fact, Yisha must die. It has become a rule. No matter how much the conductor once valued Yisha, he should kill Yisha without hesitation at this time. Rules are set to be followed, not resisted. The conductor ignored Malfarion's surprise and walked towards the Doomsday train. I think the next mission should be about hunting down people, which seems to be a good idea. Malfarion was not stupid, so he naturally understood what the conductor meant and nodded. I know what to do. Conductor, then let's go back first. There was a valley all around, and Yisha kept running. He had been running for 3 days and 3 nights without any rest time, which made Yisha look a little tired and a little embarrassed. Run, run, run. This is the only thing Yisha can do at the moment, and the only thing he is doing. Suddenly, Yisha stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Then he slowed down, panting, came to the edge of the stream, caught some water with his hands, sprinkled it on his face, and then buried his face in the water and drank it in big gulps. At this moment, the stream suddenly exploded with water, and a column of water rushed up to the sky. Then a man wrapped in a black tights suddenly jumped out of the stream, the long sword in his hand shining with silver light, and slashed down towards Yisha. Looking for death, Yisha snorted coldly, and suddenly attacked, avoiding the blade while reaching out to grab the opponent's throat. Snake bite. Yisha grabbed the opponent's throat, then lifted him up, and then slammed him to the ground. The next moment, Yisha clenched his fist. Heavy punch. Electric arcs appeared on both sides of the destroyer, and then Yisha's fist fell hard on the opponent's head. With a bang, the man's head was like a smashed watermelon, and blood mixed with mincemeat spread all around. You are such a rubbish. You want to hunt me down? Yisha stood up and said disdainfully, you are overestimating yourself. Yisha stood up and continued to walk forward. Yisha didn't know how many times he had been attacked, because there were so many times that he couldn't remember them all. Because, on the Doomsday train, the mission of this station is called Hunting Yisha. No matter who it is, as long as they can kill Yisha, they can not only get everything on Yisha, but after Yisha's death, all of Yisha's abilities will return to the treasure list, and the train conductor will also take out one of his abilities as a reward. Is this the end? No. Of course not. The conductor will also take out one of his own collections, a crossword called Juesha, as a reward for this mission, and whoever can kill Yisha, unconditionally, whether it is the people in the death car or the crew, will get Yisha's position. In other words, Courser, this is the information Yisha got from those who were chasing him. In order to survive, the other party answered all the questions. Whatever Yisha asked, they answered, and they were extremely honest. Of course, this cannot save their lives. For Yisha, the only thing he can do is to kill the person who wants to kill him first. However, Yisha knows very well that these people cannot be killed completely. The train conductor offered a reward that is hard to refuse. Even all of Yisha's belongings, except for the ability that cannot be directly obtained, will be included in the treasure list. The train conductor only promised to give one item as a reward, plus the extra reward given by the train conductor, and the position of the chief steward. Such a reward even exceeds that of the Emperor of Time. If you are not tempted, you must be a fool. Then, just kill. Yisha believes that as long as he kills enough, the other party will definitely restrain themselves. At least some people should understand that since the train conductor has given such a high reward, their lives are not so easy to take away. Of course, Yisha may start to face some powerful enemies next. However, Yisha believes that as long as he persists, he can survive. Each stop of the Doomsday train has a time limit. The train conductor can use the mission of one stop to hunt him down. What about 2 stops? 3 stops? Yisha feels that even if the train conductor is willing, he may not be able to pass the Doomsday train. The train conductor is indeed the highest ranking and strongest person on the Doomsday train. However, in the dark, the existence of the Doomsday train itself also represents a will. The Doomsday train will not allow the train conductor to continue like this, without issuing any missions, and just hunt Yisha down. Therefore, Yisha thought that 3 stations were probably the limit. In fact, it was highly likely that this large-scale pursuit could only last for 1 battle. Of course, the train conductor could definitely use the train conductor task to have people continue to pursue Yisha. But the number of people chasing him would definitely not be as terrifying as it is now. Moreover, there were not many people who were capable of killing Yisha. Or it should be said that there were very few. Before those people realized that they needed to cooperate with each other to have a chance to kill Yisha. Yisha was basically safe. Therefore, Yisha currently does not take this pursuit seriously. And compared to this pursuit, there are actually more troublesome things that bother Yisha. On the side of the valley, near the shore, there is a group of rocks. Yisha found a hidden place in the corner. Several stacked rocks formed a small cave. Yisha went in and sat down next to the boulder. Very tired. Really tired. Constantly rushing on the road makes Yisha very tired. There are people chasing him constantly. Even if those people cannot kill Yisha, the constant attacks and fighting will still make Yisha feel tired. Yisha knew that he had to rest, even if it was just for 2 or 3 hours. However, Yisha also knew that when he really closed his eyes, he would face real trouble. Or in other words, real pursuit. While thinking, Yisha closed his eyes and began to take a nap. The surroundings were pitch black. And then some light slowly appeared. There were some light balls, like fireflies floating in the air, about the size of a fist, illuminating the surroundings. Sure enough, Yisha took a deep breath. I'd come to this place again. This started after Yisha left the Doomsday train. There was no problem during the day. But every night when Yisha closed his eyes and began to rest, Yisha would appear here. Then, the real chase appeared. Chapter 1746 Nightmare. On the grassland, some ghosts appeared under the dim light. Those ghosts floated in the air, quickly came towards Yisha, and then slowly solidified their bodies. The opponent's body was very strange, and flesh and blood could be seen. But when attacked, it could disperse like mist at any time and become nothingness. Yisha called these things nightmares. The nightmare had nothing to do with the train conductor, but the will of the Doomsday train. Yisha finally understood why those who left the Doomsday train and never returned could only go to death in the end. Because of the nightmare's pursuit. Facts have proved that what Xia Yuren once said was right. The Doomsday train is not a place where you can go and leave whenever you want. Every person who leaves the Doomsday train will face the nightmare's pursuit when night falls. An endless pursuit. There is only one way to avoid these things. That is, don't sleep. Don't close your eyes, even if you take a nap in a half-awake state. In fact, this is not really a method. Because, how can you not sleep? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. There will always be times when you can't hold on. When you are exhausted and have to close your eyes to rest. Just like Yisha now. Those nightmares quickly came to Yisha's side, and then suddenly attacked Yisha with their fangs and claws. Clang! Yisha drew out the twin serrated swords without hesitation and chopped down at the nightmare in front of him. Nightmare was hit in the head by Yisha's sword, and then he let out a scream, and Nightmare's body was cut into two by Yisha's sword. And then Yisha ran forward. The number of nightmares is countless. Or in other words, in this dream grassland, nightmares are everywhere, and they are simply endless. Therefore, even in the dream, Yisha can only let himself run. Run faster. Because as long as he stops, those nightmares will continue to gather and surround him, leaving no way out. Even so, ghosts soon appeared around Yisha, and after slowly solidifying, they became nightmares. And then, they kept coming towards Yisha, with a fierce momentum, as if they would tear Yisha apart at any time. 6 dragons flying. Yisha did not hesitate at all, and slashed forward with force. The blood-colored sword light appeared as Yisha swung the sword, and then quickly condensed and transformed into a ferocious blood dragon. Sweeping forward, nightmares are not afraid of death, and even have no so-called emotions. It is an instinct that is purer than the instinct of beasts. That is, killing. The fight between beasts is for survival and food. But nightmares have no such thing. They just kill for the sake of killing. When nightmares collide with blood dragons, they are quickly torn apart as blood dragons dance with their claws. Large groups of nightmares are killed and dissipate into smoke between heaven and earth. But it is useless. More nightmares will appear, and continue to appear. This is something more terrifying and more troublesome than the zombie tide. Although the zombie tide is as dense as a wave, and can be killed endlessly, there is still a limit to the number of them, while nightmares are really endless. Moreover, you can run away from zombies, but you can't run away from nightmares, because this place is full of them. No matter where you run, nightmares will appear. These things seem to exist in every piece of air. Zila! Yisha crossed his hands, and then the electric current surged out of Yisha's palms, rushing out in all directions. The nightmares were completely torn apart the moment they rushed up. Yisha didn't stop at all, and continued to kill forward with his sword. The nightmares became more and more numerous. At first, there were only about a dozen nightmares. But as Yisha fought, the number of nightmares did not decrease. But on the contrary, it increased. Dozens. Hundreds. In the end, it seemed as if a black tide appeared around Yisha, ready to swallow him up at any time. Roar! Suddenly, a roar like a beast's roar appeared. The next moment, a huge nightmare stood up from the nightmare tide. The nightmare was so huge, at least 100 meters high, that it looked like it could smash Yisha to pieces with a single slap. However, at this moment, the light sources around him gradually dimmed, and the firefly-like lights became dim. Then Yisha opened his eyes, and the surroundings were no longer a wilderness. Yisha returned to the valley. In the small cave made of piled stones, Yisha knew that he had survived another night. And as long as he woke up, the nightmares would disappear without a trace. But this was meaningless. And when Yisha fell asleep again, they would appear again. At the same time, Yisha looked at his forearm. There was a wound on Yisha's forearm, which was caused by a nightmare when Yisha was surrounded by nightmares. Yes, this is the scary part of nightmares. If it was just a nightmare every night, then everything would not be so scary. The real scary reason is that the wounds left by those nightmares on Yisha would be brought back to reality. Nightmares are not scary, nor are they powerful. In other words, there are not many powerful and scary nightmares. What is scary is that a small number of them will become a large number, not only in dreams, but also in the number of nightmares and injuries. But, so what? No matter what, we have to keep going, for nothing but to stay alive. Yisha walked out of the cave, came to the stream, washed his face, and shook off the water on his hands. I didn't expect you to come and join the hunting team. Yu Tongkong stood on the other side of the stream, looking at Yisha silently. Yisha, aren't you 4 stars only responsible for logistical support, and not for the mission on the Doomsday train? Yu Tongkong, the mission has nothing to do with me. The mission reward given by the train captain has nothing to do with me. Killing the traitors is not within the scope of the mission. I am just here to perform my job. I see. Yisha, will you 4 stars also be responsible for hunting down those who leave the Doomsday train on your own? Yes. Yu Tongkong, some are destined to die, so we don't need to do anything. But some are hard to kill, so we have to do it. Yisha knew that Yu Tongkong was referring to nightmares. Indeed, nightmares would cause Yisha a lot of trouble. But even if he was entangled by nightmares every night, it was just a trouble. Those nightmares were not enough to kill Yisha. They were more like maggots attached to his bones. They could not be killed or eliminated. They were very troublesome, but not life-threatening. Yisha, but the problem is, even if you appear here, can you kill me? Yisha suddenly stretched out his finger and waved it towards Yu Tongkong. No, you can't. Yisha smiled. You can't kill me. Chapter 1747 Yu Tongkong. Yu Tongkong's face was solemn. The two just stared at each other from a distance. Suddenly, Yisha raised his hand. If you don't start, then I'll start first. How about that? Yisha raised his right hand, and a fist-sized sun flashed in Yisha's palm. The next moment, the sun shone everywhere. Yu Tongkong shouted in a low voice, and then suddenly rushed towards Yisha. Yu Tongkong jumped a long distance, directly crossed the stream, and came to Yisha. At the same time, Yu Tongkong's nails suddenly grew longer, and at the corners of his mouth, he grew fangs like a saber-toothed tiger. He came to Yisha and pounced directly. Yisha's figure flashed and stepped aside. Yu Tongkong landed like a beast, lying on all fours. Is this the origin of the King of Fangs? Yisha, as a woman, you don't look very pretty now. Yu Tongkong, does it matter? Yisha smiled. Yes. It doesn't matter. Ability is something that doesn't need to look good. It's good enough to be able to kill people. Yu Tongkong rushed towards Yisha again. With a clang, Yisha suddenly drew his sword and collided with Yu Tongkong's claws, making a crisp sound. Yu Tongkong was very fast, and his attack method was exactly the same as that of wild animals. Humans cannot adapt to attacking on all fours because of their innate body structure. But having related abilities is another matter. The posture of wild animals is faster and more explosive. Almost at the moment of landing, Yu Tongkong turned his body violently, with strong continuity, and immediately attacked Yisha again. Clang! Yisha held the sword Luo Nanjiang horizontally in front of him, blocking Yu Tongkong's attack again. But at this moment, Yu Tongkong's body suddenly curled up and kicked towards Yisha with both feet. With a puff, the boots on Yu Tongkong's feet made a tearing sound, and then the toes grew claws and scratched across Yisha's arm. Yisha quickly stepped back a few steps and looked at his forearm. There were 3 more blood marks on his forearm. Although the red flame armor was activated at the first time, the crystallized flame was completely unable to block Yu Tongkong's claws. Yu Tongkong was unyielding. Or maybe that was her fighting style. And she jumped towards Yisha again. Yisha punched out without hesitation. Shock wave. The moment Yu Tongkong jumped into the air, an invisible force pushed forward, hit Yu Tongkong's body, and knocked Yu Tongkong out of the air. Capture the dragon and let go of the crane. Capture the dragon in one move. Yishaw's 5 fingers formed into claws and grasped to the side. A huge rock was sucked in by Yishaw. And then Yishaw swung his arm, and the huge rock fell towards Yutongkong. Ha! Yutongkong shouted softly, stretched out his hand, and swept forward. His claws left 5 silver lights in the air, and then cut the rock. But, at the moment the rock broke, Z-Law, a stream of electricity appeared in front of Yutongkong with the cover of the rock. And at the moment the rock was broken, it suddenly rushed out and hit Yutongkong's chest. Bang! Yutongkong's chest was charred. And at the same time, he was blown away by the electric current and fell heavily to the ground. Yutongkong jumped up quickly, but when he jumped up, the sunlight in the sky fell down and covered his body. Hot! Hot! Yutongkong felt like he was being roasted in a steamer, and his skin seemed to be scorched at this moment. Yutongkong gritted his teeth. Dongfang usability. Yes! Yishaw took out the Emperor of Time. People always have to improve. When you killed Francis, if you had taken action, then you would still be an opponent. But now you are not an opponent at all. Yishaw opened his pocket watch and put his hand on the hour hand. Yishaw, for the sake of our old acquaintance, if you leave now, I can pretend that you have never appeared. Yutongkong stood up. Of course I know how powerful a conductor is. And I also know that the person who can make the conductor give such a high reward cannot be weak. So, do you think I came alone? Around the valley, people kept coming out, all with the characteristics of wild beasts, bending their bodies, and looking at Yishaw with red eyes. Yutongkong, this is my beast army, Yishaw said disdainfully. Just a bunch of crooked people. Since you insist on seeking death, I will help you, Yishaw said, as he fiddled with the hour hand of the Emperor of Time. 7 o'clock. Time flows slowly. Tick, tick. The Emperor of Time made the sound of the second hand moving. And at that moment, the people around jumped up and came towards Yishaw. Yishaw narrowed his eyes and looked around. Slow. Extremely slow. The movements of the people around him were like 3 or 4 times slow motion playback, which seemed extremely slow in Yishaw's eyes. Even the old man practicing Tai Chi in the square was faster than them. Originally, it was difficult to retreat unscathed because of the number of people who attacked in groups. Even if you could see all directions and listen to all directions, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. There would always be times when you were too busy and could not take care of everything. But for Yishaw at the moment, let alone there were only a dozen people rushing over from all around. Even if there were dozens or hundreds of people, it would be meaningless for Yishaw, because it was too slow. Yishaw felt that he didn't even dodge. He just watched the fists coming towards him, then moved a step and walked past those fists. That's all. However, in Yutongkong's eyes, it was a different story. The slow flow of time did not affect the real flow of time, but the consciousness time in Yishaw's brain. In Yishaw's consciousness, everything would become extremely slow, as if the dynamic vision had been greatly improved. Therefore, in Yutongkong's eyes, Yishaw's speed was so fast that it was terrifying, as if he was constantly teleporting in a small area, and all the attacks passed by Yishaw. The next moment, sizzle, Yishaw stomped his feet on the ground, and a circle of electricity pushed out in all directions, knocking everyone away. Yishaw looked around with contempt, and then looked at Yutongkong. Have you prepared anything else? It seems that these guys alone are far from enough to kill me. Yutongkong's face became more solemn, and he suddenly took a deep breath. Huh? Yutongkong exhaled the foul air, and then spread his arms. Beast form? Yutongkong looked at Yishaw. The reason why I am called the King of Fangs is not because of my ability to mimic beasts. Let me show you why a 4-star has the strength of a flight attendant. Chapter 1748 Time pushes. Boom! Suddenly, the ground beneath Yutongkong's feet suddenly broke. Countless stones surged up, and then Yutongkong's clothes were torn, and a circle of battle skirts similar to shark teeth appeared around Yutongkong's waist. At the same time, things like bone pieces appeared on Yutongkong's arms, wrapping his arms. But if you look closely, you will find that those bone pieces are actually teeth. Then, there are combat boots, shoulder guards. Finally, Yutongkong reached out and grabbed his face, wiping it hard. A half-face-shaped shark mask appeared, covering Yutongkong's mouth. Battle armor. Yutongkong shouted, Shark King. Yishaw narrowed his eyes, and could clearly feel that Yutongkong's aura had greatly increased, and a sense of oppression was sweeping towards him. Stop the water flow! Yu Tongkong shouted softly, raised his palm into a knife, and slashed forward. Then the stream in front suddenly broke, and the water rushing up into the sky, like a sharp blade, fell towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha was indifferent to the falling water, and took a step to the side. The water flow slashed the ground and smashed it into pieces. Yi Sha looked at the broken ground. Yu Tongkong's attack was quite fierce. The ground was not slashed, but directly broken into pieces. At the broken position, the ground was completely crushed into powder. If this attack hits the body, it will definitely cause unimaginable damage. However, no matter how powerful the attack is, it must be able to hit. Because of Yu Tongkong's powerful attack, Yi Sha once again felt the power of the Emperor of Time. Every bit of the effect was quite powerful. At the same time, Yu Tongkong leaped up and waved his hand forward. And then countless things, like sharp teeth, continued to fall towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha's figure flickered and kept moving. Those things kept hitting the ground and smashing the ground. However, they still couldn't even touch the corner of Yi Sha's clothes. Yu Tongkong landed and came to Yi Sha, punching continuously. Yi Sha backed away and swung his body, and Yu Tongkong's fists kept brushing Yi Sha's cheeks, but all missed. Yi Sha looked up at Yu Tongkong. Have you had enough? It's my turn. Bang! Yi Sha's fist blasted forward. Yu Tongkong dodged quickly, but the effect of slowing down time did not only allow Yi Sha to dodge attacks. Yu Tongkong's dodging speed was also extremely slow in Yi Sha's eyes. Heavy punch. On both sides of the World Destroyer, electric currents continued to surge. White smoke sprayed out, pushing Yi Sha's fist. And then Yi Sha hit Yu Tongkong's lower abdomen with a fierce punch. Bang! 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 Yu Tongkong flew backwards, hitting the ground continuously, and finally stabilized his body. Yi Sha, strength comparable to that of the flight attendant? It seems not very good? Yu Tongkong said nothing. Although Yi Sha's movement speed was as fast as teleportation, she did not believe that Yi Sha used teleportation. The ability of teleportation is considered a high-end ability. It is impossible to use it without restraint like Yi Sha. Therefore, Yu Tongkong tried to catch the trajectory of Yi Sha's movement, but found that it was impossible. What made Yu Tongkong feel even more weird was that after experiencing it personally, she found that Yi Sha's movement speed did not seem to be as fast as she imagined. She could still catch it with the naked eye, but for some reason, the attack could not hit her at all. Yi Sha picked up the Emperor of Time again. Last chance. Get out. Yu Tongkong responded to Yi Sha with his actions, leaping towards Yi Sha again, raising his palm and smashing down towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha, if that's the case, don't blame me. Yi Sha raised his sword and slashed forward. 6 dragons flying. The blood-colored sword light quickly condensed, then slashed forward, quickly condensed into the form of a blood dragon, and bared its fangs and claws towards Yu Tongkong. Yu Tongkong was not afraid at all, and stretched out his hand directly to the front, ready to grab the blood dragon. But, at this moment, Yi Sha lifted up the Emperor of Time and moved the hour hand to 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Time moves. Puff. The next moment, the blood dragon in front of Yu Tongkong disappeared, and Yu Tongkong's face turned pale in an instant, and he knelt on the ground, spitting out blood. On Yu Tongkong's body, the armor was broken in many places, and dense wounds appeared on Yu Tongkong's body, and blood covered Yu Tongkong's body. In addition, Yu Tongkong felt his blood surging, as if his internal organs were shattered, and severe pain filled Yu Tongkong's body. Yu Tongkong looked up at Yi Sha in disbelief. What did you do? Nothing? Yi Sha, I just pushed your time to 10 minutes later. Yi Sha held the sword in one hand and walked towards Yu Tongkong. The time push of 2 o'clock is actually quite useless. Yi Sha smiled, facing a guy like the conductor. Even if his time is pushed to 10 minutes later, it is meaningless. But it is different for you. The ability of time push is not a pure attack ability. The value of this effect is that for the opponent. The 10 minutes of future time is 10 minutes of fighting. But Yi Sha's time remains at the starting point. The opponent will experience the consumption of physical strength, the use of abilities, and injuries, and directly present the experience of these 10 minutes. But Yi Sha will not. Even if Yi Sha has used up all his ultimate moves in a row in 10 minutes. For Yi Sha, he can still use these moves at the moment, while the opponent has really endured these moves. Simply put, only the opponent can bear the 10-minute battle and show everything at the present time point. while Yi Sha does not need to bear the 10-minute battle. But it is equivalent to fighting with the opponent. At the same time, there is another very important point, which is the controllability in the future. If the battle is normal, Yi Sha must consider the time limit after the ability is used. Especially Yi Sha is currently being hunted. It is true that Yi Sha will use all his abilities regardless of everything, and he will definitely be able to kill Yu Tongkong. But Yi Sha will also bear the price. That is, the weakening of strength for a certain period of time. For example, if both Dragon Transformation and White Dragon King are used up, then within the time limit, if Yi Sha encounters a strong enemy again, he will not be able to use Dragon Transformation and White Dragon King. However, now it is different. Yi Sha does not need to worry about it, because these 10 minutes do not affect it. Therefore, Yi Sha can attack crazily within these 10 minutes without any worries. Chapter 1749 Opportunity. In fact, although it seemed that Yu Tongkong fell suddenly, as if he was severely injured in an instant. In fact, Yu Tongkong had already endured the 3 evil swords, the sun and the moon in the sky, and 9 divine thunders in the 10 minutes of fighting that did not exist in front of him. Therefore, Yu Tongkong was severely injured. However, as Yi Sha said, if the opponent is not as good as Yi Sha, this 10-minute battle can be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. But if facing an opponent of the level of the train conductor, or an opponent whose strength is above Yi Sha, or even equal to him, these 10 minutes will not be so meaningful. The former is because even if Yi Sha fights for 10 more minutes, he still can't win. So what's the point of these 10 minutes? The latter is of course still effective, but it can only play a role in consuming the opponent at most. And it can't play a decisive role. It can only allow Yi Sha to gain some advantages. Unfortunately, Yu Tongkong is not one of these 2 types of people. These 10 minutes. For Yu Tongkong, it is a fatal 10 minutes. Yi Sha came to Yu Tongkong and bowed his head. When I speak nicely, you should listen to me. Puff! Yi Sha suddenly raised his hand, and the sword passed through Yu Tongkong's neck, leaving a line of blood. Yu Tongkong's body leaned forward and fell down, completely losing his voice. What a pity. Yi Sha, there is one less 4-star on the Doomsday train. Yi Sha had no intention of staying, but left quickly. Yi Sha had to make himself move. The people on the Doomsday train seemed to have some way to track Yi Sha. Yi Sha was not surprised about this. He had gotten off the Doomsday train, and knew how many strange things there were in that place. However, facing the constant pursuit, Yi Sha did find out some tricks. That is, the opponent can only locate and track him. Simply put, if Yi Sha is moving, the opponent does not know the route of Yi Sha's movement. But if he stays in one position for a long time, the opponent will find him quickly. Yi Sha guessed that the Doomsday train was probably using the method of giving coordinates at intervals to help everyone find him. That is, it would tell Yi Sha's location once every certain period of time. Therefore, the best way to deal with this tracking method is to keep moving. If Yi Sha is not too tired, he will not choose to sleep. However, even if they kept moving, as long as they could know Yi Sha's coordinates regularly, it would still be troublesome. Some people on the other side would eventually be able to guess their route, or just based on the coordinates, and then searching in different directions, someone would always be able to encounter Yi Sha. Yi Sha had no way to deal with this, and could only hope that this stop would pass quickly. Continuing forward, for about a morning, at noon, Yi Sha finally arrived at the outskirts of the valley. And then Yi Sha suddenly turned his body to the side, and hid behind a rock on the side. There was a voice. Hurry up. Get rid of this guy. We don't have time to waste in this damn place. Don't rush. Everyone is working hard. Sato. Plant the flag. Hurry up. Yi Sha poked his head out from behind the rock and looked out of the valley. That was also a pursuer. There was no doubt that the target was Yi Sha, because the other party was a person on the Doomsday train. But for some reason, he ran ahead of Yi Sha. At the same time, the opponent was fighting, and the target was an ancient species, the Great Wild Snake. The Great Wild Snake was a 3-star ancient species of the Venerable King. Not weak, but the opponent's level was obviously limited as it took so much time to fight 5 against 1. It can only be said that the generous rewards have made many people crazy. There are even people below the Venerable King, and even those who have just entered the Venerable King level, who want to kill Yi Sha. Of course, Yi Sha understands the opponent's idea. After all, this is obviously an opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate. The position of the Chief Steward means that he can get a lot of resources and have the opportunity to become stronger. Even putting aside the position, these things on Yisha are enough to make a person who has just entered the king level jump to 3 stars. Or even close to 4 stars. Interests drive people's hearts. Greed is always the original sin. And makes people crazy. However, the opponent is not too stupid. At least 5 people act in a team. And those who come to hunt Yisha alone. I don't know what the mentality is. Are they too confident? Or arrogant? Yisha thought while hiding behind the boulder and watching the battle. It was not difficult to kill these people. But Yisha wanted to save some energy. Because his enemies were not just the 5 people in front of him. The battle continued. The battle lasted for about 15 minutes. And the great wilderness snake finally reached the end of its strength. But this was also the most dangerous moment. No matter what kind of creature it is. When facing death, it will always appear particularly crazy. This kind of madness is called the desire to survive. Sure enough, the great wilderness snake continued to spit out poisonous mist, and then swept its tail vigorously. And behind the great wilderness snake, the ground shattered. Then countless pieces of rubble flew up, scattered in all directions, and continued to hit the surroundings. The 5 people quickly dispersed, knowing that the last attack of the great wilderness snake must be extremely fierce. But the great wilderness snake was already at the end of its strength. As long as it survived this wave of attacks, the great wilderness snake would be trapped. However, they couldn't survive. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly sounded. And then a thunderbolt suddenly appeared, fiercely striking one of them. The great wild snake can attract lightning? I've never heard of it. The man showed a stunned expression, then raised the mist, and went towards the falling lightning. Unfortunately, he made a wrong decision. Yisha's lightning is not so easy to take. Yes, Yisha made a move. When the great wild snake was at the end of its strength, the opponent was in the most dangerous and most vigilant time. Yisha suddenly made a move, because the opponent must have focused all his attention on the great wild snake at this moment, and was completely alert. So for Yisha, it was of course the best opportunity for a sneak attack. The opponent took a lightning strike head-on, and then felt a severe pain accompanied by the current. And the whole person was blown away in an instant. Then, puff! A long sword appeared behind the opponent, and pierced through the opponent's body from the position of the opponent's heart. The first one, Yisha casually threw away the corpse hanging on the sword. Then strode forward, and stretched out his hand to grab it. Capture the dragon, and let the crane go. Capture the dragon in one move. A strong suction force appeared, and a woman was sucked backwards before she understood what was going on. And then Yisha grabbed the back of her neck. Chapter 1750 Old Friends. Poof! The sword pierced through the woman's body. And then Yisha threw the woman's body aside like throwing away garbage. After killing 2 people in a row, the remaining people finally discovered Yisha's existence. They were horrified and surprised, and even a little excited. Yisha naturally knew what they were thinking, because he was their target. However, Yisha wanted to kindly remind the other party that excitement was not a good choice at the moment, and saving his life was the most important thing. Poof! Because of Yisha's appearance, the other party was briefly stunned, and with some minor mistakes, the tail of the great wilderness snake suddenly jumped out, piercing one of the chests, and then continued to smash the ground until the man became a bloody mess. 2 left. No, it should be 1. Bang! The sound of a gun suddenly rang out, and then a man's head burst into blood, and the temple was directly pierced. Okay, there is 1 left. Yisha smiled. Would you choose to be killed by me, or by that snake? This is really a question, not a teasing from Yisha. The great wild snake was completely in a frenzy, attacking without any care. The man was exhausted from dealing with it, but he had to be alert to Yisha, and at the same time, he had to be alert to the Archon, who was shooting in the dark. All this was destined to death. Yisha suddenly drew his sword, and the other party immediately turned around. Unfortunately, Yisha was just pretending. And then the great wild snake suddenly sprayed poisonous mist, covering the man. Ah! 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 In the shroud of poisonous fog, the other party screamed in pain, and the flesh on his body continued to rot and peel off piece by piece. The man cursed viciously and shouted hysterically, "You can't survive. You will be worse than me. You will not die well." Curses were mixed with shouting, and even greetings to Yisha's deceased parents. Angry? Yes, but Yisha didn't care, because there was no need to care. What was there to care about with a dead person? With the curse, the guy turned into a pool of dissolved mud and fell to the ground. Even if I die. Yisha looked at the mud. You can't kill me. While speaking, Yisha raised his hand and pressed forward. Thunder rumbled in the sky. And then lightning bolts fell one after another, completely blasting the great wilderness snake, which was already at the end of its strength, into slag. You killed a great wilderness snake. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, wilderness snake gallbladder. You have killed a large wild snake. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, poison sac. You have killed a large wild snake. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, wilderness snake fang. When Yisha killed a large wild snake, his pupils shrank suddenly, revealing a look of astonishment, because Yisha heard a mysterious voice. Yisha had already left the Doomsday train, and the train conductor had issued a hunting mission. No matter from which perspective, Yisha was no longer a member of the Doomsday train. Of course, the train conductor would no longer recognize this. And the appearance of Nightmare meant that the Doomsday train no longer recognized Yisha as a member of the Doomsday train. In fact, Yisha had killed many of those who were chasing him before, but he did not get any hints from the mysterious voice. However, Yisha could use the things collected from the corpses. But Yisha did not need to be too confused about this. Just like the people on the Doomsday train, who killed the Apostle Walker, could get everything the Apostle Walker carried. The Apostle Walker can kill people on the Doomsday train and take away everything that belongs to them. Yisha is certainly not an Apostle Walker, but Yisha thinks that he is now similar to the Apostle Walker. If the other party kills Yisha, they can get everything from Yisha. This is not actually part of the mission reward, but the rules of the mission itself. The other party can take away everything from Yisha's body, things given by the train conductor, the position of the chief steward, and a random ability of Yisha are part of the mission reward. Then, in return, Yisha can also get everything from those people, except for the invisible and intangible things like abilities. So this is fair. Therefore, Yisha never felt anything wrong. Until now, Yisha found that the mysterious voice would still ring in his ears. It didn't appear before, purely because Yisha's luck was good, and he didn't encounter any ancient species along the way. And this place is in the wild, and zombies are almost unseen. You are right. Those rubbish are not worthy of killing you. Yisha's thoughts were a little confused, and he was thinking about what the mysterious voice was. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, which made Yisha come back to his senses. The voice was familiar. Yisha turned around silently, and then looked at the other party pointing a gun at him. Yisha was silent for a while. I didn't expect that you would come too. Isn't this good? Nyepa, dying in my hands is obviously a good result. I think you don't want Gonlin to get away with it. And you don't want Malfarion to get away with it. Besides, I can let you die with dignity. Yisha raised his head. Are you kidding? Nyepa also laughed. Yes. It is a joke. You are not the kind of person who will accept fate and face death. Therefore, dying with dignity has no meaning to you. After all, you will die anyway. So I take it back. Yisha turned the sword horizontally. To be honest, I don't want to kill you. But you should know that if necessary, I will kill you. Nyepa, yes. I know. Suddenly, Nyepa pulled the trigger, and Yisha rushed forward. Coming to Nyepa, Jian Luo Nanjian rested on Nyepo's shoulder. But Yisha did not really cut it down, because it was an empty gun. Nyepa smiled, then took out the magazine, which had no bullets. Nyepa, you have no sense of humor as always. Yisha, this is really not a funny joke. Nyepa spread his hands. There is no way. The mission must be accepted. The train conductor's determination to kill you is probably greater than you think. All the crew members, without exception, have all been dispatched. Of course, including the chief train attendant. Gonlin has also come. And the deputy train conductor. Malfarion has also come. Yisha, my life is not so easy to take. Nyepa, I know. Otherwise there would be bullets in my magazine. The two have the same tacit understanding in this regard. Chapter 1751. I can only help you here. Friendship can change some things, but it can't change everything. If Nyepa takes action, Yisha will definitely kill Nyepa without mercy. Similarly, if Yisha is really vulnerable, or in other words, killing Yisha does not require a heavy price, Nyepa will definitely kill Yisha. Such a relationship is really a bit weird. However, neither Yisha nor Nyepa felt anything wrong. This is everything that Doomsday Train has given them. The strong prey on the weak. And the fittest survive. Of course, the friendship between the two is not without effect. Just like if Nyepa did not take action, Yisha would not try to kill Nyepa. Similarly, if Nyepa has the ability to kill Yisha without paying a heavy price, he will kill Yisha. But Nyepa will not cooperate with others, and will not try every means to kill Yisha because of the mission. To put it bluntly, people are always emotional creatures, and friendship still exists. But such friendship cannot override the law of survival. People on the Doomsday Train all live like this. Cruel, yet strong. Are you done reminiscing about the past? Yiyu came from behind and looked at Yisha. I helped you kill a group of people. A total of 7 people. You should pay me. Anyway, you have already left the Doomsday Train, and the skull coin is useless. Right? Yisha smiled. Although he knew Yiyu was joking, he still took off a purse and threw it to Yiyu. Because, for him, the skull coin was really useless. Yiyu waited, and then said with disdain, so little. You are really poor as a flight attendant. Yisha, it's good to have it. Be content. Nyepa, let's not talk nonsense. Fei Long and Du Lingling will probably arrive later. I didn't inform Kong Max and Mu Jiayun. I don't trust them. Yisha nodded. The two of them joined Yisha's gang later. 48 hours. I guarantee that this road will be blocked and no one can chase you. Nyepa, but this is the end. We can do so much for you. Yisha was silent for a while. Thank you. You're welcome. Nyepa, this is the last time. If we have a chance to meet again in the future, and you have become an enemy, or hindered me from completing my mission, I will definitely kill you. Same. Yisha, I hope we don't meet again. Yisha turned around and prepared to leave. Hey. Wait a minute. Yiyu took out a gold skull coin from her purse and threw it to Yisha. I'll take the rest. And keep this one as a souvenir. Yisha nodded, took the gold skull coin, and turned around again, watching Yisha leave. Nyepa stretched his muscles. Okay. It's time to work. The fat guy has set up surveillance cameras at the entrance of the valley. I'm afraid there will be a lot of people coming. Yiyu, it's really troublesome. In fact, it would be better if we don't care about it. Nyepa, come on. You've received the money. Yiyu smiled. That's right. Let's do it. But if Gonlin, that bitch, and the deputy train conductor show up, I won't care. I have no objection to helping him. But I don't want to get myself involved. Nyepa, I know. Yiyu curled her lips. He's not here. Do you really think you're the boss? Nyepa smiled. Then you give the order? Yiyu, forget it. Come to think of it, don't you find it strange that Gonlin and Malfarian haven't shown up yet? Nyepa, maybe they have their own ideas. We don't need to worry about so much. Just do what we can do. Yiyu nodded, and the two of them walked towards the hidden corner. A mountain peak. Malfarian stood with his hands behind his back, rarely not looking like a gentleman as usual. Why? Malfarian said in a low voice. You want to stop me? Gonlin fiddled with her hair and smiled. 2 hours ago, I entered the extraordinary level, so I also have the task of killing the deputy conductor. Malfarian, Dongfang Yu's position is still vacant. You don't need to compete with me, and it's not a reason to stop me. You are mistaken. Gonlin, I am not saying this to tell you that I will complete the mission and kill you. The reason for stopping you is very simple. I don't want you to kill him. Malfarian, why? Gonlin smiled. I like him. Of course, I can't let you kill him. Nonsense. Malfarian said disdainfully. Do you think you are great after entering the extraordinary? Or are you not afraid of death? Gonlin sighed. It seems that you still don't understand what I mean. I think you should understand it if I say so. Gonlin spread his hands. A Styx river came from the sky. Countless wrong souls suddenly appeared around the two of them, floating around. The ground cracked, and bone hands kept poking out from the ground. The Styx river flowed backwards in the sky. Suddenly, Gonlin stretched out his hand forward, and a huge bone claw fell from the sky and slapped Malfarian. Malfarian snorted coldly, then punched into the air, and a black ball of light suddenly appeared and collided with the bone hand. Boom! A huge roar appeared, and almost in an instant, under Malfarian's astonished eyes, the black ball of light suddenly shattered, and then the bone hand hit Malfarian's body. Malfarian groaned, kept retreating, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Malfarion looked at Gon Lin in astonishment. You? Gon Lin smiled. I said I entered the extraordinary. But I didn't say it was 1 star. Malfarion gritted his teeth. Impossible. Impossible? It's not that difficult. Gon Lin smiled and said, I deposited all the rewards with the boss lady. If I don't claim them after completing the mission, they won't be counted on me, and naturally won't affect my rating. Then, 2 hours ago, when I left the Doomsday train, I claimed all the accumulated rewards in the dining car. However, the extraordinary mission is more troublesome, so I could only kill an extraordinary ancient species to improve my rating. Malfarion was even more surprised. He had never thought of such a method. In fact, who would do such a thing? On the Doomsday train, improving one's strength is extremely important. The reason is simple. Strength is the capital for survival. Who would accumulate the task rewards like Gon Lin? That would be meaningless. Malfarion was puzzled. Why? Why? Gon Lin tilted his head and thought, he is already wary of me. If I become stronger than him, he will be more wary of me and hate me more. Is this the reason? Malfarion was angry. It's incomprehensible. The reason is not important. Gon Lin, what's important is that I know it was you who did it. He couldn't stay on the Doomsday train anymore. So, I'm very unhappy. Then, you should die and die to atone for your sins. Gon Lin raised his hands again, while speaking. Chapter 1752. The battle continues. After walking out of the valley, Yi Sha saw a forest in front of him. Yi Sha didn't know where this place was, because he jumped off the Doomsday train while it was running. However, if there were large forests around, it would be good for Yi Sha. The environment of the forest was relatively complex, and it was easy to hide himself, which was of course a good thing for Yi Sha. If it was a place like the wilderness, it would be too easy to find Yi Sha. Before nightfall, Yi Sha found a cliff with a pool of water below it. Around the pool, Yi Sha found a small cave, about 10 square meters, very small. With Yi Sha's physical fitness, not sleeping for 2 or 3 days is not a big problem. Yi Sha did the same thing before, only when he couldn't hold on any longer would Yi Sha sleep and recover. However, since Nyep and Yi would help him delay for 48 hours, Yi Sha's pressure would be much less, and he could rest at a normal time, so that he would not be too tired and could keep his body in a better state. Make some disguises. After entering the cave, Yi Sha said to the corpse flower, and the corpse flower vines immediately climbed up the cliff, hanging down one by one, covering the cave. Yi Sha left the Archon to stand guard near the entrance of the cave, and then sat down in the corner. Yi Sha closed his eyes and began to rest. But resting also meant the arrival of another battle. Nightmare is coming. When Yi Sha opened his eyes, he appeared on the grassland before. The surroundings were boundless, and the wind blew, and the grass leaves swayed constantly. This looked like a peaceful grassland. But it was only before Yi Sha came here. When Yi Sha appeared, black shadows began to appear around him. And then Nightmare stood up one by one, and then began to attack Yi Sha with their fangs and claws. Get out of here! Yi Sha did not hesitate at all. This was the 3rd time he had entered here, so he knew very well what he would encounter. So he punched forward without hesitation. Zila. The electric current surged, like a long blue snake, swimming forward, constantly killing the nightmares that came towards it. Then Yi Sha started running again. Yi Sha was a little numb now, whether it was day or night. He was always running, and judging from the time pattern of the Doomsday train, Yi Sha estimated that he would have to run for a long time. The most troublesome thing is these things in front of me, Yi Sha murmured while chopping a nightmare into pieces. The Doomsday train can't keep staring at him. Yi Sha is very sure of this, so he just needs to survive. However, Nightmare's pursuit will continue, no matter how long it takes. Of course there are methods. Yi Sha has learned the method from Martha, and it is not impossible to do it. Isn't it just implanting artificial genes, artificial cells, or even blood transfusion? And the bones can also be modified. Yi Sha found an opportunity to hijack a biological base of Compu Corporation, and the researchers there must have such capabilities. However, thinking carefully, Yi Sha found that this thing can be done. But it cannot be done, because the power of the Apostle. Yi Sha obtained the power of the Apostle by fatally devouring the Apostle. But there is no difference in essence. Because of the genes of the Apostle, Yi Sha has changed the structure of his body. So, if he changes it artificially, Would Yisha lose the power of the apostle? How guilty would that be? Yisha was originally expelled from the Doomsday train because of the power of the apostle. And now he is being hunted down. And finally lost the power of the apostle. Yisha really feels like a fool. In other words, Martha's method is not suitable for Yisha. But if he doesn't do this, how can he get rid of the nightmare? Although these things don't have the ability to kill Yisha, it is really a very painful thing to be entangled every night. Unfortunately, Yisha has no clue for the time being. Boom! At this time, a huge noise appeared. Yisha looked up and saw a huge shadow in front of him. And the huge nightmare slowly took shape. Yisha's face was slightly grim. This was another aspect that Yisha was worried about. And it was also the reason why he wanted to change everything. Yisha was actually not sure whether the nightmares that appeared would always be ordinary nightmares. What if a powerful nightmare began to appear? Maybe I will die. While thinking, Yisha rushed towards the giant nightmare. The giant nightmare swayed its body, and countless black tentacles grew around its body, surging and slapping down towards Yisha. Bang! 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 The tentacles slapped the ground, making a loud roar and sweeping towards Yisha. Sizzle! Electricity surged through Yisha's body. Yisha was like a huge thunderball, charging forward. The tentacles slapped down on Yisha's body and continued to shatter. The next moment, Yisha jumped forward, and a pair of white dragon wings suddenly grew out of his back. Dragonization. White Dragon King. If there is any benefit to this hellish place, it is because it may not be realistic. The limitation of Yisha's ability does not affect reality. In other words, even if he used any ability here, when he returned to reality, the restrictions would not appear. So Yisha could let go. Flooding rivers. Yisha flew to the front of the giant nightmare, pushed forward with a palm, and a water column formed, blasting forward, hitting the giant nightmare hard, pushing the giant nightmare's body backwards, like a small mountain, falling backwards. Then, Yisha raised his sword again, and the blood from the wound was absorbed, forming a terrifying bloodlight between Yisha's swords. Blood sword slash. The huge blood sword slashed downwards, slashing towards the giant nightmare. With a loud bang, the ground cracked, and the giant nightmare's body was directly cut in half. And then, like broken glass, countless fine cracks appeared, completely shattered, and turned into a black shadow again. Yisha did not land, and continued to move forward. Below were a large number of nightmares gathered, roaring at Yisha in the air. This seemed to be a good idea. Using the ability to fly, Yisha could avoid the pursuit and interception of those nightmares. However, it was actually useless, because Yisha had thought of it long ago and had tried it before. But there were also creatures in nightmares that could fly. About 5 minutes later, black nightmares, like big birds, appeared in front of Yisha. The shapes of those nightmares did not change much, except that their hands turned into wings, allowing them to fly in the air, and then continue to attack Yisha. The battle must continue. Chapter 1753. Target. The nightmare in front of him attacked, flapping its wings, and was able to raise black sand and sweep towards Yisha. When the black sand swept forward, everything around was shrouded, covering everything around. Yisha's head hit the black sand, and then he felt pain on his face. The sand swept across Yisha's body, leaving a series of tiny blood marks on his body. Yisha stretched out his hand to block the oncoming sand. But at this time, a nightmare suddenly appeared and grinned at Yisha. "Get out of the way!" Yisha shouted, raised his sword and swept it forward, then cut off the nightmare's head. The nightmare fell to the ground. But more nightmares came towards Yisha, with the cover of black sand. Those nightmares kept approaching Yisha, and even those black nightmares could merge with the black sand, making it difficult to recognize. Yisha gritted his teeth and suddenly opened his hands. The sun and the moon were in the sky. Sun, moon. When the fist-sized sun and moon rose from Yisha's palm, the surroundings were shrouded in blazing light. The sun shone, and screams continued to be heard in the black sand. The nightmares kept screaming in the sand. Their bodies kept twisting, struggling violently, and then pieces of white smoke came out of their bodies, which were evaporated by the intense heat. At the same time, the moonlight fell to the ground. Crack, crack. When the bright moonlight fell to the ground made a sound of freezing, and large pieces of frost and snow appeared, constantly spreading along the range covered by the moonlight. Those nightmares entrenched there were frozen into ice sculptures in a very short time. Yisha fell from the sky, his chest heaving, panting, and finally had a short rest. No. Or rather, the rest time was about to end. Yisha opened his eyes and rubbed them. There was a narrow cave all around. He could vaguely hear some dripping sounds. He lifted the corpse flower vines at the entrance of the cave and saw that it was raining. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I can relax for a while. If the guys chasing Yisha had a brain, they should stop at this time. Yisha's title of 8-Direction Wind and Rain is no secret, and no one wants to fight Yisha in the rain. Therefore, the train attendants should be more restrained. Of course, the members of the death car should not care, because they don't know Yisha as well as the train attendants. Give me some food. Yisha, biscuits and water. The corpse flower vine cracked open and threw the food out. Yisha took the compressed biscuits, leaned against the hole, and ate them while looking at the rain curtain outside. Finally left the Doomsday train. To be honest, Yisha had no attachment to the Doomsday train. In fact, Yisha had thought many times about how high he had to climb to get out of the control of the Doomsday train. However, it is undeniable that Yisha knows that he has not yet reached that level, and he still needs to rely on the Doomsday train. Leaving now is an accident and a last resort. This means that Yisha must plan ahead for many things and must think about them. For example, food. It is undeniable that the Doomsday train asks everyone to carry out missions, which are accompanied by risks and death. But there are indeed many conveniences on the Doomsday train, especially in various living conditions, which can help everyone have living conditions similar to those before the end of the world. It seemed like Yisha was emitting a strange smell, mixed with a strong smell of blood, which was extremely pungent. His hair was messy, and his pretty face was covered with dirt, and his clothes were torn, because Yisha hadn't taken a shower for several days, and there were no new clothes to change into. As for the soft sofa and big bed, there were none at all. In fact, Yisha's current appearance was the normal state of the surviving humans in the end times. Everything on the Doomsday train before could be said to be heaven. Because of this, everyone has to complete the mission even if it means risking their lives, and try every means to stay on the Doomsday train. However, these are not that important. Yisha can endure it, as long as he can survive. What can't he endure? Dirt, mess, and making yourself look like a beggar or a madman are not important, as long as you are alive. But the problem is that there is another issue related to life that must be taken seriously. Water and food. As long as you are on the Doomsday train, you never need to worry about water and food. As long as you complete the mission. As long as you return to the Doomsday train alive. As long as you have the skull coin in your hand. You never need to worry about food and water. Even the luxurious food that can only be enjoyed before the end of the world is no problem at all. As long as you have enough ability and prove yourself to be a useful person, you can enjoy the best treatment on the Doomsday train. Once upon a time, Yisha was a person who could enjoy such treatment. However, since the word once upon a time was added, it proves that such treatment is far away from Yisha. Putting aside the Doomsday train, the two major problems of survival in the end of the world are definitely the ubiquitous zombies and food and water. Yisha could no longer have as much food and water as before, so he had to consider how to get these two important things next. On the contrary, zombies were not a big threat to Yisha. For this reason, Yisha was actually preparing. After killing those who were chasing him, Yisha would look for food and fresh water from them. However, the effect was not good. People on the Doomsday train rarely carried a lot of food and fresh water with them, because there was no need. Anyway, as long as they completed the mission and returned to the Doomsday train, these were not a problem. Usually, when going to the city, you should store food and fresh water for 3 to 5 days. When going to the wild, you should prepare more than a week's worth of food. Most of the time, it is enough. So, Yisha collected some food and fresh water, but it was very limited. It seems that we still need to figure out where we are and then enter the city, Yisha murmured, and quickly decided on his goal. There are a large number of zombies in the city. Although there are ancient species in the wild, the number is still relatively rare, so it is safer in the wild. But, at the same time, it is indeed easier to get food in the city. While thinking, Yisha stuffed the last compressed biscuit into his mouth and left the cave. Rainy days are a good time for Yisha to travel, and I believe that many people will not chase Yisha at this time. After leaving the cave, Yi Sha began to climb the cliff. Yi Sha needed to go to a higher place and try to find people. Chapter 1754 Old Acquaintance. The cliff is not low and very steep, but it is not a big problem for Yi Sha. But after climbing the cliff, Yi Sha looked around and found it a bit troublesome, because the surroundings are all green. This is not a mountain, but a mountain, with several hills around, densely covered with green. The kind that you don't think there are people at first glance. No! Yi Sha's eyes suddenly lit up and looked to the southeast. Lihai? In the southeast, Yi Sha saw a large expanse of sea, with waves and buildings in that direction. Near the sea, although it was almost obscured by the mountains, Yi Sha could vaguely see a small section of the tops of some tall buildings. Those tall buildings did not look like independent buildings, which meant that there was a city there. However, the city was backed by mountains and faced the sea, and was almost obscured by the mountains. Only some relatively tall buildings could be seen from this position. Cities by the sea? Yi Sha murmured. What are the cities by the sea? Yi Sha thought for a while, then laughed at himself. This question is really stupid. There are so many cities by the sea in the world. It is obviously a fantasy to want to know where you are with just such a few clues. However, as long as it is a city, Yi Sha's current goal is to enter the city. There are two advantages to entering the city. The first is, of course, that it is convenient for Yi Sha to find food and fresh water. Second, many people think that the terrain environment in the wild is complicated. In fact, the urban environment is the most complicated. The towering high-rise buildings and dense zombies are the best cover. Even the opponent's tracking methods will be affected, because many areas in the city are three-dimensional. For example, a coordinate display can confirm that Yi Sha is in a certain position, but this position is in a building. So, on which floor? Even if it is on the street. Then is Yi Sha on the ground or wandering in the underground sewer? The city is the best environment to deal with pursuers. Without any hesitation, Yi Sha confirmed the direction and started walking towards the bottom of the cliff from the side, preparing to leave this mountain forest and go to the coastal city. About an hour later, Yi Sha got some good news. Yi Sha saw the cableway. Yi Sha really didn't expect that there was a mountain cable car in this place. After all, along the way, this mountain forest was quite deep and secluded, with a feeling of deep mountains and old forests. And it didn't seem to be populated. However, it's not surprising. Many cities develop tourism, and most of the time, they just go up the mountains and down the sea. Just like the swimming areas of the bathing beaches are well isolated. Many tourist areas are built in the mountains, but in fact they only occupy a certain mountain top, or a few mountain tops close to the city, and the others still retain their original natural form. But no matter what, finding the cableway is good news. According to the cableway, Yi Sha can leave here smoothly and find the location of the city. But at this time, Yi Sha suddenly slowed down. Someone! The raindrops were falling, and it was still drizzling. In the wind and rain, Yi Sha's perception was also extremely sensitive. Any creature that was drenched by the rain could not escape Yi Sha's perception. Clang! The sword fell from Nanjiang's sheath and pointed to the side. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. A bush was pushed aside, and a man in a black raincoat stood up. I have no ill intentions. Yi Sha, if I have no ill intentions, why do you hide? The man picked up an iron bucket in his hand. It's raining. I came out to collect some dew. I live in the tourist area on the top of the mountain. It's safe there. There are no zombies. This is the first time I see other humans. I was a little scared, so I hid. Besides, you have injuries on your body. I thought, zombies, right? Yi Sha grinned, and suddenly drew his sword and swept towards the other party. I am much more dangerous than zombies. The man's eyes were stern, and he jumped back fiercely. With a clang, the bucket fell to the ground, and a dagger fell out of it. The man said fiercely, how did you see through it? Yi Sha, do you think I'm stupid? There are no zombies in the tourist area. Is it safe? The man immediately shouted and flew towards Yi Sha, and a short sword slipped out from his sleeve and stabbed at Yi Sha. But, in the next moment, the man's face showed a look of horror, and blood bloomed in the air, forming a blood mist. The man's lower body disappeared. When the wind passed by, the man's body was directly cut open, and his lower body fell directly to the ground. Fighting me in the rain? Yi Sha snorted coldly, looking for death. The raindrops falling from the sky suddenly became sharp, like a bunch of knives, and when they fell on the man, they pierced through the man's body, leaving a series of blood holes. Then the man fell to the ground, already a dead body with a hideous face. Yi Sha ignored the body and watched the cableway continue to move forward. After about half an hour, he finally got out of the mountain. He did not enter the tourist area, but got out from the mountain road. Yi Sha breathed a sigh of relief. It would be convenient next. He could enter the city along the road. However, when Yi Sha arrived at the foot of the mountain, he suddenly frowned. The sound of the engine. Yi Sha looked back and saw a convoy coming from the rain. Those troublesome guys are here again. Yi Sha grinned and pulled out the sword again. But at this moment, the convoy stopped about 10 meters away, and a head popped out from the truck at the head and shouted to Yi Sha, "Hey, we meet again." Yi Sha was stunned for a moment. "Why are you here? Didn't you finally figure it out that we are invincible together? So you came to find me?" Ming Hai opened the car door, jumped out of the car, lit a cigarette and walked towards Yi Sha. "Besides, this is my territory. If I'm not here, where else can I be?" Yi Sha was stunned for a moment. "Is this Gangcheng?" Ming Hai, "Nonsense. This is Chungping Mountain. Gangcheng is just down the mountain." Yi Sha thought about it. Gangcheng is really by the sea. But it seems to be nonsense. It is called Gangcheng if it is not by the sea. But Yi Sha did not expect that there are so many cities by the sea. And he would run here. "Get in the car. Yi Sha, take me into the city. And then after entering the city, evacuate your people. Evacuate the people in the trading market first. And go to the sea if there are ships. And don't come back for at least a month." "Damn." Ming Hai was stunned for a moment. And then angry. "You are very arrogant. My territory listens to you? Yi Sha, if you don't want to die, you have to listen to me." Chapter 1755 The Unkillable Man. Ming Hai said disdainfully, "I admit that you are a good fighter. But can you kill me? Yi Sha, you are indeed unkillable. But what about your subordinates? What about the surviving humans who make a living in the trading market? You are threatening me? Ming Hai, you have a bottom line as a human being. You can't massacre people, right? Besides, it's okay if you come after me. But those people are innocent. They just want to survive. Do you have the nerve to attack them?" "Yi Sha, I didn't say I was going to do it myself." "Ming Hai, who was that?" "Yi Sha, I was being hunted by someone. They wouldn't care. I just didn't want to get involved." Ming Hai smiled. "I didn't think it was a big deal. I'll help you fix it. Let those people come. We join forces. Who can do anything to us?" "Really? Yi Sha, then you can deal with these people." Yi Sha pointed behind Ming Hai. Ming Hai looked back and found that 5 men appeared in front of him at some point, blocking the way. Ming Hai immediately shouted, "Young men, come out to work." Accompanied by Ming Hai shouting, the car doors were constantly opened. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people stood behind Ming Hai, fully armed, holding rifles in their hands, and grenades hanging on their clothes. Ming Hai pointed at the other party with disdain. "You want to compare the number of people, right? Let's see who has more people." Ming Hai's words did not pose any threat to the other party's ears, and 2 of them even laughed mockingly. "Yi Sha, I advise you not to let your people go up, so that you don't blame me when you die later." Ming Hai whispered, "Is it that difficult to deal with? I still have some C4 explosives behind my car. How about taking them out?" Yi Sha curled his lips. "Go and try it yourself." Ming Hai grinned. "Try it. Have you ever seen me afraid of anyone?" While Ming Hai was talking, he signaled everyone not to move, and then walked forward. Coming to the front of the 5 people, Ming Hai pointed at the other party. "Chasing my brother? Asked who I am?" Crack! Before Ming Hai finished speaking, the other party suddenly pinched Ming Hai's fingers and twisted them, and Ming Hai's fingers bent backwards, even sticking to the back of his hand, and were completely twisted off. "Ah!" Ming Hai screamed in pain. Cold sweat continued to ooze out of his forehead. "I don't like people pointing at me." The other party snorted coldly, then raised his palm and slapped Ming Hai. With a snap, the other party slapped Ming Hai's face, and Ming Hai's head turned completely backwards, his whole face facing the back, and he looked directly at the back. Plop! Ming Hai fell to the ground. The man sneered, then stepped over Ming Hai's body and said to Yi Sha, "Master flight attendant, I want to borrow your head." As the man was talking, He slowly walked towards Yisha, showing great vigilance, obviously knowing that Yisha was not easy to deal with. However, halfway through his words, the man suddenly felt a weight on his right foot and almost stumbled. The man looked down and then showed a look of astonishment. Ming Hai actually grabbed his ankle and climbed up again. Snap! Snap! Ming Hai pulled his head and turned it back to the front bit by bit. What a strong hand. Apostle walk? The other party was stunned for a moment. And then, he couldn't help but speak. If it wasn't someone on the Doomsday train, then the only one who had such ability was the apostles. No wonder. The other party looked at Yisha. You are colluding with the apostles. What a mess. Ming Hai reached out and patted the other party's shoulder. I'm telling you. Don't make trouble. Puff. The other party turned back suddenly, and a short blade slipped out of his sleeve, and then stabbed into Ming Hai's heart. Ming Hai's expression suddenly twisted, pale, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The opponent pushed Ming Hai to the ground, but after taking 2 steps back, Ming Hai stood firmly and pulled out the short blade stuck in his chest. Ming Hai threw the short blade aside. Can you tell me before you do it? So I can be prepared. Otherwise it will really hurt. The 5 people in front of Ming Hai widened their eyes, looking like they had seen a ghost. Is this guy a zombie? So hard to kill. No. A zombie should die if his neck is broken. What kind of monster is this? Go to hell. At this time, another person suddenly shouted, and then suddenly attacked, slapping his hands in the direction of Ming Hai. With a bang, a ball of green poisonous mist suddenly burst in front of Ming Hai, instantly covering Ming Hai's body. Ah! Ming Hai screamed again. And then in the poisonous mist, cracks continued to appear on the surface of Ming Hai's skin. Along those cracks, the flesh and blood on Ming Hai's body began to peel off and fell to the ground piece by piece. Soon, Ming Hai turned into a pile of rotten meat. The other party sneered and stopped looking at Ming Hai, but walked towards Yisha again. Just as he was about to speak, Yisha took the lead and pointed behind him. It's not over yet. The 5 people turned their heads, and their eyes almost popped out. Ming Hai stood up again. The pile of rotten meat squirmed. The outer layer of rot fell off, and new meat grew underneath, as if a layer of skin had been shed, and even made Ming Hai's skin become much whiter. Ming Hai, Bang! Before Ming Hai finished speaking, he was punched in the nose again, and then the 5 people attacked Ming Hai at the same time. Yisha shook his head. You can't die. You can't die in this life. But this is just a farce. Yisha sighed, stretched out his hand, and pressed it forward. In the sky, the wind suddenly gathered, swirling continuously, and then blasted down. The 5 people felt the gathering of the wind and immediately jumped away in different directions. But it was too late. Boom! The wind blasted the ground, and the ground was suddenly shattered. The 5 people were blown away and fell to the ground. Ming Hai was in the center. His body, which had just recovered, was torn into a bloody mess by the wind. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. Ming Hai was immediately angry. You are sick. You want to kill me too. Yisha, you can't die anyway. Ming Hai, not dying and not feeling pain are 2 different things. Can't you even tell the difference? Yisha grinned, and then his figure flashed. Go step. Yisha suddenly came to the side of Ming Hai, stretched out his hand, grabbed a man's neck, and lifted him up. I'm really curious. Yisha, what gave you the courage to come and kill me? Puff. The moment Yisha finished speaking, 2 wind blades suddenly appeared from both sides, passing by the other party's body. And then, the man's body was cut in 2. Chapter 1756 Entering the City. Yisha killed 1 person with 1 strike, carelessly throwing away the corpse in his hand. Yisha raised his arm, and the rain suddenly began to roll back and gathered towards Yisha's head. In the blink of an eye, it formed a rain sword that was 10 meters away. The man who had previously cast the poisonous fog shouted, and then attacked again, and a large piece of poisonous fog enveloped Yisha's position. However, before the poisonous fog reached Yisha, a large hurricane suddenly blew up behind Yisha, sweeping forward and blowing away the poisonous substances. Die! Yisha shouted softly, and the rain sword fell downwards, landing on the man's head, directly splitting the opponent in half. A bunch of minions. Yisha shouted, you should just eat and wait for death on the Doomsday train. Yisha put his hands together in front of him, and a large amount of electricity surged out, spreading out in all directions, watering out like a snake. Boom, boom, boom. The current swept over, and the ground and the mountain arm were smashed to pieces. The ground became broken and boulders kept rolling down the mountain. In a moment, the smoke disappeared. Except for the mess. The remaining 3 people had long disappeared, but turned into corpses, buried under the ruins. Ming-Hai patted Yisha's shoulder happily. See, I was right. Right? Together, we are invincible. Yisha disdainfully, besides getting beaten. What else did you do? Ming-Hai was not embarrassed, and did not care. Getting beaten is also a skill. Can you be beaten like me? You should think about how to evacuate. Yisha, these 5 are just trash. There may be guys who are several times or even dozens of times stronger than them next time. And there may be hundreds of them. Ming-Hai was suddenly unhappy. Ming-Hai was really fearless. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. In some ways, if Ming-Hai's ability was really immortal, the conductor would probably be helpless. However, this guy is just an ordinary person in other aspects except for being beaten. What's the point of not being afraid of only Ming-Hai? Ming-Hai is also a boss, with a large number of people under him. In addition, Yisha has also been to Ming-Hai's territory, where there are still many surviving humans. Can these people also be immortal and not afraid of death? It would be better if you don't come. At this time, someone shouted, "They are chasing you. As long as you don't enter the city, those people will not come." Yisha looked at the side face, and the man suddenly looked scared and shrank back. "Where I go? Is it your business?" Yisha said grimly, "Or, you can try to stop me from entering the city." Ming-Hai waved his hand, signaling his men to shut up, and then said, "Go back to the city first. Let people prepare, and enter the air raid shelter wine cellar." Yisha, it seems that you have been prepared for a long time. Ming-Hai, prepare for a rainy day. Evacuation is not so easy. But since Ming-Hai made arrangements at the first time, it means that he must have made preparations in this regard before. As for the air raid shelter wine cellar, Yisha knows something. During the war, the port city was an important port and transit point for importing and transporting military supplies. So there are many air raid shelters here. In peacetime, these air raid shelters are almost useless. Although many of them are abandoned, there are still many left, most of which have been converted into air raid shelter wine cellars. These air raid shelter wine cellars are very hidden. No one goes in and out all year round, and they are not easy to find, making them a good place to hide. It can be seen that Ming-Hai has also thought about this issue carefully. Ming-Hai's men are obviously dissatisfied, thinking that they are completely innocent. However, when they look at Yisha, there is resentment, unwillingness, and more fear. They might face a disaster. But if they attack Yisha, they will definitely face a disaster. And it will happen immediately. Besides, Ming-Hai has spoken, so they can only obey. Ming-Hai patted Yisha's shoulder. "Let's go. Get in the car first." Sitting on the truck. "Yisha, aren't you angry?" "Ming-Hai, what are you angry about?" "Yisha, your men are right. If I don't go into the city, you won't have any trouble." Ming-Hai thought for a while. "It's definitely a headache. But there's nothing to be angry about. Although I built a material trading market. You may not know that I originally wanted to build a human camp for survivors. The number of people doesn't need to be large. A few dozen people will be enough." Yisha, unexpected. "I really didn't expect it. Putting aside the special existences like Doomsday Train and Apostle Walk, Compu is a large company with a large business. And because it controls some things, it has a natural advantage in the end times. So it can actually be put aside. The rest of the people who are struggling to survive in the end times. There are really few survivors who can form a force. Bynum and his alien human army, who were killed by Yisha, are considered a force. Then, it's Ming-Hai. There are indeed many survivor human camps. But there are really few that can be called forces. Therefore, it is really surprising that Ming-Hai, as the leader, initially only wanted to build such a small-scale survivor human camp. Ming-Hai, I am not a person with a sense of justice. I think it is good to be alive. But when I found that I could help people without spending too much effort, I didn't mind helping. I never thought that the port city would become what it is now. But my original intention has not changed. Have you heard of the survivor human camp refusing people to enter? Then why should I refuse you to enter? Yisha, so you are a good person? Uh-huh. Ming-Hai laughed, At least not a bad person. Yi Sha, unfortunately. I am not. I have chosen that place as my battlefield. Yi Sha was silent for a moment. Then, the only thing I can promise you is that I will not fight in the area you control. Ming Hai, don't worry about it. I think I can handle it. Yi Sha, I hope so. When the convoy entered the port city, Yi Sha did not follow Ming Hai to the Nine Snakes area controlled by Ming Hai, but got off the car directly at the outskirts. Ming Hai stuck his head out of the car. Don't you need my help? Yi Sha, mind your own business. You don't need to worry about other things. Yi Sha waved his hand and walked towards the building on the side. There are still zombies in many areas of the port city. Ming Hai only led people to clean up the areas under his control, but at the entrance and exit, because Ming Hai himself often needs to go in and out, he has cleaned up the zombies regularly. Yi Sha entered the building and did not find any zombies entrenched. Entering the safety staircase, Yi Sha went directly to the top floor. Chapter 1757. The first. The people on the Doomsday train are always following behind, which is really annoying. This matter needs to be resolved before it can come to an end. So, as Yi Sha said, he chose this city as a battlefield and wanted to have a good time with the other party. Coming to the edge of the roof, Yi Sha picked up the telescope, looked around, and then picked up the PDA to input the voice, occupy the position. There was a flash on the building on the other side, and the Archon set up the sniper rifle. Yi Sha smiled, then said, let's start waiting. Yi Sha sat down with his back against the edge of the building and closed his eyes. He didn't sleep, but just rested, calculating the time. Those pursuers should be reappearing soon. Although Nyep and Yi would help Yi Sha a little, it was impossible to stop the Doomsday train from chasing him endlessly. Secondly, they couldn't stop it either. Not everyone was heading towards the valley. Nyep and Yi could only ensure that the people on that route couldn't catch up easily. Yi Sha thought so, and then waited at ease. Slowly, the night came. Yi Sha suddenly opened his eyes. Here they come. Yi Sha picked up the telescope and looked forward. A total of 7 people appeared on the street, coming along the street, and constantly looking around. Yi Sha could roughly guess what the other party was doing, probably confirming the location. Yi Sha had not moved for a long time, so if the other party had the means of positioning and tracking, they should be able to know where Yi Sha was now. However, maps have a zoom ratio. Even if there are coordinates, we can only know the approximate area range. Therefore, the other party should be observing and looking for Yi Sha's exact location. Of course, another possibility is that the other party probably thinks that Yi Sha has run away. After all, if the coordinates can only be known once in a while, the other party will not be stupid enough to think that Yi Sha must have stayed in the same place. In fact, if that were the case, Yi Sha would have been caught long ago. Therefore, the other party might also be guessing which route Yi Sha left from, and then continue to chase. Yi Sha picked up the PDA. The counterattack has begun. When Yi Sha finished speaking, gunshots suddenly rang out, and the Archon suddenly pulled the trigger on the building opposite. Be careful! Yi Sha heard shouting from below, and then a blonde woman suddenly stood in the front, looked up, and her eyes flashed with strange colors. The left eye emitting blue light, and the right eye flashing green light. The next moment, the Archon's bullets were like slow motion, becoming slower and slower in the air, flying forward bit by bit, and finally falling to the ground under the gaze of the woman. There are actually superhumans, Yi Sha murmured, but the level should not be too high. Yi Sha was not very sensitive to the strength of superhumans. After all, Yi Sha was not a superhuman. He purely relied on the mental fluctuations when the other party used his brain ability, and compared it with Yi Yu's level to judge. If it was Yi Yu, the bullet should not have been able to fly such a long distance, and it would have been controlled directly, and then fell down. This means that the opponent's brain area must be weaker than Yi Yu. But the mental power fluctuation is not bad. Yi Sha can also feel it from such a distance. At the top of the building, if the other 6 people who were traveling with the woman can also have such a level, then the strength of this team is worth seeing. It should be the strongest group of pursuers except Yu Tong Kong. At the same time, the woman slowed down the bullet, so she could clearly see the trajectory of the bullet. She didn't need to use her perception ability and pointed directly to the roof of the building where the Archon was. There. The 7 people quickly entered the building where the Archon was. The Archon quickly put away his gun and left. Since he was discovered, he naturally couldn't stay there stupidly. On the other side, Yisha hung a climbing rope on the edge of the roof, threw the rope, and began to descend quickly. When Yisha came to the bottom of the building, the other party had already entered the building. Yisha quickly followed, and the other party was still on the first floor. These 7 people have some tricks. The other party has already discovered that the Archon is on the roof. If he is an impulsive guy, he should rush to the roof at this time. The reason why the other party is still on the first floor is to observe, fearing that Yisha has left a trap. This means that the other party is cautious enough. Then, the 7 people walk towards the safe stairs. This is the right choice, because Yisha really set a trap, or the Archon set a trap. The elevator has been repaired and can be used. But if the other party uses it, the elevator will fall on the 15th floor. However, can the safety stairs avoid traps? Boom! When the other party entered the safety stairs and went up to the 3rd floor, the sound of an explosion suddenly sounded, and the corridor was instantly filled with black smoke, and a section of the stairs was directly blown off. Cough! Cough! Everyone dispersed the black smoke and was very alert. They immediately formed a square position and surrounded the superhuman woman and a boy in the center. Something happened. When the black smoke dispersed, one of them said, "Moto is gone." 7 people became 6. Brooke, a tall man, sensed it. Brooke was the superhuman. Nodded, Aubrey. Down. The man called Aubrey nodded, "Don't move. I'll take a look." Aubrey jumped over the broken stairs, then turned the corner of the stairs, and then frowned. His companion had become a corpse, with a fatal wound on his neck, pierced by a sword, and a large amount of electric arc surging on his body. Aubrey could probably guess what happened at the moment of the battle. The opponent should have the ability to control the electric current. After the sudden attack caused paralysis, he pierced Moto's throat with a sword. Moto is not weak, with a 1-star rating of the king. However, the rating represents strength and cannot be completely linked to combat ability. The opponent attacked cleanly, and did not give Moto the opportunity to use his abilities or props. Then, the strength of the king level is meaningless, and this is called combat ability. Moreover, even if they were to compete in strength, Aubrey was very clear that they had no chance of winning if they fought alone, because they were facing the former flight attendant. The 5-star rating of the King of Honor was just the starting point, and the opponent was likely to have reached the extraordinary level. This made Aubrey feel a little aggrieved, and it was shameless to play sneak attacks and traps with such strength. Of course, Aubrey could also guess why Yisha did this. Naturally, to reduce consumption. Chapter 1758 2. For Yisha, consumption is in 2 aspects. On the one hand, of course, it is the use of ability. Because of the time limit, Yisha must use his ability carefully when facing a large number of pursuers, and cannot waste too much, which will lead to his own weakness. On the other hand, it is the injury. If it were in the past, it would not matter even if he was injured. Anyway, it would be fine as long as he successfully completed the mission. After returning to the Doomsday train, as long as he was not dead, there was no injury that could not be cured by a bottle of healing potion. However, Yisha does not have such treatment at the moment. If he does have the ability to regenerate, Yisha's recovery ability is still very strong, and he also has the Alaskan harpoon. However, if he faces continuous battles, the injuries will accumulate and exceed the recovery speed of the regeneration ability, which is also very fatal to Yisha. The Alaskan harpoon can only suck blood from zombies to heal. In normal battles, it is difficult to cause more damage than injuries. After all, except for the effect of sucking blood to heal, the Alaskan harpoon is too ordinary in other aspects. It can only be used to find zombies after the war. Therefore, since Yisha decided to fight back, it means that he may need to fight continuously. Naturally, he needs to avoid the consumption of these 2 points. The best way is to kill the opponent directly with fists and swords in the simplest way. Aubrey walked down a few steps vigilantly, but did not see Yisha. He was sure that Yisha had left, or hid, so he walked back. Returning to his companions, Aubrey said, "Moto is dead." The faces of others could not help but chill. One person died just at the beginning of the search. It was obviously a heavy blow. Brooke shook her head. "There is a problem. 3 minutes ago, he was still on the roof. When he entered, I observed the elevator. It can be used, but no one uses it. I also looked at the building area map in the lobby. There is only one safe staircase from the 1st to the 10th floor. So, how did he get down?" Someone just jumped down from the roof. He should be able to do it with his strength. Brooke, of course he can do it. But can he do it without making any noise? Michelle, you were guarding the door just now. Did you notice the noise? Michelle shook her head. No. Aubrey, never mind that. Since he's behind us, should we continue to go up? Our target is a former purser. First of all, we must ensure that we are together. If we are separated, we can't be opponents. Surprisingly, Aubrey was asking the boy in the middle, who looked a little thin. Because the boy was a purser. A team of 7 is very rare. In fact, Aubrey's team is a team of 5 from the number 199 death carriage. Including him. The strength of the 5 people is between 1 star and 3 stars. The boy called himself K5, a flight attendant, and took the initiative to find them and join the team. Brooke was also brought by K5 because a superhuman was needed to search for Yisha's location. At the same time, although Aubrey was still the captain, the final decision-making power belonged to K5. The strong always have the most say, especially the strongest in a team. K5, Brookie. Since, Brookie, if we cover the entire building, it will consume a lot of brain capacity. It's okay. K5, you came here for this. You don't need to worry too much about the battle. Brooke nodded. And then her eyes flashed again. And then her face became strange. There is only one goal. Brooke looked up, on the 17th floor. Aubrey was stunned. It's already the 17th floor? And there is only one safety staircase going up. How did he get up? Elevator? K5 thought for a while. Let's go. Keep going up. Because of Yisha's sudden attack, everyone became very cautious. But Yisha seemed to have disappeared and did not appear until the other party came to the 17th floor. Bang! A crashing sound suddenly appeared. Looking for the sound, they saw that the safety passage door at the entrance and exit of the 17th floor was knocked open. And then 2 mineral water bottles were thrown in. Bang! Before everyone understood what was going on, the 2 mineral water bottles suddenly exploded. And white smoke suddenly shattered and filled everywhere. Thinking of the previous explosion, Aubrey immediately shouted, "Stay close to each other. Don't spread out." The white mist came quickly and dispersed quickly, and soon disappeared without a trace. It was a little chilly around. And K5 looked at the ground and said, "Dry ice bomb. A plastic bottle. Half a bottle of hot water. And quickly put in dry ice and screw the bottle cap." After about 1 minute, the bottle explodes. It is a very simple improvised bomb. Aubrey, is everyone here this time? Aubrey looked back and found that there were still 6 people. And he breathed a sigh of relief. K5, let's go. He should be on this floor. Everyone walked out of the safe passage. But just when the 5 of them walked out of the safe passage, Aubrey suddenly found that there was still someone standing in the safe passage with his head hanging down. Aldridge, what's wrong? Aubrey walked back and patted the other person's shoulder. But at this moment, the head suddenly fell down and hit the ground. His blood gushed out from the wound on his neck like a fountain, covering Aubrey's body. Aubrey's expression froze. K5 walked back and picked up a thin line with blood beads on it from the ground. Be careful. This is the opponent's weapon. It is very sharp and very thin. It is difficult to distinguish. Even if you accidentally touch it while walking, you may lose your head. Michelle was angry at K5. 2 of our companions died. And you still have the mood to say this. K5 curled his lips. The reason I said this is that I don't want you to be like your companions and lose your head. Michelle's eyes were red. You. Stop arguing. Aubrey interrupted Michelle. He is on this floor. Now is not the time for internal strife. Let's go. Let's continue walking. Aubrey clenched his fists and walked out of the safe passage, as if there was a fire burning in his heart. Revenge? Must be revenged. Kill Yisha. But at this moment, K5 suddenly reached out and pressed Aubrey's shoulder, then shook his hand, and a hidden blade suddenly popped out. Thinking of slashing forward, a thin string suddenly appeared, and after being cut, it bounced to both sides. When it swept across the wall, it directly cut a hole several centimeters deep in the wall. Aubrey felt cold sweat on his back. The thin string was almost at the position of his neck. If he walked over carelessly, the result would be somewhat guessed. K5, we are not only facing the former flight attendant, but also a master killer. So, be careful. Be very careful. K5 said, as he walked out of the emergency passage. But at this moment, with a bang, there was a loud noise from the ceiling. And then it was broken. Chapter 1759, Words Come True. K5 reacted quickly and jumped back immediately. Then a corpse flower vine suddenly fell down, pierced the ground, and then quickly retracted. Everyone was about to chase forward. And K5 immediately shouted, "Don't move." Turning around, K5 saw Yisha. Yisha was holding a man's neck, and the Alaskan whale harpoon had already pierced his temple. Yisha threw the corpse away. Not bad. Very smart. Yisha was satisfied with the elimination of 3 of the 7. So he had no intention of hiding any more and could just confront them head-on. Aubrey growled, "I'll kill you." K5 reached out and stopped Aubrey. "Are you going to die alone?" Yisha smiled. "Aren't the 4 of you going to die?" K5 curled his lips, and then said, "Act according to the plan." Aubrey took a deep breath, then slowly walked to the side, and winked at Michelle, who walked to the other side. Boji's eyes suddenly flashed with strange light, and then Yisha felt restrained, as if his hands and feet were tied by something. At this moment, Aubrey and Michelle jumped up at the same time and attacked Yisha. Aubrey used a huge sword, which was very suitable for his burly figure. When he swung it, it brought out a whistling wind. It was more like smashing towards Yisha's head than chopping. But, clang! Yisha suddenly put away the Alaskan whale harpoon, then drew out his sword and fell to the south border. With a crisp metal sound, he blocked Aubrey's sword. Then Yisha swept his foot to the side and kicked Michelle in the waist, kicking the opponent back continuously. Aubrey couldn't help shouting, "Mind control!" Boji gritted her teeth. His mental power is very strong. The effect is very weak. Weak effect? You are too proud of yourself. Yisha suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Aubrey's neck, and threw Aubrey out. It's completely useless. K5 was very calm and said to Brooke, "Switch." Brooke nodded, and then her eyes flashed again. The ground continued to crack, and countless small stones flew around Brooke. "Yisha, are you going to kill me with these gravels?" Brooke ignored Yisha, and after a low shout, she suddenly stretched out her hand and gathered them forward. The sands pushed forward frantically, and suddenly formed a sandstorm, attacking Yisha. Yisha tried to use the 8 directions wind and rain, but found that it had no effect. But then he understood. The sandstorm created by Boji cannot be considered as manipulating the wind flow. It is purely a sandstorm created by controlling the high-speed movement of the sand with the mind. Therefore, there is a primary and secondary difference in this regard. Using wind flow to create a sandstorm is different from creating a sandstorm due to other abilities. What Yisha needs to crack is not the direction of the wind, but the opponent's brain ability. This is more difficult for Yisha. To deal with superhuman beings, they will always be superhuman beings. As a representative of biological evolution, the best way to deal with brain abilities is to still use brain abilities. Yisha suddenly thought of Yi's word spirit technique, which was really powerful. Feeling the user's desire for power, the demigod characteristic is triggered. Demigod LV2, as long as you want. You are a god. Demigod characteristic randomly obtained ability. Words come true. Suddenly, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded, making Yisha a little confused. Has he reached the requirements to trigger the demigod? He doesn't crave power. With the level of these guys in front of him, there is really no way for Yisha to crave power, and there is no envy of their strength. How can he trigger the demigod? Yisha was puzzled, and then he felt that he understood something. He seemed to envy Yi's word spirit technique. Thinking of this, Yisha felt the urge to vomit blood. Can he still do this? Is it okay to envy someone who is not in front of him from a distance? In this case, should he miss the train conductor more in the future? And the half-man, half-god can be triggered anytime and anywhere? Yisha was distracted because the half-man, half-god was triggered without any signs. And in that instant, the attack had arrived. The attack coming to Yisha was not only the sandstorm created by Brooke, but also Aubrey and Michelle, who were using the sandstorm as a cover, quickly approached Yisha again. "Get out of the way," Yisha said in a low voice, and was ready to attack. But at this moment, the sandstorm suddenly exploded with a bang, and Aubrey and Michelle were directly blown away. Brooke took several steps back, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Yisha was stunned, and he didn't know whether to continue swinging his hand or put it down. Yisha did want to fight back, but before he could do anything, the two flew away. Yisha quickly remembered something. Words come true, demigod ability, supernatural ability, unpredictable ability. The power of words has existed since ancient times. When you open your mouth, everything you say can come true. But it cannot exceed the boundary of life and death. And it cannot realize impossible things. Use times 9 out of 10. Yisha was stunned. Isn't this Yi Yu's word spirit art? However, it doesn't seem right. Yi Yu's word spirit art is fixed. That is, there are several, dozens, or even dozens of word spirits. Yisha is not sure about the specific number. Then Yi Yu opens her mouth. The word spirit takes effect. And it can be displayed through the brain area ability. It seems that the say what you say is not fixed. And it is completely what you say. Of course, it is not completely unlimited. First of all, things that cannot be realized cannot be effective. For example, if Yisha said that the earth would explode, it would definitely not work. Also, if Yisha made all the zombies disappear, it might not work in 9 out of 10 cases. The so-called realizable means that the situation that can occur under normal circumstances can be achieved by say what you say. As for not exceeding the limit of life and death, this is easier to understand. Simply put, it means that you cannot decide life and death. The dead cannot come back to life because of the words. And the living cannot die because of the words. Interesting, Yisha murmured, and roughly understood the use of the words. But it was still relatively general, and he needed to think about how to use it. For example, can Yisha break Aubrey's leg now? Theoretically, it is just an injury, which is certainly not beyond the boundary of life and death. But is it an impossible thing? Normally speaking, breaking a leg is certainly not an impossible thing. But how can Aubrey break his leg out of thin air? It's impossible for him to fall down while walking and break his leg. Right? Chapter 1760K5. When you can't figure it out, the best way is to try. Even though the word-of-mouth technique has a usage limit and can only be used 10 times, Yisha still spoke without hesitation. Break your leg. After Yisha finished speaking, the atmosphere was a little awkward because nothing happened. Yisha twitched his eyes. Is it really not possible? At this time, K5 waved his hand and made a gesture again. And Aubrey and Michelle came up to him from the left and right. Brooke activated her brain power again and whispered to K5, I can only use this intensity of brain power for 2 or 3 more times. K5 nodded, fight first. Brooke nodded and stopped talking nonsense. The broken sands began to dance again. But this time it was no longer a sandstorm. The sands gathered together to form a long cube, surrounding Yisha. And I don't know what it was used for. Aubrey and Michelle suddenly launched an attack. And the cube suddenly rotated. But at this moment, boom! Aubrey suddenly stumbled and almost fell forward. He looked down and found that the ground beneath his feet had collapsed for some reason. And his right foot had sunk directly into the ground. Damn it! Aubrey cursed. This was obviously an accident. But it came at a very bad time because it interrupted the frequency of the attack. Aubrey gritted his teeth and pulled his leg out again. But at this moment, crack, crack, Aubrey found some stone chips floating in front of his eyes. And then he looked up and found that the ceiling above his head was also cracked. Aubrey quickly jumped to the side. And then the ceiling above Aubrey's head shattered and fell down. Looking at the rubble behind him, Aubrey was about to stand up again. But at this time, Aubrey felt that the ground under him began to shake again. Is it going to collapse again? Aubrey felt that he was unlucky. Is this area going to collapse? In a hurry, Aubrey had no time to get up, and could only roll on the ground to avoid the collapsed areas. Then, be careful, Boogie shouted loudly. But Aubrey screamed in return. During the rolling process, Aubrey did not realize that he was getting closer and closer to Yisha. And then his right leg directly hit the Shashua cube surrounding Yisha. Almost in an instant, Aubrey's right leg became bloody. The muscles of the calf were completely torn, and the bones could be clearly seen in the cracked wound. Then with a crack, Aubrey's entire right leg twisted back, and the bone suddenly broke. Yisha was also stunned. Really broken? Is this a coincidence? Or is it really God's will? Or did the word come true? Yisha felt that he couldn't understand what was going on. But from the result, it seemed that the word came true. Yisha immediately checked the number of times the word came true. And sure enough, the number of times the word came true became 8 out of 10. Which means that Aubrey's broken leg was really the result of the word coming true. This ability is really as good as it says. On the other side, K5 frowned. Aubrey is not dead yet. But it is not much different from being dead. Aubrey's right leg has been completely disabled. This level of injury cannot be recovered immediately even with super speed regeneration. Moreover, Aubrey does not have super speed regeneration. It is absolutely impossible to recover in a short time by relying on cell repair liquid alone. Although Aubrey will not die after losing his right leg, he can still be full of energy after returning to the Doomsday train and taking a bottle of healing potion. But for now, Aubrey's combat power has been at least halved. And it may be more than that. There are 3 people left. At the same time, Yisha turned his attention to Bo Ji. Superhumans are still troublesome. Their brain power is indeed hard to defend against. The sand cubes around them don't look very powerful. But the attack just now has proved that they are powerful. After thinking for a while, Yisha looked at Bo Ji, mental backlash. Bo Ji was shocked and immediately retreated to the back. The 2 things that superhumans fear most are excessive brain consumption and mental backlash. The former is a pure consumption of physical strength. But compared to the physical consumption of ordinary people, the brain consumption of superhumans has more serious sequelae. As for mental backlash, it actually refers to the mental state of superhumans being unstable when using brain abilities, which leads to brain damage. Generally speaking, except for the period when you just become a superhuman. When you are not used to brain abilities, mental backlash will often occur. After that, as long as you adapt, mental backlash will not occur. Just like a basketball player, who is still a point guard, but hits the ball on his feet when there is no one defending him. Just like a top shooter in football, who kicks the ball into the corner flagpole when facing an empty goal. Is there such a situation? Yes, but it may not happen once a season. So the situation of mental backlash usually only occurs when superhumans fight each other. Because of the collision of brain power and the violent fluctuation of spirit, mental backlash is possible. But, is Yisha a superhuman? Obviously not. But, Brooke's mental power backfired. And as her body kept retreating, her face turned pale, as if her head was hit hard by a hammer. Yisha grinned. He just wanted to see how magical the ability of saying something and making it happen was. But he didn't expect it to work. And the process made Yisha speechless. Boji was actually frightened by the 5 words mental power backfire, and her mind fluctuated, causing the backfire. K5's eyes were even deeper. He didn't know that Boji was just scaring herself, and thought that Yisha had done something. At the moment, it seemed that Boji was obviously useless. All of you step aside. K5 walked forward. Let me do it. K5 finally took out his hand from his trouser pocket. Yisha said contemptuously, "Can you do it?" K5 looked at Yisha. "I didn't become a flight attendant because I didn't get the opportunity. But it doesn't mean that I don't have the strength of a flight attendant. This time, it's my chance to prove myself," K5 said while spreading his hands. "Field," K5 shouted, "mechanical crazy soldier." The next moment, surprisingly, K5's body turned into metal quickly and began to mechanize. Except for the head, the body became like a robot. Chapter 1761 Mechanization. Yisha frowned. "Then K5? K5 raised his eyebrows. "It seems that the former flight attendant seems to know me." Yisha did know. The reason why Yisha knew was the ex-apostle battle. In the list of kills by black beasts, K5 ranked 5th. The list of kills by the apostles, K5 ranked 3rd. And the list of kills by armed personnel of Comp Corporation, K5 ranked 1st. At the same time, K5 also participated in the Sahai battle. And K5 also ranked 1st in the list of kills by fusion beasts. And another general manager of Comp Corporation also died at the hands of K5. K5 is not a veteran flight attendant, but he is a flight attendant who has been very popular recently. As a new star among flight attendants, K5 can be said to have performed amazingly. Especially K5 does not belong to Yisha or Gonlin, but is an independent flight attendant. Therefore, Yisha has also heard of K5's name, Iron Soldier King K5. Click. Click. K5 stretched out his palm and moved it, along with the movement of his fingers. The sound of mechanical rotation came from his palm. Suddenly, K5 stretched out his hand in the direction of Yisha, lava cannon. A circular hole suddenly appeared in K5's palm, and then a red light emerged. Yisha raised his eyebrows, and quickly moved to the side. Boom! A large piece of flame emerged from K5's palm, and the moment it swept forward, it penetrated a large piece of wall and melted several walls in succession. K5 looked at Michelle and Brooke. Your mission has been completed. I will give you the agreed reward later. Now, if you don't want to be affected, get out of here. As K5 was speaking, flames suddenly shot out from under his feet. It turned out to be a thruster. He appeared in front of Yisha at a very fast speed and raised his fist to hit Yisha. Bang! Yisha stretched out his hand and caught K5's fist. But at this moment, K5's elbow suddenly cracked. And then, there was a sound of mechanical rotation, and a missile the size of a finger suddenly ejected. Boom! The sound of the explosion suddenly sounded, and a large piece of flames continued to retreat to the surroundings. Boji gritted her teeth and shouted to Michelle, "Let's go." They had to leave. If K5's attacks were all of this level, they would indeed be affected. At the same time, K5 jumped out of the flames and did not stop his attack. This level of attack could not kill Yisha. Both Yisha and K5 knew it. So, the attack had to continue. K5 quickly came to the edge of a wall and stretched out his hand to press on the wall. A layer of metallic luster quickly appeared on the wall. And then the wall began to split and reorganize. In the center of the wall, a metal barrel quickly appeared. Bang! 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 The metal bricks were used as shells and fired continuously into the flames. In a moment, the flames dispersed, and Yisha leaped up. Clang! The sword fell from the sheath of Nanjiang. Blood Realm sword slash. Yisha raised the sword and slashed forward. Blood light filled the air, and quickly condensed into a big sword, slashing down towards K5. K5 did not dodge or evade, but directly pressed his hands to the ground. And then the ground quickly metallized, and at the same time continued to bulge upwards, turning into a hemisphere, wrapping Yisha in it, like a fortress. Bang! The huge blood sword fell and landed on the steel fortress. Yisha raised his eyebrows, and the steel fortress did not move at all under the blood sword. The next moment, the barrel of a machine gun suddenly appeared above the metal hemisphere and began to shoot at Yisha. Thud! 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 The muzzle of the gun kept spitting out flames. Yisha quickly moved to the side. But at this moment, the two potted plants in the corner that had already withered suddenly moved. Those potted plants quickly mechanized, and after the branches turned into metal, they quickly stretched out and rushed towards Yisha. Clang! Yisha swung his sword fiercely and swept away the metal branches. Yisha almost knew what K5's domain ability was. Simply put, it was to turn everything into machinery. Zila! Yisha immediately pressed his hands to the ground, and a large amount of electric current appeared at this moment, pushing wildly in all directions. Machines are afraid of electric current, because electric current can effectively destroy the internal structure of the machine. But it was useless. When Yisha's electric current spread out like a big net, those machines were not affected by the current and destroyed, but continued to attack Yisha. The hemispherical fortress opened, and K5 rushed out again, stretching his hand forward. Lava cannon. Boom! A large piece of flame swept forward, and then the walls and the ground were constantly melted, and black smoke and flames filled the air everywhere. In a moment, the flames dispersed, and Yisha disappeared. K5 quickly looked around and shouted, "Electronic scan." K5's eyes quickly turned into a black metal ball, and the position of the pupils emitted red light. In K5's vision, the world turned into a piece of green, and was divided into three-dimensional grid areas. As K5 looked around, data would continue to appear in K5's eyes. Found you. K5 suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at a stone pillar, high-voltage current cannon. This time, K5 used his left hand, and a stream of blue current flew forward, smashing the stone pillar. Yisha turned over and jumped out from the side of the stone pillar, narrowing his eyes. Electric current? Then I won't be polite. Yisha had dodged the attack, but at this moment, he immediately flashed and returned to the front of the current, allowing the current to hit his body. When the current hit, it quickly penetrated into Yisha's body and was absorbed by the thunder core. Yisha opened his mouth and said with satisfaction, "Thank you for the hospitality." K5 frowned and put down his left hand. It was obvious that the high-voltage current could not be used. The other party actually had the ability to absorb the current. K5 raised his right hand again, and the round hole in the palm of his hand once again emitted a red flame. But, go step. Yisha suddenly came to K5 and punched K5. Bang! K5 quickly pulled his arm back to block Yishaw's fist. Yishaw sneered. Your lava cannon needs lead time. Right? Since it needs lead time, then as long as K5 is not allowed to accumulate time, he can be prevented from firing the lava cannon. K5 snorted coldly. Do you think I only know this trick? K5 stretched out his fist forward while speaking. But he did not intend to hit Yishaw directly. Chapter 1762 Self-Destruction. Yishaw had prepared for defense. But strangely, K5's fist did not come out. But in this moment of stagnation, K5's fist suddenly bounced forward. Yes, it bounced out. The elbow suddenly broke. And K5's fist suddenly flew out with great power, hitting Yishaw's chest and knocking Yishaw out. Behind K5's arm, there was an iron chain connected. After knocking Yishaw away, it was quickly recovered and reconnected. The next moment, K5 leaped forward. Yishaw jumped up from the ground with a somersault and raised his arms. Right straight punch. 75% chance. After defense. Knee strike 100% chance. K5 murmured. Suddenly turned his head to avoid Yishaw's fist. And then in the next moment, Yishaw suddenly jumped up and kneed K5 in the chest. However, K5, as if he had expected it, directly closed his hands and blocked the attack. Then, K5 punched back and hit Yishaw. Yishaw immediately crossed his arms. But at this moment, K5 suddenly changed his moves, lowered his left fist, and hit Yishaw's lower abdomen. Yishaw immediately took several steps back, and then looked at K5 rushing towards him, and immediately raised his foot. The probability of waist sweep is 75%. The knee position is 15%. And the probability of changing the move and kicking is 10%. K5 spoke again, then jumped up, avoiding the attack, and kicked Yishaw's head, kicking Yishaw back again. Yishaw touched the blood on the corner of his mouth. What happened? K5 said fiercely. How can the human brain compare to a computer? All your actions, all your attacks, all your defenses will be converted into data for analysis. You can't hit me with your attacks, and you can't dodge my attacks, K5 said as he punched again, watching Yishaw defend himself, and changed his rhythm again. The punch he threw out was just a feint, and then he retracted his fist and kicked Yishaw's knee hard. Yishaw staggered, and then felt another punch on his face. Interesting. Yishaw licked his lips, then let me play too. Yishaw raised the sword Luo Nanjiang and stood in front of him. All under heaven belongs to the king domain since the world belongs to you. Everything in the world naturally belongs to you. Within the scope of the domain, all weapons, skills, and abilities used by the target can be imagined and materialized, lasting for 360 seconds, and the interval between each use is 48 hours. A circle of golden light overflowed from the sword body, quickly pushed out to the surroundings, and overlapped with K5's domain. Facing K5, Yishaw stretched out his hand and wiped it in front of his face. The next moment, Yishaw's vision changed and became like a screen. In Yishaw's eyes, K5 rushed towards him, and along with K5's movements, data kept appearing in front of Yishaw's eyes. The data was so detailed that it was terrifying, including K5's moving speed, the height of the foot, the amplitude of the body swing, and after analysis, a conclusion would be given to judge K5's next action with different probabilities. This action has exceeded the level of prediction, and can even be said to be predicting the future. So, if both sides have this ability, what will be the result? Yishaw sneered, and suddenly stretched out his hand. Lava cannon. A layer of metallic luster suddenly appeared on Yishaw's body, quickly covering Yishaw's body, making Yishaw's body look like metal. Then a hole appeared in Yishaw's palm, overflowing with red light. Boom! Under K5's astonished gaze, a huge wave of flame surged out, and everything in front of Yishaw was melted away madly at this moment. It's not over yet. Yishaw curled his lips. That's how it's done. Right? Yishaw pressed his hands on the ground. And then the ground continued to metallize and mechanize. The surging ground turned into a sentry machine gun, firing continuously at K5. In the flames, K5's face was grim, and his left arm flicked open a secret compartment, and a folded shield appeared, blocking K5. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets kept hitting the shield, making a crisp sound. The next moment, Yishaw and K5 raised their hands at the same time. Lava cannon. The two fired at the same time, and two huge fireballs exploded in front of them, pushing each other, and then merged together, turning into a huge fireball, and then exploded. Boom! The whole building was shaking. The ceiling and the ground were constantly collapsing, and Yisha and K5 kept falling down. In a moment, the world suddenly became quiet. However, it was only for a moment. A loud noise sounded in the rubble, and K5 blasted away the rubble that was pressing on him and rushed out again. On the other side, Yisha was buried by the collapsed wall, and then he pushed the wall away with a sudden force. I don't know why you can imitate my ability, K5 said in a low voice, but imitation is just imitation after all. Let me see if you can even do this trick. K5 stretched out his hand and pressed on his chest, and then a cover was opened by K5. Under the effect of the domain ability, K5's body has completely turned into a machine. You can see the cables and mechanical parts under the cover, and a piece of light blue core energy. G4 energy exploded, K5 said fiercely. The last blow. Yisha smiled. Sorry. Everything you have. I have. Yisha also stretched out his hand and pressed on his chest, and then the cover on his chest popped open. He has the same body structure as K5. And in the center is a piece of energy. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The mechanical electronic prompt sounded suddenly, and the countdown began. When it counted to 5, K5 suddenly laughed. You were fooled. K5 grinned. G4 energy explosion is a self-destructive trick that will destroy both parties. You destroyed yourself with your own hands. Yisha's face remained unchanged. Do you want to drag me to death with you? No. K5 smiled. I will live, because I have the ability to survive 9 deaths. As the name suggests, 9 deaths and 1 life can ensure that the user will not die under a fatal blow. The key is, 9 deaths and 1 life is a passive ability. When the opponent is on the verge of death, it will be triggered by itself. Yisha's the king of the world can be copied, but there is no time to copy. If you want to use the king of the world, the opponent must have used the ability first. However, when 9 deaths and 1 life is triggered, it means that K5 is already dead, and then he is saved from the brink of death by the ability. So, how can Yisha copy it? Because before 9 deaths and 1 life is activated, Yisha will die in the self-destruction explosion. Chapter 1763 Time Clone. Boom! When the mechanical electronic sound reached 1 second, Yisha and K5's bodies simultaneously emitted a red light, and then a huge explosion suddenly sounded. The flames rushed wildly in all directions. Under the continuous impact of the air waves, the surrounding glass began to shatter and explode continuously. A huge crack appeared on the outer wall of the building, spreading from the top to the bottom. Inside the building, every inch of space around was covered by flames. In the flames, K5 smiled. This was K5's killer move against Yisha. K5 believed that no one could survive the attack from the center. So even if Yisha did not have the ability to copy, K5 would use this move when it was absolutely necessary. Then, Yisha was blown up into the sky, and K5 himself would survive because of his ability to survive a narrow escape. The interior of the building began to collapse again, and everything began to shatter crazily. This is the feeling of destruction. Destroy everything. Countless boulders began to fall, smashing down continuously, smashing the streets below. It looked like a disaster. In 30 seconds at most, the building was covered with dense cracks and black smoke was everywhere, as if it had been half baptized by war. Then, boom, the top of the building suddenly began to tilt, about 4 or 5 floors high, and then fell down, hitting the ground hard, and then broke into pieces. The last wail. Then, the world slowly began to calm down. The air waves that were pushing wildly around began to dissipate. The sound of the explosion disappeared, and the aftermath finally subsided. A pile of rubble suddenly moved, and then a mechanical arm stretched out and pushed the rubble away. K5 crawled out of the ruins. K5 now looked extremely embarrassed, with many broken parts on his body, and metal parts hanging all over his body. Broken cables were dragged out, and sparks kept coming out. Even K5's head was blown flat, and 1/3 of it was gone. But K5 was still alive. From today on, K5 looked at the ruined building and shouted excitedly, I am the chief steward. But, are you kidding? Yisha's voice suddenly sounded, you just killed one of my clones. Are you so proud of it? K5 showed a look of shock on his face. and then turned around suddenly. Yi Sha was not far behind K5. Not only was he not killed by the explosion, but he did not even have any injuries on his body. Even the injuries from the previous battle disappeared, because it was not Yi Sha who was fighting with K5, but just an avatar. 11 o'clock, time avatar. You can summon 2 avatars from the past time period to fight, and the duration is 15 minutes. With the ability of the Emperor of Time at 11 o'clock. The one fighting with K5 was just a time avatar summoned by Yi Sha from the past time period. In fact, the time avatar can only summon 2 at a time, and Yi Sha only used 1. The real Yi Sha has been watching from the sidelines. Although I am no longer the chief steward. Yi Sha's figure flashed and appeared in front of K5, but it will never be your turn to sit in my seat. Bang! Yi Sha suddenly punched, and his fist pierced through K5's body, and countless parts scattered around. K5's eyes showed fear and unwillingness. Snake bite. Yi Sha's left hand stretched out and directly grasped K5's head. With a click, as Yi Sha's 5 fingers closed, cracks appeared on K5's skull, and it was finally shattered by Yi Sha's blow. Countless broken parts were scattered on the ground. Yi Sha looked at the pile of parts, because you are too weak. After killing K5, Yi Sha looked around. He didn't know where Brooke and Michelle had gone. They should not be dead. But they were not important to Yi Sha. Just trash. Killing K5 was a good start for Yi Sha. This popular flight attendant was indeed quite skilled. Yi Sha quickly spread his paper wings and left the building. He didn't want to make too much noise. But the noise in the end was really not small. So it was time to shoot and move to another place. Come on. Beat me to death. If you dare, beat me to death. Yi Sha flew across the street quickly, and suddenly heard shouting. He looked down and saw Ming Hai surrounded by 3 people, who were beating him up. Yi Sha landed on the street lamp beside him like a bat. Is your life made up of being beaten? Yi Sha's words immediately attracted the other party's attention, and they all looked in Yi Sha's direction. Then, without any hesitation, the 3 of them immediately rushed towards Yi Sha. Suddenly, the night sky shines. A beam of aurora suddenly appears and hits one of the men on the back. With a scream, a bloody hole is opened on the man's back. Yi Sha's figure also suddenly disappears at this time. When he appears again, he is already in front of the other party. Puff! Blood splashes. Sword light flashes. And Yi Sha kills 1 person. 2 people are left. Yi Sha quickly returns the sword and sweeps it horizontally, followed by a clang. Although the other party is unarmed, Yi Sha feels that the sword falls on Nanjiang and seems to have hit something. At the same time, the other person's speed is extremely fast, leaving a broken shadow in the night, and appears behind Yi Sha. Sword light flashed. It seemed that Yi Sha was not prepared for the opponent's attack. But, at this moment, in Yi Sha's shadow, the little ancient cat suddenly poked its head out, then pounced and bit the opponent's neck fiercely. Ah! The scream was particularly clear in the night sky. Yi Sha raised his hand and slashed, killing the man in front of him, and then turned around and slashed with a sword. The little ancient cat cooperated with Yi Sha tacitly, and jumped aside the moment Yi Sha attacked. With a puff, Yi Sha stabbed his sword into the opponent's eye socket, and then the little ancient cat jumped up again and bit off the opponent's throat. The 3 of them were all on the Doomsday train, but they were from the death carriage. Rather than talking about strength, it's better to say that they came here to gamble their lives. Yi Sha looked at Ming Hai. What are you doing here? Ming Hai spread his hands. Everyone has evacuated. I have nothing to do, so I came out for a walk. Others are afraid of danger, but I am not. Yes, Yi Sha, so I was surrounded and beaten. Ming Hai's face turned black. Those 3 guys asked me if I knew your whereabouts. I refused to tell them, so they beat me up. Yi Sha, if you tell them, they will kill you. But you don't care. They can't kill you anyway. Ming Hai was angry. I always thought I was very capable. But why do you say I'm a slut? Yi Sha, aren't you a slut? I see you feel good when you get beaten. Chapter 1764 Zombies Appear. Yi Sha said, as he prepared to walk to the side. Ming Hai hurriedly followed. Take me with you. I'll go play with you. Yi Sha, how can you help? Can you kill people? Ming Hai thought for a moment. I can be killed. Yi Sha, you still don't admit that you are a scumbag? Ming Hai scratched his head. You guys are too perverted. Fire. Wind. How come you have a bunch of messy abilities, But it seems that there are quite a few Gashapon machines. We can go and look for them when we have time. There are so many people like us. Yisha, their abilities don't come from the Gashapon machine. And they can't be killed like you. Minghai, then what about them? The cyborgs of Compu? They're not like this either. The ones I've seen can spray fire. But they all use machinery and technology. Yisha, I can't explain it to you. Yisha walked while talking to Minghai. And then suddenly, Yisha stopped. Field? No. That's not right. Yisha looked around. And a circle of very faint light appeared around him. The light was like a painting made of luminous powder. Very restrained. It felt like a halo of the field. But in fact it seemed not so simple. Because the light formed was not simply a circle. Yisha looked down at his feet. The light flowed like liquid. And then formed a strange pattern in the circle. The meaning of which was unknown. Suddenly, a zombie suddenly appeared in the light. And pounced towards Yisha and Minghai with its fangs and claws. I'll do it. I'll do it. Minghai saw that he didn't have to be beaten. So he pulled out a dagger from his thigh. Faced the zombie. And held it with his hand. The zombie bit Minghai's arm. But Minghai didn't care at all. And stabbed the dagger into the zombie's head. Yisha was curious. Your ability to not die. Can you even dissolve the zombie virus? No. Minghai stabbed his throat. And after about half a minute, he got up again. It's enough to die once. Yisha was speechless. This ability was really amazing. It was like a universal glue. It could stick to anything. It was versatile enough. However, the appearance of the zombie was not the end. Puff, 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 puff. In the four directions of southeast, northwest and northeast, there was a sound of jumping flames. Then four groups of green flames appeared. Behind the flames, zombies kept appearing. They did not gather together, but appeared there out of thin air, constantly approaching the two. Minghai was surprised. What's going on? Can zombies suddenly appear like this? Yisha snorted. What else can happen? Someone has used some ability. Let's kill them first. The zombies pushed each other and kept moving towards Yisha and Minghai. After Yisha finished speaking, he stopped talking nonsense and immediately raised his sword to kill forward. Puff, puff. With a sweep of the sword, the heads of two zombies flew into the air and then fell to the ground. As the two headless zombies fell, the blood sprayed out spread in the air, forming a blood mist. While Yisha killed two zombies, he also slashed the ground with a sword. In Yisha's opinion, the appearance of these zombies must be related to the lines on the ground. If so, then trying to cut the lines may prevent the appearance of zombies. Unfortunately, this method does not work. It's not that cutting the lines is useless, but that the lines are indeed broken as the ground is cut. However, soon, those lines passed through the cracks in the ground and reconnected together. Yisha frowned. This was a bit troublesome. Unless it was a powerful attack that directly destroyed the terrain on a large scale, it would be possible to cut off the lines on the ground. However, what was the point of doing that? If an attack of that level was really used, a large number of zombies could be killed, and then they could directly leave the area covered by the lines. As Yisha was thinking, a roar suddenly sounded in his ears. It was a child of the night that suddenly appeared and flew towards Yisha. Yisha quickly raised his body to avoid the attack of the son of night. And with one hand, he supported the ground and fell to the side. Minghai was surprised. I have seen this son of night before. Yisha was puzzled. Huh? Minghai, the two wounds on that guy's forehead were left by me. I encountered this guy when I was cleaning the entrance to the city. But I couldn't kill him because it was almost dawn, and he ran away. I see. Yisha looked around and murmured, this should be the ability to gather the zombies around. No. It should be said directly across space. Yisha did not hesitate. The moment the son of night turned around, he punched the son of night. With a crackling sound, the current surged past, and the son of night's head was hit by the current and exploded directly. Let's go! Yisha waved his hand towards Minghai. You are responsible for my back. Follow me. Yisha did not know how long the opponent's ability would last. Nor did he know how many zombies within the range the opponent could teleport. According to the worst plan, if the opponent could teleport from the entire city to Yisha and Minghai, it would undoubtedly be a very terrifying thing. That means that the other party is likely to create a wave of zombies in a very short time. Yisha quickly drew his sword, and the sword fell on Nanjiang and continued to move forward, constantly forming sword shadows. and constantly killing the zombies that rushed over. Soon, a large number of zombies piled up around Yisha. Minghai is not good at killing people, but he is good at killing zombies, because this guy is not afraid of death at all, as long as he attacks the zombies madly. Yisha suddenly said, I am very curious. What if you are infected with the zombie virus, and you don't have time to commit suicide? Minghai, I will become a zombie. But it doesn't matter. Even if I become a zombie, I will turn back after I die. So, if I become a zombie, just kill me. Yisha, what I want to say is that I finally figured out a way to deal with you. I will infect you with the zombie virus, and then lock you in a sealed room. Minghai angrily, you are sick. Why are you trying to deal with me? We are in the same group now. Yisha smiled. Minghai's immortal ability was too unsolvable. Yisha couldn't help but think about how to deal with it, even if the possibility was small. What if he met someone with similar abilities in the future? While talking, Yisha and Minghai also came to the edge of those stripes. Yisha raised his foot and stepped out. Chapter 1765 Niexin. Yisha stepped out of the striped circle. And then, Yisha was suddenly stunned. There were still zombies around him. He looked up and saw countless hands grabbing him. Sizzle! Yisha instinctively released the electric current and blasted away the zombies that were about to pounce on him. Yisha looked down and found that he could not walk out of the striped circle, but returned to the center of the striped circle. The next moment, Yisha saw a figure flashing around him. And Minghai also came back. Huh? Minghai looked around. What's going on? Can't get out. Yisha immediately understood the other party's ability. The lines under his feet can not only teleport all the zombies in the city to this area, but also teleport them back if they want to go out. The other party's purpose is obvious. They want to trap Yisha and Minghai here. As for whether Yisha can be killed, it depends on how long these lines under his feet will last. If they can last forever, even Yisha may die of exhaustion in the face of a steady stream of zombies. Of course, this possibility is not great, and there should usually be a time limit, but it is obviously a kind of consumption, and the opponent may be carrying out a consumption strategy. But, Yisha clenched his fist. Do you think it's so easy to trap me to death? Sizzle! A jumping arc appeared on the edge of the destroyer, accompanied by white gas from the tail. And then Yisha punched the ground. With a loud bang, the zombies that had just gathered were instantly blown away by Yisha's fist. And Minghai was also blown away. However, Yisha believed that Minghai had gotten used to it. The biggest advantage of fighting with this guy was that he didn't have to worry about whether he would be affected or not. He wouldn't die anyway, and he was used to being beaten. Then the ground under Yisha's feet cracked inch by inch, and the second loud roar sounded immediately. And then a large number of cracks appeared on the ground. And then a large piece collapsed downwards. The pit was about 2 or 3 meters deep. After the boulders were turned over, they crisscrossed and completely destroyed the ground structure. And those lines were naturally broken. But it still didn't work. The stripes quickly gathered together again, and even spread up and down along the overturned stones, and connected together again. Yisha frowned. Can't the stripes be destroyed even to this extent? Minghai got up from the ground and dusted off. What should I do? Yisha, no hurry. Wait. Yisha seemed to calm down, drew out his sword and fell to Nanjiang, and kept slashing at the zombies that rushed over. Minghai looked puzzled. But since Yisha was so calm, he was naturally calm too. After all, he was not going to die. Yisha continued to kill zombies while calculating the time. 10 minutes had passed, and the zombies still had no intention of retreating. Or rather, the stripes under their feet had no intention of retreating. At the same time, the zombies that appeared were no longer limited to ordinary zombies, and mutant zombies continued to appear. Wait until the opponent's ability reaches the time limit? No. Passively taking a beating is not Yisha's style. Suddenly, Yisha looked to the side. It's coming. Minghai, what's coming? Boom. The outer wall of the building on the side suddenly made a loud noise. And then a figure flew out, landed on the street, supported the ground with one hand, and walked backwards. The Archon jumped out of the building immediately, spread the crystal wings behind him, and launched countless red crystal cones, falling towards the opponent. Boom, boom, boom. The crystal cones kept hitting the ground, making a loud noise, and the ground kept breaking. In the rolled-up dust, a circle appeared in front of the man, and lines appeared in the center of the circle, and then sucked in the impact of the attack. including the scattered dust. After the dust dissipated, Yisha saw the other person clearly. A man in his 30s, with a delicate appearance, and a rather strange outfit. A dark blue hanfu. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be some kind of protective gear or props. And normal people would not wear it like that. And the other person was obviously the initiator of everything. Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide? Yisha sneered and said to the Archon, kill him. Yisha was indeed trapped. But the Archon was not. So if he found the other person and killed him, the game would naturally be broken. Watching the opponent absorb the attack, the Archon released the crystal cone again, shooting at the opponent continuously. The dust flew up again, and the opponent seemed to have the ability to absorb the attack. He used his finger as a pen in the air and quickly drew. Then the circle and pattern appeared again, absorbing the impact. But at this moment, using the cover of the dust, two black chains suddenly appeared behind the opponent, moving like snakes. Clang, clang. The chain dragged across the ground, making a clear dragging sound, and then hit the opponent's back fiercely, and then swept him away with a strong sweep. Boom! The man hit the wall on the side, knocked it down, and fell in. Ming Hai excitedly, the lines are gone. Under the feet of Yisha and Ming Hai, the lines are constantly fading, and finally disappear. Yisha, you deal with the zombies. As Yisha said, he kicked a zombie and kicked it away, knocking down a group of zombies. And then Yisha walked out from the open gap. When the man got to the collapsed wall, he just stood up and felt a weight on his chest. He was kicked back to the ground. Yisha stepped on the man's chest. Formation Master Nie Xian? Nie Xian was lying on the ground, not caring that Yisha was stepping on him, and smiled. It's an honor to be in your eyes. Nie Xian, a strong man among the flight attendants. This guy is considered a middle-aged flight attendant. He is a little behind the earliest batch of flight attendants. He is a flight attendant of the same period as Yisha, and the time he became a flight attendant is not much different. With several wars, there are not many of the earliest crew members alive, and the remaining ones are of average quality. And Nie Xian's Mesozoic crew members began to emerge. Speaking of it, Yisha and Gan Lin were the leaders of this period, because both of them became flight attendants. However, because both of them were flight attendants, generally no one would use the same standards to judge them. Among the Mesozoic crew members, Nie Xian was one of the best. Even Yi once recommended Nie Xian to Yisha, but unfortunately the recruitment was unsuccessful. Nie Xian was unwilling to become Yisha's crew member, and also rejected Gan Lin's recruitment. Isn't it good to be an honest crew member? Yisha grinned. You have to come here to die. Chapter 1766-13 Divine Gate Formation. Yisha said, as he raised his sword and stabbed Nie Xian. Suddenly, Nie Xian jumped up and slapped the ground fiercely. Boom! The ground was smashed to pieces by Nie Xian and kept shaking. Taking this opportunity, Nie Xian immediately broke free and jumped back, keeping a distance from Yisha. Yisha stabilized his body and turned to look at Nie Xian. Dragon pattern. Nie Xian used his finger as a pen and quickly drew in front of him. Earth Dragon Formation. The reason why Nie Xian is called a Formation Master is because he is good at using a skill called Formation. This skill is not even a small category in the treasure list, but there are indeed some related skills, and Nie Xian pays special attention to and collects these skills. Boom! Boom! The formation pattern in front of Nie Xian took shape, and the ground suddenly surged. The solid ground became like mud at this moment, surging rapidly, and then condensed into two earth dragons, rushing towards Yisha one after another. A trifle. Yisha showed disdain on his face. When a dragon came to him, Yisha suddenly made a move. His left arm wrapped around the shadow of a purple-scaled python, and he opened his bloody mouth and grabbed the dragon's head. Boom! The next moment, Yisha directly pressed the dragon to the ground, and then the crushing effect of the snake bite was activated, crushing the dragon to pieces. After breaking a dragon with one blow, Yisha did not stop, and immediately went forward, sweeping the sword horizontally again, and the sword fell on Nanjiang with a silver light, cutting the second dragon into two pieces. Yisha, if you want to kill me, you have to show some more skills. Nie Xian's expression remained unchanged, and he smiled. What you did just now was indeed a trivial trick. So let's take a look at this. Nie Xian suddenly bit his finger, and a drop of blood fell from his fingertips to the ground. When Nie Xian's blood fell to the ground, It immediately merged into the ground. At the same time, the buildings on both sides of the street kept flashing with light. Yi Sha frowned and looked. And then he found that the surrounding buildings were actually painted with array patterns. But they had not been activated before. This is the 13 Divine Gates formation. Ye Xian smiled and looked at Yi Sha. There is only one life gate in the 13 Divine Gates. And the life gate keeps changing according to the direction of the formation. Master, wait for you to come out of the 13 Divine Gates. And we'll see you later. As Ye Xian spoke, he retreated, his figure becoming fainter and fainter. Yi Sha quickly punched forward. And with a sizzling sound, the electric current flew. But it was still a step too late. When the electric current flew out, Ye Xian had already turned into a shadow and disappeared. Yi Sha quickly looked around. The street was still the same. But Yi Sha had an ominous feeling. He always felt that there seemed to be some changes around him. Looking at the ground, countless array patterns were appearing. Moreover, they were many times larger than the array patterns that could summon zombies before. They continued to spread in all directions, and actually covered half of the city. Yi Sha observed the surroundings, looking at the array patterns painted on the wall, and murmured, "There are 13 in total, all at the entrance of the alley." In other words, every alley is a door? Yi Sha suddenly turned around and punched backwards. Sizzle! The electric current surged forward, and then quickly turned into a lightning column, which smashed a large number of zombies into pieces of meat. Because the lines had been destroyed, the zombies were no longer teleported. After Yi Sha killed the zombies, no new zombies appeared. Yi Sha grabbed Ming Hai. Ming Hai shouted, "What are you doing?" Yi Sha ignored Ming Hai, signaled the Archon to tie the chain around Ming Hai, and then pointed to an alley. Go in. Shout if you have any problems. I'll pull you out." Ming Hai rolled his eyes. "You want me to clear the way for you? You want me to die? Yi Sha, isn't your life about dying? Or on the way to dying? You can't die anyway." Ming Hai, "That's true. But it's still very unpleasant." Yi Sha, "Then if I throw you in, will you feel better?" "Forget it." Ming Hai waved his hand quickly. "I'll do it myself." Ming Hai took a deep breath and walked into an alley. When Ming Hai stepped into the alley, Yi Sha saw that the space at the entrance of the alley was distorted, like a painting with many wrinkles. Then as Ming Hai entered the alley, the wrinkles disappeared. And at the same time, Ming Hai's figure suddenly disappeared. Yi Sha and the Archon were waiting at the entrance of the alley. About 5 minutes later, a scream suddenly came from the alley, and Yi Sha immediately winked at the Archon. The Archon quickly dragged the chain and quickly pulled Ming Hai out of the alley. Ming Hai's body was covered with wounds, densely packed with more than 100 wounds, and it looked like he was hanging on with only one breath left. "Yi Sha, how is it?" Ming Hai weakly, "A lot of soldiers, the kind from ancient times, wearing armor and weapons, surrounded me as soon as I entered, as if I was in an ancient battlefield, slashing at me. This door is wrong." Yi Sha waved his hand. "Let's go to the next door." Ming Hai glared, "Come again?" "Yi Sha, it doesn't matter. You're used to dying anyway." Yi Sha dragged Ming Hai to the next alley. No matter what, Yi Sha found that his idea was correct. As long as he used Ming Hai, he would be able to find a way out sooner or later. At most, he would let Ming Hai die 12 times. Ah! Yamadai. Accompanied by Ming Hai's screams, Yi Sha kept drawing crosses at the entrances of alleys one by one, which meant that these alleys were not ways out. Until the 7th alley, Ming Hai had not been in for long when he shouted from inside, "Come over." Yi Sha walked through the alley and found that there was nothing special about it. It was just an ordinary alley. After Yi Sha walked through it, he crossed the alley and reached the street on the other side of the alley. Ye Xian was right in front of Yi Sha. Ye Xian's face showed astonishment. Obviously, he didn't expect that Yi Sha could leave the 13 God Gate formation so easily. Frankly speaking, if Yi Sha had to come by himself and break through it in waves, it would not be an easy task. But Yi Sha had Ming Hai. Although Yi Sha always thought that Ming Hai was useless. Although he was immortal, his combat power was too poor except that he could not be killed. However, facts have proved that even a piece of toilet paper can be of great use occasionally. This 13 God Gate formation is one of Ye Xian's most powerful moves. But Ming Hai was killed by him. Chapter 1767 The Apostle Walks. Dragon Pattern. Ye Xian was stunned for only a moment. Then he quickly turned around and shouted to Yi Sha, smoke dragon formation. Two gray mists suddenly appeared in the air and rushed towards Yisha. However, in the next moment, Yisha jumped forward and cut the two mist dragons apart. Nie Xian immediately reached out again and pressed on the ground. 10 directions prison. The ground appeared with array patterns. And then stone pillars continued to rise from the ground, crisscrossing and locking Yisha's surroundings. But, is Yisha so easily locked? Z-Law. A blue electric current appeared, constantly rushing around. Violent and violent. With a rumble, the surrounding stone pillars collapsed, and Yisha came to Nie Xian. Heavy punch. The destroyer flashed with arcs of electricity. And then Yisha punched forward, hitting Nie Xian's chest. Puff! Nie Xian only felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. And then he kept retreating, and after more than 10 steps, Nie Xian stabilized his body. As expected of you, you are the flight attendant. Nie Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I am not your opponent. Yisha, it's too late to regret now. Nie Xian smiled. I didn't want to take your head in the first place. I was satisfied with making a small profit. However, at the last moment, I was driven by greed and tried to challenge you. However, I think it's not too late to regret now. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Oh? Nie Xian, sir, don't you want to know what I mean by making a small profit? The moment Nie Xian finished speaking, array patterns appeared again on the surrounding buildings. Array patterns appeared under Nie Xian's feet, spreading around and connecting with the array patterns drawn on the buildings in advance. Yisha immediately became alert. Nie Xian's array was still quite troublesome. Nie Xian, before leaving Doomsday train, I made a deal with most people. That is, they gave money, and I brought them to you. However, when I really came to you, I couldn't help but try it alone. Unfortunately, it turned out that I couldn't do it alone. In this case, all the surrounding array patterns were connected. And then the 5-colored streamers suddenly emanated. Nie Xian, in this case, I'd better withdraw from this fight. I'll be satisfied with making some money. The moment Nie Xian finished speaking, all people, a large number of figures suddenly appeared around. And the streets and the roofs of the surrounding buildings were all full of people. The pursuers on the Doomsday train. Judging from the number, there are at least 100 of them. And most of them are crew members this time. The remaining people in the death carriage can't be too weak to make a deal with Nie Xian. Everyone, I have fulfilled my promise for the money. Whether it succeeds or not, it has nothing to do with me from now on. Nie Xian smiled. Goodbye. Array patterns appeared under Nie Xian's feet. And then Nie Xian's figure gradually faded, and finally disappeared completely. Yisha's face was solemn, looking at the people around him who were ready to move. Although Yisha chose this city as the battlefield for counterattack, Yisha didn't think about dealing with so many people at once. Entering this city was originally to use the city's complex terrain to defeat them one by one. But with so many people appearing at once, what's the point of coming to the city? This is not in line with Yisha's plan. Yisha's plan was completely disrupted by Nie Xian. It's all over this time. Minghai wiped his cold sweat. With so many people, how many times will I die? You still have time to get out now. Yisha said in a deep voice. They are not interested in you. Of course, because these people are all coming for Yisha. Suddenly, Yisha looked at a man on the side of the street from the corner of his eye, and the other party clasped his hands on his sword. No need for words. Just fight. There is only one reason for these people to appear here, and Yisha will naturally not sit and wait for death. In this case, is there anything else to say? No. Nothing is needed. Sizzle. The man pulled the knife, which was purely unintentional, but it was like a signal, and a large amount of electric arcs appeared on Yisha's body, and the others also launched an attack at this moment. The war began, but a beam of light suddenly fell from the sky and landed on a building. The moment the building was enveloped by the white beam of light, it began to break and collapse, turning into rubble, and then flew directly into the sky along the beam of light. The two people standing on the building screamed, and then were completely annihilated in the beam of light. I am here, and I am the light. A voice suddenly sounded from the end of the street, holy and peaceful. When the voice appeared, the dark night seemed to suddenly become a little brighter. Yisha looked at the woman walking down the street and narrowed his eyes. Even the Apostles' Walk has to interfere? Does this count as a dragon swimming in shallow water and being bullied by shrimps? No. I'm here to pick you up. Mo, she smiled at Yisha. Welcome back. At this time, someone snorted coldly. Just the two of you. She stretched out her hand to play with the hair at her temples and smiled. Actually, I think the two of us should be enough. Before she finished her words, Ming-Hai interrupted her. 3. Moshi looked at Ming-Hai strangely, then smiled. Okay. 3. Although I think 3 people are enough. It's better to have fewer troubles. The moment Moshi finished speaking, a large number of figures suddenly appeared around, forming a circle on the periphery, surrounding the people chasing Isha. Among them, there were even many silver robes, all of whom were responsible for protecting Moshi. Moshi smiled. Is there enough manpower now? The number of apostles is not necessarily more than the people chasing Isha. But if the people sent by Nie Xian are mostly flight attendants, then every apostle is a crew member. On the Doomsday train, the existence of the apostles was a secret in the early stage. Only after becoming a crew member can they be exposed, and they need to fight each other for a long time. However, with several major battles, because many people in the death car were mobilized, this secret became an open secret. However, the comparison of strength is not wrong. When the people on the Doomsday train meet the apostles, what is the result? Naturally, fight. It is unknown who started the fight first. The opportunity was a moment, and the sound of fighting suddenly rang out. The streets were instantly in chaos, and everyone drew their swords against each other. Isha condensed the thunder ball, but before he could make a move, he was pulled by Moshi. Chapter 1768 Escape. Moshi watched Isha leave. I am here to take you away, not to help you fight. If you continue to tangle with them here, what is the point of me coming here? So follow me. Isha, do you think I need your help? Moshi smiled. Maybe not now, but are you sure you don't need it forever? Come with me first. Moshi let go of Isha and walked in the direction she came from. Isha thought about it and followed. Leaving Doomsday train does not mean that Isha will become an apostle. After all, many apostles died at Isha's hands. However, staying here is not a good choice in the current situation. Is it possible to kill everyone? Secondly, Isha has many questions and wants to ask Moshi, especially since Moshi has been eyeing Isha for a long time, which has always been something Isha is curious about. Going forward along the street, letting people leave is obviously something that many people do not want to see. On both sides of the street, someone suddenly rushed towards Isha. I am here, and I am the light. Moshi looked around. Holy light shines. White light emerged from Moshi's body, covering her body, making her look like a god descending from heaven. The white light made people feel holy and peaceful. The moment it illuminated them, it seemed that their hearts would calm down all of a sudden. When the light dissipated, Isha and the other two suddenly disappeared, leaving only the chaotic street. Isha was blinded by the white light until it gradually weakened and began to dissipate. Isha looked around and found that everything around him had completely changed. He seemed to have left the city and was surrounded by large forests. Isha, where is this? Chumping Mountain. Ming-Hai's voice sounded, just outside the city. Where I met you. Isha, why did you follow me? She turned her head and looked at Ming-Hai. Do you want to become an apostle? Isha said disdainfully. Is this how you recruit people in the apostles? Do you accept any kind of guys? Or do you just look for some people who can be used as cannon fodder? He is not an ordinary person. Moshi, you should be very clear about this. This rebuttal really left Isha speechless. Ming-Hai is certainly not an ordinary person. In fact, in some aspects, this guy is more extraordinary than Isha and Moshi. Isha and Moshi can still be killed. But can Ming-Hai be killed? Ming-Hai scratched his head. What is the apostle walk? Isha was silent, because this question was also what Isha wanted to know. Isha had been on Doomsday train for so long, and he knew a lot about the apostle walk. These guys, like the people on Doomsday train, have some strange abilities, and are the enemy of Doomsday train. Fighting is the only thing they need to do after they meet. The apostles are collecting relics of ancient civilizations, which is more obvious than Doomsday train. They seem to have mastered some secrets of ancient civilizations. The guides of the apostles are all old monsters, who have lived for who knows how many years. Wait. Isha still doesn't know the origin of the apostles. It's not that Isha hasn't explored it, but the proprietress is rather vague about it. So Isha still doesn't know the origin of the apostles. She thought for a while. If I want to explain it in detail, it will be quite troublesome, Because the apostles will also absorb some people to join. Such as you. She pointed at Ming Hai while speaking. So, in a broad sense, you can understand that the apostles' walk is a force built by the humans who survived in this world. Yi Sha disdainfully. Do you want to say that you are a survivor human camp? Yi Sha's words were full of disdain. Shi's explanation was purely perfunctory. Shi, I just said that it can be understood in a broad sense. If you are asking about the real apostles' walk, the explanation is more complicated. You can understand that we are a group of poor people who have been eliminated. Ming Hai, it's okay. You can talk slowly. I'm very free. Shi shook her head. I'm sorry. The real apostles have faith. When you recognize our faith and choose to join us, you will know everything. Unlike Doomsday Train, the apostles are very pure. Yi Sha, you don't even tell us the so-called faith. But you want others to join. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Or do you think that I need the protection of the apostles? So I will agree to whatever you say. She looked at Yi Sha. What I said just now was referring to him. You are different. You are an apostle. And you are the son of God. Yi Sha was stunned. Are you kidding me? Shi, you may not mean this. But after you devoured the apostle, you became one. By the way, you are a very strange existence. Normal people cannot absorb the power of the apostle. But no matter how strange it is, you succeeded after all. So you are one. Yi Sha, this is the best joke I have heard this year. Isn't all this determined by my own will, but by you? As for the apostle, dead things are nothing. And the power of the apostle is purely the process of my improving my own strength. She smiled. If it is really that simple, and you can decide everything with your will, why do you think the conductor wants to kill you? What did you do to the conductor? Did you resist him? Or did you do something he couldn't tolerate? Yi Sha licked his lips. He really hadn't thought about this question. To say that Yi Sha is loyal to the Doomsday Train and the conductor is definitely a lie. Yi Sha is not such an obedient guy. However, even if he has any ideas, Yi Sha usually keeps them in his heart. So far, Yi Sha has never done anything to provoke the Doomsday Train and the conductor. If there is one, it is the cooperation with Dr. Davis and the secret hiding of the apostle's body. Because Yi Sha deeply understands that on the Doomsday Train, everything is about strength. When Yi Sha has enough strength, Yi Sha should challenge the train conductor. Replacement. Or leaving. Both are possible. But before that, Yi Sha was considered a very well-behaved existence. But the problem is here. Yi Sha helps the train conductor, and does it very well. For Yi Sha, the power of the apostle is just one of the ways to improve himself. However, the train conductor can't tolerate it. The train conductor is not intolerant of Yi Sha becoming stronger, but intolerant of the existence of the apostle's power. This makes Yi Sha very confused. Even if he has the power of the apostle, he has not actually done anything to make the train conductor dissatisfied. Chapter 1769, the so-called future. Mashi, the reason why the conductor wants to kill you is because you are an apostle and a son of God. It's that simple. Even if this is not your own will, you have already stood on the opposite side, Mashi said, spreading her hands. So, you can look at this matter the other way around. Mashi, you are an apostle and a son of God. Yi Sha was silent for a while, then shook his head. I don't accept this statement unless you tell me everything. And then I will make my own judgment. Of course, there is no problem. You are qualified to know everything. Shi, I will take you back to where you really should go. Take you to see the guide. And help you solve your problems. This is why I am here. Shi said, turning her head to look at Ming Hai. Shi, as for you, you are also a very special and strange existence. I have never seen such an ability as you. So I welcome you to join the apostles. As for your question about the belief of the apostles, Shi was halfway through her speech when she suddenly put her hand on her chin, as if thinking, the faith of the apostles. Shi, it should be to prevent the end of the world from coming again, and to prevent tragedies from happening again in this world. Yi Sha sneered. What a lofty dream. In this case, why are you fighting with the Doomsday Train? You should go to Computech. They are the culprits of the end of the world. Aren't they? Computech? Shi shook her head. They are just a group of poor guys who got the power they shouldn't have, and then caused the tragedy. However, even if there was no Computech, there would be other companies or other people who made everything happen. So, Computech. Mashi raised her chin habitually again. and seemed to start thinking again. Moshi, comp is like a medium or intermediary. They did cause the end of the world. But the fact is that their existence is not as important as you think. Because the end of the world will always come. Yi Sha and Ming Hai looked at each other and shook their heads. I don't understand. Moshi, if I tell you that the end of the world is fixed and will definitely come, do you believe it? Yi Sha, oh? Then you might as well tell me that all humans will die. Anyway, everyone will die one day. Yi Sha was obviously speaking in a sarcastic way. It was impossible to say whether he believed or not what Emoshi said. It was just nonsense to Yi Sha. Yi Sha, according to my information, the root cause of the zombie virus was the drug developed by Compu. And the end of the world was due to the leakage of the zombie virus, which spread like a plague, infected people, and zombies appeared. But now you tell me that these are all predetermined. Which means that even if Compu doesn't research it, other biotech companies will research it? The zombie virus will definitely exist? This is as ridiculous as predicting the future. Yi Sha's words seemed to mock himself. Because, as the Emperor of Time, he really had the ability to predict the future. However, the fact is that it is precisely because Yi Sha is the Emperor of Time that he understands the law of time. Therefore, except for the train conductor as the original owner of the Emperor of Time, Yi Sha is confident that he knows better than anyone how ridiculous Moshi's words are. The future is full of uncertainties, and is also unpredictable. Taking the Emperor of Time's time prediction as an example, Yi Sha can indeed see 1 minute into the future. But if the future cannot be changed, what can you do if you can see 1 minute into the future? Therefore, the so-called 1 minute future is to see the future of this decision after Yi Sha makes a decision now. If Yi Sha changes his decision, the future will naturally change. The same is true for predicting the future. Because the future is not fixed, Yi Sha cannot change it. Predicting the future is just to let Yi Sha choose the right future from many different futures. Not to make it happen as Yi Sha wants. Therefore, after starting over again, will the zombie virus break out again? Yi Sha dare not guarantee that the zombie virus will not appear. And similarly, no one can guarantee that the zombie virus will still appear. This is the future. Moshi, I think you misunderstood me. I didn't mean the zombie virus. Ming Hai joked, it can't be a meteorite hitting the Earth. Right? Moshi, it may not be impossible. Ming Hai, beauty. I agree with him. This joke is really not funny at all. Moshi smiled. It's normal that you don't understand. Moshi then looked at Yi Sha. It's not normal that you don't understand. Haven't you been in that tower? Yi Sha frowned. Cylindrical tower? Moshi nodded. You have seen so many civilizations destroyed. Don't you feel anything? Yi Sha, it's just an illusion. No. Moshi, I told you at the beginning that everything you saw was real. But it just didn't exist anymore. It was a reappearance of historical civilization. You are not wrong to describe it as an illusion. But unlike an illusion, those things are not false. Yi Sha, all civilizations will eventually perish. Moshi, war, natural disasters, or other reasons. So many civilizations were destroyed. Of course there is inevitability. Naturally, the emergence of zombie viruses is also inevitable. Yi Sha, I still don't understand. Moshi smiled. You will understand. But now is not the time to explain this to you. I will take you to Valen City. There, we are in trouble. What's the problem? Yi Sha looked around and didn't feel anything. There was no one in this place except them. Moshi, however, according to the plan, the Terran guide will come to pick us up. But I can't feel his presence. Ming Hai, why are you talking so strangely? Does guide mean someone is coming to pick us up? We were delayed on the way. Moshi shook her head. Her face heavy. No. It's not delayed. Nor was it intercepted. But I can't feel his breath at all. Or, you can understand that he is dead. Yi Sha, not many guys can kill the guide. Moshi said leisurely. The conductor can. Ming Hai didn't understand. But Yi Sha became serious. Yi Sha knew very well what kind of crisis they would face if the conductor took action. Moshi, don't worry. It is undeniable that the conductor is very powerful. But he also has some things to worry about. He won't come to hunt you recklessly because he can't do it. Chapter 1770 The Guys Who Want My Head. Yi Sha glanced at Moshi. It seems that you know a lot about the Doomsday train. Since you are not going to talk about the apostles for the time being, can you tell us about the Doomsday train and the train conductor? Moshi thought for a moment, although I am not sure. According to the speculation of most guides, The train conductor may also be a guide. Yisha laughed. Your jokes are getting funnier. Do you mean that the train conductor is an apostle? Moshi, everyone has his own will. The identity of a guide does not necessarily mean that he can walk on behalf of the apostles. Although such a situation is rare. Yisha, but I have seen guides. Guides. Yisha thought for a while. Let's call it a life form called a guide. I have seen it twice. The form of that light source life form is very unique. But I have seen the conductor. He is a human being with flesh and blood. Yes. This is also the reason why I am not sure. Moshi. But I can be sure that the train conductor is definitely not human. Have you ever seen a human live for thousands of years? Yisha was surprised. The train conductor lived for thousands of years? Moshi. The guide is a new species of life born to continue life. They have lived for an unknown number of years. In the past 1,000 years, many guides have fought with the train conductor. And many have been killed by the train conductor. So this point is undeniable. Yisha, then, the Doomsday train has also existed for at least thousands of years? Why have you never heard of it? Moshi, it will only appear when the end of the world comes. Including the train conductor and us. We are destined to live in the cracks. When one era is heading for destruction, and before the next era comes. It belongs to our era. Minghai wondered, why am I getting more and more confused the more I listen? What are you talking about? Moshi smiled. I still say the same thing. First of all, you have to be sure that you want to be an apostle? Do you agree with our beliefs? Minghai spread his hands. I don't know. Of course. If I can end the end of the world, of course I am willing to do it. Who wants to live like this? Who doesn't miss the days before the end of the world? Who doesn't want to live a better life? But if you ask me if this can become a belief, I can't answer. Then follow me first. Moshi, the Terran guide may be dead. We have to rely on ourselves to return to Valen City. Yisha, the city of sunshine. The pearl on the west coast of the Mediterranean? Moshi, yes. That's the place. Yisha rolled his eyes. Are you kidding? Do you think you are on the Doomsday train? You can go wherever you want by opening the door? This is Asia. We are going to Valen City. We are going to the sea. Moshi, my family should take action. But we can't wait here. Minghai raised his hand. Can I say something? Moshi, please go ahead. Minghai, it's just going out to sea. I have a boat. If I have a boat, I can go out to sea. Yisha was stunned for a moment. And then found that Minghai really didn't lie. This guy did have a boat. In order to find the Gashapon machine. He also went to Wolf City. And this guy is not a person on the Doomsday train. If he wants to go there from Gangcheng, he still has to go out to sea. Moreover, it is not surprising that Minghai has a boat. Gangcheng is a coastal city. So of course there will be a large port. After the end of the world, those ships will be left there. And ships are not cars on the roadside, which can be easily destroyed by zombies. Minghai, a serious ocean liner. Not to mention going to Valencia. It can even travel around the world. Moshi, then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the port. Wait a minute. Minghai, beauty. You have never been to the sea. Right? There are ships. But you don't think that only the three of us can go to the sea. Right? We have to find people first. Moshi, where are the people? Minghai, there are people. 2. I have a group of sailors under me. The port city had a very developed shipping before the end of the world. Those people are ocean sailors. Very reliable. I have been to the sea 4 or 5 times. But they all took refuge in the city. TSK. Yisha shook his head. We have to fight back after all this time. Moshi, those people have dispersed. They don't have time to bother with you if you run away. However, they should still be wandering around the city. If we make too much noise, they will definitely find something, and won't let us go out to sea easily. Minghai spread his hands. What should we do? If we want to go out to sea, we must go back to find people. And we have to move some supplies. This will take more than a day or 2. We just have to endure hunger and prepare food and water. Those people are in the city. So this can't be done at all. We can't go out to sea whenever we want. Moshi thought for a moment. We don't need too much food and water. We can stop at the shore for supplies along the way. Forget it. Even if we compress the time, the other party will not watch us leave. Yisha, in the final analysis, can't we just let those people leave the port city? Moshi, do you have a solution? Yisha, solution? Very simple. In Yisha's shadow, The corpse flower vine suddenly emerged, spitting out a large number of paper pieces, forming paper wings behind Yisha. And then Yisha spread his wings and flew into the air. Yisha said fiercely, "Just kill them all." After Yisha finished speaking, he suddenly flew forward and headed for the port city again. Minghai stamped his feet. "Isn't this looking for death? You can't not die." She thought for a while. He is not the kind of person who would go looking for death. He should want to lead those people out of the city. Let's go back to the city and prepare to go to sea. If you have enough ships, your people should also hide on the sea for a while. At least a month. And wait for the Doomsday train to start again. The port city will be safe. On the other side, Yisha crossed the hill and came to the port city again. He did not hide his figure and flew directly from the air. Zila. After a while, Yisha was suspended in the air. Suddenly, electric current surged on Yisha's body. And then Yisha punched the sky. Thunder in all directions. In the sky, a large cloud suddenly appeared, dark and pressing very low on the roof of Yisha's building. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, thunders rose in waves, and a large amount of electric current appeared in the clouds, like long dragons, constantly turning. Boom! The huge thunder roared again, and a pillar of lightning suddenly fell from the clouds and slammed down to the ground. Along with a loud noise, a building was enveloped by the pillar of lightning. Almost in an instant, it was smashed to pieces, turning into countless broken rubbles, collapsing downwards. Yisha took a deep breath and shouted, "I am Yisha. Those who want my head, come and take it now." Chapter 1771 Space Fracture Zone. Yisha's roar quickly attracted many people. After all, the movement of Quanglei Shifang was really loud, and it could be clearly seen from every location in the city. Soon, a huge knife light suddenly appeared in the darkness, from bottom to top, breaking through the long night, and coming towards Yisha. Boom! The knife light collided with a falling lightning column, making a huge roar. And then, the lightning column was cut open, and the broken knife light came towards Yisha. Die! Yisha punched the knife light, and when his fist hit the knife light, it smashed it to pieces. "Hide your head and show your tail," Yisha shouted. "Get out!" Yisha growled, pressed his palm, and then an electric current fell from the sky, splitting a store in half. A man with a knife suddenly rushed out of the broken building, jumped into the air, raised his knife, and slashed at the sky. Snow in September. The blade light was dozens of meters long, and then exploded in the air like fireworks. Countless pieces of broken blade light, like silver-white snow, enveloped Yisha. Yisha shouted disdainfully, then changed his weapon to the twin serrated swords and pointed them in front of him. Eye of the storm. The surrounding airflow, pulled by the core energy of the twin serrated swords, continued to rotate, surrounding Yisha, constantly spinning, forming a storm circle. The next moment, those flying blade lights collided with the storm circle and were instantly crushed. The man shouted, "Do you still want to watch the show? Come one by one. No one can kill him." Several figures appeared on the street, obviously people who happened to be nearby, attracted by the roar of Quanglei Shifang and Yisha. Yisha's face darkened, and then a mysterious voice suddenly sounded in his ears, feeling the user's desire for power. The half-human, half-god characteristics are triggered. Half-human, half-god LV2, as long as you want. You are a god. Randomly acquire the ability of demigod characteristics. Space Fracture Zone. Space Fracture Zone, temporary, space ability, fantasy manifestation ability, supernatural ability, demigod ability, law ability. Tear the space of the designated area. Because of the space fracture, everything in the fracture zone will be destroyed, and gravity will be formed to pull and hit the target within a radius of 7.5 meters. Surprise appeared on Yisha's face. Yisha was not surprised at all when the demigod was triggered at this time. Yisha knew what he would face next. He wanted to take all the people chasing him away from the port city. Yisha will face countless enemies. At this moment, Yisha will of course be extremely eager for power from the bottom of his heart. And the half-man and half-god should certainly be triggered. What surprised Yisha was the ability triggered. From the nature of the ability alone, we can see the power of the space fracture zone. Of course, we can't make a hasty judgment without actually using it. But this is Limo's ability. This is the ability of Noah's apostle. When Yisha was in Sahai, he saw Limos use it with his own eyes. Limos even used this trick to severely injure the guide and Malfarion. Yisha really didn't expect that the half-human, half-god could also possess the abilities of Noah's apostle. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for Yisha. Yisha's expression suddenly became ferocious, and he growled at the bottom, "Go to hell. Space fracture zone." Yisha waved his hand fiercely forward. The man with the knife was about to continue the attack, and the big knife in his hand was horizontal, and a strange color appeared on the blade, like mercury, covering the blade. And then he slashed at Yisha. But, at this moment, in front of the man, the space seemed to be torn apart, and a black crack of about 1.5 meters appeared. Looking through the crack was full of darkness and chaos. A piece of nothingness. Then, under the stunned expression of the man, the knife light collided with the black crack and was instantly cut into pieces by the black crack. Boom! The surrounding buildings continued to shatter and collapse. But the rubble was sucked into the black crack before it fell to the ground. When the broken rubble collided with the black crack, the rubble was crushed into powder in the blink of an eye, sucked into the black crack, and merged with the void, completely turning into ashes. No! The man felt the huge suction force constantly pulling his body. And then, he couldn't help but scream. But he couldn't stop his body from moving forward. Puff! Blood splattered. When the man's body uncontrollably collided with the space fracture zone, the flesh on his body was torn in an instant, and the blood mixed with the flesh scattered around. The man turned into a skeleton with skin and flesh in the blink of an eye. But it was not the end. Of course, when the bones were sucked into the space fracture zone, they were also crushed in an instant, turning into a pile of white bone powder, floating in the black cracks. The people who wanted to attack Yisha were all stagnant at this moment. The deterrence of this space fracture zone was too great. With just one strike, Yisha killed a man. But that was not all. The key point was that the man was a flight attendant, a master of the king level, but he had no resistance in front of the space fracture zone. And his death was extremely tragic. What does it mean to leave no body? This is to leave no body. Yisha looked down from above, looking down from a high position, and suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Are you going to make a move? If you don't make a move, then I will. Space fracture zone. Yisha stretched out his hand and pressed it downward again, and the black crack appeared again. But this time it was not just one, but several black cracks spread out in a row. Run! I don't know who shouted first. And then the remaining people moved at the same time, running away quickly in different directions. But, can you run away? When a man was running, a black crack suddenly appeared in front of him. The man's face showed fear. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. He ran directly into the black crack. As if thrown into a meat grinder, the man's body was quickly minced. But not even a bit of minced meat was left. On the other side, the remaining few people were also struggling hard. The suction of the space fracture zone was extremely terrifying. Like a giant beast, opening its bloody mouth and swallowing everything madly. The blood mist continued to explode in the air, floating around and slowly spreading. The strong smell of blood was particularly pungent at this moment. Yisha looked at the street below, and then shouted around, "Who else?" Chapter 1772 Going Out to Sea. Yisha spread his wings and flew forward. Yisha was not worried that no one would come to him. Yisha could kill some people and drive some people away. Of course, it was impossible to make everyone retreat. Greed is one of human nature. This is not an absolutely bad thing. Many things are motivated by greed. When you want to get more, you will try to get more. Therefore, greed is sometimes a kind of belief. Secondly, it is because of gambling. This is actually an idea that must exist in everyone's mind. Everyone is gambling. When facing some uncertain things, they always want to gamble. Or think, what if I am lucky this time? The difference is that some people are rational enough to know when to stop, or can curb their desires, while some people will sink because of it. So, Yisha knew that someone would definitely chase him. The space fracture zone is strong enough, but it can't be used all the time. Yisha knows this, and those people know it too. They just need to wait for a suitable opportunity to appear. And when Yisha's power is constantly consumed and can't be used, then they will show their fangs and give Yisha a blow. Yisha quickly flew over the city, and then said again, "If you don't dare to come, then I will leave." After saying that, Yisha left the city and flew towards Chomping Mountain. At the same time, Ming Hai and Emoshi entered the city. Moshi, where is the port? Minghai, Donggang. There are several ships that can be used. The instruments are normal. And the internal combustion engine fuel is ready. They are on the ships. We only need to carry food and fresh water. And send people on board. Moshi, how long will it take? Minghai, that depends on whether the zombies give face. This is not a small team transfer. I have tens of thousands of people under my command. Except for the armed personnel. Most of them are weak and powerless. It is impossible to cross the city to reach the port. There must be a large number of zombies blocking the way. We can only go to the tourist pier first. And then go to the port by water in batches. Which will probably waste a lot of time. Moshi thought for a moment. Cross the city. Divide the people into 5 groups. Each group should not exceed 3,000 people. I will send people to escort you to the port. Since the people on the Doomsday train are chasing Isha, then the apostles will naturally be free and can be used for escort. Moshi felt a little upset when she thought of this. The purpose of her coming here was to take Isha away. But after going around in circles, Isha's situation did not change at all. On the contrary, because of the death of the Terran guide, even they were trapped here. Minghai hesitated for a moment. Can you do it? Moshi didn't waste any words, and directly stretched out her hand to a point in the distance. I am here. There is light. The sky in the distance was suddenly illuminated, and a white beam of light broke through the dark clouds and hit the ground. Almost in an instant, all the zombies covered by the beam of light were turned into ashes, and purified by the white beam of light. Moshi, is it okay? Minghai smacked his lips, and then felt a little numb. He had seen too many monsters recently, and he almost lost his senses. Moshi, so, if we go across the city directly, how long will it take? Minghai, the normal journey is about an hour. You are responsible for sending those who can't fight. I will take care of the other supplies. It will take about 12 hours from the Interbay Pier to the port? Moshi frowned. It's almost noon tomorrow. Minghai thought for a while. If we only take people and send supplies, it will take about 2 hours. However, in that case, I won't go. I can't leave the others alone. I can leave my belongings behind, but I can't leave the people behind. Moshi sighed. You are in trouble. So let's do as you say. Don't worry about those people. If they want to come back later, I can send someone to escort them. If they don't come back, I can give you a human camp with complete facilities for survivors. Minghai nodded. The two of them said nothing more, but acted quickly. Everyone, pack up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Go to the sea for a trip. Oh, don't ask so many questions. Just go to the sea for a few days, and you will be back. Don't take all this clutter with you. Hurry up. Hurry up. What? Other people who survived the human camp? Let's go. Let's go together. I'll send them ashore from other places. If they don't want to go, let them go. Look at the fighting outside. They are looking for death. How can I stop them? Don't take the family belongings for now. They should be back. Just hide in the air raid shelter and wine cellar first. Minghai began to quickly mobilize people. It must be said that in this small area, Minghai's prestige is quite high. A few words made everyone move, and no one would refute Minghai. After all, the development of this small piece of land in Gangchun to the present level is all due to Minghai's construction. The only trouble is that Minghai built a trading market for survivors, which is considered a place with relatively high liquidity. The number of people in the trading market is around 10,000 all year round. But in fact, the number of people who actually live here is definitely not that many. About half is enough. And the people in other survivors' human camps, including the liaison officers stationed here, may not necessarily listen to Minghai's arrangements. Minghai didn't care about it. Those who wanted to leave on their own could get out. Minghai considered himself the boss, but he didn't consider himself a hero. How could he control everyone? It was enough to control those who listened to him. Besides, leaving on your own was not necessarily dangerous. The people on the Doomsday train were coming for Yisha, not Minghai. Maybe they would disperse on their own later. The reason for the transfer was that the Doomsday train's stay at this station would not end so soon. In other words, even if they failed to hunt down Isha, these people would still linger here until the Doomsday train started again. Minghai's belongings may arouse the other party's greed. Food and water are not a big deal. There is no shortage of these on the Doomsday train, and there is no need to pay any price. What is important is the trading items. such as the materials obtained from the ancient species. Therefore, it is necessary to transfer people to the sea, wait for the Doomsday train to start again, and then come back. As for Ming Hai's belongings, they may be looted or not. Who can say for sure? However, as long as people are there, the trading market can be rebuilt, and if the place is destroyed, a new place can be found. If all the people die, everything will be ruined. Chapter 1773 Battle at Sea. Accompanied by the sound of whistles, the two cruise ships slowly sailed out of the port. On the deck, Ming Hai, what should we do now? Moshi frowned and said nothing. The sound of fighting has never stopped. In the direction of Chomping Mountain, it can be seen that Yisha is there. The question now is whether Yisha should get rid of the opponent and then get on the ship. Moshi, give the signal. We will go to sea first. There is no point in waiting for Yisha at the port. If Yisha gets on the ship, the opponent will directly attack the cruise ship. So it is necessary to go to the sea to meet Yisha. As for whether Yisha can get rid of them and go out to sea to join them, it depends on Yisha's ability. Ming Hai, then let's go. Go separately. Most people don't want to leave the port city. They want to come back. Moshi nodded. My people will go to that ship and escort them back afterwards. They will leave after ensuring safety. The whistle sounded again, and then went to the depths of the sea. Time passed by minute by minute. The coordinates of the cruise ship have been received by the Archon, but Yisha still hasn't appeared. Ming Hai, is it all over? Moshi said nothing. Now she can only rely on Yisha completely. They can't help. Then, at this moment, Ming Hai suddenly pointed to the front excitedly. The sea is frozen. He's coming. Moshi's eyes lit up. And then, but there should be a tail behind him. I'll go over and take a look. Ming Hai, I'll get you a boat. Well, I guess it's not necessary. Before Ming Hai finished speaking, he saw a large piece of white light appearing on Moshi's body. And then a beam of light fell from the sky, covering Moshi's body. In the beam of light, Moshi suddenly disappeared without a trace. On the other side, the paper wings behind Yisha spread out, and the white paper wings were now mottled and burned red by pieces of red blood. Some of those bloodstains were Yisha's own, and some were others. Yisha couldn't remember how many people he had killed, because there were too many, and now, there were only 2 people following him. Yisha looked down and saw a man in his 30s, tall and thin. White frost covered the left half of the man's body, and under the man's feet, the white frost froze the sea surface, allowing the man to walk on the sea. Eyes Emperor Tesla, an unknown flight attendant. Yisha had never heard of Tesla's name, and had no idea that there was such a person among the flight attendants. However, sometimes, fame is not proportional to strength. The guys who are famous on the Doomsday train are usually not too weak. This is an established fact. Because, if you want everyone to have heard of you, first of all, you must have enough strength. However, guys without fame do not mean they are weak. For example, Tesla. This guy is very strong. In the constant battles, Tesla is the one who caused the most trouble to Yisha. In fact, Yisha feels that this guy is probably stronger than Yutongkong. In other words, although the other party is not a flight attendant, he has the ability to become a flight attendant. Even though Tesla is unknown, Yisha had never heard of it before. As for the other one, he was a guy who had caused a lot of trouble to Yisha in the past, and is causing more trouble to Yisha now. Pace Lu. Lu Hao. Gonlin's flight attendant. Lu Hao looked at Yisha and smiled. Captain, do you still want to hold on? You are already at the end of your strength. Maybe? Yisha grinned. I'm curious. I only have one head. How are you two going to divide it? Lu Hao smiled. It's a low-level way to sow discord at this time. We can't possibly have an internal conflict at this time. Even if we want to fight, it should be after you die. I believe there is always a way to decide who owns your head, provided that your head is in our hands. Sowing discord? No. I'm just curious. Yisha reached down and said, You two are not enough to take my head. Boom! In the sky, thunder roared. Lightning streaked across the sky, and suddenly fell downward. Tesla was very silent. He had been fighting with Yisha for more than 10 hours. But unlike Lu Hao who liked to speak, Tesla was very silent. And even, it could be said that he never spoke. This is a silent, low-key, and steady man. Everything depends on the real test. When the lightning fell from the sky, Tesla looked up. Crack. Crack. The frozen sea surface kept making crisp sounds. And then an ice column suddenly rose up and collided with the lightning column in the sky. With a loud bang, the ice column was shattered. And at the same time, Yisha's electric current also turned into an arc and fell downwards. Lu Hao suddenly pointed to the sky. Word spirit technique. Countercurrent. Boom. On the sea surface, the sea water suddenly exploded, and a water column rushed up to the sky. Lu Hao is not a superhuman, and the word spirit technique is also Yi Yu's exclusive brain ability. But Lu Hao's ability is to copy. Lu Hao can reproduce the abilities of all the people who have been copied by Lu Hao. Among them, it is surprising that even 2 deputy train captains have the ability. But, Yisha disdainfully said, fakes are always just fakes. Yisha waved his hand fiercely, relying directly on brute force, and smashed the water column that rose into the sky. Brain power is indeed brain power. Word spirit art is indeed word spirit art. However, how can Lu Hao's mental power be compared with Yi Yu's? The mental power of the two is very different, and the power of their attacks is naturally very different. The copy of the word spirit art is only the form, and it is not at the same level as the word spirit art performed by Yi Yu. The next moment, Yisha opened his arms. The sun and the moon are in the sky. Yisha's palm shone with brilliance, and a sun and a moon appeared in Yisha's palms at the same time, and then slowly floated up. When the sunlight fell, Tesla frowned, because the frozen sea surface under his feet showed signs of melting. Tesla's body suddenly became very cold, and it kept flowing to his feet, freezing the melting sea surface again. Lu Hao chuckled and spread his hands. I can do it too. In Lu Hao's palm, the same sun and moon appeared, and then floated towards the sky. Get out of here. Yisha snorted coldly. You dare to compete for glory? The sun and the moon shine together. Before Lu Hao's sun and moon could rise, they were pressed back by the falling light. The smile on Lu Hao's face couldn't help but shrink. Chapter 1774 The Last of the Powerful. Lu Hao's face was gloomy. The strength of an ability is not only determined by the ability, but also by who uses it. Of course, this is also related to Lu Hao's copying ability. Lu Hao's copying ability is copied through memory, and memory cognition cannot be 100% correct. For example, the ability of the deputy train conductor was copied from Yisha's memory by Lu Hao when he was dealing with Apostle X. Then, the strength of the use of the deputy train conductor's ability only stays at the strength of Yisha's memory. The question is Yisha's memory correct? In fact, Yisha's memory of the 2 deputy train captains is also quite one-sided. Memory cannot reflect the true strength or weakness. That is only Yisha's cognition. On this point, when Yisha really fought with Dong Fangyu, he could feel the opponent's strength, and Yisha already had the real sun and moon in the sky, and Lu Hao's sun and moon in the sky still remain in Yisha's original memory. So, they are totally different. Lu Hao's sun and moon didn't even have a chance to rise into the sky. The sun suddenly burned up, while the moon was icy. Then the sun burned out completely, and the moon was completely broken into powder. Yisha said disdainfully, if you want to keep me, use all your tricks. Lu Hao's expression became ferocious. Don't worry. I will definitely keep you, because I came to you at the cost of everything. I have no way out. If I don't kill you, Gan Lin will not let me go. Yisha, if she wanted to kill me, she would do it herself. Not you. You can't do it. Yes. Lu Hao licked his lips. Her order is not to allow anyone to chase you. But I'm here, so you must die. Only by becoming a flight attendant can I be on an equal footing with her. Otherwise I will die and be killed by her. A large amount of black smoke suddenly appeared on Lu Hao's body. So, Lu Hao widened his eyes. Let's continue. Bet on your life. If you don't die, I will die. Boom. The smoke surrounding Lu Hao suddenly exploded, swept along the sea surface, and after covering a large area, a loud noise suddenly appeared. The next moment, the sea surface seemed to be dug out, and a huge bone hand rose from the bottom of the sea and grabbed Yisha. Yisha's pupils shrank. This was Gan Lin's ability. It was not surprising. Lu Hao was Gan Lin's crew member. It was not difficult to find an opportunity to copy Gan Lin's ability. However, Gan Lin's ability was naturally very troublesome. At the same time, the bone hand had already arrived in front of Yisha. Boom! Yisha's body was once again filled with electricity, and he fell downwards, collided with the bone hand, and completely smashed it. Lu Hao said fiercely, "I wonder how long you can hold on." As Lu Hao spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand forward. The sea surface quickly churned up, and then countless white bones emerged from the sea surface, and continued to rise and fall along the sea surface. Tesla stretched out his hand forward, and an ice spear was solidified by Tesla. Lu Hao was right. The key is how long Yisha can hold on. Lu Hao and Tesla are both very strong. Their strength is the best among the flight attendants. Only the two of them can keep up with Yisha and chase him to the sea, which is very telling. However, fighting alone, both of them know very well that they can't kill Yisha, or they will definitely be killed by Yisha. There is of course a difference between having the strength of a flight attendant and becoming a flight attendant. But Yisha is not Yisha in his prime now. Yisha had injuries, which were accumulated from continuous battles. Some minor injuries could be quickly recovered through regeneration ability, but some serious injuries, with regeneration ability, could only guarantee that they would not be as serious as normal, and recovery still needed time. In addition, there was physical strength, but because of the twin serrated swords, Yisha had preserved his physical strength very well. After all, fighting to the death could help Yisha solve the physical problem. Of course, these were not the most fatal. Yisha is still standing here, which means that the injury has not affected him much. The fatal point is the ability. The three evil swords have been used. The whole world is the king's land has been used. The dragon has been used. The white dragon king has been used. The ice and snow have been used. The divine thunder has also been used. Even the ability of the Emperor of Time has been used a lot, which has put a burden on Yisha's body load. Yisha is currently relying entirely on the ordinary attacks of the Thunder Emperor and the Paper God to support him. But how long can he hold on? Only a quarter of the power stored in Yisha's Thunder Core is left. How long can it last? This is why Lu Hao and Tesla are confident in killing Yisha. Yisha has indeed killed many people, which makes people marvel at the strength shown by Yisha as a former crew chief. However, these are not without cost, and these costs can enable them to kill Yisha in the end. Yisha took a deep breath, feeling the user's determination to fight to the death. The decisive feature is triggered. Death-defying level 5. I am not afraid of death. So how can I be afraid of you? At this time, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded beside Yisha's ears, and it was the death-defying ability that was activated again. The belief of a fight to the death. Yisha took a deep breath and prayed in his heart. Unfortunately, death-defying characteristics randomly improve ability. 24 Bridges Moonlit Night. 24 Bridges Moonlit Night is used for swordsmanship matching, and the matching result is Star Swordsmanship. Yisha closed his eyes, and a bit of pain appeared on his face. It's useless. This time, the ability of Death Defying could not help Yisha, because the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night had been used up. Even if the ability of Death Defying was improved, it would be meaningless and could not be used at all. At this time, Tesla took a step forward and threw the ice spear in his hand into the air. The ice spear cut through the sky and approached Yisha. Ah! At the same time, Lu Hao also roared, and the sea surface suddenly churned up, pushing the bones up and down. The huge bone hand appeared again and stretched out into the air. Yisha took a deep breath, pointed his fingertips forward, and the arc jumped on his fingertips. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pressed downward. No matter how difficult it was, there was no way out for Yisha, and he could only fight. But at this moment, I am here, and there is light. Moshi's voice suddenly sounded, and then a large piece of white light enveloped Yisha's body. Bless! Boom! Boom! The next moment, the ice spear and the bone hand collided with the white light, making a loud roar. Chapter 1775 Light is coming. The huge bone hand continued to emit black smoke under the light, and then shattered in an instant, among the white bones turning on the sea. The skulls kept rising and falling, as if showing pain, and then evaporated just as quickly. Obviously, Moshi's light had a very obvious restraining effect on these white bones. Tesla's ice spear did not seem so powerful, but it could last longer, constantly pushing the white light blocking the front. After about 2 or 3 meters, the ice spear barely advanced to Yisha's front, and then completely shattered. Moshi is here. The next moment, Moshi appeared on Tesla's frozen ice surface and stretched out her hand. I am here, and I am the light. A large amount of white light emerged from Moshi's body, and she stretched out her hand forward. Heavenly punishment. The white light column fell from the sky, and then continued to rise, forming the shape of a cross, and fell down. Tesla took a deep breath, and then exhaled, and white frost appeared on both sides of the corners of his mouth. Crack, crack. The ice covering Tesla's body became even thicker, and then a huge icicle rose behind Tesla and crashed into the cross of light in the sky. Lu Hao took the opportunity to kill Yi Sha and shouted, "Stop that woman! I only want the position of the chief steward, and everything else belongs to you." Lu Hao attacked Yi Sha, and a strong death aura suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. A river appeared on the sea. A river that covers the sea. That is the Styx. In the Styx, bones surged and countless corpses floated. A lone boat. A green lantern. The lone boat sailed on the river, going farther and farther, and there was no return. Lu Hao shouted loudly, and the water of the Styx suddenly rushed up to the sky. The surroundings were filled with the sounds of ghosts and wolves howling, which frightened people's hearts and made people feel palpitations. She was a little anxious. Yi Sha's current state was visibly embarrassed. Obviously, the series of battles had exhausted Yi Sha. Then, the white light appeared again, covering the sky. Holy, peaceful. Compared to the Styx, Shi's ability is completely at another extreme. Light and darkness. Life and death. But at this moment, an ice wall suddenly rose from the sea, towering 100 meters away, blocking Shi's light. At the same time, the water of the Styx rolled back into the air and fell towards Yi Sha. Lu Hao shouted at Yi Sha, "Die!" But, at this moment, Yi Sha suddenly raised his head, his eyes clear, looking at Lu Hao and suddenly laughing. "Do you expect that ice guy to stop that woman so that you have time to kill me?" Crack, crack. Yi Sha suddenly clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. On the other hand, Yi Sha, why wasn't it that woman who stopped Tesla? Yi Sha raised his head, looked at the water of the Styx flying over, and suddenly waved his arms forward. Bang! It was just a strong wind, and the water of the Styx in front of Yi Sha exploded with a bang, and a large piece of it scattered downwards. Lu Hao widened his eyes. Lu Hao didn't expect that Yi Sha still had some strength left. Even at this time, he still had some strength left. Yi Sha ignored Lu Hao and looked at Shi. "I should be able to trust you, right?" Shi raised her head. "Of course. I said I would take you home." Then, Yi Sha took a deep breath. "Let's start." Yi Sha suddenly clenched his fists, and then the muscles of his arms suddenly bulged, and Yi Sha's eyes turned red due to congestion. Berserker state. Berserker, enter the Berserker state. Physical fitness increases by 150%. Other physical fitness enhancement abilities cannot be superimposed. When using heavy weapons, strength increases by an additional 50%. Obtains super speed regeneration ability. Obtains the ability to fight more bravely. Obtains the ability to kill crazily. And obtains the ability of courage of a common man. The Berserker ability is the only ability that Yi Sha has not used, because the sequelae of the bravery of a common man means that the Berserker ability can only be used in a one-on-one duel or with the help of companions. Otherwise, when the ability ends, Yi Sha is no different from committing suicide. And now, Yi Sha chooses to believe in Shi. "Ah!" Yi Sha raised his head, roared angrily, and showed a bit of madness. When Yi Sha entered the Berserker state, the most obvious change was not the sudden swelling of muscles, but the injuries on Yi Sha's body. Ha! Ha! Yi Sha opened his mouth, bent his body, and exhaled white air continuously. His chest was obviously rising and falling. And then the dense wounds on Yi Sha's body began to heal continuously. Super speed regeneration. Now, Yi Sha clenched his fists and looked down at Lu Hao. "It's my turn to ask a question. How long can you hold out under my fist?" Suddenly, Yi Sha rushed down. Lu Hao showed a look of surprise on his face, and hurriedly mobilized the sticks to go to the sky. Bang! Without any hesitation, Yi Sha raised his fist and smashed it towards the sticks. Then, with a loud bang, the sticks exploded and splashed everywhere. After breaking the sticks, Yi Sha continued to fall. In the cracked sticks, countless bone hands stretched out and tried to grab Yi Sha's body, but they were completely shattered at the moment of contact, turning into countless bone fragments and falling everywhere. The next moment, Yi Sha came to Lu Hao and opened his mouth at Lu Hao. Compared to Gon Lin, Yisha clenched his fist. You are far inferior. Bang! Yisha raised his fist and punched Lu Hao in the face. Then Lu Hao's body flew backwards, rolling continuously along the sea surface, splashing countless waves. The paper wings behind Yisha folded and unfolded, and then flew towards Lu Hao again. Almost in the blink of an eye, he caught up with Lu Hao, who was still flying in the air, grabbed Lu Hao's throat, and lifted Lu Hao into the air. Yisha, do you have any last words? Bang! Lu Hao growled, and pressed his hands on Yisha's chest, his arms constantly emitting red. With a loud bang, an explosion-like impact pushed forward, blasting Yisha away. Lu Hao's body turned twice in the air, but did not fall, but floated there. He used floating ability. Yisha stabilized his body in the air and smiled grimly. It seems that you have no last words. So, go to hell. Ziz. Yisha stretched out his hand forward, and a current swept out from Yisha's palm, cutting through the sky and heading towards Lu Hao. Word spirit. Lu Hao shouted, countercurrent. The sea surface seemed to be boiling, and bubbles kept coming out. Chapter 1776 Berserker. Boom! A column of water shot up into the sky, collided with the electric current, and then the column and the electric current shattered at the same time. But at this moment, Yisha's figure suddenly appeared in the water, and before Lu Hao could react, he grabbed Lu Hao's chin again. Bite your teeth. Yisha, die. Sizzle. An electric current suddenly surged from Yisha's palm, and Lu Hao screamed. 5%. 10%. Lu Hao wailed and raised his right hand. A blade suddenly grew out from his forearm and stabbed towards Yisha's waist. Poof! The blade pierced into Yisha's abdomen. Blood immediately flowed down the blade. However, Yisha seemed to be unaware of it and didn't care about the injury on his waist at all. Because of the super speed regeneration, new flesh and blood quickly grew out of the edge of the wound, and even stuck the blade in Yisha's body. 15%. 20%. Yisha raised his left fist and aimed it at Lu Hao's head. Electric currents were surging wildly, lingering around Yisha's arm. Lu Hao immediately struggled frantically, trying to pull out his arm blade and escape from Yisha's control. But he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull out his arm blade at all, as Yisha took the initiative to tighten the muscles between his waist and abdomen. Yisha's right hand was like a pair of pliers, tightly grasping Lu Hao's chin, as if he wanted to crush Lu Hao's chin. 25%. Sizzle. The electric current in Yisha's left fist kept colliding, and suddenly a sharp whistle sounded, which was extremely harsh. Yisha smiled. Goodbye. Bang. Yisha's fist fell and hit Lu Hao's face hard. The Berserker's 150% physical fitness was improved, and all the electricity in the Thunder Core was completely drained by Yisha at this moment. This is the strongest punch Yisha can do at present. It is also Killer Fist. When Yisha's fist hit Lu Hao's face, Lu Hao's expression was completely distorted. His facial features were deformed in an instant, and his entire face was sunken. Then the electric current quickly wrapped around Lu Hao's body, and Lu Hao's skin was quickly torn apart. Blood gushed out crazily, and then Lu Hao fell towards the sea, like a cannonball. A column of water was smashed on the sea surface, and it continued to fall towards the bottom of the sea. Lu Hao. Die! Yisha folded up the paper wings and landed on the frozen sea. She retracted her hand, but moved to the back, blocking Tesla's position with Yisha one after the other. Yisha, come on. Show all your skills. You should know that I will not let you go. There is no point in holding back. Tesla took a deep breath and licked the corner of his mouth, but did not speak, because he did not like to speak. Crack. Crack. Suddenly, a large number of cracks appeared on the ice. Yisha didn't take it too seriously at first, but soon his pupils shrank, and he jumped forward with his feet. That crack was a formation pattern. Yisha punched Tesla hard, but at this moment, Tesla's body suddenly disappeared, and Yisha's punch went empty. Ye Xian. Seeing Tesla disappear, Yisha growled, Don't let me see you again. Ye Xian was gone, but Ye Xian's formation pattern was there. Ye Xian had used this trick to leave before. I guess Tesla made some deal with Ye Xian. This array pattern is obviously a life-saving array pattern. Forget it. She took a deep breath. He has left. Yisha nodded, and suddenly his body softened, and he half knelt on the ice. She was stunned at first, and then reacted. Ability usage restrictions? Yisha nodded, looking extremely weak, and lay directly on the ice, even looking like his consciousness began to blur. Moshi, I'll ask the boat to come over now. The last pursuer, one dead and one escaped. Yisha was completely safe. The cruise ship arrived. Moshi asked someone to move Yisha into the bedroom in the cabin, and then said, "You should have a good rest, and we will talk about anything after you recover." Yisha did not respond, and seemed to have fainted. Moshi did not say anything more, turned around and left the bedroom, closing the door. At this moment, Yisha suddenly opened his eyes, and sat up from the bed. The berserker state does have sequelae, but the duration does not end so quickly. Secondly, the sequelae of adrenaline and frenzy are very serious, which can make people so weak that they have difficulty moving. However, after the two merged and evolved into a berserker, the sequelae have been reduced a lot. The negative effect of the bravery of a common man is to reduce the physical fitness by 50%, entering a weak state, which lasts for 3 hours. But it will not make Yisha faint. The previous appearance was naturally pretended by Yisha, or it was a test. This is the best way for Yisha to determine whether Moshi has malicious intentions towards him. If there is malicious intention, what is better than a weak state and a chance of fainting? If Moshi wanted to do something, then just now was the best opportunity. However, Moshi did nothing. For Yisha, even Yisha didn't know whether this result was good or bad. The good thing was that Yisha could finally rest, and rest well. It would be difficult to chase Yisha out to sea. Moreover, it was not easy to chase Yisha at sea, and it would take a lot of time. It might not be possible to hold on until the Doomsday train departed, unless the train conductor came in person. The bad thing was that if Moshi had no ill will towards Yisha, then it meant that what Moshi had said before was most likely true. So, did he really become an apostle? Yisha frowned. Becoming an apostle. Is this a good thing? Or a bad thing? Yisha didn't know the answer. At least for Yisha at present. There was no answer. Yisha suddenly thought of 4 words: uncertain future. Yisha took a deep breath and murmured, "But no matter what is coming will come. So, come!" Yisha laid down on the bed again and closed his eyes. The 3 hours of weakness passed quickly, and Yisha woke up and was almost done. The problem was that the ability limit time had not yet completely ended. Yisha is still not in his prime, but because he used the berserker ability at the last moment, with the help of super speed regeneration, Yisha's injuries have recovered. There is basically nothing serious. In 2 days, he will be a brave man again. Coming to the deck to get some fresh air, Yisha immediately saw Minghai sitting on the bow, holding a fishing rod, closing his eyes, and he didn't know whether he was fishing or taking a breath. Yisha leaned on the railing of the boat. "Is this how you fish in the sea? With this speed? What do you expect to catch? Besides, are there any fish in this sea that have not been infected by the zombie virus? Even if there are, they have all been eaten or bitten to death. Right?" Chapter 1777 Miscalculation. Minghai opened his eyes and smiled. "Life on the sea is very boring, so I have to find something to entertain myself. I know I can't catch any fish, but I'm just sitting there." As Minghai spoke, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and gestured to Yisha. Yisha took it and sat down on the deck. "Why don't you leave?" Minghai blew out a smoke ring. "What do you mean?" "Yisha, those people will leave the port city soon. You can go back after taking a stroll on the sea and continue to be your mountain king. Isn't it good?" "Minghai, you don't want me to follow you?" "Yisha, are you willing to fight? Like a vicious dog, madly, biting, gnawing, killing the enemy, and then surviving. Just like me. Just like the battle you saw me in." Minghai scratched his head. Yisha, even in the end of the world, everyone lives a hard life. But the way to live is different. I can't turn back. You can still make your own choice." Minghai nodded and answered the question irrelevantly. "Do you know what a person will become when he can't die no matter what?" "Yisha, I will die. So you shouldn't ask me." Confused and desperate. "Minghai, there was a time when I was not happy that I couldn't die, but felt extremely depressed. I once thought, could it be that all the humans in the world died? The earth was completely destroyed, but I still couldn't die? How painful it would be. An abandoned person. An abandoned world." Minghai said, as he flicked the cigarette butt into the sea. "However, we should look at the bright side of things." Minghai smiled. For a person who cannot die, the thing he lacks the most is courage. Anyway, he cannot die. So what else should I be afraid of? Yi Sha, not fearing death and seeking death are two different things. Ming Hai, let me put it this way. When I saw you and those people, I suddenly realized that I didn't really understand this world. I was very curious, and I wanted to take a closer look to see what this world was like. Then, as I said, other people might have some reservations. But I didn't. I was fearless. Yi Sha spread his hands. Whatever you want. After enjoying the breeze on the sea for a while, Yi Sha returned to the cabin. As Ming Hai said, sailing on the sea is very boring. Almost doing nothing. And being in a daze every day. So you have to find something to entertain yourself. Especially to Valen City. If it was before the end of the world, no one would take a ship to go there unless it was a global route. Because of the problem of land connection. The route is a circle. Not directly across the sea. Which takes more time. And even requires them to cross 3 seas. Of course, doing nothing is not a reason to relax. Now this ocean is more dangerous than the land. There are more ancient species in the ocean than on land. At the same time, they are more mysterious and more dangerous than on land. This is not only a problem of ancient species, but also a problem of the environment. In the battle at sea, humans are undoubtedly in an absolutely disadvantageous position. Get ready. She pushed open Yi Sha's door. We will arrive in Modai in the evening. We need to land for supplies. You have to help. Go to that poor place for supplies? Yi Sha bared his teeth, even before the end of the world. That place was already short of food. Now, can we still find food? Modai was a war-torn area before the end of the world. The least economically developed place in the world. And the average annual income of people there was about $370. Although it was famous all over the world. The reason for its fame was the pirates there. And they were pirates for all the people. In that ghost place, pirates were actually a serious profession and could be recruited openly. Moshi spread her hands. There's nothing we can do. There was a problem with the route. We didn't intend to go there. Moshi also knew that going to Modi was a very bad choice. They were already short of supplies before the end of the world. According to statistics, more than 50% of the population in the country were hungry. Even this 50% of the population didn't have safe drinking water. Moshi, in fact, the food problem is relatively easy to solve. You can just go and hunt some ancient species. As long as they are not infected with the zombie virus. Most ancient species are edible. But we need fresh water and fuel. Yi Sha slapped his forehead. Why take a boat? We should have a plane. Looking back now, Yi Sha felt that this plan was a huge mistake. Why take a boat? Can't we take a plane? The port city has a large airport. Of course. Compared with the port, the airport is more open and more easily destroyed. However, even if the port city can't find a usable plane, it can go out to sea first, and then go to other cities to find one. Why be so stubborn and insist on taking a boat to Valen City? Moshi also suddenly realized that she had miscalculated this time. Or was misled by Mihai. It was because of that guy that she wanted to go to sea. And she only wanted to go to sea. Can you blame me? Mihai happened to pass by the cabin and yawned. You can find the plane. But can you find the pilot? Do you think I'm stupid? I can fly a plane. And I can also take a boat across the Pacific Ocean to Wolf City? Yi Sha gritted his teeth. I can drive. Yi Sha can indeed drive. Of course. Not referring to himself. But the Archon. She added, among the apostles I brought, there are also those who can fly airplanes. Ming Hai was stunned. You didn't say that. Yi Sha sighed. And he really couldn't blame Ming Hai. Ming Hai was not a member of the Doomsday train. Nor was he an apostle. So his thinking was that of an ordinary person. Take the survivors' human camps for example. When they encounter transportation, what do they think of first? Of course, vehicles. Ming Hai runs a trading market in the port city. When other survivors' human camps come to trade, no matter how far or near, most of them come in convoys. Exhausted, there are some who use airplanes as a means of transportation. But they are very, very few. The reason is very simple. Driving problem. Before the end of the world, all countries that were not extremely backward had entered the era of countries on cars. And cars had become the most common means of transportation. If you randomly pick someone on the street, they will probably carry a driver's license with them. But airplanes are different. There are few pilots. And they are even more scarce in the end of the world. Therefore, if there is a survivor human camp with a famous pilot, it is definitely a treasure. Simply put, airplanes are easy to find, but pilots are hard to find. In fact, it is not easy to find sailors either. Ming Hai happened to have a group of them, so he thought of going to sea. Otherwise, he could only drive, which is more troublesome than going to sea. Chapter 1778 Entering the City. As for why Yisha and Mo, she didn't remember it. It was purely a matter of habit. Yisha pushed open the door of the Doomsday train and left the Doomsday train platform, which would lead to any city. To travel in the city, a car was usually enough. As an apostle, Mo, she probably had similar abilities. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get entangled with the people on the Doomsday train. The two of them didn't even think about the plane. So, inertial thinking is sometimes quite scary. Mashi, so, we can just go to Modi to find a plane. Right? Yisha, are there any airlines in this poor place? Ming Hai, yes. There are. Yisha, that's not bad. Ming Hai, but it seems that it has been suspended for more than 10 years due to the civil war. Your grandma. Yisha scolded, can you stop talking nonsense? Ming Hai, you are stupid. Although there are no local airlines, or they are just in name only, it means that there are still international airports, which are taken over by airlines from other countries. Yisha's eyes lit up. Then, we can go and look for it. But we have to keep an eye on the ship. The airport in this damn place, even before the end of the world, probably wouldn't have too many planes. It's hard to say whether there are still planes that can fly now. Mo, she thought for a while. How about this? You and Ming Hai go to the airport to find a plane. I'll find fuel. If it doesn't work, we'll take a boat to the next city to continue looking. Yisha nodded. Let's do it. Ming Hai looked at the time. There are still several hours left. Just in time to take a nap. Don't you guys want to rest? Yisha, you guys go. I'll go to the deck to get some fresh air. It's better to stay awake. But it's hard to say if you fall asleep. Emoshi, nightmare? Yisha raised his eyebrows. You know? Emoshi nodded. Yisha, you know a lot of things from the Apostles' Walk. Is there any way to solve it? There should be a way. Emoshi, I'm not sure. But if there is a way, the guide will know. After all, they have lived for a long time and know a lot of things. Yisha nodded. I'm looking forward to it. Yisha brushed past Emoshi and walked towards the deck. Although the pursuers behind him were temporarily solved, the nightmare problem still troubled Yisha. This is the power from the Doomsday train, and it is not so easy to solve. Of course, the nightmare does not have much impact on Yisha at present. During the days on the ship, Yisha reduced his sleep as much as possible, and the time for sleep. But it is impossible not to sleep all the time. And he still entered the dream several times, and was chased by the nightmare. The bad news is that the nightmare has become stronger, as Yisha entered the dream more and more times. He clearly found that the intensity of the nightmare was much stronger than the first time he entered. In addition, the frequency of special nightmares such as giant nightmares has also increased significantly. Although it is far from the point where Yisha cannot deal with it. Yisha is worried about whether those nightmares will continue to become stronger, and whether this strengthening will end. If there is no end, then things will be troublesome. On the other hand, fighting nightmares will more or less cause some minor injuries, which will be reflected in the real state. And secondly, the mental impact. Sleeping is for recovery, both physically and mentally. The physical problem is not big, although the injuries caused by nightmares will be reflected in reality. They are all minor injuries. With the regeneration ability, there is no big problem. Moreover, the physical fitness has indeed recovered. The problem is mental. Sleep is sleep. Even if you have nightmares, mental recovery still exists. However, the appearance of nightmares will definitely have an impact. This is just like deep sleep and light sleep. There are scientific data showing that if you can maintain deep sleep for a long time, 3 hours of sleep a day is enough for humans. But if it is light sleep, many people will still feel tired after 8 hours of sleep. But even if it is light sleep, you will feel tired, and your mental state will definitely be restored compared to before sleep. But the degree of recovery is not so good and so obvious. This is how Yisha feels now. Although he is recovered mentally, the quality of recovery is definitely lower than the normal recovery level. Moreover, as the nightmare becomes stronger, this problem will become more and more obvious. When sleep can no longer help Yisha recover mentally, and even the battle against the nightmare will make Yi Sha more tired. Death will loom over Yi Sha. Yi Sha stood on the deck and rubbed his face. The nightmare problem must be solved. This is a serious problem, but not too urgent. The reason why it is not urgent is that judging from the current speed and frequency of nightmare enhancement, it is impossible to threaten Yi Sha in a short period of time. But it must be solved eventually. Yi Sha murmured, I hope the Apostle Walk can give me a surprise. No matter what else. If the guy can solve this problem, Yi Sha and Mo-Shi's trip will not be in vain. As for the price, even if it means helping the Apostle Walk, it is fine. Just like Yi Sha had worked for the Doomsday train and the train conductor. There is a reward for every effort. And it is an equal exchange. Thinking about it, the cruise ship gradually entered the port. There were not many people on this ship. In addition to Ming Hai sailors, and the silver robe responsible for protecting Mo-Shi, the other apostles were arranged on another cruise ship. Those who protected Ming Hai would drift on the sea for about half a month, and then return to the port city. Mo-Shi stayed at the port to make arrangements, and then took people to find fuel. While Yi Sha and Ming Hai left the port as soon as possible and went to the airport, there were many zombies on the street, wandering around with blank eyes. When Yi Sha and Ming Hai appeared, the zombies quickly gathered around them like sharks smelling blood. Yi Sha casually threw out 16 yuan alloy balls, which flew forward and turned into silver light, blowing up the heads of the zombies. Ming Hai walked forward. This place doesn't look too bad. Yi Sha, it's normal. There are many countries with vast land and sparse population. Many cities have pitifully small populations. But the capital is as overcrowded as the big cities. This place is the same. Although there is war, the capital city can't be too bad. A poor country does not mean that there are no rich people. It's just that the gap between the rich and the poor is very large. There are a lot of people in Modi who can't even get enough food. But those so-called warlords live in villas, drink fine wine, and live just as well. Chapter 1779 People. Yi Sha, we need to find a map first to find the location of the airport. Don't count on the internet. Even before the end of the world, there were probably only tens of thousands of residents in this broken place who had access to the internet. It is impossible to build a website to draw an electronic map of this place. However, there are newsstands. Nowadays, there are very few stores selling paper maps in many countries because they cannot sell them. But this problem does not exist in this place. As long as you find a newsstand or a bookstore, you will definitely be able to find a map. And there are hotels. Ming Hai, hotels usually sell maps. This is true. In the past, when the internet was not well developed, maps were usually sold on the counters of hotels for the convenience of tourists. It is rare now. But Modier is a different story. Ming Hai pointed to a hotel on one side. I'll go there and take a look. Yi Sha pointed to the front. I'll go ahead and walk straight along this street. If there is a fork in the road, I'll wait for you there. Ming Hai nodded, and then walked towards the hotel. Yi Sha was not worried about Ming Hai's safety at all. And Ming Hai himself was not worried either, because he would not die. Ming Hai entered the hotel, and Yi Sha walked forward, clearing the zombies on the street. Suddenly, Yi Sha's eyes fell on a car on the street. Weird feeling. Yi Sha came to the back of the car, and there were some traces of tire friction behind the car, which were relatively new. Yi Sha looked inside the car, and there was some dust on the back seat, but the driver's seat was relatively clean. This means that this car was probably driven by someone recently. Is there still a living person in this place? Yi Sha murmured. But after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be too surprising. The zombie attack is indeed terrifying. But there are always some people who can survive in a city. Otherwise, how did the human camps of those survivors come from? Moreover, speaking of it, in the early days of the apocalypse, people in war-torn countries like Modi really have an advantage and a higher survival rate. Because guns and how to use them. Yi Sha was born in China, a country that prohibits guns. When the end of the world comes, what weapons can everyone find to fight against zombies? Sticks, bricks, kitchen knives. Modi is different. Guns can be found everywhere in this country that has been in chaos for many years and has civil wars. Not to mention adults. Most teenagers and even children know how to use guns. However, in a country like China that prohibits guns, not to mention that guns are difficult to find, even if they are found, I am afraid that most people don't know how to open the safety and how to load bullets. If this happened in peacetime, The situation in Modi would be a tragedy. No one wants to live in such a dire situation. However, when the end of the world comes, the residents of this place will show strong fighting power. On the contrary, the safer the country, the higher the death rate. Yisha suddenly thought of a saying, called dying in peace. Crash! While Yisha was thinking, there was a sound of something breaking from the back. Yisha turned around and saw that the window on the third floor of the hotel that Ming Hai had entered earlier was cracked, and Ming Hai fell directly from the third floor. With a bang, Ming Hai's head unfortunately hit the ground, and even his brains flowed out. Yisha quickly ran towards Ming Hai and helped Ming Hai up. Ming Hai's crushed head had recovered, but his face was still covered with blood. He pointed at the hotel and said, "Someone attacked me." "Yisha, someone?" "Ming Hai, yes." Yisha didn't waste any words. He quickly ran up, stepped on the outer wall and jumped up, grabbed the edge of the second floor window, then used his arms to jump up again, stepped on the window edge of the second floor to the third floor. Entering through the window Ming Hai broke out of. Yisha entered the hotel room and saw traces of fighting, probably left by Ming Hai. Quickly coming to the corridor, Yisha looked around and saw no one. Yisha walked forward along the corridor, stepping on the wooden floor, making a constant creaking sound. Yisha reached out and kept pushing the bedroom door open, then looked inside. However, there was no one. Absolutely no one. Yisha looked in all the rooms, and there was no one. Yisha frowned. There were bedrooms on both sides of the corridor. It was very likely that the other party had beaten Ming Hai out of the hotel, entered the bedroom on the other side, and then jumped from the window on the other side to the other side of the hotel and ran away. However, Yisha didn't care much, although he wanted to know who the other party was. Yisha and Ming Hai came here mainly to find the plane. As long as it didn't affect this, it didn't matter who the other party was. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly heard the sound of something breaking downstairs. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then punched the floor. A hole was punched in the floor by Yisha, and then Yisha fell down. It was not the second floor. The second floor of the hotel was very quiet. Yisha immediately punched the floor again. He fell from the broken floor again. This time, Yisha came to the first floor, and then he saw Ming Hai, who was smashed against the wall. "Here." Ming Hai pointed to the front. "This guy is going to run." Yisha immediately rushed into the bedroom, but before he had time to look carefully, he felt a weight on his chest, and the whole person flew backwards. And like Ming Hai, he hit the wall hard. Brain power? Yisha first thought that the other party was a superhuman. This impact was very similar to the superhuman's object control and collision. However, Yisha felt that it was different, but he couldn't tell where it was different. Ming Hai, discharge. Shock him. That guy is weird. Don't get close. Yisha, I can't shock him. The power in Yisha's thunder core was used up, and there was no chance to replenish it. At present, unless there is a thunderstorm or a place with power supply equipment, the Thunder Emperor's ability will be temporarily useless. Yisha quickly rushed into the bedroom again. The window was smashed. He ran to the window and saw a white figure running forward, although he couldn't see his face from the front. From his body shape, he seemed to be a black teenager. He was wearing white hospital gowns. He was barefoot and ran forward quickly. Yisha didn't hesitate and immediately jumped out of the window and chased after him. Yisha wanted to know the reason why the other party attacked Ming Hai, to determine the danger of the other party, and whether he was coming towards them intentionally. Secondly, it seemed that the other party was a local of Modi. Then, if he was caught, he might be able to ask the direction of the airport directly from him. Chapter 1780 Black Boy. Yisha kept chasing forward. The opponent was not slow, but Yisha was faster. When he was about to catch up, the opponent suddenly turned around, and it turned out to be a black boy, about 14 or 15 years old. It was hard to judge the exact age, but his face was relatively green and a little immature. At the same time, Yisha also saw clearly that the black boy was wearing a hospital gown, which was not an ordinary hospital gown, but the kind worn in a mental hospital, with long sleeves that could tie people up. Seeing that Yisha was about to catch up, the black boy suddenly turned around, and then Yisha felt the impact force coming again. He tried to resist, but found that he could not resist at all. With a bang, Yisha was knocked out of thin air and fell 2 meters away. Isn't this a brain ability? Yi Sha couldn't help but murmured. Yi Sha's mental power is very strong, which is an advantage when fighting against superhumans. He is very resistant to brain abilities, even if it is Yi Yu's level. The binding ability can only bind Yi Sha for 1 or 2 seconds. As for throwing Yi Sha out after binding him, that is even more impossible. If the black boy in front of him used his brain power, which was the attack method of binding and controlling objects used by superhumans, then there is only one possibility. The brain power of the black boy in front of him is already extremely powerful, at least compared with Yi Yu. It is likely that he is several times stronger than Yi Yu. This possibility is very small, because Yi Yu is already a leader among superhumans. Of course, there are people with stronger brain power than Yi Yu. There are some people on the Doomsday train who can compete with Yi Yu, such as Zhonglingxiu, whom Yi Sha has met before. But being several times stronger than Yi Yu's brain power is a bit exaggerated, and even unbelievable. Moreover, when the impact force appeared, Yi Sha did not feel how strong the mental power fluctuation was. But this is the problem. If there is no mental power fluctuation, it means it is definitely not the brain power. But if there is a mental power fluctuation, it means it is likely to be the brain power. However, compared with that irresistible feeling, this mental power fluctuation does not seem to be too strong. Overall, Yi Sha felt that the opponent's attack was a bit like his own shock wave. Yi Sha's thoughts were scattered, and after the black boy knocked Yi Sha down, he did not intend to continue attacking, but turned around and ran away. Yi Sha frowned. At that moment, Yi Sha saw not murderous intent on the opponent's face, but panic and fear. Afraid of himself? Yi Sha has not launched an attack yet, and it was the opponent who attacked Ming Hai first. Why is the opponent afraid of himself? Yi Sha was a little puzzled, then pulled out a stack of A4 papers and threw them forward. The A4 papers hardened quickly and flew out like flying knives toward the back of the black boy. But Yi Sha had deliberately avoided the opponent's vital parts. The black boy was very sensitive, and when the papers approached, he turned his body again. And then, there was a bang. Bang sound in the air, like beating a drum. And Yi Sha's A4 papers were constantly shaken away. The black boy turned around again, and then stretched out his hand and pushed in the direction of Yi Sha. And then the two cars on both sides suddenly floated up, and then smashed towards Yi Sha. Is it really a brain ability? Yi Sha showed a look of surprise, and then looked at the two flying cars and stretched out his hand to push. Shock wave. The invisible force surged forward, collided with the flying cars, and then pushed the two cars out. The next moment, Yi Sha pulled out the twin serrated swords. If the opponent uses brain power, then the twin sawtooth sword is a very restraining weapon against the opponent. Lead the charge. Big sword, double swords use this sword to fight. Ignore the effects of knockback, repulsion, and oppression. Reduce the impact of brain power by 35%, and increase the mental state by 25%, in addition to being suitable for use on the battlefield or when there are many targets. The biggest feature of the twin sawtooth sword is that it is very restraining against superhumans. At the same time, the black boy was ready to attack again, and Yi Sha also felt it at this moment. Ghost step. Without any hesitation, Yi Sha took a step forward and disappeared. To attack with brain power, you need to lock it with mental power first. Of course, this is nonsense. Even if you don't use brain power and use fists directly, you have to have a target first. And now, the black boy has lost his target. Yi Sha used the ghost step to get behind the black boy in an instant, then raised his palm and planned to cut the black boy's neck. Although he didn't mean to kill the other party, he could still knock him out in order to make him behave. But, at this moment, Yi Sha felt the impact force again. Before Yi Sha could even react, he felt as if his body was hit hard by a huge hammer, and then flew to the side and hit the guardrail on the side of the street. The attack was not heavy. Yi Sha grimaced and felt the pain for a while before recovering. Then he looked up and showed a look of astonishment on his face. A person! On the roof of the low house on the side, a second person appeared. The key is, they are exactly the same. Yi Sha kept turning his head, looking at the street, and then at the roof. The second person who appeared on the low house was the black boy. Or rather, the second black boy. The two black boys looked exactly the same. Even twins were not enough to describe them. No matter how similar the twins are, there will be some subtle differences, such as height. And even if the facial features are similar, they are only similar. and it is impossible for them to be 100% the same. However, the two black boys in front of him were exactly the same, with the same height, the same facial features, and the same clothes. Both of them were wearing white hospital gowns with long sleeves and bare feet. Even their abilities should be exactly the same, because the last attack did not come from the black boy standing on the street, but from the one on the roof. It felt like they were cloned. Wait a minute, Yisha murmured. Clone? Isn't it another good thing done by Compu? Yisha couldn't help but think of Compu. After all, this kind of thing has always been Compu's favorite and most common thing. At the same time, when Yisha was thinking, the two black boys suddenly turned their faces to the other side, revealing a look of horror.